Transmigrated into the canon Fodder's daughter Chapter 1 to Chapter 53. Li Xiao felt a splitting headache, as if 10,000 camels were running amok in her head. It was all that sparrow spirit's fault. If it wasn't for it chirping endlessly while she was fighting, she wouldn't have been distracted and misread the incantation, causing her to be seriously injured. At the same time, there seemed to be many fragmented scenes being stuffed into her mind, flashing by quickly like a movie, but she couldn't see the specific content. In the haze, Li Xiao could hear voices coming from the outside world. Nanju, it's all my fault. I should have treated the cast and crew to a meal first, then Xiaoxiao wouldn't have suffered such grievances. Her gentle voice, which carried a sobbing tone and guilt, entered his ears. It sounded very touching. Jiayin, how can this be blamed on you? She has been brainwashed by her mother, so she won't accept your good intentions. You were kind enough to recommend her, but not only did she not appreciate it, she even spoke ill of you behind your back. She really thinks that the world revolves around her. This time, she has learned her lesson. She is still a child after all, so she doesn't know any better. As her elders, how can we be so calculative with her? She's already an adult. If she was even 10% as sensible as Feifei, then I would be at ease. Humph. If we don't teach her a lesson, then she'll really think that she's so capable that everyone will fall for her tricks. Feifei has suffered a lot with me since she was young, so how can she compare to Xiaoxiao? It's my fault, I should have found you earlier. It's been hard on Feifei. When she heard this conversation, Li Xiao only felt a burst of anger rise to the sky, burning away all of her reason. She only wanted to tear apart the mouth of the person who spoke. She quickly realized that this sudden emotion did not belong to her. It was as if something exploded in her mind, making her dizzy. The next second, she opened her eyes and saw the high ceiling. She was lying on a soft bed, with a faint fragrance lingering in her nose. Li Xiao didn't know much about perfume, but she felt that this smell was very refreshing and elegant, refreshing to the heart. She turned her head and happened to see the two people cuddling at the head of the bed. The woman's appearance was not particularly outstanding. Her facial features could only be said to be delicate and pretty. However, her skin was fair and translucent. Coupled with her delicate temperament, she was also a beauty. Because she had taken good care of herself, it was hard to tell her age from her appearance. The man was handsome and had a cold look on his face. He had the dignity of a superior. When he looked at her, his eyes were full of contempt and faintly discernible displeasure. She didn't know either of them. When the woman realized that she had woken up, she pushed the man away. Her white cheeks were stained with a touch of red, as if she was embarrassed to show affection in front of others. The man furrowed his brows slightly, his hand wrapped around her waist possessively. Li Xiao ignored them and looked around. The bright room, the big bed that was big enough for 5 people to lie on, and the expensive furniture in the room. This completely unfamiliar environment made her vigilant and careful. Why was she here? Could it be that he was saved by someone? She subconsciously wanted to touch her pocket, only to find that she had already changed out of her blood-stained robe. No, not only her clothes, even her body did not belong to her. Li Xiao's eyes widened silently as she looked at her slender jade-like hands. Only people who had never touched the water of spring would have hands. Unlike her, they were flawless and did not have a single callus. Li Xiao had learned Dao techniques from a young age. She had done a lot of exorcising ghosts and fighting demons. There were many scattered wounds on her body. For example, there was a light pink scar on the back of her hand that had not faded. Not far away, the dressing mirror clearly reflected her face. That face was exactly the same as hers. Her facial features were thick and beautiful. Although they were very similar, Li Xiao could still sense the difference between the two. The clearly drawn straight eyebrows gave this face an overbearing feeling. Compared to her, this body's temperament was more arrogant. So, this shouldn't be her body, right? While she was collecting information from her surroundings, the other 2 people in the room clearly couldn't bear it anymore. The man said in a deep voice, "What? You don't even know how to greet people?" Li Xiao didn't even know what relationship she had with the other party. If she opened her mouth, she might expose herself. She directly took out the amnesia flag. "I don't remember you." The man snorted, the disgust in his eyes deepened. Don't tell me you have amnesia. Don't you think it's ridiculous to use this as an excuse? Did your mother only teach you these unpresentable tricks? Li Xiao, the novel lied to her. How could she fool him with the amnesia? The woman next to him looked at him reproachfully. The flirtatious look in her eyes added a touch of seduction to her delicate face, making her originally somewhat bland facial features suddenly become lively. Xiao just woke up. Why do you have to say such harsh words to the child? She turned to look at Li Xiao, as if explaining to her. After your father found out you were in a coma, he has been very worried about you. He even pushed back the company's meeting to rush back to see you. You have grown up and should understand him. Don't always misunderstand him and quarrel with him because of other people's instigation. We are all family. Why do you have to make such a fuss and make the enemy happy? Although a family like ours doesn't need you to be in the entertainment industry, if you really like this industry and want to be an actress, Auntie can help you find a suitable production team. It's better than you foolishly going to other production teams and being bullied. You are too stubborn, child. You will easily be taken advantage of outside. Look, you were bullied this time. She spoke earnestly, as if she was putting herself in her shoes and thinking for her. Li Xiao didn't say anything. Perhaps it was the emotions left in this body, but when she looked at the two of them, her heart was filled with anger and hatred. Lu Namju sneered. Even if you say this to her, she won't appreciate it. He looked at Li Xiao condescendingly and said sarcastically, 2 days ago, you vowed that you would become a big star. In the end, your acting was too bad and you were directly kicked out of the production team. Without the halo of the eldest daughter of the Li clan, you are nothing. In the past, people let you flatter you because you are my, Lu Namju's, daughter. If it wasn't for your auntie saying that she wanted to give you another chance, I would have already sent someone to bring you back. Otherwise, you would have lost our Li clan's face outside. From these words, the name she heard before she fainted, and Li Xiao roughly figured out the relationship between these two people and the original owner. One was her father, called Lu Namju. The woman was most likely her stepmother. Her surname was unclear, but she knew that she was called Jiayin. Chang Kain said softly, I helped you contact 4 production teams. You can see which role you want to audition for later. Although she said this, she was already prepared for her stepdaughter to refuse. Ever since she entered the family, she had been full of malice towards her and was unwilling to accept her care. In the next second, she heard a flat okay. Li Xiao wanted to understand the situation. No matter what the situation was, money was necessary if she wanted to live a good life in the future. Seeing how Lu Namju was like a stepfather, it was impossible to count on him. It was better to earn some extra money first. Therefore, she agreed without hesitation. Chang Kain was stunned for a moment, then looked at her with a touched expression. Okay, I will immediately have someone bring the scripts back from the company for you to look at. Lu Namju's expression softened slightly, and he didn't speak as harshly as before. After you choose the script, Jiayin will accompany you. I hope you have learned your lesson this time and act well. Don't always cause trouble for others. Chang Kain smiled slightly when she heard this. Li Xiao didn't care about this. After the two people left the room, she began to rummage through the things in the room. Finally, she found an ID card in her makeup bag. She looked at Li Xiao's name on the ID card and fell into deep thought. Her name was the same as hers, her appearance was very similar to hers, and her date of birth was exactly the same as hers. Could she be her long-lost sister? She couldn't help but imagine a melodramatic story of a mother who gave birth to twins, took one away, and left the other for the biological father to raise. She pondered for a moment, then unlocked the phone with her fingerprint and entered Li Xiao and Lu Namju's names. In the next half an hour, Li Xiao looked at the search results on the internet expressionlessly. Lu Namju, the second richest man in China, married his ex-wife Su Manqin for 21 years. They officially divorced in September of last year. The two had a daughter, and that daughter was Li Xiao. On New Year's Day this year, he held a grand wedding with the movie queen Chang Kain. The two had a pair of twins, and the twins would be adults in 3 months. When Lu Namju divorced his ex-wife, he said that the marriage between the two was only for the sake of a wealthy family, and that there were no feelings between the two sides. Li Xiao read 10 lines at a glance, and her heart burned with anger. The two children were almost 18 years old, which meant that when Chan Kaiying was pregnant, Lin Namju was already married. Wasn't this an adulterous affair? How could an adulterous affair be washed away as true love? This true love was too disgusting. And according to the time when the two hooked up, the original owner's mother was in confinement. Halfway through, there was a knock on the door. She closed the web page and opened the door. Chan Kaiying was holding a script, and said in an intimate tone, "Xiao, come, which role do you like?" Li Xiao took the script and flipped through it. She flipped through it for 2 hours. Her eyes were cold. This stepmother of hers was quite careful when choosing the scripts. The first script was a period drama. The role she could audition for was the fourth female lead, the daughter of a demon sect leader. She was devoted to martial arts and was very strong. The director was also a famous martial arts director. He didn't like actors to use stunt doubles, which meant that there were many martial arts scenes that required the actors to personally take part. The original owner's body didn't seem to have practiced martial arts. If she really auditioned for this role, she didn't know how much suffering she would have to suffer. The second script was a period drama. The role she auditioned for was a dancer who used improper means to become the male lead's concubine, driving a wedge between the male lead and female lead. The third script was a school idol drama. The role she could play was a vicious supporting female lead who was infatuated with the male lead. She didn't hesitate to be a mistress, desperately creating obstacles for the male lead and female lead. In the end, she had a miserable ending. The last script was an urban romance drama. It was also the work of a great director, and she was the second female lead. She and the second male lead had a touching love story. The second male lead and the third female lead were married for their families. After meeting the second female lead, they realized what true love was. In the end, the two broke through all kinds of difficulties and obstacles and finally succeeded in being together. Of these 4 scripts, if the original owner was pampered and didn't suffer, she could only choose the second, third, and fourth scripts. But these 4 scripts had a common characteristic, which was that they were all mistresses. It was just that the mistress in the urban romance drama seemed to be more sympathetic. Under normal circumstances, the original owner could only choose this one. But the sense of déjà vu made her feel as if a fishbone was stuck in her throat. Letting the daughter of a love rival act as a mistress and speak for the mistress, it was no wonder that the original owner would rather audition for another production team than accept the so-called good intentions of this stepmother. Just looking at these methods, this stepmother wasn't as kind and pure as the internet said. Li Xiao smiled and picked up the first script. "I choose this." Chan Kaiying had a worried expression. Xiao, this script isn't suitable for you. I'm worried that you will get injured. Zhou Dao is very strict in this aspect. Originally, this role had already been decided, but the original actor got injured halfway through filming and had to be hospitalized to recuperate. That actor trained for 3 months for this role, but he still couldn't handle it. Li Xiao lightly said, "I'll take this one. I'm afraid that I won't be able to film the other 3 scripts well. I won't be able to express that feeling." Chan Kaiying quickly said, "It's okay, I can teach you." She revealed a gentle smile. "I've always seen you as my daughter." Li Xiao's tone was playful. "Teach me how to act as a mistress?" "It's just that I've never been a mistress before, so I really can't act like you." Chan Kaiying's face instantly paled. Li Xiao gently stroked the cover of the first script and smiled. "I like this character. Especially when she skewers her own father and his concubine with a single sword strike. That action really wins my heart. It's so refreshing and satisfying to watch." In the script, the 4th female lead's mother was killed by her biological father and his concubine. After the 4th female lead achieved great success in martial arts, she killed them without hesitation and then devoted herself to martial arts. She felt that Chan Kaiying definitely didn't read the contents of the script carefully. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken it out even if she was beaten to death. She probably only heard rumors that this character was very difficult to play and that it was easy to get injured, so she used it to make up the numbers. Chan Kaiying subconsciously took a step back and said in a weak voice, "Xiao." Li Xiao smiled brightly. "This script is really suitable for me." "Thank you, Auntie." She was absolutely sincere when she said thank you. "Now you know how good Jian is." She really treats you like her own daughter. Don't always make trouble for her in the future. Lu Namji's voice sounded with a hint of relief. He was just worried that Li Xiao would bully Jiayin again, so he hurried over just in time to hear Li Xiao thanking Jiayin. Although he didn't like Li Xiao was still his flesh and blood after all. He was still willing to give her another chance. He was absolutely happy to see Li Xiao and Jiayin's relationship improve. Li Xiao smiled like a flower and her eyes curved into crescents. Yes, Auntie is really good to me. She seriously picked out a script that is very suitable for me. I really like it. Lu Namji's usually cold expression softened when he heard this. He looked at Li Xiao with a rare warmth in his eyes. It's good that you're sensible now. He added, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask your auntie. She'll teach you. Jiayin was kind and forgiving. She could even forgive Su Manqin, who had framed her many times, and let bygones be bygones, let alone Xiao Xiao. What he liked was her kindness and strength that did not change even in the face of adversity. Chan Kaiying felt extremely aggrieved. His breath was stuck in his throat, and his chest heaved slightly. However, she couldn't say anything. She had personally delivered the script to Li Xiao. She was the one who had asked for it. She could only comfort herself that Zhou Dao was very strict and merciless. Li Xiao had been pampered since childhood, so she was afraid that he would not be able to endure the hardships of the crew. No, she might not even pass the interview. Thinking of this, the anger in his chest calmed down a little. She smiled faintly. But I can only recommend you and give you a chance to audition. The rest is up to you. Lu Namju said, of course, if she doesn't have the talent, there's no need for her to stay in this circle. The Li clan did not need Li Xiao to make money as a star. Li Xiao said, I don't think there's a problem. I just need to act as myself for this role. Chan Kaiying did not dare to refuse in front of Lu Namju. She continued to work hard. If I pass the audition, Auntie, can you help me promote this drama? It'll let everyone know that we have a harmonious family. Chan Kaiying wanted to refuse, but Lu Namju had already agreed on her behalf. This is just a small matter. You don't need to say it. Your auntie will help you. Li Zhao's harmonious family was very pleasing to his ears. He felt that Li Xiao had become a lot more sensible after waking up this time. She looked much better than before. He also hoped that she would really change for the better in the future, and not pretend to be good now. Chan Kaiying was silent. She did not know where Li Zhao's confidence came from when she was kicked out of the cast because of her bad acting. Li Xiao asked Chan Kaiying, Auntie, when is the audition? Chan Kaiying calmed down and said in her usual gentle voice, I'll contact the director and ask them. Li Xiao nodded and said to Lu Namju, I forgot the password for my credit card. Lu Namju originally wanted to freeze his eldest daughter's credit card to teach her a lesson. But now that she was doing well, he dismissed the idea. He would observe for a few more days. If his eldest daughter really changed, he would not freeze her credit card. You can just apply for a new one later. Li Xiao heard this and the smile in her eyes deepened. She would work hard to use more credit cards to save more money for the original owner. Seeing Lu Namju like this, she was afraid that he would leave most of his money to his and Chan Kaiying's children. Chan Kaiying and Lu Namju quickly left the room. Li Xiao found all the valuable things in the original owner's room. She was going to find time to buy a house in the next few days and see if it could be her own territory. Staying in this house all the time, her hands and feet were tied. Ah, yes, she still had to buy cinnabar and other things. She did not have a single talisman on her, which made her feel very insecure. These few days were enough for Li Xiao to collect a lot of relevant information. For example, Chan Kaiying's children were now studying abroad. Her half-brother Li Qianxing was going to get a doctorate next year. Her cheap sister Li Qianfei was invited to walk in a large foreign tea show. The existence of these two people made the original owner seem even more ignorant and incompetent. The original owner's grades in high school were not bad, but when she took the college entrance exam, her parents' relationship broke down and something happened to her maternal family. At that time, her maternal grandfather, Su family, was suppressed and her grandfather died of a heart attack. The Su family company also went bankrupt. As for the original owner's biological mother, Su Manqin, the internet only said that she was sick and was sent to recuperate. Li Xiao did not know the current situation since she did not have the original owner's memories. As a result, the original owner's college entrance exam results were a mess. In the end, Lin Namju spent money to send her to an art school. All in all, her existence was to set off the genius and intelligence of the twins, which made people love them dearly. Li Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was an art school. She still had a chance to make up for it. If it was another major, she would have failed every subject after school started. She grew up in the mountains. Advanced mathematics and C language were too difficult for her. After she drew several talismans for herself, it was time for her interview. It was set for July 12. Chan Kaiying personally took her to the set. The two of them sat in the back. They did not choose a luxury car. Instead, they chose a low-key van. These few days were enough for Chan Kaiying to tidy up her mood. She softly told Li Xiao about Zhou Dao. She acted like a loving elder. According to her, Zhou Dao studied martial arts in the Shaolin Temple when he was a child. Later, he coincidentally entered the entertainment industry to become an actor. His performance as an actor was ordinary. When he became a director, he did very well. Li Xiao earnestly memorized it. It could be considered as absorbing knowledge. In fact, she really did not care whether she could pass the interview or not. When she first woke up, she agreed to the interview because she did not understand the situation. Now, the interview was more to annoy Chan Kaiying. An hour later, they arrived at the film studio. Zhou Dao's martial arts TV series called Shaolin had started filming last month. The set had been set up long ago. When they got out of the car, they saw many people surrounding a door. Li Xiao looked around. This was probably the filming location of Zhou Dao. Speaking of which, the surrounding wall was quite high. It was at least 6 meters high. Moreover, the top of the wall was embedded with a lot of broken glass. Obviously, it was to prevent thieves. Chan Kaiying walked over and asked, "What happened?" Her identity was there. The staff member who was asked frowned and sighed. "The door is broken. It can't be opened now. The director and the others are trapped inside." Originally, it was time for the interview. Now, the director and the others were trapped inside. The actors who wanted to come for the interview could not get in. It had been a stalemate here for a long time. They did not know whether they could have the interview today. Li Xiao noticed that a trace of fear flashed in the staff member's eyes when he said that the door was broken. Obviously, there was something inconvenient to say. Chan Kaiying said in surprise, "How can it be? Didn't you ask someone to fix it? This was just a small accident." The staff member continued, "The person we just invited accidentally fell into a pit on the way and fractured his bones. He is now being sent to the hospital. I just asked someone to call someone else over, but we still have to wait for a while. Why don't you find a shady place to rest? When the door is opened, I will inform you." Chan Kaiying was the movie queen with tens of millions of fans. Moreover, she was President Li's wife. This staff member could not help but treat her more politely. After Chan Kaiying asked clearly, she smiled slightly and said, "No, thank you." She turned to Li Xiao and said, "Then let's wait here." Her assistant had already opened a large parasol and taken out chairs from the car to give them a place to sit. After Li Xiao sat down, iced drinks were sent over. Although there was no air conditioning because they were outdoors, the fans were turned on, which somewhat reduced the heat. Chan Kaiying was obviously very good at handling people. She even asked people to send iced drinks, chairs, and fans to other stars who also came for the interview. Li Xiao looked at them. She could guess who were the stars who came for the interview just by looking at their clothes. She counted about 6 of them. It was very likely that each of them was good-looking and had a graceful figure. Li Xiao had only been in this world for a few days, so she could not recognize them. This world was completely different from her original world. Not only had the leaders changed, but she had also never heard of anyone on the rich list. If there was a chance, she needed to go back to remote Cloud Mountain. She wanted to see if her Taoist temple was still there. If it was not, this thought appeared in her mind, and her eyes couldn't help but darken. In order to divert her attention, Li Xiao's eyes fell on the door. She faintly sensed a bit of yin energy from the door. Interesting. She waited for about 20 minutes. It was almost 3 o'clock, the time of the interview. The other female stars who were auditioning for the role all came. Everyone looked at the wall anxiously, and no one wanted to leave. It was just that waiting aimlessly made everyone unavoidably upset. Li Xiao said, I don't like to be late. Her eyes fell on the high wall. Chan Kain said, there are broken glass on the wall. You can't climb over it, or you will get hurt. If it weren't for the broken glass, someone would have climbed over with ropes or stairs. Why would they stay here to bask in the sun? She didn't know if there was an accident, but the people who could unlock the door hadn't been found yet. The corner of Li Xiao's mouth curled up. A mere 6 meters was really nothing much. The next second, she tapped her foot and flew up lightly, quickly climbing the high wall. Zhou Dao held a cigarette between his fingers and puffed out smoke. He didn't like to smoke, but when he was under pressure, he would smoke a cigarette. There was no doubt that he was under a lot of pressure. During this time, his crew had encountered a lot of problems. First, the actress who played Xia Lu, Lin Shanyu, had an accident and was now recovering in the hospital. After that, all kinds of accidents happened one after another, leaving the crew in a terrible state of panic. Halfway through the filming, the wires suddenly caught fire, and the lights at night flashed endlessly. Everything was a small case. There was also a dream of being strangled by a ghost, and when he woke up, he really found the strangulation marks on his neck. He was so scared that he ran to the temple at dawn to pray. Now, all the doors were locked. No matter what he did, he couldn't pry them open. Zhou Dao was so stressed that he wanted to pull his hair out. He gritted his teeth and said, I want to see who is scheming against me. He knew a few masters in this field, so he would ask them to come and take a look. Suddenly, there were exclamations one after another. F*CK. Great Qinggong. Zhou Dao subconsciously looked up and saw a slender figure falling from the sky and landing in front of him. Even the dust on the ground didn't rise. Zhou Dao opened his mouth, and the cigarette that was hanging directly fell out. He couldn't help but curse, and his eyes were fixed. Was this the legendary Qinggong? Li Xiao, who successfully landed, raised her eyebrows and said calmly, I'm here for an interview, for the 4th female lead. Zhou Dao said crisply, okay, it's you. Li Xiao's calm expression was broken. Wait, don't I need an interview? She thought she would need to act for a while, and then see if her acting skills were suitable for the role. Was it so casual? What happened to the strict requirements of the director? Zhou Dao stepped on the cigarette, but that had just fallen on the ground. For this role, it's enough to have good skills. Acting skills are not high. As for skills, this girl could easily jump over a 10-meter high wall, so naturally there was no problem. Of course, the main reason was that this was only a 4th female lead, and there weren't many scenes. Her existence was more to make the male lead think about the difference between good and evil. If it was the female lead or the supporting female lead, Zhou Dao would be more attentive. In any case, if he didn't do a good job, he could just replace him. Li Xiao blinked. A few days ago, I was kicked out of the cast because my acting was too bad. Zhou Dao coughed violently. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he looked at Li Xiao with an expression that said, Are you serious? Then let's have an interview. How bad must his acting be to be chased out of the production team? He took out a script and said, Come, you play this part. Li Xiao flipped it open and was overjoyed. Coincidentally, the 4th female lead, Xianxia, killed her father, Xianxian, and her father's concubine, the Chang clan. Xianxian was the cult master of the devil path. His personality was cruel and merciless, and his mood was unstable. Furthermore, he loved beauty. Xianxing's mother was a peerless beauty when she was young. Later, she was disfigured by her concubine, and her life took a nosedive. When Xianxing was still young, she died under the torture of her concubine and her husband's indifference. For Xianxing, her impression of her biological mother was very vague. Her memory was only the gentle silhouette of her covering her with a quilt under the candlelight. But for this gentleness, she was willing to avenge her. The script didn't describe this scene too much. Most of it was left to the actors to express themselves. Li Xiao also carefully read the script. After all, among the scripts sent by Chan Kain, this was the only one that was slightly to her taste. From the script, what kind of person was Xiang? She didn't care about good or evil, or the so-called fame and fortune. She only cared about the wuxia dao. After committing the act of killing her father, the shackles of ethics and morality no longer existed on her. When it came to killing her father, she didn't even feel conflicted or hesitant. Such a person, after killing her own father, what kind of mood would she have? Li Xiao already had the answer in her heart. Zhousen pointed 2 extras to Li Xiao. The prop was a wooden sword. Li Xiao held the wooden sword. She couldn't help but miss the weapon she used in the past. Compared to a sword, she was more comfortable using a stick. She lowered her eyes and gently stroked the wooden sword. Her temperament suddenly changed, becoming cold. It wasn't cold, but indifferent. This was the expression Li Xiao was best at. Her appearance was too gorgeous, like a blooming peony flower. It made people feel that such an appearance should be pampered in a greenhouse. And this face made it easy for the customers she came in contact with to not believe in her ability. Instead, they felt that she was a swindler. Over time, Li Xiao got used to putting on this attitude. At least with this attitude, it prevented some customers from picking on her when they met. The extras in the cast were Qing Shuqing and Cui Yun. Qing Shuqing took the initiative and didn't follow the script. "You wicked girl. Do you want to offend your superiors?" His line directly OOC. After all, Xianxia was the leader of the demon sect. He really didn't care about the ethics and morals of the righteous path. In the script, when he saw his daughter behead his left and right arms and come with a sword, he felt the anger of being betrayed, but also the joy of having a successor. Therefore, when he saw Xianxia, he only said, "I underestimated you." Qing Shuqing changed his line, of course, not because he forgot the lines. It was just a line, so how could he forget it? Qing Shuqing just wanted to help his goddess Chan Kaiying vent her anger. He wanted to trip up the girl in front of him. In the past, he accidentally offended a small star. No matter how much he apologized, it was useless. At that time, Chan Kaiying helped him out. From then on, Chan Kaiying became the goddess in his heart. After knowing that Li Xiao, his stepdaughter, had been causing trouble for his goddess, Qing Shuqing wanted to find an opportunity to trip her up, but he didn't have the chance before. He didn't expect that the director would pick him so coincidentally. If he didn't do something, he would be letting down this fate. For a newbie like Li Xiao, if he directly changed his line, he would definitely catch her off guard. Anyway, he was just a walk-on. It was normal for him to make mistakes in a moment of nervousness. "If you put down your sword now, I can still forgive you on account of our father." Before he finished speaking, he saw the sword rushing towards his eyes. Its speed was as fast as lightning, making the hair on the back of his neck stand up. The next moment, the sword brushed past his face. His face felt like it had been scraped by something sharp. It was so painful that he broke out in a cold sweat. Li Xiao made a gesture of stabbing the 2 people, then pulled out the sword and put it back into the sheath. The whole process was neat and tidy, like moving clouds and flowing water. Her expression was calm. She didn't feel the joy of revenge, nor did she feel the complicated entanglement of killing her father. Her tone was indifferent. Just SOSO. Yes, from this moment on, she lived only for martial arts. Qing Shuqing's legs went soft, and he sat directly on the ground. "Good." Zhousen smiled. Of course, it was impossible to say that Li Xiao's acting was outstanding. After all, she was just a newbie. No matter how clever she was, her acting couldn't be compared to a professional. But it couldn't be helped that she really grasped the charm of the role. Her acting skills didn't let people fall out of character. Coupled with her skills, the way she drew the sword was simply too cool. He was itching to do it just now. He also didn't think that anyone else in the interview would perform better than Li Xiao. When Li Xiao heard this, she knew that she had gotten the role. She revealed a faint smile. Zhousen glanced at Qing Shuqing on the ground and frowned slightly. He wasn't a fool. How could he not see that there was something fishy about Qing Shuqing changing his lines? He actually dared to provoke him. Did he really think that he was easy to bully? After successfully getting the role, Li Xiao was in a good mood. She was happy that she could annoy Chan Kaiying. As for whether or not Chan Kain and Li Namju would suspect her because of her change in personality, Li Xiao didn't care. If they had the ability, they could go find an exorcist. Zhou directly signed the contract with Li Xiao. When Li Xiao was about to sign it, she suddenly remembered that she had an agent. I'll take it back first and ask the agent later. It was said that the agent was called Yuan. She was a good friend of the original owner's mother. She had other artists under her. Some time ago, one of her artists was invited to go abroad to audition for a role in an international movie, so Yuan went with her. If she was in the country, she wouldn't have let the original owner get kicked out of the movie. Li Xiao looked at the door that was still closed. She took out a talisman from her pocket and used her wooden sword to pass through the talisman. She walked to the door and quickly chopped at the lock with the wooden sword. It made a sharp sound and a flame flashed. Zhou almost thought that he was hallucinating. He rubbed his eyes and saw that the flame had disappeared. Am I seeing things? He couldn't help but mutter. The script clerk next to him murmured, No, I also saw it. It was just one strike. The problem that had troubled them for a long time was solved just like that. After Li Xiao broke the yin energy that wrapped around the lock, she opened the door and said calmly, The door is open. Zhou Sen's mouth twitched. He looked at Li Xiao with a subtle expression. Chan Kain's stepdaughter not only had good martial arts, but also knew how to do this, Li Xiao said seriously, It seems that my luck is good. Zhou Sen. He believed her nonsense. After the door was opened, the other female stars who were being interviewed hurriedly came in. They didn't think too much about it. They just thought that the staff inside had successfully thought of a way to open the door. Although Zhou had already decided that it was Li Xiao, he still went through the motions. Li Xiao returned the wooden sword. Zhou immediately ordered his assistant to put away the wooden sword so that he could take care of it when the time came. He even took the talisman from the sword and stuffed it into his pocket. The other female stars began to interview in order. Li Xiao lifted her feet and left. This place was too hot. It was better to go back to the car and enjoy the air conditioner. Besides, she had already settled it. There was no need for her to stay here. In public, Chan Kain didn't ask her about the interview. When she got in the car, she looked at Li Xiao who was resting with her eyes closed. She said softly, Xiao, if you don't pass the audition, we can go for another audition. If you like this type of person, I can help you find another one. She looked at Li Xiao's cold appearance from beginning to end. She guessed that she had a high chance of failing the audition. Previously, Li Xiao had been so happy that she walked with wind when she passed the audition for a small role. However, with her acting skills, it was normal for her to fail. Or I can help you sign up for an acting class during this time. You can learn from those teachers first. There will be more opportunities in the future. Li Xiao opened her eyes. That's not necessary. Thank you for your kindness. She emphasized the word kindness. Chan Kain disagreed and said, Sharpening the knife won't delay the work of cutting wood. Li Xiao said, I have to join the crew as soon as possible. I don't have time to attend your acting class. Chan Kain choked on the words of persuasion that she had prepared. Zhou actually chose Li Xiao? Wasn't he a very strict person? Was it because of the skills that Li Xiao just displayed? When did Li Xiao learn these? Questions kept popping up in her mind, and in the end, they all turned into one sentence. When did you learn martial arts? Looking at Li Xiao's posture today, it was impossible to do it without more than 10 years of hard work. No, it was even more than that. Chan Kain had filmed several action wuxia movies over the years, and even the martial arts directors on the set couldn't do it like this. Li Xiao smiled brightly, I'm talented, and I learned it in a few days. Chan Kain frowned, this was obviously an excuse. Li Xiao said, if you're not satisfied with this reason, I can give you another one. Well, I learned it in my dreams. Chan Kain couldn't insist on getting to the bottom of the matter with the other party's attitude. She didn't continue to dwell on this topic, and just talked about some of her experiences and tricks during the filming process. Although Li Xiao didn't like her, she still listened to her. In any case, Chan Kain didn't dare to do anything to harm her in order to maintain her image in front of others. When she was almost done talking, Li Xiao received a text message from her agent, Yuan. Yuan had returned to China today. Li Xiao said to the driver, just send me directly to Huawu Entertainment Company. Huawu Entertainment Company was one of the top entertainment giants in China, but in recent years, it had been overshadowed by Chan Kaiyin's entertainment company, Jiannan Entertainment Company. Jiannan Entertainment Company, from the name, was a company that Lin Namju opened to support Chan Kaiyin. In recent years, it had been thriving, and had become a giant in the entertainment industry. Chan Kaiyin asked her, why don't you come to Jiannan? Your father and I will watch over you, so you won't be wronged. Li Xiao couldn't help but think of a way to cheat money, so she didn't immediately refuse, and just vaguely said, let's see. Such an answer already made Chan Kaiyin very happy. If it was a week ago, Li Xiao would only mock and ridicule her and flatly refuse, and wouldn't consider it. Although he felt that Li Xiao's temperament had changed a little, on second thought, it might be because she had suffered in the previous production team and understood that not everyone in this world was willing to support her. Without the Li family's halo, she would have nothing. Previously, Li Xiao had chosen Huawu to sign a contract, which led to many of her competitors mocking her. They said that she was just pretending to be a kind mother, which was why her stepdaughter hated her so much and would rather go to another company. This was one of the reasons why she had accompanied Li Xiao to the audition today. At least Li Xiao still gave her face in front of outsiders today. Thinking of this, her expression became more gentle, and her whole body seemed to emit a gentle light. If you don't have enough money to spend, just tell us. Li Xiao said decisively, I won't be polite. If she didn't spend more money, would she have to wait for the Li clan's things to be left to Chan Kaiyin's son and daughter? The original owner would be sullen to death. She was now using the original owner's identity, so she had to think more about her. These days, she had also investigated the original owner's birth mother, Su Manqin, and Lin Namju. At the time, the Su family and the Li clan had a marriage alliance, and it could be said to be a strong alliance. No, it should be said that this marriage was more beneficial to Lin Namju. After all, at the time, Lin Namju had a cousin above him. The Su family was in the limelight at the time, so this marriage allowed Lin Namju to sit firmly in the position of the head of the Li clan. During that time, Su Manqin used a lot of her dowry to help Lin Namju strengthen the Li clan. After Lin Namju found true love, he dealt with the Su family, causing the Su family to be ruined. Su Manqin disappeared without a trace. Although Li Xiao could also cut ties with Lin Namju and leave the Li clan. But wouldn't that be letting them take advantage of her? Su Manqin and the original owner also had a part of the Li clan's money. When they arrived at the entrance of the Huawu company, Li Xiao got out of the car. She raised her head to look at the Chinese dance company. As an established entertainment company, the Chinese dance company was quite big. As the saying goes, the owner of the mountain is expensive, while the owner of the river is rich. The Chinese dance company was located on the inner side of the curved river. In the words of the experts, it was the best location. In addition, the Ming Hall was wide, so it could be said to be a source of income. Logically speaking, with such good feng shui, there should be an abundance of spiritual energy and good luck. However, the spiritual energy here was much less than expected. It was almost unable to support it. Li Xiao's footsteps paused for a moment, then she lifted her feet and walked into the building. Yuan's office was on the 12th floor. She took the elevator up. She had just asked for Yuan's office in a text message. Without the original owner's memories, she couldn't help but feel a bit restricted. She knocked on the door, and soon heard her come in. Yuan had short hair and looked smart and capable. She put down the documents in her hands and said with a teasing tone, "You actually know how to knock?" Li Xiao closed the door and said casually, "I don't have any memories from before." Yuan looked like she had been hit with a stick. She looked a bit dazed. "Are you kidding me?" Li Xiao sat in front of her. "I'm not kidding." Yuan frowned. "I heard that you were in a coma after being kicked out of the cast when I was abroad. I rushed back after finishing my work. Don't tell me you were too agitated?" She gritted her teeth. "I was wondering why you suddenly felt kinship with Xianxia. Did they say something to you?" She looked nervous. "Don't be fooled by them." Li Xiao said, "I don't have any memories, but I'm not brainless. I'm not that easy to fool." Yuan rubbed her temples. Find time to go to the hospital for a checkup and see what's going on. I asked someone to inquire about the cast you were in before. It was Ren Tang who said that you were kicked out of the cast. Li Xiao immediately searched for Ren Tang's name, and the results were brilliant. He debuted at a young age and won an award for his acting skills, becoming the youngest film emperor. After that, his career took off and he became a film emperor who was both virtuous and talented in the eyes of the public. Because he was handsome, he had a lot of fans. According to the rumors, Ren Tang was said to be a rich second generation with a strong family background. Li Xiao was puzzled. Did I offend him? No matter how bad the original owner's acting was, she was only playing a small role and didn't have many lines. She shouldn't have been kicked out of the cast. If a film emperor like Ren Tang said something, then it was normal. Who would offend Ren Tang for the Li clan's unloved eldest daughter, AI when snorted through her nose? Because you bullied his sweetheart. Everyone in the industry knows that Ren Tang has a crush on Qian Kaiying. Qian Kaiying's first movie after returning to China was with Ren Tang. At that time, many first-rate actresses were competing for that role. Qian Kaiying didn't have any advantage over them. At that time, she was surrounded by scandals. At that time, Ren Tang, who was the male lead, chose Qian Kaiying. Not only was he the male lead, but he was also one of the investors. The director had to take his opinion into consideration. Li Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Her stepmother's charm wasn't small. She was already married, but the film emperor was still infatuated with her and followed her everywhere. Yuan was very annoyed. Ren Tang not only asked the director to kick Xiaoxiao out of the cast, but also said that she was rotten wood that couldn't be carved. With such an evaluation, many cast members had to think twice before looking for Li Xiao. Although she could be considered a gold medal agent, her position in the industry couldn't be compared to Ren Tang. Li Xiao knew that her existence was in the eyes of such a big shot, but she didn't care. She didn't intend to be in this industry in the first place. She took out the contract from Zhou Sr. Here, help me see if there are any problems with the contract. If there aren't, I'll sign it. Yuan took a sip of the freshly brewed tea. What contract? Don't go to some messy cast. At least let me take a look first. Otherwise, I won't even know if you're being bullied. She thought that it was some small role in some web drama. When she saw the word Shaolin at the top, she almost spat out the tea in her mouth. Zhou Dao Shaolin? Is this for real? She hurriedly looked at the contract. When she reached the end, her eyes were a little dazed and her face was full of disbelief. This was Zhou Dao. Moreover, he had high hopes for this drama and had invested a lot of money. Although it was only a supporting female role, there were still many small stars competing for it. She never expected that this role would fall into Xiaoxiao's hands. She said in a subtle tone, could it be that Zhou Dao is lacking in investment and you brought money into the cast? Li Xiao was speechless. She got the role with her own abilities. Yuan's face was still full of doubts, but she still read the contract diligently and said, there are no problems with the contract. I'll go with you to sign it tomorrow. She sighed and said earnestly, this is a rare opportunity. You have to grasp it well. Even if it's tough, you have to bear with it. Don't lose your temper. Li Xiao nodded. I know. Yuan stood up. Let's go. We'll have dinner on the way. She was almost done with her work for the day. Moreover, she had a lot of things to tell Li Xiao. Li Xiao's current situation wasn't like before. She couldn't be as willful as before. However, when Wen picked up a phone call, anger appeared on her palm-sized face. Li Xiao asked, who made you angry? Yuan pursed her lips. Look at the third trending topic. Li Xiao opened Weibo. The third trending topic was model stepmother Qian Kaiying. She clicked on the trending topic. Many marketing accounts were praising Qian Kaiying for being beautiful and kind. She also treated her stepdaughter equally. Her stepdaughter Li Xiao was also influenced by her and had a harmonious relationship with her. The accompanying picture was of Qian Kaiying accompanying Li Xiao to the interview. Picture 1, Qian Kaiying handing Li Xiao a drink. Picture 2, Qian Kaiying gently talking to Li Xiao. Picture 3, Qian Kaiying asked the staff to turn the fan to Li Xiao. The comments under the marketing accounts were naturally full of praise. Boo-hoo, my Enin is really a good person. She's a goddess. I'll love her forever. Li Xiao is Su Manqing's daughter, right? Didn't Su Manqing say that he hired the Internet Water Army to attack Qian Kaiying last year? It's really not easy for Qian Kaiying to treat her daughter so well. I used to dislike her because of her title as the best actress, but now I'm going to become her fan. As an industry insider, I'll secretly reveal something. Qian Kaiying really treats her stepdaughter very well. During this time, she's been helping Li Xiao find a suitable script. Sigh, she's someone else's stepmother. My stepmother can't even do half of what she does. It's torture for me to stay at home every day. Look at the picture. Li Xiao has a good relationship with her now. Indeed, only sincerity can move sincerity. Li Xiao laughed out loud when she saw the comments that were all in the same style. Yuan, who was originally angry, said, "Don't tell me you're so angry that you're stupid." She could still laugh. Li Xiao closed Weibo. This is a good thing. Doesn't she want to be a model stepmother in China? I'll fulfill her wish. By the way, you'll hire the Internet Water Army, right? Remember to hire more Internet Water Army to post articles about this. Yes, let's say that Qian Kaiying treats her stepdaughter better than her biological child. She's not even prepared to let her biological child inherit the Li clan's business. Or let's say that Qian Kaiying has decided to let me inherit the Li clan. Yuan, who was originally angry, couldn't help but laugh when she heard Li Xiao's words. Yes, we have to help her market more. How can the second most searched topic be worthy of her? It should at least be first. Yuan had already thought of many plans. She rubbed her hands together and was ready to give Qian Kaiying a good push. She and Li Xiao's mother, Su Manqing, were university roommates and were very close friends. All these years, she had watched the originally proud and confident eldest daughter fall into such a state. However, her ability was limited. All she could do was help protect Li Xiao. She would definitely make Qian Kaiying's image as a model stepmother on the hot search list for a week. Thinking about how Qian Kaiying would shoot herself in the foot, the gloominess in her chest dissipated slightly. She looked at Li Xiao with a gentle gaze. You're a lot more sensible now, so I'm relieved. Don't worry, I'll continue to get people to investigate. I'll definitely find out where your mother is being held. Li Xiao asked, My mother is being held. Can't we call the police? Yuan was expressionless. Who would offend the Li clan for a Su family that went bankrupt a long time ago? Also, there are many people who admire Qian Kaiying. With them suppressing her, it'll be difficult to do it. Li Xiao lowered her eyes. If that was the case, she really had to take it slow. Yuan turned on her phone. Her fingers flew across the screen as she issued a series of commands. She had been in this industry for so long and had many connections. At the very least, it wouldn't be difficult to hire internet trolls. Besides, she wasn't defaming Qian Kaiying. She was praising her. Let this fire burn even brighter, Li Xiao didn't disturb her. She wasn't hungry now anyway, so waiting a little longer wouldn't hurt. She picked up a magazine from the bookshelf next to her and flipped through it. She didn't have a deep understanding of this world, so she could do some homework. About an hour later, Yuan finally settled the matter. He said in high spirits, Let's go eat. She was in such a good mood that she felt like she could finish 3 bowls of white rice today. Li Xiao said, Help me look for a house these 2 days. I'm going to buy a villa near the film and television city. It will be convenient for me to rest after filming. Filming was just an excuse to spend money. She thought for a moment and added, I'm still the eldest daughter of the Li clan. I represent the Li clan when I go out. I also need a new batch of jewelry and clothes. She was going to use her scumbag father's credit card. It wasn't her money anyway, so she didn't hesitate at all. Yuan smiled. Sure. The two left the office together and went to a private restaurant that Yuan liked. Li Xiao didn't know how to drive, so Yuan drove. As Yuan drove, he told her about the people in the cast of Shaolin, focusing on the director and the male and female leads. For example, the female lead, Xianxia Hui, and Qian Kaiying didn't get along well. Yuan looked at the time when she was halfway through her sentence. It was already 7:30. It had been 40 minutes since they had set off. It only took 20 minutes to drive from her company to the restaurant. Yuan stopped the car and looked around. Although this road wasn't particularly crowded, it wasn't to the point where they couldn't see a single car. Li Xiao also realized that something was wrong. The wind blew, bringing with it a gloomy aura. She said with certainty, "Ghosts are hitting walls." Ai Wen shuddered. "Are you serious? Could it be a navigation error?" She took out her wallet and took out a banknote. She muttered, "Spirits of the heavens, spirits of the earth, ghosts and gods, retreat." The banknotes were printed with the founding leaders of the country. They were righteous and invincible. Needless to say, this was quite effective. The gloomy wind that had been lingering in the air dissipated. Li Xiao almost laughed out loud. Yuan was quite quick-witted. She bent down, picked up a brick from the side of the road, and injected her spiritual energy into it. Yuan continued to recite the core values of socialism: prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom. The next second, a figure floated over. It was a woman floating in the air. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, her eyes were gloomy, and her feet weren't touching the ground. Her face was full of anger. She was obviously enraged by Yuan's actions and didn't hesitate to show herself. Yuan had been in this circle for a long time. Although she often heard about various supernatural incidents, this was the first time she had personally experienced it. Moreover, she had actually seen a ghost. This made her legs go weak, but she didn't forget to stuff a banknote into Li Xiao's hand as a protective talisman. Li Xiao weighed the brick in her hand and threw it over. This hit almost destroyed the female ghost's soul. Her originally focused soul became illusory. She screamed miserably and disappeared in front of him. Yuan stared blankly at this scene. She stiffly turned her neck to look at Li Xiao. "She left?" Li Xiao nodded and said indifferently, "It seems like she ran away." Then she returned to the car first. Yuan followed behind her and sat back in the driver's seat. She said in a puzzled tone, "Is a brick more useful than banknotes? Then should I carry one with me in the future? Even a ghost couldn't withstand a brick like this." Li Xiao's mouth twitched. When she first met Yuan today, she had a deep impression of him. However, after interacting with him more, she felt that this person had a tendency to be funny. She said, "It has nothing to do with the brick. It's only useful because I threw it." Yuan was good to her, so she was happy to help her. She took out a talisman from her pocket and said, "Carry it with you. It'll keep you safe." Yuan only thought that she had received it from an expert. She immediately put it away and drove again. "Why did that ghost suddenly come to us?" Li Xiao muttered, "It probably has something to do with the Shaolin film crew. The Shaolin film crew has been haunted before. One of the actresses had an accident on set because of it." Yuan frowned. She had been abroad for a while and had just returned a few days ago. She really didn't know the inside story. "Then why are you still going?" Li Xiao said, "Don't worry. If the ghost dares to come, I'll beat them up again." Yuan remembered Li Xiao's clean and efficient moves just now. Her eyebrows relaxed. Li Xiao had a talisman on her, so she should be fine. After the female ghost disappeared, the two of them didn't encounter any more ghosts and went to dinner smoothly. After eating and drinking, Li Xiao didn't go back to the Li clan. She stayed in a hotel outside and happily scrolled through Weibo at night. Yuan's actions were quite fast. The Internet Water Army had already been sent out. Therefore, all the major marketing accounts were praising Qian Kain. It's really not easy for a stepmother to be like Qian Kain. She treats Li Xiao better than her children. She also said that she doesn't want her children to compete with Li Xiao for the family property. Those who said that she was scheming and framed the first wife, hurry up and come out to be beaten up. Our Enin is not that kind of person. Qian Kain knows how to make money, and her children are all top students. She can live well even without the Li clan's business. She's not like that young lady who doesn't know anything. Therefore, she really might not be interested in the Li clan's business. Qian Kain's fans are praising her so much. When she competes with the first wife's daughter in the future, it will be a slap in the face. My Enin is so generous. If President Li insists on giving it to them, they can't refuse. Upstairs, they can donate it. Li Xiao was very happy to see this. If it weren't for the fact that she had to go to the set to sign the contract the next day, she would have continued to comment. Yuan certainly contributed to this kind of public opinion, but Chan Kaiyin's fans also added fuel to the fire and sincerely published small papers. In the eyes of the fans, Chan Kaiyin was kind and gentle, passionate about charity, and had no shortcomings. It was normal that she didn't want to share the family property. Money was an insult to the fairy in their hearts. Li Xiao felt that when Chan Kaiyin saw her fans' praises, her face would probably turn green. She hugged her pillow and fell asleep happily. Chan Kaiyin was taking photos. Today, she was invited to shoot a set of first-tier magazine covers. Although she was nearly 40 years old, she was well-maintained and was not inferior to those young flowers. This year, she was going to shoot 5 first-tier magazines. Whether it was in terms of quantity or quality, she was going to crush the other female stars. She posed with great familiarity. After shooting a set, she took a break and prepared to go to the bathroom. On the way, there were people who greeted her respectfully from time to time. Some people even praised her for being good to her stepdaughter. Chan Kaiyin couldn't help but show a faint smile. Her hard work during this period was not in vain. Everyone could see it. Not like before, there were always people insinuating that she was a mistress and had a worrying character. Yesterday's hard work accompanying Li Xiao to the interview was worth it. She entered the bathroom with a happy mood. After she finished her personal business, she was about to open the door when she heard someone talking outside. When she heard her name, she stopped opening the door. Did you see Weibo? Was he telling the truth? Chan Kaiyin can't be that stupid, right? I don't think she's stupid. Even a fool wouldn't be able to hold President Li in the palm of her hand. Who knows? Maybe she doesn't care about money and is doing it for love. Then she doesn't have to give away all the money she has. I heard that all the assets of the Li clan add up to more than 100 billion yuan. She really isn't tempted and wants to give it all to her stepdaughter. Her fans say that she's a fairy. Of course, fairies are different from mortals like us. We can't insult her with vulgar things like money. Hee, then I'd rather be an ordinary person. Chan Kaiyin felt that something was wrong with this conversation. She panicked. What are they talking about? What Li clan's assets? Although she didn't ask Li Namju about this, Li Namju also told her that he would arrange for her to enter the company after Chiho graduates. Li Namju said that Li Xiao only knew how to spend money and didn't know how to manage the company. If the company was handed over to her, she would lose it sooner or later. He would only be relieved if Chiho took care of it. A few days ago, Li Namju lamented her feelings for Li Xiao. He said that he would give each of them 5% of the company's shares at the 2 children's coming-of-age ceremony in a few months. She hurriedly opened Weibo and saw that model stepmother, Chan Kaiyin, was still on the hot search list. It was ranked first and had a hot tag behind it. Xianxia knew that her manager was the one who paid for the hot search. She just didn't expect that this hot search list had been on since last night. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Her finger trembled slightly as she clicked on it. Although the comments below were praising her, almost to the point of praising her to the heavens. But the praises were too much. When did she say that she wouldn't let her children take the Li clan's assets? Chiho and Qian Fei were also Nanju's children. They had suffered a lot with her since they were young. Although she wouldn't fight for it, she wouldn't let her children lose what they deserved. But the comments with the most cues and the most likes seemed to be the fans she was familiar with. Each and every one of them said it with sincerity, as if they had witnessed her rejecting the Li clan's assets. Chan Kaiyin felt her vision go dark. Her body was a little unstable. Li Xiao, accompanied by Yuan, successfully signed the contract with director Zhou. Senator she could start filming the day after tomorrow. Before that, she had to read the entire script. After signing the contract, Li Xiao said to Zhou Sen, who seemed to be in a good mood, "I encountered a ghost yesterday." A ghost? Zhou Sen wanted to smoke again. Are you okay? Li Xiao said calmly, I'm fine, I hit it with a brick and it ran away. But she felt that the ghost would come to the set again and wouldn't let it go so easily. Yesterday, the ghost ran too fast and she didn't have time to catch it. She was short of manpower, so it would be a waste not to take the ghost. Zhou Sen's crew was unusually calm last night and there were no more ghosts. He thought that it had stopped, but who knew that the ghost would pester Li Xiao. He looked up at Li Xiao, only to see the eagerness in the little girl's eyes. Wait, am I seeing things? Aren't you afraid? He couldn't help but ask. Li Xiao blinked. I'm okay. Zhou Sen didn't know what to say. Although the scene of Li Xiao breaking the door yesterday left a deep impression on him. But he felt that it should be the charm on the sword that played a role. He could only comfort her. Don't worry, I've already invited a master. He'll be here the day after tomorrow. That master was very difficult to invite, and he had to do some favors to invite him. Li Xiao nodded and didn't say anything. After the contract was signed, she and Yuan left first. She still had to look at houses and buy houses today. Yuan said, if you want to buy, you don't need to find an agent. Zhang Hanbai has a villa that she wants to sell. I have a good relationship with her, so you can ask her. Zhang Hanbai was the heavenly queen of China. She was brimming with talent and a rare creative talent. Her albums were basically composed by herself. Her debut album was a hit, and then she released several platinum albums. She was a well-known female singer and had a high national popularity. Yuan was very concerned about Li Xiao's matters. When he heard that she wanted to buy a house, he thought of this. She continued, Zhang Hanbai bought that villa 5 years ago. She spent 60 million at that time. With the current property prices, that villa can be sold for 90 million. Including the renovations, it's almost 100 million. But Zhang Hanbai is in a hurry to get rid of it, so it should be cheaper, but it can't be cheaper. Li Xiao said generously, it's okay, money is not a problem. Anyway, it wasn't her money that was being spent. Yuan smiled, what else are you going to buy? Li, clothes and jewelry. Gold was. Yuan drove her directly to the department store. Shopping always made people happy, especially when they were using Li Nanji's credit card. Their mood was even better. Li Namjie gave her a credit limit of 20 million. It was said that there were only 100 of these cards in the world. Li Xiao didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. In fact, her fashion sense could only be described as ordinary, but she had Yuan as a reference. According to Yuan, she was a natural clothes hanger. She was especially suited for colorful clothes. After she bought enough clothes and bags, she suddenly remembered that she still needed to buy a matching hat, so she wanted to buy a few more. Yuan helped her put the things she bought back into the car. If Li Xiao kept burying them, she wouldn't be able to carry them even if she had 4 hands. While Li Xiao was slowly choosing, a soft voice sounded behind her. Xiao Xiao. Long time no see. Li Xiao turned around and saw a fashionably dressed girl with several bags in her hands. She nonchalantly picked up a hat with a price tag of more than 5,000 and tried it on, ignoring the person. The girl gritted her teeth, are you pretending you didn't see me? Li Xiao put the hat back and said casually, sorry, I don't remember your name. Why don't you introduce yourself again? Li Xiao's attitude undoubtedly angered the girl. Her face was like a dye factory. She mocked Li Xiao, do you really think you're still the young miss of the Li clan? You've actually fallen to the point of buying a hat yourself. In the past, Li Xiao would be given the new products of the season by the major luxury brands for her to choose from. She was like a princess. She was always surrounded by people who chased after her. Lu Yushan was one of them. It should be said that when she was in high school, she was like Li Xiao's follower. She could only curry favor with Li Xiao so that she could get to know more people in the upper class. Lu Yushan was greatly satisfied to see the princess who used to be the moon surrounded by stars fall to the mortal world and lose her former glory. Especially when she saw that Li Xiao was actually wearing clothes from last year and didn't even have a bag in her hands. She was even worse than her. Her family's company's income had doubled compared to last year. Her monthly allowance was enough for her to buy a few branded items. She thought about the gossip she heard 2 days ago. Li Xiao had been kicked out by a production crew and couldn't even film. Lu Yushan's anger turned into a smile, if you can't afford a hat here, I can give you one. After all, you took care of me a lot in the past. In fact, Li Xiao didn't retort because she was thinking about a problem. What? so she could buy things without going out? So she had the right to choose any luxury goods that were given to her. She really didn't understand the life of the rich. When she came back to her senses, she saw the girl who had just mocked her arrogantly say to the salesperson, "I want to buy this hat and pack it up for Miss Li." The term young miss that came out of her mouth was full of mockery. Li Xiao calmly said to the salesperson, "I want this hat in all colors. Pack it up for me." Then she turned to the girl whose name she still didn't know and said, "Can you pay for me? If you don't, then get lost." She didn't expect that she would become rich one day. It really wasn't easy. Lu Yushan was speechless. She could afford a hat, but she couldn't afford to buy a hat in all colors. Li Zhao's fighting spirit was still very strong. After a day, she really maxed out the credit card Lu Namju gave her. She was still a little unsatisfied. Shopping was really addictive. Only a third of the things she bought today were clothing. The rest were jewelry that could be easily sold for cash. She decided to go back to the Li clan and remind Lu Namju to help her pay off her credit card debt so she could continue to spend. Also, the money to buy the villa would be paid for by Lu Namju. Although the original owner had enough money to buy a house, she wasn't stupid enough to use her own money. Yuan received a phone call and had to go back to work. Apparently, a popular young man in the company suddenly announced that he was in a relationship. He didn't even tell his manager. Now the company was in a terrible state because of this, and she had to go back to help clean up the mess. Li Xiao called the family's driver to pick her up. On the other side, her father, Lu Namju, was clearly in a bad mood. He came back from a meeting and his assistant came over with the bill. He looked like he wanted to say something. The long bill was the result of his eldest daughter's afternoon work. Lu Namju wasn't short on money, but spending 20 million yuan in one afternoon was beyond his expectations. The veins on his forehead were about to pop out. The anger emitted from his body made his assistant speechless. "Good, very good." He angrily went home. When he saw Li Xiao comfortably nestled on the sofa, the anger in his heart burned to 70%. "You're really something. You can spend 20 million yuan in one afternoon. Your little brother and sister might not even spend that much in a year." When he said this, he chose to ignore the extra money and expensive gifts he bought for the two children. He only felt that Chan Kaiying gave birth to a good child for him. Li Xiao was reading the gossip magazine with great interest. When she heard Lu Namju's tone, she put down the magazine and said seriously, "Actually, I'm doing this for Auntie's sake." Lu Namju felt that this was very harsh to the ear. "What does this have to do with your auntie?" Jiayin was already very good to Xiao Xiao. Was she still not satisfied? Li Xiao sighed. "I went shopping this afternoon and met an old friend. When she saw me, she laughed at me for wearing last year's clothes. She also mocked me for being the eldest daughter of the Li clan and for not being able to afford clothes from the current season. She said that I was too poor." Lu Namju heard this and looked a little embarrassed. As a man, he had always been careless in this area. He couldn't be expected to remember such trivial things. "So, in order not to lose face, I could only buy more." She continued, "What made me most angry was that she was still trying to drive a wedge between us." Lu Namju said angrily, "What else did she say to you?" Li Xiao said, "She said that when my mother was still alive, I didn't even need to go out to buy things. All the major luxury companies would take the initiative to bring things to me and say that I was now a phoenix in dire straits. She also said that I had a stepfather after having a stepmother." She sighed deeply. "It's okay if my reputation is bad. I'm used to it anyway. But when she talked about Auntie, I wasn't happy. Auntie was so good to me. She was simply a model stepmother. How could I let her be misunderstood by those people outside? So, I bought more things. I wanted to clear Auntie's name. Actually, I was very tired after carrying so many things home. I didn't want to. But for Auntie's reputation and the face of the Li clan, I had to work hard this time." Yes, maxing out her credit card was also physical work. She had shopped all 5 floors of the department store. She had sacrificed a lot. She had sacrificed her physical strength. Regardless of whether Lu Namju believed it or not, she believed it anyway. The more Li Xiao spoke, the more moved she was by her noble sentiments. She was really a good person. Which stepdaughter would be as considerate of her stepmother's reputation as she was, Lu Namju, so, it was reasonable for her to spend money? But from Xiaoxiao's point of view, it was indeed reasonable. She used to spend money like this. If she didn't spend it, people outside would think that she was being mistreated. Li Zhao's gaze fell on Chen Kain, who had just returned home. Don't worry, Dad. For Auntie's reputation, I will spend money like before. Auntie loves me so much. She will definitely support me. She had heard the conversation at the door? Chen Kain, who was almost certain, felt extremely sullen. She clearly had the reputation she wanted, but she felt uncomfortable in her heart. She looked at Li Xiao, who was in high spirits, and didn't understand what went wrong. By the way, Dad, I have to join the cast the day after tomorrow. My credit card is out of money, and I have to treat the cast and crew to a meal. Li Xiao desperately hinted at Lu Namju to help her pay off her credit card so that she could continue to use it. Lu Namju was silent for a moment, then said, I'll ask my assistant to take care of this. Li Zhao's tone was cheerful. I also have my eyes on a villa, she continued to hint at Lu Namju. Chen Kain felt that this couldn't go on. Although the Li clan was rich, they couldn't afford to spend money like Li Xiao. She asked gently, is it because you're not comfortable living at home? Xiao, it's better to live at home. At least there's someone to take care of you. Li Xiao glanced at her, it's too tiring to drive back and forth every day. Did you live at home when you were filming? Chen Kain was about to say something, but Li Xiao showed an impatient look. When Li Qianxing was studying abroad, he also bought a house for convenience. She then showed a sad expression, if Mom was still here, I wouldn't be stopped from buying a house. There's a difference between a biological mother and a stepmother. I thought I could treat Auntie as my own biological mother. Zhang Jiayin felt the familiar feeling of being wronged once again. With Li Zhao's personality, she would definitely buy a big villa with an expensive price, so it was normal for her to ask. She only asked, but why did Li Xiao act like she was bullying her? When he heard his daughter mention Su Manqin, Lu Namju's expression changed slightly, and it was quite complicated. Although he still hated Su Manqin's viciousness, he didn't regret what he did to the Su family. However, Su Manqin had indeed given him some help at the beginning of the marriage. This was something that could not be erased. Before he knew about the existence of Chiho Kaishek and Qian Fei, Li Xiao was his only daughter and the Li clan's most cherished daughter. It's just buying a house. It's not a big deal. Besides, a house was also a type of asset. Buying a house for Xiaoxiao was better than buying random things. After asking Li Xiao how much money she needed, he took out another card and gave it to Li Xiao. Li Xiao originally wanted to use the termination of the contract to get more money from Lu Namju. However, even a rich man like Lu Namju wouldn't be able to stand such an obvious scam. He would probably get angry, so it was better to wait a little longer. With this money and a big house, even if the original owner came back and had a falling out with Lu Namju, she wouldn't have to worry about not having enough money for the rest of her life. In order to avoid any more problems, she prepared to buy the villa tomorrow. She also packed up all the jewelry and branded items in the room and prepared to bring them to the villa. Although she didn't understand the jewelry market, looking at the shiny jewelry, she was afraid that it would add up to a few $100 million. The next day, she couldn't wait to go find the Heavenly Queen, Zhang Hanbai with Yuan. Zhang Hanbai offered a price of 85 million yuan, which was a fair price. After all, the decoration of her villa was really good. In addition, the location was quite good, so it would be easy to sell the villa in the future. The only thing that made Li Xiao a little depressed was that she still had to pay a few million in taxes. Zhang Hanbai had red wavy curls and looked very charming. She was also a straightforward person and accompanied Li Xiao to go through the transfer procedures. Li Xiao liked this kind of straightforward person. In addition, Zhang Hanbai was also Yuan's friend, so she didn't mind doing her a favor. Your forehead is full and your nose is like a hanging gallbladder. I can see that you have a rich appearance. She first praised Zhang Hanbai's appearance and then changed the topic, but I see that there are horizontal red marks on your Xikong and Zhongxing areas, and there are red dots under your eyes. I'm afraid that you'll lose a lot of money in the next week. It should be because of the falling out between husband and wife. Yuan was listening with a smile, but when he heard this, he couldn't help but glare at Li Xiao. don't think that you're an expert just because you read a few books on the internet. What red marks? Why can't I see them? Besides, Hanbai isn't married yet. How could there be a falling out between husband and wife? Li Xiao was very confident in her own appearance. Of course, normal people couldn't see these things. If they could, then they weren't normal people. Just like Li Namju and Chan Kain, based on their appearance, they would be rich for a period of time in the future. On the other side, Zhang Hanbai was stunned. Everyone in the industry thought that she was single until now. Other than her few close friends, no one knew that she was actually married. She was married to Su Renda, who was popular in the industry and had many girlfriends and fans. This time, it was because Su Renda and his company were unhappy and wanted to terminate the contract. However, when Su Renda signed the contract, he set a high penalty for breaking the contract. In order to pay for him, she was prepared to sell the villa. If Li Xiao had simply said that she would lose money soon, Zhang Hanbai might not have taken it to heart. However, Li Xiao had pointed out the truth of her hidden marriage. Yuan looked at Zhang Hanbai's expression and more or less guessed it. The corner of his mouth twitched. Wait, you're really married? Zhang Hanbai came back to her senses and regained her calm expression. She picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. This posture was obviously a tacit admission. Li Xiao's reminder could be considered a favor. She didn't say anything else and just focused on eating. Needless to say, the desserts in this restaurant were really good. They weren't worse than the dessert chef specially hired by the Li clan. She ate happily, but the other two people at the table tasted like chewing wax. Obviously, they weren't in the mood to enjoy the food. Therefore, Li Xiao took advantage of the rest and basically went into her stomach. After the meal, Yuan sent Li Xiao home first. In the car, she couldn't help but ask again, Xiao Xiao, do you know a master? Did the master ask you to remind Zhang Hanbai? Other than that, she couldn't think of any other reason. Li Xiao patted her shoulder and said, I saw your face. Recently, rotten peach blossoms have come knocking on your door. You have to be careful. She opened the door and got out of the car. Yuan looked at her back and frowned slightly. After a while, she muttered, really? Although she still didn't believe it, she clearly remembered Li Xiao's words in her heart. Stop, let's reshoot this scene again, the director said. Chan Kain, who had another bad take, bit her lower lip and apologized to everyone. Sorry, I'm not in a good state today. I'll adjust as soon as possible and try not to drag everyone down. She had already made more than 10 bad takes for this scene. But when she thought about what had happened at the Li clan last night, Chan Kain found it difficult to concentrate on the scene. After making so many bad takes, it was impossible for the director to say that he didn't have any complaints. Chan Kain's performance today was really unworthy of her title as the best actress. But Chan Kain put down her pride and apologized sincerely. Plus, she was still Mrs. Li, so the director could only endure it and comfort her. Everyone has a bad day. Why don't you go and rest first? He'd better shoot other people's scenes first. He couldn't keep delaying it because of Chan Kain. Chan Kain nodded. As soon as she came down, her assistant served the iced watermelon that had been cut. The watermelon was cut into pieces and exuded a cool feeling. Just looking at it made people feel better. Chan Kain said to her assistant, you go and rest too. She paused for a moment and added, go buy some barbecue, beer, and drinks tonight. Treat everyone to supper. Buy more and don't forget the staff. They're also working very hard. She was always good at dealing with people and immediately thought of a way to apologize. Ren Pintang, who was walking towards Chan Kain, happened to hear this and a gentle expression appeared on his face. Jiayin was kind. Even if they were ordinary staff, she never looked down on them and treated them equally. Even though she had been in this industry for so long, her kind nature had never changed. It was just like when they first met. He had been too busy last year and had originally planned to take a year off this year. But after knowing that Jiayin had taken on this film, he couldn't help but audition for the male lead. If he couldn't be with her in real life, then it would be good to satisfy his wish in the film. Chan Kain heard footsteps and turned her head. Her tone was a little more cheerful. Remember not to add coriander and spring onions in one of the servings. Our great actor doesn't like them. Ren Pintang coughed. You still remember my taste. Chan Kain smiled sweetly. We're friends. The tenderness on Ren Pintang's face was almost tangible. His deep gaze made Chan Kain's ears a little hot. She quickly changed the topic. Is my makeup smudged? Ren Pintang lowered his eyes and sat down beside her. No, it's just that you've been a little haggard recently. Is there anything bothering you these past few days? Chan Kain wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she shook her head. No, there's nothing at all. It's just that the weather is hot, so I'm in a bad mood. In Ren Pintang's eyes, her attitude was clearly trying to hide something. Ren Pintang's face darkened. Is someone bullying you because you have a good temper? Chan Kain forced a smile. Who can bully me now? Don't think too much. Ren Pintang didn't believe her words. Jiayin was always like this. Even if she was bullied, she would never complain. She would bear it silently. No matter how much he asked, she probably wouldn't say anything. Knowing that he couldn't get a clear answer from Chan Kain, he simply found an opportunity to ask Chan Kain's assistant. Who has been giving Jiayin a hard time recently? Although Lan Namju was his rival in love and they hated each other, Ren Pintang also knew that Lan Namju also loved Jiayin deeply and wouldn't bully her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have simply let her go in the first place. Assistant Xiao Gao suddenly showed an angry expression. Who else could it be other than that big missy? Li Xiao. A gorgeous and arrogant face suddenly appeared in Ren Pintang's mind. His eyes flashed with disgust. It really was her. Lan Namju's eldest daughter often targeted Jiayin, so he couldn't help but take action and teach her a little lesson. He thought that after she suffered a loss, she would learn to be a little more obedient. He didn't expect that she would still do things her own way and run over to bully Jiayin. It seemed that the loss she suffered wasn't big enough. Good, very good, he didn't believe that he couldn't teach a girl a lesson. Li Xiao was very satisfied right now. Not just a normal kind of satisfaction. Such a big villa. Now it belonged to her. Although the Li clan's residence was bigger and more luxurious, it wasn't hers. She put away all the jewelry and branded goods she took from the Li clan's residence in her bedroom. The villa that Zhang Hanbai sold her had 3 floors. Each floor was more than 200 square meters and there was also a small garden. However, since the house was so big, she would definitely have to hire a cleaner to clean it every day. Now that she had her own territory, she could finally do what she wanted to do. Li Xiao bought a lot of yellow paper, cinnabar, peach wood, talisman brushes, and other materials and began to draw. Although she had drawn a few before, it was just a small matter. Among all the talismans, her favorite were the Thunder Talisman and the Fireball Talisman. Therefore, she drew the most of them. In addition, she set up a formation around the villa. If someone came in, she would be able to sense it. As for the bedroom, she set up a camouflage formation. Other than her, no one else could enter. After doing this, she used up most of the spiritual power in her body. Li Xiao was a bit tired. She had a good night's sleep. The next day, she went to the set to prepare for her scenes. As soon as she entered the set, she was to shoot a scene with the male lead. The male lead was played by a little fresh meat, Chen Yilan. Although Chen Yilan was a little fresh meat, he was also a professional. In addition, he usually put in a lot of effort. His acting skills could be said to be remarkable. In this movie, De Shaolin, Li Xiao played the role of the 4th female lead, Xiang. After killing her father, she wholeheartedly studied martial arts. As for the followers of the demon sect, as long as they didn't violate the law, Xiang basically didn't care about them. Because of her strength, even the followers who wanted to cause trouble had to consider whether or not they could withstand her sword. For a while, the demon sect was calm and peaceful. Now that the devil sect had stopped, the righteous faction could no longer sit still. The newly appointed Wulin alliance leader had fought his way out of the encirclement of numerous sects with great difficulty and sat in this position. He was preparing to make an example out of this person to raise the prestige of the righteous faction and take the opportunity to stabilize his position. In the process, he could also eliminate dissidents. It could be said that he was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If the demonic cult knew their place, they would have no reason to attack. What else could he do? Of course, he had to create an excuse even if he didn't have one. In a short period of time, there were a few more massacres in Jianghu that pointed their swords at the devil cult. The male lead was originally a Shaolin disciple. His maternal grandfather's family was one of the families that had been exterminated. For the sake of investigation and revenge, he infiltrated the devil sect and met Xianxia for the first time. When they first met, Xianxia figured out his identity from his kung fu. However, because she was curious about Shaolin kung fu, she did not expose the male lead. Instead, she asked him to stay and discuss kung fu with him. The male lead didn't know that the previous leader of the devil sect had died, and thought that Xianxia was that leader's concubine. Although she had done her homework in advance, Li Xiao couldn't help but have a few NGs before she successfully completed the scene for the first time. Joseon was already very satisfied. The number of NGs was within the normal range, and he had also filmed a very good scene. Li Xiao's action of drawing the sword was neat and handsome, and it was done in one go. After Li Xiao finished filming this scene, she began to memorize the lines for the next scene. She didn't have many scenes, so she hoped that she could finish them within a month. As she memorized the lines, she watched the director and the others film the other scenes. She had one more scene tonight. After she finished filming tonight's scene, her next scene was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Filming was naturally more difficult than Li Xiao had imagined. It wasn't hard on the body, but on the mind. To Li Xiao, action scenes were a piece of cake for her. It wasn't difficult at all. However, it was also very tiring to be immersed in the role and act as someone else. By the time she finished filming tonight's scene, it was already late at night. The crew had also arranged a room for her, so she didn't have to go back to the villa. Li Xiao decided to make do for the night. After returning to her room, she turned on the faucet in the bathroom and prepared to wash her face. She saw a sticky red liquid slowly flowing down from the faucet, and her nose was filled with the faint smell of blood. Li Xiao's expression didn't change, and she prepared to turn off the faucet. However, it was as if there was a force stopping her, making her unable to turn the faucet even half an inch. She slightly narrowed her eyes, gathered her spiritual power, and forcefully turned the faucet. A mournful scream sounded, and in the next second an illusory figure appeared. Li Xiao forcefully pulled, and the other party was forcibly pulled out. The one she caught was the female ghost from last time. At that time, she ran very fast, so Li Xiao didn't catch her, but this time, she caught her in the act. The female ghost wanted to leave, but she couldn't break free. The place where Li Xiao grabbed her made her feel pain that she hadn't felt for a long time, and her expression became ferocious. Li Xiao took out a talisman with her other hand and directly stuck it on her body, making her unable to move. The female ghost couldn't leave, and could only look at Li Xiao with resentment. Li Xiao sneered, "If you look at me like that again, don't blame me for sending you into the cycle of reincarnation." This was already the second time this female ghost had provoked her. At this time, everyone had just finished filming, and most of them were still removing their makeup and taking a shower. They hadn't gone to sleep yet, but when they heard the female scream coming from Li Xiao's room, their hearts couldn't help but thump, and they hurriedly ran over, in case something really happened. Li Xiao hadn't dealt with the female ghost yet, when she heard banging on her door. "Li Xiao? Are you there? We're coming in?" Li Xiao directly opened the door. Outside the door were director Zhou Sen, the male and female leads of this film, Xianxia and Chen Yilan. Zhou Sen lowered his head and saw the long-haired female ghost with a cold expression. He was so scared that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Who is this? The difference between a ghost and a human was very obvious. The female ghost's face was blue, and her body was somewhat illusory. Through her body, one could see the furniture behind her. Li Xiao looked indifferent. "Hasn't your crew been haunted before? It should be her. Today, she wanted to scare me, but I directly caught her." Xianxia's beautiful face turned pale. She patted her chest and looked at Li Xiao with a surprised expression. "You're really good." Li Xiao said, "I just learned a little by myself." Zhou Sen walked in and asked the female ghost directly, "How did our crew offend you? Why do you keep causing trouble?" He didn't have any impression of this female ghost, nor did he remember that he had offended her. The female ghost closed her mouth and didn't speak, obviously afraid of something. Li Xiao said calmly, if you tell the truth, you still have a chance to be reincarnated. If you don't, there won't be a future. She took out a talisman, and the threat was obvious. The female ghost's expression changed. After a while, she said, my ashes are with Lin Xianyu. Lin Xianyu, this name sounded familiar. Zhou was stunned for a moment. He gritted his teeth and said, it's her? Fortunately, because of Lin Xianyu's injury and loss of her role, he felt guilty towards her. Not only did he recommend her to another director, but he was also prepared to look for her if there was a suitable role in the future. When he said this, Li Xiao remembered that Lin Xianyu was the actress who had played the role of Xiang. It was also because she had been injured during filming. The doctor said that she had injured her muscles and bones, and she would need at least 3 months to recover. The crew couldn't afford any delays, so they could only find another suitable actress. After her accident, there were many rumors of haunted scenes in the crew. Many people thought that her injury was caused by evil spirits. In the end, the cause was reversed. If this female ghost's ashes were in her hands, it was no wonder that she would listen to her instructions and cause trouble. Xianxia Hui's expression didn't look too good either. Anyone who knew that there was such an existence in the crew couldn't help but tremble in fear. Zhou said coldly, Lin Xianyu has been injured for a while now. We've been filming together for a while, so it's time to visit her in the hospital. From his tone, he was really angry this time. He tried to suppress the anger in his heart and asked Li Xiao, how should we deal with this female ghost? Compared to before, his attitude now was more respectful. Li Xiao obviously wasn't an ordinary person to be able to make a female ghost like this. Li Xiao casually opened the lunchbox on the table, and then, in front of everyone, he sucked in the blood of his brothers, who were startled to see him. Okay, just put it in there for now. I'll give it to Lin Xianyu as a present tomorrow. The little fresh meat, Chen Yilin, opened his mouth slightly. So cruel, ********. The next day, the director gave the crew a day off. Naturally, it was met with a wave of flattery. Zhou and Li Xiao went to the hospital to visit Lin Xianyu. Lu Hao suddenly remembered something. The crew has been haunted for so long. Didn't you ask anyone to come take a look? This didn't make sense. Zhou touched his bald head and said, I invited a master before, and he was supposed to come. In the end, that master overslept and missed the flight. Li Xiao. What bad luck. Zhou immediately flattered him. But if he didn't oversleep, I wouldn't have known that there was a master hidden in our crew. That's right. In Zhou eyes, Li Xiao was definitely a master. The two chatted along the way and soon arrived at the hospital. Lin Xianyu was only a B-list actress. She was originally chosen because she had some martial arts skills. Therefore, during her stay in the hospital, except for a few days ago, there was basically no one who came to visit her. When Li Xiao arrived, Lin Xianyu was watching a movie on the computer. When she saw their arrival, she was stunned for a moment. Then, she acted as if nothing had happened. Zhou Dao, why are you here? Who is this? Li Xiao didn't believe that she didn't know her identity. She smiled slightly. I'm Li Xiao. I'm currently playing Xiang in the crew. Lin Xianyu was stabbed. No matter how good her self-control was, she couldn't hold it in anymore. She continued, I happened to be free today, so I came to see you. I also brought a gift for you. She took out the lunchbox and said with a smile, I made this myself. You can try it. It definitely won't disappoint you. Lin Xianyu was a little confused by her behavior, but she still maintained a polite expression. Thank you so much. She originally thought that even if she hated this lady who stole her role, she would symbolically taste it. But when she opened the lunchbox, a female ghost suddenly jumped out. Lin Xianyu's expression changed. Her hand trembled and the lunchbox fell. Lin Xianyu wasn't a fool. After seeing this gift, how could he not know that what he had done before had been exposed? She took a deep breath and said, You are better than I thought. Zhou couldn't take it anymore and said, Have I done anything wrong to you? Now that you can't act, are you planning to ruin my film? Lin Xianyu bit her lower lip and said, I have studied this role for a long time. Give me a chance and I will not let this film down. Zhou was so angry that he laughed when he heard her evasive words. So the money we wasted was not considered money? Because of Lin Shanyu's actions, their filming progress had slowed down and they had to delay it for a few days. Every day was a waste of money. Thinking of this, if it weren't for the fact that he didn't hit women, he would have beaten Lin Shanyu up. Lin Shanyu took a deep breath and tried to make herself look calm, but the resentment in her voice more or less exposed her feelings. I didn't expect you to choose a vase who doesn't know how to act. Is it because she is willing to invest money into the production team? Her anger was obviously directed at Li Xiao. In Lin Shanyu's eyes, Li Xiao was useless except for her looks and family background. She was even kicked out of the production team because she was terrible at acting. However, such a person had easily stolen the role she had worked so hard to get. How could she not be angry? Although she was pretty, she was not eye-catching in the entertainment industry where beautiful women were everywhere. Plus, she had no backing, so she suffered a lot. She had worked hard to get every role. She wasn't afraid of hardship or tiredness, but she was afraid that she would never succeed. The role of Great Shaolin was the best resource she could get. Plus, the Xiang character was very good. When it was broadcast, it would attract a wave of fans. Lin Shanyu had put in a lot of effort into this role, but there was an accident on set and all her efforts went to waste. When she was lying in the hospital, Zhou Dao had paid her the compensation for the breach of contract, recommended her to other directors, and said that he would look for her if there were any suitable roles in the future. However, she still couldn't let it go. At first, she just wanted to delay it for a while so that she could successfully return to the production team. When she found out that Zhou Dao had chosen Li Xiao to replace her, her anger and resentment filled her chest. How could Li Xiao, who didn't like acting and was just a playful person, easily get the role she worked so hard to get? Why didn't she wait for her? Li Xiao met her resentful eyes and laughed instead. Bring money into the production team? If I had that money, I might as well save it. Have you seen the scenes I've acted in? If you haven't seen it, then why are you smearing my reputation based on your imagination? Lin Shanyu didn't say anything, but her expression was filled with dissatisfaction. It was obvious that she didn't believe Li Xiao's words. Zhou Sun said in a low voice, her acting isn't worse than yours. If you don't believe me, you can see it for yourself when it's broadcasted. He just wanted to see if Lin Shanyu had any intention of changing. Seeing that she didn't seem to regret it, he didn't want to waste his breath on her. If someone asked him, he wouldn't hide the truth for Lin Shanyu. Lin Shanyu's face turned pale. Subconsciously, she didn't want to believe Zhou Sun's words. If Li Xiao got the role based on her own abilities, then her actions during this time would be a joke. Li Xiao felt a familiar aura from Lin Shanyu. She frowned slightly. Who taught you how to exorcise ghosts? She could tell that Lin Shanyu didn't know how to use yin-yang magic. Someone must have taught her how to control female ghosts. Moreover, there was a familiar aura on her body. Could it be someone she knew? A chubby bird suddenly appeared in her mind. Was it? Lin Shanyu didn't say anything. Clearly, she didn't want to tell her. Even if she didn't say anything, Li Xiao had her ways. She didn't stay in the hospital and left. Zhou Sun went back to the set. As for Li Xiao, her target was Lin Shanyu's house. Although she didn't know where Lin Shanyu lived, she could ask Yuan. Yuan had a lot of connections, and Lin Shanyu didn't hide her address, so he quickly sent her the address. Li Xiao didn't move. Instead, she stayed in the villa and drew a few more invisibility charms on herself. When night fell, she took advantage of the darkness to move. She first took a taxi to Lin Shanyu's neighborhood and put an invisibility charm on herself. Although the neighborhood's gate was closed at this time, the height of the gate wasn't enough to stop Li Xiao. With a tap of her foot, she quietly landed on the other side without making a sound. However, the access card stumped her. Li Xiao waited for a long time before someone came in and out. When the door opened, she went inside in a flash. Coincidentally, a cute girl with 2 ponytails was in the elevator. She was holding her phone and smiling brightly at the camera. Come, Little Bunny is going to livestream this so-called elevator game for everyone today. Can the elevator game bring Little Bunny to another world? Let's wait and see. Li Xiao froze. Elevator game? What was that? She quickly looked it up on the internet and couldn't help but shake her head. It was a popular supernatural game. Young people these days were really bold. They dared to play all kinds of games. They really weren't afraid of attracting something they couldn't deal with. Thinking like this, she didn't realize that she was also a young person. She walked into the elevator. In any case, she had the invisibility charm, so no one could see her. Let her think, which floor did Xianxia live on? It seemed to be 502, the girl who called herself Little Rabbit tapped the elevator button. First, you have to choose an empty elevator and press the 4th floor. She pressed the 4th floor and saw that the 5th floor next to the 4th floor also lit up. She stared blankly at the lit 5th floor and suddenly felt a little cold. Li Xiao walked out of the 5th floor and threw the crying girl to the back of her mind. She just scared her a little today. She hoped that she wouldn't play this kind of supernatural story in the future. Some ghosts didn't have good tempers. It was easy to invite them in but difficult to send them away. She arrived at Lin Shanyu's house and painfully took out the talisman to pass through the wall. She wasn't familiar with this talisman. When she drew it, she failed several times before succeeding. She wasted a lot of her materials. When she successfully entered Lin Shanyu's house, she heard a weak voice. It was so familiar. I'm so hungry. I'm starving. Woo-woo. She saw a gray sparrow lying on the table with a weak appearance. Suddenly, the sparrow seemed to sense something and turned to Li Xiao's direction. Its eyes turned and its expression was very human. Li Xiao removed the invisibility charm and directly picked up the sparrow. I've fattened it up. It's ready to be cooked. When the sparrow spirit saw Li Xiao, it was pleasantly surprised. Then it welcomed this bad news. It wailed, I've watched over the mountain gate for you. I pulled out the grass for you. I picked peaches for you. I've been loyal to you. My loyalty to you can be seen by the heavens. Li Xiao clenched her teeth and said, You also caused me to lose the battle. If it weren't for your incessant chatter during my battle, I wouldn't have come to this inexplicable world. She spoke halfway and her expression went blank for a moment because she remembered something important. After seeing the sparrow spirit, the memory that was originally buried deep in her mind began to recover. Speaking of which, the sparrow spirit seemed to be talking about a novel. The female protagonist was called Chan Kain and the male protagonist was called Lu Namju. A seemingly absurd guess that was likely to be true appeared in her mind. She stared at the sparrow spirit. When I was fighting, do you still remember the content of the novel you were reading? The sparrow spirit, who had a strong desire to survive, ignored the hunger in its stomach and quickly said, I remember. It's about an ordinary girl, Chan Kain, who mistakenly entered the entertainment industry. Because she was framed, she had an affair with the president, Lu Namju. After finding out that she was pregnant, she went abroad to give birth to a pair of twins. The son is the world's #1 hacker, and the daughter is very lucky. Everyone loves her. Li Xiao sneered. Go on. She didn't expect her guess to be true. She originally thought that she was just crossing into a so-called parallel world or a small world. Who knew that it was very likely to be a world in a novel? She came to find the sparrow spirit just to find a familiar friend, but in the end, it was an unexpected surprise. After she returned to China, she took her daughter to participate in variety shows, filmed movies, and became a movie queen. She met Lu Namju again. Lu Namju's first wife, Su Manqin, deliberately tried to break them up. She used all kinds of vicious means. In the end, she got what she deserved, and her reputation was ruined. Because the novel was read a week ago, the sparrow spirit's memory was quite deep. It was relatively easy to recall the plot at this time. Li Xiao said expressionlessly, Su Manqin is Lu Namju's wife. It's natural for her to obstruct them. How is that vicious? The sparrow spirit was unaware. Because she obstructed the male and female protagonist? If it weren't for her creating misunderstandings, the male and female protagonists would have been together long ago. How could it have been delayed for so many years? There are so many female protagonists like her in novels. I'm tired of reading them. If this female protagonist's daughter didn't have the same name as you, Xiao, I wouldn't be interested in reading. In the novel, Chan Kain's son became the #1 hacker when he was 10 years old. He's really amazing. Li Xiao put on a fake smile. You've read Transmigration novels before, right? This sparrow spirit usually liked to steal books from the foot of the mountain to read. Most of them were romance novels. When it saw something interesting, it liked to read it to her. It also argued that stealing books wasn't stealing. Every time Li Xiao found it, she would hang it upside down on a tree. However, it still didn't change. Later, it only learned how to steal books and gave them money for the books. The sparrow spirit's tone was excited. Do you want to read it too? I can recommend you a few of my treasured books. Li Xiao interrupted it. No, I just want to tell you that my name is Li Xiao now. My father is Lu Namju, and my mother is Su Manqin. She smiled. I'm the vicious female antagonist you said. The sparrow spirit seemed to have been strangled. It kept quiet out of fear. Li Xiao took out a pen and placed it in front of it. Come, write down everything you remember about the plot of this book. The sparrow spirit almost cried out. But I'm just a little sparrow. Sob sob sob, it couldn't even transform. How could it write? When it was trapped in this place, it couldn't even rely on its own strength to get out. Li Xiao's tone was so gentle that it made its body tremble. If you can't do it, you can fry it in the pot. I think stir-fried sparrows should be quite delicious. The sparrow spirit immediately flapped its wings. I think I can try again. At this moment, even if it didn't know how to write, it had to. The sparrow spirit cried and hugged the pen with its wings. It looked like it was in great pain. Li Xiao thought for a moment and said, forget it. Don't write it now. The sparrow spirit was moved. Xiao Xiao, I know you are good to me. Write it when we get back to my place. Otherwise, who knows how long you will have to write it. Li Xiao coldly interrupted her delusions. This sparrow spirit was originally an ordinary sparrow. However, one day, it accidentally swallowed several bottles of expired elixirs that Li Xiao threw away. So, it was lucky that it gained intelligence and could speak human language. Calling it a sparrow spirit was an overstatement. Its ability was limited to this. Every day, except for eating and sleeping, it read novels. It had no ambition at all. When Li Xiao preached to it, it could even doze off. If it wasn't for its existence, Li Xiao's loneliness on the mountain more or less, Li Xiao would have already cooked this useless sparrow. The sparrow spirit said, then I have to eat. I have to eat a lot. I have been hungry for several days. It felt very wronged. It had eaten everything in the house. These 2 days, it could only drink water to satisfy its hunger. It wanted to leave here, but it was weak. It couldn't even open the window, let alone fly out. Moreover, the outside world was very dangerous. Not only was it easy to be caught by big birds, but it was also easy to be chased by cats. Woo-woo, it really missed the days on the mountain. Fortunately, it met Xiao Xiao now. Why are you here? The sparrow spirit felt very wronged and began to complain. After I came here, I was almost caught by an eagle. So, I hid in Lin Shanyu's house. In the middle of the night, when I got up to steal food, I was found by her. She found that I could speak human language, so she let me stay. Li Xiao asked it in a low voice, did you teach her how to control ghosts? This sparrow spirit had stayed on the mountain for a long time. It often hung out with some monsters in the mountain, so it knew some knowledge in this area. The sparrow spirit was a little confused. She said she wanted to see her sister who died of illness. I taught her a little. Li Xiao's mouth twitched. This sparrow spirit must have accidentally spilled the beans when she was teaching him. She should have known that she was a chatterbox. After all, this was not her territory, and Li Xiao did not want to continue chatting with Sparrow here. She sensed for a moment and finally found the urn under Lin Shanyu's bed. Without the urn, Lin Shanyu would not be able to control the female ghost. Li Xiao took the urn and the sparrow spirit back to his villa. Sparrow Spirit's eyes lit up when she saw the villa. Xiao Xiao, you're amazing. Li Xiao didn't forget to punish the Sparrow Spirit. She snorted and took out a stack of paper and a pen. Come. Write down all the plots that you remember. You can eat whenever you finish writing. She could have asked the Sparrow Spirit to recite the plot verbally, but because this fellow was the main culprit who caused her to transmigrate, in order to teach it a lesson, she just let it write. She yawned and prepared to go to sleep first, leaving only a sparrow holding a pen and writing words. That scene made people feel funny looking at it. When Li Xiao woke up the next morning, the sparrow spirit was almost done writing. She did not have an eidetic memory, so she could not remember all the plot. But even if she remembered a lot, she still remembered a lot. She did not rest for the whole night. She was so tired that she wanted to be a corpse. Li Xiao picked up the stack of paper, opened the fridge, and took out a cheesecake. This sparrow would eat anything, but it especially liked human food. Perhaps its body had also been transformed when it ate the pill. Even if it ate human food, it would not have diarrhea. The sparrow spirit, who was pretending to be a corpse, suddenly became energetic and happily pecked at the cake. Li Xiao looked at the so-called plot, and the more she read, the darker her face became. According to what was written, Chan Kaiyin's admirers were not only the scumbag father Lu Namju and the film emperor Ren Pantang, but also a foreign designer, Alan, and the metaphysical master Xinglunian. Of course, Chan Kaiyin's admirers were not limited to these few, but these few were particularly prominent. The sparrow spirit could still remember their names, but as for the other men, it almost forgot. Chan Kaiyin's son, Li Xianxia, was a genius since he was young. He taught himself to program, and at a young age, he became the world's #1 hacker. He was a mother lover. If anyone hurt his mother, he would use his hacking skills to find out the other party's weakness and dark secrets, and he would not hesitate to retaliate. As for Chan Kaiyin's daughter, Li Qianfei, she was very lucky since she was young. She could win the lottery casually, and she could get the best imperial jade by gambling on stones. Therefore, she was loved by many big shots, and many of them fought to be her godfather or godfather, holding her in the palm of their hands. Under the protection of many best men and the assistance of her children, Chan Kaiyin's comeback was very smooth. Su Manqin was in sharp contrast to her. Her family was suppressed by Lu Namju to the point of bankruptcy, and her family's feng shui was destroyed by the metaphysical master, Xinglunian, causing her family to be ruined. The design company that she put her heart and soul into was exposed to plagiarism, so Alan took the opportunity to hit her when she was down, and she was unable to recover. These successive blows made Su Manqin go crazy, and she was in a trance. Under Chan Kaiyin's plea, Lu Namju did not send Su Manqin directly to a mental hospital, but put her in a villa. That villa was located in the neighboring K city, and it was under the name of Chan Kaiyin's daughter, Li Qianfei. Although the sparrow spirit inevitably left out a lot of things, after all, it did not have a photographic memory. Li Xiao knew a lot of things. In any case, she had found clues about Su Manqin, and she could think of a way to get her out. Otherwise, Su Manqin would be in the hands of Lu Namju, and her actions would inevitably be restricted. She made a phone call and asked Yuan to investigate Li Qianfei's houses in K City. The only one she could use was Yuan. According to the plot, Yuan wanted to avenge her good friend, so she targeted Chan Kaiyin in all kinds of ways. In anger, those big shots schemed against Yuan, and made her famous in China. From then on, she could not survive and became a beggar. In short, no one who went against Chan Kaiyin had a good ending. Now that Li Xiao knew some things, she could avoid her original fate. Yuan was very concerned about this matter, and when Li Xiao mentioned it to her, she said that she would immediately investigate. Li Xiao remembered Li Qianxing's so-called identity as the #1 hacker, and quickly reminded her, Li Qianxing's hacking skills are very good, it's best not to leave any traces on electronic products. Although she did not know how good she was the #1 hacker, so she should be able to do a lot of things. She could not help but curse in her heart. Li Qianxing was able to become the #1 hacker at the age of 10, the other hackers in this world are too useless. After talking to Yuan, she put the things the sparrow spirit wrote in her room, and put several layers of protection and various charms on it to prevent it from being found. She suddenly remembered something and asked the sparrow spirit, who was still eating cake, "Sparrow, why didn't you write my name in it?" Li Xiao was Su Manqin's daughter, so how could she not have any scenes? Was she looking down on her? The sparrow spirit raised her head and said, "The ending did not mention you much. Your scenes are in the next book. The next book is about Li Qianfei, and it seems that you have a lot of scenes. The synopsis even mentioned you, saying that you stole the identity of Li Qianfei's savior. But I haven't had the time to read it yet." The sparrow spirit sounded disappointed. After all, it was very tiring for her to carry such a big book back to the mountain, but she did not have the time to read it. That book is called Young Master Quan's Lovely Coy Wife. Li Xiao, did the author not have any vocabulary other than lovely wife? She could no longer look at the word lovely wife. Anyway, whether it was Su Manqin or Li Xiao, they were both stepping stones for the mother and daughter. They were the cannon fodder destined to be defeated in their lives. She looked at her phone. It was almost time to go to the set. She told the sparrow spirit to look after the house and to write down any scenes she thought of. Then, she took a bag and took a taxi to the set. It was very troublesome to take a taxi every day. She should find time to learn how to drive. Then, she would have a legitimate reason to choose a luxury car. Her scenes were mainly shot in the afternoon, so she had plenty of time. When she arrived, she had to change into the costume and put on makeup. Xianxia said with a smile, "I have a set of unopened cosmetics. Why don't you let the makeup artist use that set? That way, you won't have to share it with others." After seeing Li Xiao's ability to beat up ghosts that day, Xianxia wanted to be on good terms with Li Xiao. On the other hand, it was because she did not like Chang Kain. When Xianxia was young, her father cheated on her and abandoned her mother. Therefore, she had always hated men who cheated on her. Although Chang Kain's loving mother was very popular, she did not believe that Li Xiao could really coexist peacefully with the person who hurt her mother. She was afraid that it was only on the surface. Li Xiao did not want to share cosmetics with others, so she nodded slightly. She had forgotten that she could bring her own. She changed into her costume and went into the dressing room. The makeup artist opened the set that Xianxia gave her and began to put on Li Xiao's makeup. Although Li Xiao didn't have a good reputation previously, she had shown a good personality in the past few days on set. Previously, she had even treated everyone to supper. The makeup artist, Xiao Wu, wasn't afraid of her. She felt that her bad reputation might have been spread by outsiders. She said with a smile, "This set of cosmetics is expensive." As soon as she finished speaking, she remembered that the person in front of her was not short of money. Her father was also a famous rich man in China. Li Xiao closed her eyes and let her do her makeup. It took a long time to put on makeup every time. However, according to Xiao Wu, putting on makeup was already considered fast. This was because Li Xiao had good skin and did not need to spend time on foundation. After some time, Lu Hao smelled the faint fragrance of flowers. She raised her head and saw the second male lead, Lu Ji, holding a pot of Chinese roses. He smiled at her handsomely and said, "I'll put these Chinese roses on your table. The dressing room is small and the air is not circulating. It's just right to put a pot of flowers. It'll be more comfortable." Li Xiao nodded slightly and said, "Thank you." She closed her eyes again. Lu Ji left after putting the flowers down. After Li Xiao was done with her makeup, she heard Xianxia mention that Lu Ji had given her pots of flowers in every dressing room. However, all the other dressing rooms were filled with lilies. Only Li Xiao's dressing room was filled with Chinese roses. Li Xiao raised her eyebrows. Was Lu Ji trying to flirt with her? At first, Li Xiao thought that she might be overthinking things, but Lu Ji's subsequent actions more or less confirmed this point. Li Xiao had just finished filming a scene when Lu Ji came over with a cup of coffee. "I heard that you like Guisha coffee, so I specially collected some. Have a taste." Li Xiao's heart skipped a beat. This Lu Ji really knew how to ask around. The original owner did like this coffee. The production of this coffee was very low, so it wasn't easy to buy it. She didn't know how he got it. She said faintly, "No, I don't like coffee anymore." Although Lu Ji was a little disappointed, he still asked, "Then what do you like to drink?" Li Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Tea made from the sun fruit of Yumia Mountain." When she was on the mountain, she liked to pick the sun fruit from the peak and dry it to make tea. In the afternoon, she would drink fruit tea and read scriptures. This was her greatest enjoyment. Lu Ji had never heard of Yumia Mountain, let alone the sun fruit. He thought that Li Xiao was just patronizing him, and the smile on his face faded a little. He was even more handsome than the male lead, Chen Yilin. He was the kind of pure and innocent type that young girls couldn't resist. He had a lot of fans, and this made him a little arrogant. It was rare for him to put down his pride to pursue someone, but he was given the cold shoulder. He couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. Even so, he still said, "Then I'll go back and ask around." Anyone could tell that Lu Ji wanted to pursue Li Xiao. Otherwise, why would he look for that fruit just because of a casual sentence from her? After Li Xiao finished filming today's scenes, she was removing her makeup in the dressing room. Xianxia Hui reminded her, "Lu Ji should be pursuing you. He's famous because he has a sugar daddy behind him. That sugar daddy of his has a bad temper." Although she wanted to be on good terms with Li Xiao, they weren't familiar with each other, so she didn't say much. Li Xiao frowned. Actually, when she first joined the cast, Lu Ji didn't treat her differently from the others. He was even a little cold and evasive towards her. But today, he suddenly ran to her and tried to please her. This completely opposite behavior was obviously fishy. Unfortunately, although Li Xiao appeared to be the beautiful eldest daughter of the Li clan, she really didn't have any connections. She only had Yuan. She couldn't push everything to Yuan. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Although she didn't have any connections, she had the ghost bloodline. He could just ask the female ghost to investigate. As long as the female ghost did not appear in front of people, it would be safe. With that thought in mind, Li Xiao only teased, "Could it be that he wants to find a new financial backer? At the moment, I don't have any intention of keeping anyone." After changing out of her costume and removing the makeup on her face, Li Xiao went straight back to her villa. She had just walked into the villa when she heard this. "I'll give you 5 million. Leave my son. The feelings between me and Kaesong cannot be insulted with money. Even if you give me 100 million, I won't leave him." Li Xiao looked up and saw that the big TV screen in the living room was on. It was broadcasting a very popular TV series recently. The sparrow spirit sat on the sofa and watched with great interest. From time to time, it would peck at a plate of pistachios to eat. It was so engrossed in watching that it didn't even notice that Li Xiao had come back. Li Xiao coughed, and the sparrow spirit turned its head. "Xiao Xiao, you're back. Human TV series are so good. If I had known, I would have bought a TV when I was on the mountain." Li Xiao said, "If you have time, why don't you practice and watch TV all day?" The sparrow spirit said, "I'm just a sparrow. Why did it want to practice?" It was satisfied to eat, drink, and read novels every day. It seemed to think of something. Its eyes lit up and it flew to Li Xiao's shoulder. "Xiao Xiao, can you lend me 10,000 yuan?" Li Xiao wondered, "What do you want money for?" The sparrow spirit said, "I want to buy a computer." There was only one laptop in the villa for Li Xiao's personal use. The sparrow spirit didn't dare to touch it for fear that it would be cooked by Li Xiao. It wanted a computer of its own. Li Xiao thought for a moment. "You want to buy a computer to read novels?" After all, this was the sparrow spirit's only pursuit. The sparrow spirit straightened its chest. "I want to write novels. I saw the news today. Writing novels can make a lot of money. If it's made into a TV series, it can make millions. Millions of yuan. The number of novels it could buy could fill the whole house." As long as the sparrow spirit thought of having several rooms full of novels to read in the future, it suddenly felt happy. Li Xiao was speechless. Did this sparrow spirit really think that it could sell the copyright of a novel? However, it had nothing to do at home all day long. It was good to find something for it to do. She chuckled and said, "Okay, I'll ask someone to buy you one in 2 days." She also wanted to see what kind of novel the sparrow spirit could write. With her approval, the sparrow spirit happily flew up and circled the hall several times. It ate a lot, so its body was round. Every time Li Xiao saw it fly, she was worried that its wings couldn't support it. It was just buying a computer. It was not a big deal. She casually chose a computer with good performance on the internet and waited for it to be delivered to her door. After the order was placed, she directly summoned a female ghost. This female ghost was called Xianxia. She died at the age of 25 because of cancer. When her parents were still alive, they would burn some paper money for her. After her parents died, she lost the incense offerings. After Li Xiao brought her ashes back, she also asked if she wanted to send her to reincarnation. Xianxia directly refused. Although Zhang Yan said that she didn't do it voluntarily, she was controlled by Lin Shanyu and did some wrong things. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to reincarnate well in her next life. Rather than suffering in reincarnation, it was better to be a ghost. Li Xiao decided to let her stay. Occasionally, she would provide some incense offerings so that her soul would not dissipate because of the loss of incense. She asked Zhang Yan to stay by Lu Ji's side and report to her if there were any clues. Zhang Yan agreed, and her figure quickly disappeared. Li Xiao, on the other hand, continued to maintain her life and film her shows. Yuan also asked her if she needed an assistant. Li Xiao did not intend to enter the entertainment industry. She felt that she wasn't cut out for it. After filming Great Shaolin, she was prepared to say goodbye to the entertainment industry. Moreover, she had many secrets, so she directly rejected the so-called assistant. After a period of time, the filming of Great Shaolin progressed to the stage where the male lead was undercover in the demon sect for a period of time and found out that it wasn't the demon sect that harmed his family. He wanted to expose it, but he was smeared with dirty water. He was accused of having an affair with the demon sect's leader, Xianxia. He was stripped of his martial arts and expelled from Shaolin. The demon sect's leader, Xianxia, took him in and asked if he was willing to be the leader. Xianxia was already tired of the trifling matters of the demon sect. She only wanted to study her martial arts so that she could break through the void sooner. It was also this focus that allowed her martial arts to improve rapidly. She didn't have any romantic feelings for the male lead. She only saw him as a confidant that she could discuss martial arts with. However, this special treatment aroused the dissatisfaction of the other elders in the demon sect. They were prepared to collude with the righteous and suppress Xianxia in the name of Xianxing's treacherous act of killing her own father. Xianxing's role wasn't considered much to begin with. After filming a few more scenes, she would be able to retire. She couldn't help but look forward to it. During this process, Lu Ji pursued Li Xiao passionately. He asked her all sorts of questions about her well-being. Even when Li Xiao rejected him time and time again, he didn't change his mind. Instead, he became more courageous. Li Xiao was annoyed. She felt that perhaps she had been too good-tempered recently, causing this person to take advantage of her. When Lu Ji invited Li Xiao out for a meal again, Li Xiao put down the script in her hands. She looked aloof and indifferent. "I don't like to share a man with other women." Lu Ji's face flushed red when he heard this. His lips moved and his eyes flashed with resentment. However, he didn't say anything in the end. He took the flowers and left. Not long after, Li Xiao heard that he had applied for leave from the director for a day. If she had known that this sentence could knock him out so easily, she would have said it earlier. Li Xiao knew that there were all sorts of people in this circle. Some people would choose to take a shortcut and choose a sugar daddy. This was someone else's choice. She couldn't be bothered to stand on the moral high ground and criticize others. However, Lu Ji was being taken care of by a sugar daddy. On the other hand, he was pursuing her. He looked as if he was infatuated with her and completely ignored Li Xiao's impatience. She had a lot of opinions about this. Lu Ji's mind kept replaying Li Xiao's cold and disdainful gaze when she said that sentence. That gaze burned him until he lost all rationality. He just wanted to tear her mouth apart. She was a high and mighty missy. Of course, she wouldn't understand the hard work that small fry like him had to put in to climb up the ladder. How dare she say such words to humiliate him? Did she really think that he liked her? If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to break away from the control of that big boss, how could he go against his will and pursue a missy that he didn't like, his hands clenched into fists? Sitting in the car, his chest heaved up and down. After some time, he calmed down and said to the driver, "Go to Zijin Apartments." Zijin Apartments was the most luxurious district in S City. Every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Although Lu Ji had made a lot of money these few years, he couldn't bear to buy a house here. He came here to look for someone. Half an hour later, Lu Ji saw Ren Pintang. Although Ren Pintang was already in his 40s, the years had treated him very well. His handsome face didn't lose any of its beauty. Compared to when he was young, there was a hint of elegance, just like aging wine. In front of him, Lu Ji couldn't help but be cautious. Ren Pintang leisurely brewed tea. His eyes were cold. It seems that you have failed. Lu Ji couldn't help but complain, her temper isn't very good. Instead, she insulted me. She really doesn't like me, no matter how much I pursue her. Whenever he thought of what she said, he would still be furious. The veins on his forehead were popping out. When he first debuted, he was young and impetuous. He thought that he could do whatever he wanted in the industry just because he had good looks. Therefore, he offended someone and was directly ignored. After suffering, he accepted the olive branch extended by a female big shot. By serving her well, he got a few good resources and slowly gained a foothold in the entertainment industry. However, compared to the various beauties in the entertainment industry, that big boss's looks were really ordinary. This made him more and more unable to bear it and wanted to end this relationship. Therefore, when Ren Pintang expressed his willingness to help him, the premise was that he had successfully wooed Li Xiao, he agreed without hesitation. She was just a young girl who had just come of age. How hard could it be to win her over? Not to mention, Li Xiao was indeed good-looking. She was beautiful and proud, like a thorny rose. Conquering such a young lady would be a great accomplishment. Ren Pintang looked at the indignant Lu Ji and frowned slightly. He knew that Lu Ji had a sugar daddy behind him. That sugar daddy's temper wasn't very good and he was a bit unscrupulous in his actions. Originally, he thought that if Lu Ji successfully wooed Li Xiao would be the sugar daddy behind Lu Ji. At that time, even if he wanted to deal with Li Xiao, he could smoothly shift the blame to others and not implicate himself in Jiayin. Even if it didn't work, he could let Lu Ji coax Li Xiao to bed and take some photos to control him. In the end, he didn't expect that this Lu Ji, who could even coax a big boss to some extent, would be so useless. Instead, he provoked Li Xiao's disgust. He casually said that he would arrange a good resource for Lu Ji, but in his heart, he was thinking of another way. Li Xiao looked at the recording pen in Zhang Yan's hand and the corner of her mouth twitched. You're quite up to date with the times. She had asked her to follow Lu Ji, and Zhang Yan had very cleverly recorded it with a recording pen. She had not thought of this and felt that she had lost. Zhang Yan shook her head. I didn't record it. Lu Ji recorded it himself. I just took it back. Li Xiao understood immediately. Lu Ji was worried that Ren Pintang would kick him to the curb after he had outlived his usefulness, so he recorded it. In the end, they had taken advantage of it for nothing. She exported the files in the recording pen and made a backup on the USB drive before playing it. Lu Ji was indeed a very scheming person. Usually, when he was on set, the recording pen never left his side. Lu Ji would often seek guidance from those capable actors and record their teachings. According to him, it was convenient for him to review when he went back. It was also because of the studious behavior that several veteran actors admired him. In the recording, Ren Pintang spared no effort to coerce Lu Ji and make him work hard to take indecent photos of Li Xiao. Thinking of Ren Pintang, this haunting person, Li Xiao wanted to grit her teeth. I haven't settled the previous account with him, and he has the nerve to come and frame me. However, she did not expect that Lu Ji was pursuing her because Ren Pintang was behind it. At first, she thought that Lu Ji simply wanted to change his financial backer, so he came to her. She felt that Ren Pintang was crazy. Just because she was not on good terms with Chang Kain, he deliberately schemed to deal with her? Furthermore, he even resorted to seducing her with his handsome face. Wasn't his method a little too low? Li Xiao changed her mind. She asked Zhang Yan to follow Ren Pintang and see if they could take some interesting photos. It just so happened that Chang Kain was filming with Ren Pintang during this period. Ren Pintang spent time with his sweetheart every day. She did not believe that he could completely stop with reason. As for the recording pen, Li Xiao narrowed her eyes slightly. She could find a chance to take it out in public. She would return it to Lu Ji now. Li Xiao soon found an opportunity. During this period of time, Li Xiao had shown that she was not afraid of hardships and fatigue. Coupled with the fact that she often treated everyone to supper, she had more or less won the favor of many people. Everyone felt that she was not as arrogant and despotic as the rumors said. She was quite modest. Many people lamented in their hearts that the rumors were misleading. There was no problem in letting Li Xiao film the martial arts scenes. However, some of the drama scenes needed more thought. she was also about to finish filming her scenes. The Xianxia she played didn't die in a fair fight, but died from a silent poison. Her internal energy had been completely depleted by the poison, so she had the male lead have one last spar with her before dying from exhaustion. Her death also caused the male lead to fall into confusion. He thought that the righteous man had used despicable means to kill the innocent girl in his eyes. The demoness of the demonic cult was actually a pure and stubborn girl. Since it was a lunchbox scene, of course she had to finish what she started. Hence, when Li Xiao saw Lu Ji asking an actor, Uncle Zhang, for advice, she went up to him. She smiled like a flower. Uncle Zhang, there's something I don't quite understand. I would like to ask you for advice. Uncle Zhang had been a teacher before he entered the industry. He liked to teach others and was willing to guide young people. When he heard this, the wrinkles on his forehead smoothed out. Just tell me what you don't understand. Lu Ji, on the other hand, acted like a gentleman and gestured for Li Xiao to go first. He was still holding the recording pen in his hand. As usual, he had recorded Uncle Zhang's advice. Li Xiao glanced at the recording pen and her smile deepened. Then I'll copy Lu Ji and record it. This is a good idea. After saying that, she pretended to take out her phone. The next second, she said with some annoyance, I forgot to charge my phone before I left. It's dead now. Her gaze landed on the recording pen in Lu Ji's hand and she smiled brightly. Lu Ji, can you lend me your recording pen? When she smiled, it was as bright as the morning sun and it almost dazzled Lu Ji. Although Lu Ji hated Li Xiao's usual arrogance, he had to admit that her looks were top-notch. In particular, Li Xiao had been as cold as ice and did not give him any chance to pursue her. Now that she was smiling at him, he felt inexplicably flattered. He felt dizzy and nodded subconsciously. Then, the recording pen in his hand was taken away by Li Xiao. The moment the recording pen was taken away, Lu Ji suddenly remembered that he had used the recording pen to record relevant evidence. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. No, it should be fine. He remembered that he had made a backup copy of the file and deleted it some time ago. There should not be any previous content in it. At this thought, Lu Ji's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally calmed down. It turned out that he had been relieved too early. Li Xiao held the recording pen and looked like she was studying it. Let me study it first. I've never used this before. You pressed the wrong button. The next second, a gentle voice quietly flowed out. As long as you can deceive Li Xiao, I guarantee that the supporting male role in The Lion Masked Man will be yours. As the producer of this movie, I have the right to do so. But Li Xiao doesn't like me. I've tried many ways to pursue her, but it's useless. Everyone present could tell that this was Lu Ji's voice. You have to change the way you pursue her. You have to use a subtle way. People like her don't really care about her. She doesn't want romance, she wants care. You were too impulsive before. When he heard this conversation, Lu Ji's body stiffened. His face turned pale and his lips trembled slightly. How could this be? He clearly remembered that he had deleted the file. He subconsciously wanted to snatch the recording pen, but Li Xiao kicked him in the groin. Yesterday, she had asked Zhang Yan to steal the recording pen again. After adding the files in it, she returned it to Lu Ji. Now, it came in handy. The man's indescribable body part was severely injured. Lu Ji's mind went blank from the pain. He subconsciously covered his groin and fell to the ground. His expression was hideous from the pain and he no longer looked as handsome as he usually did. The men present suddenly felt the same way. It was painful to look at. Li Xiao held the recording pen tightly in her hand. Her head was lowered and her shoulders were trembling as if she was suppressing her anger. The conversation in the recording pen continued. You can't even seduce a young girl. You disappoint me. Li Xiao refused to be alone with me at all. I couldn't find a chance to take photos. I have a drug here. After taking it, you will be conscious and unable to move your body. You have to take advantage of this opportunity. Everyone in the crew put down what they were doing and listened to the shocking conversation from the recording pen with their mouths agape. Oh my god, this is too explosive. Everyone had seen how Lu Ji was pursuing Li Xiao. Except for a few people who knew that Lu Ji had a sugar daddy, In the eyes of many people, Li Xiao was too cold to Lu Ji and did not give him a chance at all. They originally thought that it was a love story of a hot young man pursuing a rich young lady. Who knew that there was such a dirty plan behind it? They looked at Li Xiao, who had her head lowered and was unable to control her sadness. They could not help but sympathize with her. Li Xiao was too pitiful. She was almost cheated by Lu Ji, this scumbag. Fortunately, she did not agree to Lu Ji's pursuit. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Looking at Lu Ji, who was lying on the ground with an ashen face, everyone's eyes were filled with disdain. Pooh! Scumbag! She didn't expect him to be so disgusting on the inside even though he looked like a human. There were also people who quietly turned on the recording function on their phones. They might be able to sell it to the paparazzi for a good price. The makeup artist, Xiao Wu, could not help but murmur, the other person's voice sounds familiar. She was responsible for Li Xiao's makeup and got along well with Li Xiao. Why does it sound like Best Actor Ren's voice? When someone mentioned Ren Pontong's name, it was like a drop of water falling into a pot of oil. The crew exploded. As a famous Best Actor, Ren Pontong's popularity in the country was very high. The age range of his fans was very wide, from 80-year-old grannies to 6-year-old girls. It could be said that he had all of them. Even the crew of Shaolin Academy did not lack his fans. Therefore, there were immediately fierce objections from his fans. Impossible, Ren Pantang is not that kind of person. Why would he frame Li Xiao for no reason? I remember that he is the producer of Lion Masked Man. It must be him. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Say, maybe someone else used computer tools to synthesize it. Lu Ji can't be stupid enough to make this up to defame himself. Everyone could clearly see that this was the recording pen that Lu Ji used every day. If Li Xiao had not coincidentally borrowed it today, she would have been kept in the dark. Zhou Sen, Xianxia Hui, and the others did not speak. Of course, they could tell that this was Ren Pontong's voice and could also guess why the other party wanted to deal with Li Xiao. Xianxia Hui raised her guard against Ren Pantang in her heart. Li Xiao did not get along well with her stepmother, and it caused Ren Pantang to use such underhanded means to frame her. She used to think that Ren Pantang had a good character and was gentle and refined. It was just that he had bad taste and fell in love with Chan Kain. She suddenly remembered that there were a few female celebrities who did not get along with Chan Kain in the past. Later on, there was no news about them. On such a hot day, cold sweat seeped out and she could not help but tremble with fear. After Li Xiao finished playing the contents of the recording pen, she raised her head and her eyes were red and swollen. Usually, she was always in high spirits in front of others. Her pitiful appearance today made many people feel a little sorry for her. Sorry, I have something to do at home. I have to go first. She picked up her branded bag and left in a hurry. Lu Ji, who knew that the situation was hopeless, wanted to stop her. However, his private part was hurting so much that he could not do anything. As for the others, they could not wait to pity Li Xiao. How could they stop her? After leaving the set, Li Xiao quickly wiped her eyes with a wet tissue. She had used too much essential balm and her eyes were burning now. Her tears did not stop falling, however, she looked like she had been wronged, so she should be more trustworthy. She took out her phone and called Le Namju. After a while, she hung up the phone and prepared to take a taxi home. She could not waste such a good opportunity to complain. Nanju, come here. This is the soup I've been stewing all day. Have a bowl of it before you go to the company meeting. Chan Kain smiled gently and placed a bowl of soup in front of Le Namju. Le Namju's cold face softened. You could have just asked the chef to make it. Why did you cook it yourself? He saw Chan Kain put her hand behind her back and guessed something. He quickly took her hand and looked at it carefully. When he saw the blisters on her hand, his eyes showed a touch of pity. You. Does it hurt? Chan Kain shook her head. It doesn't hurt. Washing my hands and making soup for the person I love is the happiest thing in the world. How could it hurt? Her words undoubtedly touched Le Namju's heart. When he was married to Su Manqin didn't do this. It was gentle and considerate of her to remember his favorite dishes. He slowly drank the soup that Chan Kain had specially stewed for him. From time to time, he chatted with her about the two children. I was worried that Phil would be scared to walk the runway alone abroad. I didn't expect him to do better than I expected. I'm really proud of him. Lu Namju smiled. Phil has always been very sensible, unlike Xiao. Lu Namju frowned slightly when he thought of his eldest daughter who was crying on the phone. Li Xiao had been filming for the past 2 weeks and had calmed down a lot. However, before he could feel at ease, something seemed to have happened on her end. She didn't say anything specific on the phone and was vague about it. Lu Namju suddenly lost interest in drinking soup when he thought of his eldest daughter. Chang Kain looked at his expression. Could it be that Xiao wants to buy something again? Thinking of this possibility, Lu Namju's face darkened. He was displeased. He had just helped her pay for the villa and settled her credit card a while ago. She couldn't possibly have maxed out her credit card again, right? The sound of hurried footsteps came from afar. Lu Namju raised his head and saw Li Xiao jogging over. He was about to reprimand his daughter when he saw her red eyes, which were like a rabbit's. There were still tears on her face, as if she had been greatly wronged. He swallowed the words he was about to say and changed his words stiffly. What happened? Li Xiao held the recording pen in his hand and didn't say much. He directly played the conversation. When he heard that familiar voice, Chang Kain's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad premonition. Lu Namju and Ren Pitang had been rivals in love for many years. Naturally, he was no stranger to Ren Pitang's voice. The more he listened, the darker his face became. Although Lu Namju's feelings for Li Xiao were not as good as his other two children, she was still his daughter after all. It was not up to others to bully her. Ren Pitang looked like a good person, but he had bribed someone to harm Li Xiao. His methods were too vicious. If Li Xiao had feelings for Lu Ji, she would have been fooled long ago. If that had happened, the Li clan would have been implicated as well. Chang Kain blurted out, could it be a misunderstanding? Pitang is not that kind of person. Li Xiao told her about how Lu Ji had been pursuing her all this while and how she had found out about it. She told her everything in detail. Li Xiao looked coldly at Chang Kain. Auntie, do you trust him that much? Then do you dare to swear in the name of Dad that he was not the one who did it? Chang Kain opened his mouth. He was so flustered that he could not say a word to defend himself. Li Xiao sneered. As expected, you don't dare to do it either. She turned to look at Lu Namju and said in a choked voice, although I am not close to Uncle Ren, I have never been rude to him in front of others. How did I offend him? Why did he have to frame me like this? Ren Pitang's words from 2 days ago suddenly appeared in Chang Kain's mind. Is Su Manchin's daughter still bullying you all the time? Don't worry, I will protect you. A vague thought appeared in his mind and became clearer little by little. Yes, Ren Pitang had dealt with Li Xiao because of her. He just wanted to vent her anger for her. She could not describe the feeling in her heart. She had already married someone else. There was no hope between them. Why did he have to do this? Chang Kain took a deep breath and said, Xiao, don't be rash. Maybe someone is trying to sow discord between the two of you. Li Xiao interrupted her directly. Is that so? Do you dare to use Chiho's life to guarantee that it was not Ren Pitang who did it? Chang Kain, Li Xiao continued, do you dare to use Jian Fei's life to guarantee it? Chang Kain's face turned pale, and her body was a little shaky. How could she dare? They were her most precious children. If it was normal times, Lu Namju would have scolded Li Xiao for being so aggressive to Chang Kain and asked her to apologize to Jian. But now, he could also think of what Chang Kain thought. Ren Pitang framed Li Xiao for Jian. Li Xiao's face was full of sarcasm. You are not sure, right? You keep saying that you treat me as your daughter, but you are lying to me, aren't you? If this happened to Qian Fei, you would have gotten justice for her instead of racking your brains to defend the perpetrator. She raised her head and tried to hold back her tears. She looked stubborn and acted as if she was heartbroken but refused to admit it in front of him. I was too stupid before. I won't be fooled a second time in the future. Well, I am not your daughter. Of course, I am not as important as your good friend in your heart. The word good friend was full of sarcasm. No. Chan Kain did not know why the fire was directly burned on her. She could not help but raise her voice. I just think that maybe someone deliberately framed P. Tang and artificially synthesized this recording. Lu Namju said in a low voice, whether it is artificially synthesized or not, we can let the professionals determine. Nowadays, technology was advanced enough to determine whether the recording had been edited or not. One was his daughter, and the other was his rival in love. Lu Namju definitely favored Li Xiao. Therefore, he stood opposite Chan Kain and stood opposite her. Li Xiao wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes with the back of her hand and said to Lu Namju, Dad, I once tried to treat her as my family for your sake. Sorry, but I still can't do it. After that, she turned and went upstairs to her room. She was afraid that if she continued to speak, she would not be able to hold back and expose herself. Acting was really tiring. But the good thing was that she did not need to show that she liked Chan Kain in front of Lu Namju. Lu Namju just looked at Chan Kain with heavy eyes. Inevitably, Li Xiao's words had a little impact on him. Was Ren P. Tang that important to her? So important that she would rather choose to hurt Li Xiao? Chan Kain felt as if she had a bitter taste in her mouth. She reached out and pulled Lu Namju's sleeve. Nanju, I really didn't mean that. This happened so suddenly that I couldn't react in time. She took a deep breath. If this was really done by P. Tang, then I will deal with it impartially. Lu Namju heard this and his face softened slightly. I also hope that he didn't do it. Xiao Xiao has been wrong during this time. If her attitude is bad, please forgive her. Chan Kain smiled bitterly in her heart. Was she not giving in to Li Xiao enough? Even an outsider like P. Tang could see that she was wronged, but the man she loved turned a blind eye to it. Perhaps, it was time to let Qian Fei come back earlier. When Li Xiao was the only child in the family, Nanju's heart would be more or less biased towards her. She sat on the sofa in a daze. When she came back to her senses, Lu Namju was already gone. She didn't know if he went to find P. Tang to settle accounts. What if she was accidentally involved at that time? The more Chan Kain thought about it, the more flustered she became. She felt a splitting headache. Since Li Xiao woke up from his coma, she felt that she had a lot of troubles. Suddenly, her eyes fell on the recording pen on the table, and she couldn't help but be startled. She didn't expect that Li Xiao had left in such a hurry that he actually left this thing on the table. Her hand seemed to have its own consciousness. She couldn't help but pick up the recording pen and look around. When they were quarreling, the nanny and the others had already retreated outside. At this time, she was the only one in the living room. She took a deep breath, and her mind was in a dilemma. After a while, a determined expression appeared on her face, and she trembled as she deleted the file inside. She didn't want to do this, but if she left it alone, P. Tang's reputation would be ruined. He just thought wrong for a while, and he wanted to protect her too much, so he made a mistake. Just treat it as repaying him for helping her before. She would let P. Tang apologize to Li Xiao in the future. He would also treat Li Xiao well and make it up to her. After deleting the file completely, she let out a long sigh, only to find that her palms were already wet. When she heard the sound of the door opening upstairs, Chan Kain subconsciously turned her head and looked over. She saw that Li Xiao had changed into a new set of clothes. Her makeup was neat, and she was walking down the stairs. Chan Kain stuffed the recording pen under the sofa. After Li Xiao went downstairs, she looked around as if she was looking for something. Chan Kain saw that her efforts were in vain, and her originally sullen mood unconsciously became a little better. What are you looking for? Li Xiao casually asked. Did you see my recording pen? Chan Kain said, it's such an important thing, didn't you just take it upstairs? I just went outside to get something, so I didn't see it. Do you want me to help you look for it? Li Xiao stared at her, and Chan Kain felt a little uneasy under her gaze. She felt as if she was stripped naked under the sun, and there was nowhere to hide. After a while, Li Xiao smiled slightly. It's okay if it's lost. Anyway, it's not the only one. Chan Kain suddenly felt uneasy. The next second, Li Xiao opened her bag, which was full of recording pens. I still have so many recording pens. She wasn't an idiot. She definitely came back prepared. In fact, she had hidden a lot of backups in other places. She just wanted to test Chan Kain. She didn't. Expect that she was really stupid enough to hide the recording pen. Chang Kain sucked in a breath of cold air, and her limbs were cold. Thanks to you, I just took a good picture. You really have deep feelings for P. Tang, and you're willing to lie for him. This is probably the so-called care makes you confused. The hat on my dad's head is really beautiful. She waved her phone. Chang Kain's heart instantly sank to the bottom. Chang Kain's voice was bitter. What do you want to do? At this moment, she seemed to understand a lot. From the beginning, Li Xiao didn't want to deal with Ren Pintang, but her. Chang Kain smiled slightly. I just want to take back what belongs to me. As the eldest daughter of the Li clan, my assets can't be less than those of 2 illegitimate children, right? The words illegitimate children pierced Chang Kain's ears and made her want to tear Li Xiao's mouth off. Her blood rushed up and made her mind blank. Li Xiao looked at her humiliated appearance and only felt that it was funny. She had the face to be a mistress and gave birth to 2 illegitimate children. How could she be unhappy when someone pointed it out? Li Xiao said lightly, I don't care if it continues to drag on. Qian Fei's younger sister is so lucky. She will definitely bring prosperity to our family and double our assets. When the time comes, I will get even more. According to her investigation, Li Qianfei's luck was so good that he was like a walking koi. Whatever stock he bought, that stock would rise. Li Xiao hadn't seen this so-called younger sister with her own eyes, so she didn't know what was going on with her. These days, it wasn't easy for animals to become spirits. A spirit monster wouldn't be so stupid as to reincarnate as a human. There must be a special reason for Li Qianfei's abnormal luck. She only knew that the heavens were always fair and that people couldn't be so lucky all their lives. Sooner or later, she would have to return the benefits she received. Chang Kain was reluctant at first, but when she heard this, she suddenly felt that she should give Li Xiao's share of the family's assets to her as soon as possible. Li Xiao didn't have the slightest respect for her. She also didn't see Phil and Chiho as her family. Instead, she looked down on their status. If she let her take advantage of her daughter and take advantage of her good fortune, then she would vomit blood. When Li Xiao took her share, according to her squandering habits, she would lose all her money sooner or later. When that time came, not to mention, she had been impulsive just now, and now she had a handle on him. Right now, she seemed to have no other choice. Chang Kain raised her head and regained her strength. She gave Li Xiao her usual gentle smile. You're already an adult. It's only right that I give you a part of it. When Li Xiao heard this, she only wanted to sneer. That's right. Last year, on the original owner's 18th birthday, Lu Namju and Su Manqin were at loggerheads. They were like enemies. The original owner's once-in-a-lifetime coming-of-age party didn't even have a banquet, let alone gifts. Once she got her share, she wouldn't have to force herself to stay with this group of people, and she would be able to deal with them freely. If she directly asked Lu Namju for it, Lu Namju would definitely think that she had ulterior motives and would not give it to her. However, it would be much easier if Chang Kain was there to instigate pillow talk. She played with the recording pen in her hand. These recording pens could be sold for a higher price. Ren Pantang loved Chang Kain so much that he would be willing to pay a huge price for her. When Ren Pantang received a call from Lu Namju, he had a bad premonition. He had already guessed the reason why Lu Namju was looking for him. He had placed a few spies in the Shaolin crew, so he had already been informed of what had happened in the crew. Ren Pantang immediately contacted his grandfather and used his grandfather's power to suppress this matter. The related posts on the internet were immediately deleted. Otherwise, even if his country's popularity was high, he was afraid that this would be a huge blow. However, the most important original recording pen was in Li Xiao's hands. Li Xiao, who had already returned to the Li clan, was not someone he could touch. Unless he wanted to have a falling out with Lu Namju. As for falling out with Lu Namju, Ren Pantang did not care at all. However, Jiayin was so kind. When the time came, she would be the one in pain if she was caught between them. For the woman he loved, he was willing to bow down to Lu Namju. He could not deal with Li Xiao at the moment, so he transferred his anger to the incompetent Lu Ji. He did not expect that Lu Ji would be stupid enough to lend this recording pen to Li Xiao and even let her play it in court. Ren Pantang was born into a good family and was handsome. Since he was young, he could get whatever he wanted. No matter what it was, he could reach it. Xianxia was the only person he could not get. She was the white moonlight in his heart. He had been living a smooth life for so long, but he had suffered losses because of Li Xiao and Lu Ji. He made a phone call. Even if he banned Lu Ji, he still could not vent the anger in his heart. When he saw Ju, he only snorted coldly and said, "Yes, I was the one who looked for Lu Ji." His fearless attitude made Ju's heart burn with anger. He exuded a cold aura. Xiao is only 18 years old. Are you trying to ruin her life by doing this? After all, she was his flesh and blood. He had also looked forward to her birth. As a father, Ju naturally could not tolerate Renpantong's scheming. Renpantong said with conviction, "She made Jiayin sad. That is her biggest crime. Jiayin is so kind. How could she bear to hurt her? Moreover, she is Su Manqin's daughter. When she finds out that Su Manqin has gone crazy, do you think she will deal with Jiayin? I am just preparing for a rainy day. If she is obedient and does not hurt Jiayin, I will not do anything to her. I want her in decent photos just in case. I want to make sure that she does not hurt Jiayin." Ju frowned. "Jiayin and her relationship is getting better. You are deliberately stirring up trouble. This is our family matter. You have no right to interfere. Jiayin's matter is my matter. I told you back then that if you don't treat her well, I will snatch her back sooner or later. Have you forgotten the oath you made at the wedding last year? You swore that you would protect her for the rest of your life and that you would love her more than your own life." Renpantong looked at him with disappointment. Ju had changed. He was no longer the person who put Jiayin's feelings first. He was not worthy of Jiayin's deep feelings for him. Ju felt blood boiling in his throat. This was the first time he felt that Renpantong was so unreasonable. According to Renpantong's logic, did he have to frame his daughter to create a photo scandal to be good to Jiayin? He took a deep breath. Based on Xiao's personality, she will not let it go easily after suffering such a loss. She also has a recording pen in her hand. Renpantong had a mocking look on his face. I want to see how she will deal with me. As long as Li Xiao posted that on the internet, the Ren family would be able to suppress the matter and delete the post immediately. Ju recalled what Li Xiao had said to him before he left. Phil's coming-of-age party is in 2 months. She said that if worst comes to worst, she will release the recording on that day. Ju had already invited many famous people to the coming-of-age party for the twins. This was also an opportunity to introduce the 2 children to the upper class. If the recording was exposed on that day, not only would Renpantong's reputation be ruined, but it would also ruin the coming-of-age party and make it a joke. Based on Li Xiao's personality, she was indeed capable of doing such a thing. Renpantong's body immediately froze. Li Xiao's way of doing things had very accurately pinched his lifeline. Li Qianxing looked like a miniature version of Ju, so Renpantong's feelings for her were average. However, Li Qianfei was different. She was the same as Xianxia. Since young, she had a sweet mouth and even said that she hoped he was her father. Renpantong longed for Li Qianfei to be his and Xianxia's daughter. He, who was not married, vowed to protect them. How could he ruin Phil's most important coming-of-age ceremony? His eyes were rolling with suppressed anger, and his tone was calm. Okay, I will apologize to her. Sooner or later, he would get back this debt from Li Xiao with interest. She was indeed the same as her vicious biological mother. Li Xiao sat calmly in the living room of her home. Xianxia sat not far from her. After reaching a deal with Li Xiao, she was no longer as restless as before. She was a lot calmer. When the big clock unhurriedly moved to 11 o'clock, Renpantong arrived. It was quite hot these past few nights. His hair was a bit wet when he came in from outside. Compared to the usual calm and collected movie king, he was a bit more embarrassed. Xianxia saw this and couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Renpantong didn't want to waste time on Li Xiao. He asked her directly, "What do you want?" Li Xiao's lips curled. "Of course you want to apologize to me in front of the whole country." "Impossible," Renpantong said stiffly. He took a long breath and suppressed the rolling hatred and anger in his heart. I was indeed obsessed with this matter. I apologize to you. Even if he apologized, he couldn't get rid of his high and mighty attitude. On the contrary, his apology was particularly valuable. It was as if he was giving alms to Li Xiao. This answer was also within Li Xiao's expectations. She turned her head and asked Chang Kain, "Do you think Uncle Ren's face is worth anything?" Chang Kain didn't know what Li Xiao was thinking. She frowned slightly. "It can't be measured by money." Li Xiao chuckled. "It's priceless, right?" Her gaze fell on Lin Namju, who was not far away. She said, "After I found out that Uncle Ren did this, I was very angry. I was so angry that I wanted to announce this recording to the whole country. But when I thought of Dad, I held back. After all, the Li clan and the Ren family have some business cooperation." Lin Namju's expression softened when he heard his daughter's words. He knew that with Xiao Zhao's arrogant personality, she had already made a big concession. She had really grown a lot. Li Xiao said, "So, for Dad and Auntie's sake, I won't ask you to apologize in front of the whole country. As long as you give me 1 billion, I'll pretend that this never happened." Was Ren Pontong's reputation more important than 1 billion? No. So, of course, she chose money. She didn't want his apology from the beginning. His apology was worthless. Even if Ren Pantang didn't lack money, he still couldn't accept 1 billion. He was so angry that he laughed. "You're ripping me off." Li Xiao pointed at Chang Kain with an innocent face. "Auntie already said that your face is priceless. Or do you think that your face isn't worth this money?" In front of the woman he loved, Ren Pantang couldn't say that he couldn't, and it was even more impossible for him to bargain with Li Xiao like a gossipy old woman. So, he could only endure. Li Xiao felt that Chang Kain still had some redeeming qualities. With her around, Ren Pintang was too embarrassed to bargain with her. She successfully signed the agreement with Ren Pintang. The agreement stated that Ren Pintang would give her 1 billion yuan within a week. Although Ren Pintang was doted on by his grandfather in the Ren family, because he was in the entertainment industry, it was equivalent to giving away his inheritance rights. He could only receive dividends from the Ren family every month. The total assets under his name were close to 10 billion yuan. He was a rich man. Unfortunately, most of these could not be converted into cash immediately. She was afraid that this week, just the preparation of funds would be enough to make him badly battered. As for whether Ren Pintang would hate her because of this, Li Xiao did not care. As long as Chang Kain was around, she would always be on Ren Pintang's blacklist. Since that was the case, it was no big deal to offend him again. As the saying goes, there is no need to worry about too much debt. Seeing that he was unhappy, Li Xiao was happy. Building happiness on him would indeed give her double the amount of happiness. What made her particularly speechless was that Lin Namju really felt that Li Xiao only asked for 1 billion yuan in compensation, which was very reasonable. From time to time, he looked at her with a gratified expression, which made Li Xiao feel goosebumps all over. Oh, he probably sincerely believed that face was more important than 1 billion yuan. "If you have anything you want to buy recently, just tell me directly." Ever since Li Xiao had transmigrated into this body, this was the first time she saw Lin Namju's fatherly attitude. She was not touched, only felt that it was ironic. Of course, she would not hesitate to spend money on Lin Namju. She raised her head and showed a weak smile in the eyes of outsiders. "I want to buy a car. Recently, I want to learn how to drive. It will be more convenient for me to go out." Lin Namju realized that after Li Xiao lived outside, he had not arranged a driver for her, leaving her alone. In the past, even if Li Xiao went shopping, she would be surrounded by people. It was no wonder that Lu Ji dared to scheme against her after being instigated by Ren Tang. In the eyes of outsiders, they probably thought that he wouldn't care about his daughter anymore, so he bullied her without restraint. It was rare for him to feel guilty. After making a phone call, Li Xiao had an extra driver. As for the car, Li Xiao could choose the one she liked. Li Xiao still had one last scene to shoot, so she asked the driver to pick her up. After what had happened in the crew yesterday, many people couldn't help but sympathize with the victim, Li Xiao. Li Xiao looked around but didn't see Lu Ji. Xianxia, who had been getting along well with her during this period of time, whispered to her, "The role of Lu Ji has been changed. The Ren family had now become one of the investors of the film crew. It was the producer who had asked him to be replaced. The director is going to find another actor to film his part. Li Xiao understood immediately. The Ren family was trying to shut Lu Ji out. She wondered how Lu Ji's sugar daddy would react when he found out about this. She recalled that she and Lu Ji didn't have any scenes together, which meant that she didn't have to film another scene. She officially received her lunch in the afternoon, finished her scenes, and could leave the crew. However, if there were any scenes that needed to be filmed later, she still had to come back. Li Xiao also exchanged contacts with a few people in the crew. Although she didn't plan to act in the future, these people might become her potential clients in the future. Zhou Dao asked her, "If I have a suitable script, can I look for you?" Li Xiao's martial arts skills were really good, and filming her martial arts scenes was very pleasing to the eye. There were fewer and fewer female stars who were as beautiful, good at fighting, and could endure hardships like her. Most actresses with Li Xiao's face would rely on their looks to make a living. Who would be willing to be a female martial arts star? Li Xiao shook her head. Forget it. At this moment, she received a text message on her phone. The sender was Yuan, and the message was concise, "Come quickly." Li Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and she said to Zhou Dao, "Let me know when your rap party is over, and I'll come over." The moment she entered, Yuan immediately closed the door, and his palm-sized face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. "Xiao Xiao, I found your mother. She's really in K-City." Yuan clenched her teeth and said, "It's just that there are more than 10 people guarding her inside and outside the villa. I don't know how to get her out, and I'm even more afraid that they'll move your mother away if we alert them." She seemed to have thought of something, and her voice became choked. "Your mother has gone crazy." Although Yuan couldn't get his good friend out of that place, he managed to bribe a part-time worker to install a surveillance camera in the house where Su Manqin was staying. Li Xiao fell silent. "Let's get her out of that place first. If she stays there, she won't get better for the rest of her life. After she gets out, we'll think of a way to treat her." Yuan's eyes reddened, and he opened a video. Li Xiao had also seen some of the video recordings left by Su Manqin. Su Manqin was beautiful and elegant, as graceful and luxurious as a peony. No matter what occasion she appeared in, she always appeared elegant and appropriate, so she was quite popular on the internet, and was called the most beautiful designer. Until her actions of framing Su Manqin were publicized, the whole country was in an uproar. In the video, Su Manqin looked 10 years older, and her hair was no longer as smooth and black as before. Instead, it was messy like straw. Although the clothes she was wearing were branded, there were stains on them that hadn't been cleaned. She was hugging a pillow and facing a chair, and her face was full of tenderness. "Nanju, look, this is our child. She looks so much like you. She's our little princess. When she gets married in the future, I'll personally design a wedding dress for her and give her the grandest wedding." Then she put down the doll, took a tablecloth, and draped it over the chair. "Do you like this dress? I don't know what kind of dress you like, so I designed a few more. See which one you like." Li Xiao watched Su Manqin pour out her heart to the chair that she regarded as Lanamju. She looked like a little woman in love. She watched as she coaxed the pillow, drew on the paper with a pen, and designed a little dress for the pillow. She seemed to be very happy like this, immersed in her own world, and turned a blind eye to the pitiful looks of others. Although she was happy to have forgotten all the sad things, she also made people feel sad. Li Xiao didn't continue to watch, or rather, she couldn't bear to watch. Her tone was firm. "We have to get her out as soon as possible." Yuan nodded, and his voice was hoarse. The two of them began to discuss various plans. Yuan planned to drug the people in the villa and make them unconscious. Li Xiao had a better plan. She planned to directly cause a blackout in the villa at night, so that the surveillance cameras couldn't work, and it would be easier for them to carry out their plan. Then she would start a fire and replace Su Manqin with a corpse, so that Su Manqin could be replaced. Unless Su Manqin's identity was publicly known to be dead, Lu Namju and Chan Kaiying wouldn't stop investigating. Li Xiao left the matter of the corpse to Yuan. For some people from poor families, many people would be willing to exchange 1 million yuan for the corpse of their family member. Just in case, they prepared a charred corpse, so that even if they wanted to identify the corpse, they wouldn't be able to get any results. Of course, Li Xiao felt that according to the setting of the novel, they wouldn't even do an identification. Li Xiao didn't like to delay, so she started to act that night. Yuan drove over to pick her up. When they arrived near the house, it was already midnight. The house was located halfway up the mountain, and it was the only house within a 100 li radius. There were no other residents. Yuan watched as Li Xiao took out a talisman, jumped onto an electric pole, and stuck it on it. There were no surveillance cameras around here, and it was so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers. Li Xiao wasn't worried about being seen. Yuan was trembling with fear, afraid that Li Xiao would fall down. When Li Xiao came down, a long bolt of lightning cut through the night sky and struck the electric wire, making crackling sounds. Yuan's face looked pale in the lightning. She was shocked to see the electric wire burn. At the same time, the brightly lit villa in the distance instantly darkened. In the night wind, Li Xiao smiled at Yuan. "Okay, wait here for us to come back." She picked up a bag of prepared corpses and set off. The lightning directly cut off all the nearby electric circuits. When Li Xiao arrived at the villa, she saw that it was in chaos. Because she hid her figure, no one in the villa could see her. She heard a bodyguard call Lu Namju to report what happened here. Li Xiao had already seen the map of the villa. She went straight to Su Manqin's room on the 3rd floor. At this time, no one cared about Su Manqin. She opened the door and locked it from the inside. Even if the villa's bodyguards had the key, they couldn't open the door from the outside. She looked up and saw Su Manqin sitting in front of the window with a calm expression. "She's not crazy," Li Xiao thought as she put the corpses on the ground. The commotion also alarmed Su Manqin. Her originally calm expression changed, and she once again looked as dazed as she did in the video. Nanju, Nanju, where are you? It's so dark here. I'm so scared." This sudden change in attitude left Li Xiao completely stunned. Su Manqin really isn't crazy. She was pretending before. She pulled off the talisman on her body and stepped forward. "Mom, it's me." Su Manqin looked at her in surprise. Doubt, shock, and surprise made her expression very complicated. "Xiao Xiao? It's me. Let's leave here first." There was no time to waste. Li Xiao didn't want to explain too much to her. "I'll take you away first." Su Manqin's gaze fell on the corpse on the ground. She more or less guessed it. Her eyes flashed. She took off the bracelet on her hand and put it on the corpse on the ground. Li Xiao directly carried her in her arms. After setting the curtains on fire, she jumped down from the 3rd floor. This height was nothing to her, even if she was carrying a person. Bolts of lightning struck the villa. The lightning and the fire that she had deliberately lit made the fire very strong. The fire spread from Su Manqin's room to other places. She wasn't worried that the lives of the people in the villa would be in danger. The people in the villa were patrolling in 3 shifts. No one lived in the villa. In a situation where the fire was uncontrollable, they naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to take their lives as a joke. Although Li Xiao didn't like them, she wouldn't harm their lives. This time, Li Xiao had used up all the thunder talismans on hand. When Yuan saw her friend brought out by Li Xiao, she almost burst into tears. After Su Manqin got into the car, she hurriedly drove away from this place. Li Xiao had told Yuan from the beginning that Su Manqin would stay with her for a while. After all, the area around Li Xiao was definitely under the surveillance of Qian Kain and the others. Yuan looked at Su Manqin's calm and excited expression and said, "I thought you were really crazy. I knew you wouldn't be so easily defeated." After pretending to be crazy for nearly a year, Su Manqin was somewhat exhausted. She closed her eyes and said softly, "If I wasn't crazy, they would push the blame to me if anything happened to Qian Kain. Xiao Xiao would also be a thorn in his side forever. Only if I was crazy would he pity Xiao Xiao a little and treat her better." Yuan's heart ached when she heard this. No wonder Manqin didn't try to send news to the outside world after being trapped in that place. After losing the protection of the Su family, the most important thing to her now was Li Xiao, her only daughter. Li Xiao also felt her nose ache a little. She held Su Manqin's hand and said, "Don't worry. I will get justice back." Su Manqin opened her eyes and looked at her quietly. "You've changed a lot. Her eyes also reddened. You must have suffered a lot this year. In the past, her daughter's face was full of unruliness, like a proud princess, and her whole person was like a warm sun. Now, she was calm and steady, and her whole person was settled. When she talked about Li Namju, it was as if she was talking about an unrelated person. Without the protection of her parents, she grew up quickly. Li Xiao pursed her lips and said lightly, actually, it's not bad. Chang Kaiying loves her reputation. Even if it's just to show off, she wouldn't dare to treat me badly. In front of Su Manqin, the daughter of the original owner, she didn't even dare to tell Su Manqin that the original owner was no longer around. She was afraid that Su Manqin would really be shocked by this bad news. Yuan first sent Su Manqin to a house she had bought, and then sent Li Xiao back to the villa. At this time, the sky was already slightly bright. Li Xiao looked at Sparrow Spirit who was typing in the living room. She took out a bag of bread from the fridge and ate a few pieces to fill her stomach. Then she called the driver and asked him to send her to the Li clan residence. Next, she still had a battle to fight. Li Namju didn't sleep the whole night. He just quietly watched the scene on the monitor. When he married Su Manqin, it was only to consolidate his position. He had no feelings for her at all. Later, when he had a woman he loved, Su Manqin framed Jiayin again and again. This made him hate this woman. He thought he still hated her. However, when he received the news that she had been burned to death, he wasn't as happy as he thought he would be. Instead, he felt a bit empty in the corner of his heart. He couldn't tell what he was feeling. In the monitor, Su Manqin thought the doll was Li Xiao and the chair was him. In her world, she had a loving husband and wife and a cute daughter. She personally designed clothes for him and learned how to make snacks for him. Only when she was crazy did she dare to truly express her feelings. She was Li Namju's wife to her heart's content. He always thought that the most important thing in Su Manqin's heart was status and the glory of the Su family. So, in the depths of her heart, the most important thing was him and Li Xiao. The bodyguard said that before she died, she cried out his name and said that she was very scared. He never knew that she was afraid of the dark. In front of him, Su Manqin was always proud and tough. However, this kind of Su Manqin died. She died in the dark and in the fire. He didn't know if she could regain her consciousness before she died. He looked at the bracelet that the bodyguard brought over. The bracelet had been burned to pieces by the fire. He couldn't see its original appearance. No one knew that this bracelet was auctioned off and given to her before they got married. At that time, he just thought that it suited her hand. He didn't expect her to wear it all the time. Chang Kaiying looked at the silent Li Namju not far away. Her heart seemed to be soaked in a pool of bitter water. She knew that Nanju must be regretting it. He regretted treating Su Manqin so coldly and heartlessly. It was fine that Su Manqin didn't die. Her death erased all the bad things about her. Moreover, she died so miserably. She was burned to death in the fire and burned to charcoal. Her original beauty couldn't be seen. She stepped forward and said softly, "Although my sister is dead, Xiaoxiao is still alive. When the time comes, we will give her all of my sister's property and give her a part of our property. It can be considered as compensation." Instead of waiting for others to bring it up, she might as well take the initiative to bring it up. Not to mention, she had promised Li Xiao before that she would give her share to her. Li Namju took a last look at the video. In the video, Su Manqin was holding a doll. She said to the chair covered with a sheet with a sweet face, "Nanju, today is Xiaoxiao's 10th birthday. Let's wish her a happy birthday and be happy every day." He suddenly remembered that Li Xiao's most important coming-of-age ceremony was directly ignored by him. Not to mention a gift, he didn't even receive a blessing. However, Qianfei's coming-of-age ceremony was destined to be celebrated by tens of thousands of people. He turned off the video and said in a low voice, "I'm going to give 10% of the company's shares to Xiaoxiao. I'll also give her the building in the city center." Chang Kaiying almost jumped up when she heard this. Nanju's mother owned 15% of the company's shares, while Nanju himself owned 37%. Nanju had previously told her that he would give each of them 5% of the company's shares for Phil and Qianfei's birthday party. She originally thought that Nanju would at most give Li Xiao 5% of the company's shares and a few houses. She didn't expect that he would directly give her 10%. She also knew about the building in the city center. It covered a large area and had a total of 5 floors. Coupled with the fact that it was located in the most prosperous area, it was worth at least 5 billion yuan. Originally, she wanted to give this building to Qianfei to open a shop. Coupled with the property that Su Manqin left for Li Xiao could inherit more than her daughter. How was her daughter inferior to her? A thought flashed through her mind unconsciously. Su Manqin died at the wrong time. Her death made Nanju feel extremely guilty towards Li Xiao. It was rare for him to be impulsive and want to be a loving father. Her eyes were a little blurred. At this moment, she was only thinking about Li Xiao. What about Qianfei and Qianfei? They were also his children and had suffered so much since they were young. However, she couldn't object. After all, she was a gentle and kind woman. How could she stop her husband from giving his stepdaughter a share of the family's assets? She could only reveal an insincere smile. This is what I should do. Lu Namjia looked at her gentle appearance and his gaze softened. Jiayin, thank you for your understanding. I knew you would understand me. He reached out to hold her hand. He thought that he was lucky to have such a considerate and kind lover like Jiayin who treated money like dirt. At this moment, an anxious voice called out to him, interrupting his actions. He looked up and saw his eldest daughter, Li Xiao, running in with sweat all over her face. What's wrong? Xiao? Li Xiao looked hesitant. Dad, can I see Mom? Lu Namjia's heart skipped a beat. Your mother is still recuperating. It's not convenient for her to see anyone. Li Xiao sniffled. I haven't seen Mom in a long time. I miss her very much. I dreamed about Mom last night. I dreamed that Mom came to find me and told me to live a good life and not to make you angry. I'm a little uneasy. Is Mom really okay? She looked up. Her eyes were wet with tears and she looked weak and pitiful. When a person who was usually strong showed weakness, the lethality was not ordinary. Lu Namjia rarely felt guilty. Facing those teary eyes, he couldn't tell the truth. Your mother is fine. Her treatment has reached a critical point. The only thing he could do was to delay this matter. At least, he couldn't let Li Xiao think that her mother died because of them. He didn't expect Li Xiao to have such a dream. Perhaps it was Su Manqin who visited her in her dreams. After she left this world, she was still thinking about them. This made Lu Namjia feel very complicated. Originally, he thought that Su Manqin was 90% bad and 10% good at most. Now, that bad feeling was gradually fading away with her death and her infatuation. He coughed and changed the topic. You're an adult now. The assets under your mother's name should be handed over to you. He added, this is also your mother's intention. It just so happens that I want to make up for last year's coming-of-age gift for you. Li Xiao opened her eyes wide. What gift? She glanced at Chan Kaiyin's pale face, and her mood became even better. After a wave of father-daughter bonding with Lu Namju went to the company for a meeting. He still had to prepare the documents for the transfer of shares. Li Xiao didn't expect Lu Namju to be so generous to her. The share he gave her was worth at least 10 billion yuan. Of course, she didn't hesitate to accept it. After Lu Namju left, Chan Kaiyin came over and said softly, Xiao, I persuaded your father today. Your father is also preparing to give you your share of the assets in advance. Shouldn't you send that video? Li Xiao thought it was funny. Lu Namju wanted to give her something because he was agitated by Su Manqin's death. Chan Kaiyin was so powerful. In her mouth, it became her credit. She probably didn't know how sullen she was in her heart right now. People who were used to being flattered and wronged by Lu Namju might go elsewhere to find comfort. Therefore, Li Xiao pretended to believe her. Okay, I'll delete it immediately when I get it. Don't forget to urge Uncle Ren to quickly transfer the 1 billion yuan to me. He won't have no money to give me, right? But with his status, it's easy for him to borrow money. He's really good to you. He didn't complain at all when he lost 1 billion yuan. Although I don't like him, I have to admit that I have to marry someone like Uncle Ren. Chan Kaiyin was just injured because of Lu Namju's actions today. Compared to Ren Pi Tang, who had no complaints and no regrets, the balance in her heart was unconsciously tilted towards him. Tang was such a proud person. How could she let him borrow money for her? She was the cause of this matter. She had to help him. After Li Xiao carried out her routine of sowing discord, she waved her sleeves and left. She didn't expect that her instigation would be so effective. August 5th, Li Xiao held a stack of photos and looked at them one by one. These photos were taken by Xianxia while she was following Ren Tang. As a female ghost, she had a natural advantage. It was easy for her to install a camera. Her hard work didn't go to waste. She really took some good photos. In the first photo, Ren Tang reached out to wipe the cake residue from Chan Kain's mouth. His eyes were full of love and affection. In the second photo, Chan Kain almost fell. Ren Tang quickly supported her. His hands were around her waist and he didn't want to let go. Chan Kain's ears were red. In the third photo, Chan Kain was crying. Ren Tang's eyes were anxious. He looked like he was heartbroken. In the fourth photo, Ren Tang was unable to restrain himself. He hugged Chan Kain in his arms. Li Xiao slowly appreciated these photos. Even if she hated Chan Kain, she had to admit that although Chan Kain's face wasn't a peerless beauty, she was still quite photogenic. Her real age was 37, but her appearance was still like that of a young girl. From these 30 photos, Li Xiao picked out 10 that looked the most ambiguous. Chan Kain, this person, really didn't have any awareness that she was married. She and the spare tire male supporting character were like lotus roots separated by silk. Of course, she definitely felt that she and Ren Tang were just good friends. It was because other people's thoughts were too dirty. The hat on Lan Namji's head was big and green. It was so dazzling. It was a pity that she was the only one to appreciate it. She should let a few more people appreciate it. Very good. First send a copy to her slag father and her patriarchal grandmother. According to Sparrow Demon's introduction, Li Zhao's grandmother was a Chu Lian and was a typical example of a patriarchal woman. At first, when Su Manqin married into the family, the old madam treated her daughter-in-law well on the surface. But later, the Su family was not as powerful as before and the Li clan was thriving, so her attitude changed. In addition, Su Manqin only had one daughter, Li Xiao, in more than 10 years, so the old madam treated this daughter-in-law with disdain. She ate vegetarian and prayed to Buddha every day in her hometown, hoping that the Li clan would have a grandson who could inherit the company. 5 years ago, when she saw Li Xianxia, who was exactly the same as Lan Namju, the old madam was so happy that she almost went crazy. In her eyes, Chan Kain, who had given birth to a boy and a girl, was a great hero of the Li clan. In order to prevent her precious grandson from being called an illegitimate son, she spared no effort to support Chan Kain and even mocked Su Manqin as a hen who could not lay eggs and had no luck. But after their common enemy, Su Manqin, left, the old madam and Chan Kain started to get along. The old madam's husband had died young and she treated her son like the apple of her eye. How could she tolerate her son, Lan Namju, treating Chan Kain as more important than her? After the fight between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, the old madam went back to her hometown to pray. Of course, Li Xiao did not like this patriarchal old woman. In this old woman's eyes, all the assets of the Li clan would be left to her precious grandson, Li Qianxing. As for her 2 granddaughters, Li Xiao and Li Qianfei, she could just send them away with some dowry. But she was very passionate about causing trouble for Chan Kain. The enemy of the enemy could still be friends for the time being. So, she had to send a copy of these photos to the old madam. Li Xiao developed several copies of the photos. She did not send it by post. If she sent it by mail, no matter how careful she was, there would still be traces left behind. It would not be good if she was implicated. She directly handed it over to Xianxia and asked her to make a cameo appearance as the courier to ensure that it would pass without a trace. Xianxia had taken 34 photos in total. She had carefully selected 10 to give to Lan Namju and old Madam Li. However, Li Xiao felt that the remaining 24 couldn't be wasted. Might as well post it online. If Ren Xiaotong's love story didn't have an audience, wouldn't it be a pity? He believed that all the Chinese people would be moved by his true love, just like how they were moved by the love between Chan Kain and Lan Namju. However, Li Xiao really couldn't do it herself when it came to putting it on the internet. The Ren family was a big family and had a big business. He was afraid that before the photo was posted, someone would delete the post and block the IP address. Secondly, Li Xiao's half-brother was the world's best hacker. It would be bad if he touched her. She had to find someone to help her. When she heard from Yuan that Lu Ji's backer had been targeting the Ren family, she suddenly had an idea. Lu Ji's backer was the Chang dynasty. He was the CEO of Runway Technology Company, Limited Runway Technology Company, Limited Runway Technology Company, Limited Runway Technology Company. Limited was the leading private telecommunications company in the country. They were ranked second in the market for high-end mobile phones. Chang dynasty was also the only female in the top 5 richest people in the country. Her life history was quite legendary. When she was young, she inherited her father's company and had a daughter with her husband. After her husband cheated on her, she dumped him and raised her daughter alone. However, she did not mistreat herself. Over the years, she did not lack male companions. Wait a minute, the name Chang dynasty sounded a little familiar. Li Xiao grabbed Sparrow Spirit who was typing. Do you remember the Chang dynasty? Sparrow Spirit thought for a while and said, I remember now. Her daughter, Xianxia, seems to be the same as you. Both of you are Li Qianfei's love rival. She specializes in hindering the male and female leads. Her name also appeared in the synopsis. It seems like she has a lot of scenes. Li Xiao, great, the two of them could form an evil female supporting character alliance. Li Xiao did not have the Chang dynasty's contact number, but Yuan did. She quickly contacted the other party through AI when she thought that it would take some persuasion. Perhaps it was because they had a common enemy, but the Chang dynasty agreed to meet her. Chang dynasty looked ordinary, but she had a strong aura. She stood there with a sense of dignity. When she saw Li Xiao, she smiled. Her smile softened her strong aura. I've heard of your name a long time ago. Li Xiao thought for a while and asked, because of Lu Ji? After all, Lu Ji had pursued her for a while. Chang dynasty shook her head. She looked a little careless. Lu Ji is just a dog that I raised on a whim. Since he was disobedient and wanted to bite his master, then I changed him. However, you have to look at the master before you hit the dog. Since Ren Xiaotang wanted to scheme against me, of course I have to return the favor. She asked Li Xiao, what do you think of my physiognomy? Li Xiao's heart skipped a beat. The heavens are full, the 5 mountains are arched, and the young are noble. The inner school is neat and spacious. Looks like President Jiang is a trustworthy person. After looking at her physiognomy, she was more confident about working with her. If Chang dynasty's character wasn't good, Li Xiao definitely wouldn't work with her. She didn't want to be betrayed. However, the other party had asked her to read her physiognomy the moment they met. It was very likely that she had heard about her from the heavenly queen Zhang Hanbai. After all, after coming to this world, she had only read Zhang Hanbai's physiognomy. She paused for a while and said, there is a white mark in your Jixi palace. Why don't you bring your daughter for a checkup, just in case? When Chang dynasty heard that it was related to her daughter's health, her expression immediately became serious. I understand. It was better to believe in this aspect than not. Whether there was a problem with her body, she would know once she went to the hospital for a checkup. Li Xiao wouldn't speak carelessly in this aspect. Since she was so confident, it seemed that she had a lot of confidence in her own abilities. She made a call and directly made an appointment for her daughter for a checkup tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Chang dynasty's attitude towards Li Xiao was much more amiable than before. Are you looking for me this time because you need help? Li Xiao took out the photos. Chang dynasty took the photos and looked at them one by one. There was a hint of mockery and amusement in her eyes. The two of them really don't avoid suspicion. After commenting, she said with interest, you can consider opening a paparazzi company. She also didn't know how Li Xiao took these photos. Even the most professional paparazzi couldn't take such close shots. It was as if the camera was smashed into someone's face. She knew that the first time she heard of Li Xiao's name was when she was kicked out of the cast. At that time, Chang dynasty also complained to her friends about Ren Xiaotang. She felt that it was inappropriate for an elder to make things difficult for a child. When she found out that her little wolf dog ran to pursue Li Xiao, Chang dynasty was also very angry at first. Before she could investigate, the leaked recording reached her ears. Since it was Ren Xiaotong's doing, of course she would target the culprit. Later, she learned from her friends that Li Xiao was a little strange, so she chose to meet Li Xiao. She didn't expect that this stupid and arrogant young lady would give her such a big surprise. Even if Ren Xiaotang had the Ren family as his backing, he couldn't cover the sky with one hand. These photos were enough to cause a storm. One was a popular superstar, and the other was a married movie queen. Although there were some vague rumors about the two of them in the past, the two of them always put on a "we're just good friends" front in front of others. That was called being magnanimous, as if slandering them was unforgivable. Over time, no one spread the rumors. "Thank you for the gift. I like it very much," Chang Dynasty said. Li Xiao reminded her, "If you have any operations, it's best to use the internet less. Try not to use computers, mobile phones, and other communication tools." Chang Dynasty said seriously, "What do you mean?" She was never someone who couldn't listen to other people's opinions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have developed the company to its current scale by herself. Li Xiao said, "Because of my younger brother." "Do you know him?" Chang Dynasty nodded. Li Xiao said, "His hacking skills are very good. He's probably the best in the world. If you use the internet and he finds out, he might sneak into your company and steal your company's secrets." She really wasn't trying to scare him. According to Sparrow Spirit, Li Qianxing really did do such a thing. The victim was a famous domestic cosmetics company, Blue Charm. The boss of Blue Charm didn't like Chan Kain, a mistress who interfered in other people's families. He publicly dissed Chan Kain's character on Weibo, and also dissed Lu Namju for being ungrateful. A month later, Blue Charm's confidential documents and formulas were directly published on the internet. In less than 3 months, Blue Charm closed down and was bought by other companies. It was a miserable situation. Blue Charm's incident was very big at that time. Many people guessed that it was done by the company that bought Blue Charm. Who would have thought that the mastermind was Chan Kain's young son? At that time, Li Qianxing was only 14 years old and was still underage. Chang Dynasty's originally indifferent expression became serious. "Really?" After being reminded by Li Xiao, she also remembered a lot of things. In the past few years, almost all the female celebrities who competed with Chan Kain had been exposed. Chan Kain was the only one who stood out. Chan Kain's fans used this to trample on those female celebrities. They praised their idol, Chan Kain, for being untainted and pure in the entertainment industry. "If you don't believe me, you can investigate him. But it's best to be careful when you investigate." Li Xiao said, "I suggest you directly send these photos to the marketing accounts that don't get along with Ren Xiaotang. You can also send them to Ren Xiaotang's major fans. It's best if they're his girlfriend fans. If those fans who regarded Ren Xiaotang as their boyfriend received such a stack of photos, the scene would be too good to watch." Li Xiao didn't understand this at all. She didn't have any connections in this area, so she borrowed Chang Dynasty's hand. Chang Dynasty revealed a slight smile. "Your idea is very desirable." Li Xiao sighed. "It's a pity that I don't know the people above. Otherwise, I can recommend my brother to them. It's a pity that his talent is used in this area. He should be fighting for the glory of the country." She was heartbroken and hateful. She hated iron for not becoming steel. However, according to Li Qianxing's previous crimes, if he really entered the eyes of the country, he was more likely to be sentenced to prison. Li Qianxing didn't have the concept of the so-called country in his heart. Everything he did was to serve Chan Kain. Therefore, she desperately hinted to Chang Dynasty that Chang Dynasty could report to the top. She didn't have the means to do so, but Chang Dynasty did. Chang Dynasty's eyes flashed. He felt that many people had misjudged. The most capable person in the Li clan wasn't the twins. It was clearly this young lady. She suddenly asked, "If you come over and find out that I'm someone you can't cooperate with, what will you do?" Li Xiao pursed her lips and smiled. She looked confident. "I don't think any entrepreneur would want to offend a metaphysical master. Therefore, even if Chang Dynasty didn't cooperate, they wouldn't rush to betray her or offend her. Not everyone was as lovey-dovey as Lu Namju and Ren Xiaotang." After Li Xiao handed this matter over to the more capable Chang dynasty, she waved her sleeves and went home, just in time to check her assets. In the past few days, Li Namju, who rarely showed his fatherly love for her, gradually transferred Su Manqin's assets and a portion of the Li clan's assets to her. The assets that Li Namju gave her, in addition to the company's shares worth nearly 10 billion, there was also a large department store and a residential building. In addition to Su Manqin's portion, Li Xiao suddenly became rich, and was a genuine Ms. Perfect. Of course, this money belonged to the original owner, so she didn't plan on using it. As for Su Manqin's assets, she could just give them to Su Manqin when the time came. As for Ren Xiaotong's 1 billion, Li Xiao cheated it out of herself, so she didn't feel guilty about squandering it. Li Xiao wasn't interested in the 10% shares of the Li clan's company. She planned to find a time to sell the shares. The company's momentum was great, and there were many people who wanted to take advantage of the luck of the koi, so there should be many people who were willing to pay a high price to buy it. On the other hand, Ren Xiaotong also prepared the 1 billion. When he gave the card to her, his face was cold, as if he couldn't wait to cut Li Xiao into pieces on the spot. In front of him, Li Xiao used a machine to check the money in the card, and then transferred it to her account card. When Ren Xiaotong saw her actions, he became even angrier. Did he look like the kind of person who would go back on his word? As expected of Su Manqin's daughter, this level of annoying came from the same origin. Give me the recording pen. Li Xiao opened the bag in front of him. The designer bag was stuffed full of recording pens. She threw all the recording pens into the water and said playfully, I thought that Uncle Ren would have to sell the house to pay back the money, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. Did you borrow from your friend? Ren Xiaotong remembered that Jiayin was worried that he would have to beg others for money, so he gave him his savings. His handsome face became gentle as he reminisced. Li Zhao's expression was strange. Why did this person's smile give her goosebumps? It was so disgusting. She didn't want to waste her breath on her, so she went back after getting the money. According to the time, those photos should have been circulating on the internet. On the 8th of August, something happened that shocked the entertainment industry. Ren Xiaotong's 5 biggest fans announced that they were no longer fans. Ren Xiaotong's big fan leaving fan was a trending topic that was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ID Yutong's honey candy made a statement. I've been in love with Ren Xiaotong for 12 years. From the time I was in junior high school until I graduated from university, the only thing that hasn't changed is my love for him. Giving him data every day and giving him support has become a part of my life. In my heart, he has always been a noble man who has never let us down. Over the years, there have never been any scandals around him. He's so clean that he doesn't seem like someone in this circle. He said that he doesn't want to get married, and we believed him. He said that Chan Kain is his good friend and asked us to support her, and we believed him. Every time Chan Kain was attacked, we fans fought for her on the front line. When her movie was released, we even spent money to book the theater for her. In the end, this is what you call a simple good friend? Good friends will have their fingers interlocked? Good friends will drink from the same glass of water? Even if he likes an internet celebrity, we'll pinch our noses and accept it. But he likes a married woman, and he doesn't even try to avoid suspicion. How much we used to like him is how much we hate him now. The other big fan statements were similar. The photos that were posted made the netizens eat until they were full, and the comments section was also a mess. Do you still remember last year's trending topic? There is a kind of friendship called Ren Xiaotong and Chan Kain. TSK, this is a good friend. I've said it before, there's no such thing as simple friendship between men and women. My girlfriend even pinched my arm, and it's bruised. Oh, she's Ren Xiaotong's fan. This isn't necessarily love. Maybe this circle's way of expressing friendship is a bit intimate. I'm jealous. I'm so jealous that I'm turning into a lemon. Is Chan Kain really that charming? First, there was a rich man who abandoned his first wife for her, and then there was a movie star who was infatuated with her as a spare tire. And I can't even seduce the class hunk. Goodbye. I'm begging Chan Kain to give me a secret to seducing men. I'm willing to buy it at a high price. Li Xiao looked at the photos. In fact, the photo of their interlocked fingers was secretly taken by Ren Xiaotang when he was reading the script next to Chan Kaiying while she was sleeping. He wanted to fulfill his wish. However, in the eyes of the fans, they definitely didn't think that Ren Xiaotang was the one who took the initiative. It must have been Chan Kaiying who seduced him. At that time, Chan Kaiying must have been pretending to be asleep. What made her even happier was that the keywords begging for Zhang Jian's tips on flirting with men and good friends had also become hot searches. This meant that the 3 hot searches on Weibo were related to the 2 of them. She scrolled again and found that the page had changed to 404. Li Xiao pondered. Could it be that Weibo was paralyzed because of the high traffic? The whole of China knew that she was being cuckolded. She wondered how her good father would react. She really wanted to go back and watch the show. Li Xiao was scratching the wall. However, she also knew that as a man, Lu Namju would definitely not be willing to let his daughter watch and laugh at him. If she went back now, she might end up being the butt of the gun. But it was fine. She had Zhang Yan. She could just ask Zhang Yan to go over and do a live broadcast. Zhang Yan. She was a must-have subordinate. Li Xiao hurriedly asked Zhang Yan to go over. She was afraid that she would miss a good show if she was late. Yes, she would record the live broadcast and show it to Su Manqing to make her feel better. There was a saying that she would be happy if she saw that he was not doing well. Chan Kaiying had just finished filming a scene when her assistant, Xiao Gao, anxiously greeted her. Chan Kaiying smiled gently. What's wrong? Don't worry. Take your time. Xiao Gao looked around and whispered, Sister Jiayin, look at the trending topics on Weibo. Chan Kaiying took the phone from her and opened it. When she saw the top row of trending topics related to her and Ren Xiaotang, she suddenly had a bad premonition. With trembling hands, she clicked on it. When she saw the statements and photos clearly, she blacked out. Xiao Gao quickly supported her to prevent her from falling to the ground. Her hands trembled, and the phone fell and hit her feet. Because it was summer, she was wearing sandals. Her feet hurt so much that she could not feel them. But the pain in her body was not as bad as the pain in her heart. How did those photos come about? How did they get them? She was shocked, angry, and scared. How could they say that about her? She and Yutong were innocent. How could they be called an adulterous couple? She was not that kind of person. She really only treated Yutong as a close friend. Nanju, would he misunderstand when he saw these? She trembled and said, take down the trending topics. Ask Sister Zhang and the others to take down the trending topics. Sister Zhang was Chan Kaiying's manager. She was also specially found by Lu Namju. Usually, if Chan Kaiying had any negative comments on the internet, Sister Zhang would deal with it. Now, she was drenched in cold sweat. She did not have her usual elegant and decent appearance. Xiao Gao gritted her teeth and said, Sister Zhang said that this trending topic cannot be taken down. The price that they offered is too high. She has to ask the boss. After all, Sister Zhang was an employee hired by President Li. Naturally, she would listen to him. Chan Kaiying seemed to be grasping at the last straw. Yes, I have to find Nanju. I have to explain it to him. He will believe me. Nanju knew that Ren Xiaotang liked her. He also knew that she had already rejected him. He would not misunderstand her like those who were led astray. As long as he made a statement, the dirty water that had been poured on her would be retracted. Thinking of the deep feelings between Nanju and her, Chan Kaiying regained some courage and confidence. In her current situation, she was not in the mood to film before she settled the matter. She hurriedly spoke to the director and left with her things. She did not know if she was overthinking, but she felt that the gazes that were thrown at her from all directions were mocking her. When she returned to the Li clan's house, she saw that Lu Namju's car was parked at the gate. This meant that he had returned. She took a deep breath. She suddenly felt a sense of homesickness. She gently bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth. She mustered up her courage and walked in. In the living room, in the study, she did not find Nanju. She walked to the room and opened the door. The room was dark because the lights were not turned on. The soft light from the corridor projected into the room, revealing a tall and straight figure. Nanju was indeed inside. She walked in and complained in a reproachful tone, why didn't you turn on the lights in the room? Then, she turned on the lights in the room. Xianxia looked up. His expression was obscure under the light. Xianxia's heart sank along with his expression. Her eyes were filled with tears. She said in an aggrieved voice, Nanju, do you really believe in nonsense on the internet? They just can't bear to see our family members living in harmony. Nanju's attitude made her flustered. She had a bad feeling. A lot of these photos were taken with borrowed angles. In the photos, they were all wearing their usual clothes. Otherwise, Xianxia could say that it was a script. Xianxia's tone was indifferent. Was the interlocking of fingers also borrowed angles? Xianxia's voice was weak. I was asleep at that time. I didn't know that Yutong would do that. Xianxia felt like his jealousy was about to burn him to ashes. You didn't know? You clearly know that Ren Xiaotang likes you, but you can still sleep alone in front of him and let him do whatever he wants. Usually, whenever a woman appears by my side, you'll be jealous and unhappy. Have you ever considered my thoughts? Have you ever thought that you're my wife now? He glared at her as if he wanted to tear her to pieces. His imposing manner made Xianxia's chest feel stuffy. Xianxia's tears flowed. No, I thought that he had given up. I didn't think so much. Xianxia sneered. Didn't you think so much when you hugged? He threw out a stack of photos. The photos in his hands were even more ambiguous and charming than those posted online. Xianxia couldn't even find an excuse for her. Tell me, why did you hug each other? Is this how you usually interact when you're alone? He felt like he had become the biggest joke in his life. Jiayin kept saying that she loved him, but she wouldn't refuse other men's hugs and intimate actions. She would even show a shy side because of it. Xianxia stared at the photo on the top of the stack of photos as if she was being strangled. At that time, she gave Ren Xiaotang 500 million yuan. Ren Xiaotang was touched and couldn't help but hug her. At that time, she was annoyed because Nanju treated Li Xiao well and missed Su Manqing's attitude. She desperately needed to be comforted, so she didn't push Yutong away. That was the only time she lost her composure. She opened her mouth, but she didn't know how to explain. Xianxia's voice was very cold, as if it came from another world. You've been gathering funds all this time to help him pay back Xiao Xiao's 1 billion yuan? You clearly know what he did to Xiao Xiao, but you still took the initiative to help him. What position do you place me and Xiao Xiao in? Xianxia looked at the pale and teary-eyed Xianxia. She looked so delicate and pitiful, like a flower swaying in the wind. In the past, whenever she showed this expression, it would make his heart ache. He wanted nothing more than to give her everything in the world to make her smile. However, at this moment, he felt tired and annoyed. A thought unconsciously appeared in his mind. If it was Manqin, she definitely wouldn't get close to other men, and she wouldn't be willing to hurt him like this. Xianxia sat on the chair in a daze. Xianxia had left at some point, leaving her alone. She had never felt this way before. The room was too big, so big that it made her feel so lonely and sad to be alone. She felt very wronged. She didn't care about the past between Nanju and Su Manqin, nor did she care about the excessive preferential treatment he gave to Li Xiao. But he was so cruel to her because of those groundless rumors. Why did he have to think of her and Yutong in such a bad way? Sure enough, for men, once they got their hands on something, they would no longer cherish it. Most importantly, who took those photos? And they were so clear, as if the person was less than a meter away from her and Yutong. Xianxia felt cold all over when she thought of having such an enemy watching her. She had guessed that it was Li Xiao who did it, but she knew Li Xiao's situation best. She didn't even have someone she could order around, so how could she call the wind and summon the rain on the internet? Her position was too high, so it naturally attracted the jealousy of the people below her. Maybe it was because she blocked the eyes of some opponent. She was at a loss and didn't know what to do. The ringing of her phone interrupted her self-pity. She picked up the phone, and when she heard her son Li Qianqing's voice, she couldn't help but choke. I don't know who framed me. I'm fine. I won't be defeated by them. Okay, I believe in you. After hanging up the phone, she wiped her tears and stood up. Chiho also saw the news on the internet when he was abroad, and now he was trying to help her suppress it. He said that he would investigate who framed her this time and avenge her. He said that he would protect her and not let her get hurt. Chiho was so powerful, so there would be no problem. All the conspiracies against her would be exposed. Chang Kain turned on her phone and began to browse Weibo. She looked at the personal attacks, and her body trembled slightly. She tried to make herself remember the humiliation that was thrown to her face. After some time, the accounts of Ren Xiaotong's fans who announced that they were no longer fans were deleted one by one. Many marketing accounts also deleted their Weibo. Chang Kain smiled faintly. She knew that this was Chiho's move. "Mom, I'm back." A crisp voice penetrated the room. Chang Kain's eyes brightened. Her baby daughter Chiho was back, After watching the live broadcast, Li's words, it was very pertinent. "Look, the plot is. It was just a pity." According to the popularity of this matter, it would have stayed on the hot search list for at least a few days. Now that she refreshed the page, she found that a few of the trending searches had disappeared, and several accounts had been deleted. She shook her head. This person really relied on his powerful hacking skills to be unscrupulous. In any case, everyone who should know about this already knew about it. It was too late to suppress it now. He can remove the hot search, but can he block the accounts of all the people who discussed this matter? She had already reminded the Chiho dynasty. They might have made some preparations. The sparrow spirit hugged the pen with its wings and wrote on the white paper. According to it, it was recording its inspiration. It used the pen name Difficult Life as a Bird and started to serialize a novel on a website. It even stopped watching the TV series that it usually liked. The sparrow spirit said excitedly, "My inspiration is like a fountain. I think I can write 6,000 yuan today." It also showed off to Li Xiao. Although it had only been half a month, it already had loyal fans. Moreover, there was a rich fan who tipped it every day. Every time it updated a chapter, it tipped it 100 yuan. "Xiao Xiao, if you don't have money in the future, I can support you." The sparrow was still showing off. Li Xiao glanced at it and said faintly, "Okay, remember to pay living expenses starting today. It's not much, just 10,000 yuan. Think about it, the rent for such a big house is tens of thousands." The sparrow spirit instantly lowered its head like a frosted eggplant. Li Xiao snorted. Little thing, it actually dared to show off in front of her. She had earned 1 billion yuan in a few days. Was she proud? Zhang Yan said in a low voice, "I don't dare to get close to Li Qianfei. There's something on her that makes me afraid." However, Zhang Yan couldn't describe it in detail. Li Xiao was stunned. The corners of her mouth curled up. She would know when the time came. Since Li Qianfei was back, there would be a time when they would have to deal with each other. Su Manqin wasn't in their hands, and she also got her share of the property. Without these two restrictions, she didn't have to be as restrained as before. She had the aura of if you have the ability, you can fight head-on. After watching the commotion of the Li clan, she was so hungry that she ordered a meal for herself. She was also pondering what she should do next. Perhaps she should pick up her old profession and forget about it. Right now, she really needed to develop contacts to fight against the Li clan and Chang Kain's allies. Even if she didn't want to fight against them, Chang Kain's son and daughter wouldn't let her go. She looked for a long time before she finally chose a restaurant that had a good reputation. She also ordered a few dishes that the sparrow spirit liked to eat. Anyway, this fellow often followed her on the mountain and basically ate everything. It especially liked to add nuts to yogurt. Before the takeout arrived, Li Xiao felt that someone had entered the area near the villa. She set up a formation around the villa. If someone came in, she would be able to detect it immediately. The doorbell rang in the next second. Li Xiao looked outside and saw that the person outside was Li Qianfei. Li Qianfei and Chang Kain looked very similar when they were young. Their facial features were delicate and pretty, and their skin was as fair as jade. When they smiled with curved eyes, they looked innocent and pure. With a little baby fat, they looked even more pure and cute. They were very likable. Li Xiao pondered for a moment. She first turned on the surveillance camera in the living room and then slowly opened the door. Li Qianfei walked in with light steps. As soon as he entered, he called out to her affectionately, "Sister, I'm back." Judging from his attitude, it was as if they were very close sisters and had never had any conflicts or quarrels. Li Zhao's expression was indifferent. Her tone was very polite and formal. "Welcome back." Li Qianfei looked at her with a little surprise. The smile on his face was still there. "Sister, don't you live at home? It's so hard for you to live alone outside. Auntie Li's cooking is so delicious. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't bear to move out. During the time I was abroad, I missed her cooking and mom's soup the most." Li Xiao twitched the corner of her mouth. The Auntie Li that Li Qianfei mentioned was the chef of the Li clan. She was also Qian Kaiyin's former neighbor. She usually only cooked the dishes that Qian Kaiyin and the others liked to eat. How could she care about Li Zhao's tastes and taboos? She pondered for a moment. It's quite hard. For example, I have to order takeout for all 3 meals now. Before Li Qianfei could invite her home, Li Xiao clenched her right fist and punched her palm. "You reminded me. I have to hire a chef to cook for me. 1 hourly worker is not enough. Dad will definitely agree. As for the cost of hiring a chef, of course, Lin Namju would pay for it. Usually, the hourly worker would come over every day to clean her room and leave. He was not responsible for her meals." Li Qianfei's smile froze on his face. Li Xiao said, "Why don't one person be responsible for Chinese food and the other for Western food?" "Well, at the very least, we have to hire a chef with 3 Michelin stars." Li Qianfei looked at Li Zhao's matter-of-fact attitude and was so angry that the root of his teeth hurt. She did not understand why Li Xiao was still a high and mighty young lady at this point. She did not have the slightest awareness of her situation. It took her more than a day to get back to China by plane and transfer. She wanted to give her mother a surprise. Who knew that she would find her mother crying as soon as she got home? She asked her mother and found out that her father gave 10% of the company's shares to Li Xiao. He even gave her the department store that she wanted so much. It was as if he was bewitched. Before she went abroad, her father hated her sister very much. Her father did this without even asking them. It was no wonder that her mother was so sad. Li Qianfei had no time to know about Qian Kaiyin and Ren Xiaotang because he was on the plane. As a mother, how could Qian Kaiyin talk about her relationship with another man in front of her children? When Li Qianfei asked, she naturally used Li Xiao as an excuse. Li Qianfei asked the housekeeper at home where Li Xiao was living and rushed over. In the end, she was furious with Li Xiao. She also believed that her mother must have been bullied badly by Li Xiao when she was not at home. She remembered the purpose of her visit and suppressed the anger in her heart. She took out a necklace. The necklace was carved with the pattern of a phoenix. The whole body was carved with golden gems and the eyes were red gems. It was natural and unbelievably beautiful. She looked at the necklace reluctantly and handed it to Li Xiao. "Sister, this necklace is for you." Li Xiao raised her eyebrows. Someone who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Even if she did not know much about jewelry, she could see that this necklace was extremely expensive. "This should be your favorite item. Let's just forget about it." She lowered her head and pretended to look at her phone without interest. In fact, she had already turned on the recording function of her phone. Li Qianfei said sincerely, "Last year was your coming-of-age ceremony. It is one of the most important days in a girl's life. But those things happened at home and I can't make up for it. So I want to give this necklace to you to show my sincerity. Sister, don't be so polite with me. We are sisters. No matter how good this necklace is it more important than our feelings?" She looked like she was about to cry. "Sister, you don't want to accept it. Are you not willing to forgive us?" Li Xiao had to admit that this was indeed Qian Kaiyin's daughter. The way she cried was the essence of Qian Kaiyin. Even the way she spoke was the same. It was as if Li Xiao was not willing to forgive them and was sorry to them. She took the necklace and said, "Thank you for your kindness, sister." She wanted to see what the other party wanted to do with this necklace. Seeing that she was willing to accept it, Li Qianfei looked at the necklace. She was reluctant to part with it, but also happy. "This necklace doesn't look good on me." "It suits you, sister." She rubbed her temples. I just got off the plane. I'm a little tired. I'll go back first. Sister, if you have time, come home more often. After all, we are a family. There's nothing we can't get over. Li Xiao also pretended to be polite. I will. When she got her driver's license, she would definitely go home and ask Li Namju to buy her a luxury car. She had already taken a fancy to several limited edition cars. She could ask her scumbag father to pay for them. Li Qianfei seemed to have come here just to give her the necklace. After the necklace was delivered to Li Xiao, she left as if she had accomplished something important. Li Xiao played with the necklace. She didn't feel any curse from it. It looked like an ordinary necklace, except that it was a little expensive and beautiful. Of course, she didn't think that Li Qianfei was sincere in giving her a gift as compensation. She took out her phone and video called Yuan to ask how much the necklace could be sold for. Yuan video called her. Yuan couldn't hide her excitement on the screen. How did you get this necklace? Li Xiao said, what's so special about it? Yuan said, this necklace appeared 132 years ago. The Quan family bought it at a high price. The current market price is at least 2 billion, and there's no supply. It's said that this necklace will be passed down to every female owner of the Quan family. You were proposed to by the eldest young master of the Quan family? He's back in the country? When did you meet? A series of questions were thrown at Li Xiao. Li Xiao rarely saw Yuan so emotional. She couldn't help but ask curiously, the Quan family? She suddenly remembered that the Sparrow Spirit seemed to have mentioned that the sequel to The CEO's Wife was called Young Master Quan's Wife. The female lead was Li Qianfei, and the male lead was Quan Ielsen. Unfortunately, the Sparrow Spirit didn't read the book. She only read the introduction. She glanced at the Sparrow Spirit. It didn't read what it should, but read a bunch of novels that it shouldn't. Yuan directly told her about the Quan family. The Quan family was one of the aristocratic families in China. They had survived for thousands of years. When China was at its most unstable, they left China and went to country Y, where they were doing well. 50 years ago, they were even conferred the title of Marquis because of their contributions. All in all, the Quan family could be said to be noble. Although the Li clan was very rich, in front of the Quan clan, they were suddenly the so-called nouveau riche. Li Xiao suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Yuan, how did you get this necklace? Could it be a counterfeit? Li Xiao felt that the one in her hand should be the real deal. She smiled faintly. The Quan family has returned to China? Yuan said, there was news about this 2 months ago. It said that they're going to start a company in China. We don't know the details. Yuan had some connections in the entertainment industry, but when it came to the upper class, those connections were not enough. She had only vaguely heard some rumors. That necklace of yours should be a counterfeit. The Quan family would never let such a precious item fall into the hands of others. It's best that you don't wear it on a regular basis, lest others see it and laugh at you. But I'm just telling you for nothing. With your personality, you definitely won't like wearing this kind of fake. After receiving information about the necklace, Li Xiao hung up the phone with satisfaction. She began to search for information about the Quan clan. There was not much information about the Quan clan on the internet, only a few pieces. She searched for a long time, but in the end, she only found a photo from 14 years ago. At that time, the young Mrs. Quan was wearing this necklace to promote her identity as a United Nations ambassador of peace. Li Xiao's lips curled up. Interesting. The Sparrow Spirit stopped typing and asked her excitedly, this necklace should be real, right? Li Xiao said, Li Qianfei probably wouldn't send a fake over. She just didn't know what the other party was going to do with the necklace. Is there anything special about Li Qianfei himself? Compared to the necklace, the Sparrow Spirit was more interested in this matter. The Sparrow Spirit couldn't tell. It was just lucky that it had taken the pill to gain intelligence. It didn't have any cultivation. Li Xiao closed the third eye that she had opened for Li Qianfei. She rubbed her temples to relieve the faint tiredness. She has a lot of luck. It was the first time she had seen someone with such a strong luck. No wonder she could find imperial jade in just a random stone. She pondered for a moment and said, but the luck is too messy and chaotic. It obviously doesn't belong to her. She didn't know what method she used to steal other people's luck, and it was the luck of a lot of people. Li Xiao wasn't envious. Stealing from others would have to be returned sooner or later. Everything had its own destiny. The sparrow spirit asked, "Then can you cut off her luck?" Li Xiao was silent. This time, she was silent for a long time. The sparrow spirit's IQ came online for once. "I see. That means you can't do it. I thought you were omnipotent." Li Xiao's eyes suddenly became dangerous. "The weather is annoying and I have no appetite. I think a spicy grilled sparrow would be very appetizing." Little girl. She lived in her territory and ate her food, but she still dared to undermine her. Did she think that her temper was too good? Besides, she wasn't a god. How could she be good at everything? She was good at talismans. As for luck, feng shui, and other things, she only knew the basics. The sparrow spirit's feathers instantly stood up. The entire bird lay on the ground, showing a lying position. "I was wrong." Li Xiao's mood improved a lot after she taught the recently arrogant sparrow spirit a lesson. She put the necklace away. She was going to find a time to auction this necklace. According to Yuan, this necklace was worth at least 2 billion. No matter what Li Qianfei was scheming, when the necklace wasn't in her hands, what else could he do to her? Li Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Li Qianfei is really a good person. He had just returned to China, and he was already giving her money. And it was such a large sum of money. This kind of thing wasn't something that could be accepted by just any auction house. She looked around and could only go through the world's largest auction house, Feidi's auction house. The convenience of this auction house was that if one was a member, they could choose not to disclose their identity. The requirements to become a member were also quite strict. One had to be rich or noble. Of course, Li Xiao couldn't be a member, but she knew who could be a member. She silently found the Chang dynasty's phone number. After all, she couldn't ask Lan Namju to help her auction this thing. "I'm counting on you, Chang dynasty boss." Compared to the last time they met, the Chang dynasty's attitude was more gentle this time. He no longer treated Li Xiao as a junior, but as an equal. "Thanks to your reminder, Tian is fine." After being reminded by Li Xiao, she hurriedly made an appointment for her daughter to have a full body checkup. In the end, there was a problem. She found a tumor in the lungs. Because the checkup was timely, it didn't deteriorate into lung cancer. The Chang dynasty had a lingering fear when thinking about this. She only had this one daughter all these years. If something really happened to Tian, she... Li Xiao smiled. "It's good that I can help you." She took out the necklace that Li Qianfei gave her. When the Chang dynasty saw the necklace, his expression changed. He obviously recognized it. "How did you get this necklace?" Li Xiao said, "Someone gave it to me." The Chang dynasty's gaze never left the necklace. "This necklace is the Quan family's heirloom. I heard some rumors that the current head of the Quan family returned to China this time to find this necklace. Whoever can get this necklace will be able to do the Quan family a favor." Li Xiao asked her, "Can a favor be exchanged for 2 billion immediately?" The Chang dynasty's mouth twitched. Many people wanted to do the Quan family a favor, but they couldn't get it even if they wanted it. How could they use money to measure it? Li Xiao said, "I hope you can help me auction this thing at Feidi's autumn auction." This was a small matter for the Chang dynasty. She quickly agreed. She smiled faintly. "You really don't need a favor from the Quan family?" This necklace was obviously given by Li Qianfei. When the time came, the favor would belong to Li Qianfei, and he wouldn't be able to give her any benefits. So she might as well sell it and get a sum of money. She thought for a moment and said, "If you know someone who wants to buy the Li clan's shares, I can sell it. It's 10% higher than the market price." The Chang dynasty looked at the calm face of the girl in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. This young lady of the Li clan didn't seem to have any feelings for the Li clan. If these shares fell into the hands of other shareholders of the Li clan, it would very likely threaten Lan Namju's position in the company. This was also a favor, so she didn't hesitate to agree. She said, "You and my Tian are about the same age. You can get to know each other when you have time." In the eyes of the outside world, Li Xiao had lost her previous status. They were chasing after the twins born by Chang Kain. But in the eyes of the Chang dynasty, she had more investment value than the other two. Plus, she didn't like Chang Kain, so he was happy to be on good terms with Li Xiao. Li Xiao recalled Jiang Tiantian's face and nodded slightly. Okay. They were both cannon fodder, so they should get along well. She was in a good mood and decided to go back to the old mansion to have a meal and see if there was a good show to watch. The magnificent villa was brightly lit. A figure stood in front of the window, holding a wine glass in his hand. His posture was elegant. The man was Quan Yelson, the current head of the Quan family. His face was handsome and flawless. Every perfect outline of his face made people feel that God was too partial to him. His deep eyes were darker than the night, as if he was immersed in some kind of memory. After a moment, he sighed softly. His handsome face was shrouded in a faint tiredness. He had been searching for his angel for many years, but he still couldn't find any clues. 10 years ago, he was kidnapped with a young girl. In order to save him, the young girl led the other pursuers away by herself. She was obviously more delicate and cute than anyone else, but she was braver and kinder than anyone else. Before she left, her brilliant smile was deeply engraved in his heart. It hadn't faded after all these years. Don't be afraid. I'm the goddess of luck. Nothing will happen to me. He gave her his necklace and made a promise to her. He swore that he would save her and repay her. She bit his arm and said that it was the protection left by the goddess of luck. But when he used his family's power to find the kidnappers again, he didn't find her. He only heard that the girl had successfully escaped. He tried his best to find her, but all these years, it was in vain. He never gave up until 3 months ago. He found a master and paid a hefty price to have him perform a divination for him. The divination showed that the person he was looking for was in S city in Hua Nation. Quan Yelson immediately returned to Hua Nation and spread the news. Others thought that the Quan family had accidentally lost the necklace. Only he knew that he simply wanted to find the owner of the necklace. Time had made this feeling settle down. This memory was like a piece of gold that shone brightly. It wasn't until his mother mentioned that she wanted to set up a marriage contract for him that he couldn't help but think of that smile that was brighter than the sun. Only then did he realize that he had fallen in love with her. He had fallen in love with that kind and brave girl. This time, I'll find you no matter what, my angel. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Every dish on the table looked and smelled great, making one's appetite wet just by looking at them. Unfortunately, Li Xiao was the only one who was in the mood to eat at this moment. She had nothing to do, so she came back just in time for dinner. So she was in a very good mood. Chang Kain silently ate the few grains of rice in her bowl. As a female star, in order to maintain her figure, she usually ate very little starchy food. At most, she would eat a mouthful of rice every meal. From time to time, she looked up at Lu Namju with hidden bitterness. In the past few days, Nanju had not said a word to her, giving her a cold shoulder. Even the reason why he was willing to stay for dinner with her tonight was because of his daughter, Phil. Thinking of the cold atmosphere at home, Chang Kain felt that she was going to suffocate. She felt very wronged. She had clearly explained to Nanju. Why didn't he trust her? Obviously, he often missed Su Manchin these days and tried his best to compensate Li Xiao. The more she thought about it, the more pitiful she felt. Her original guilt gradually disappeared and was replaced by dissatisfaction and resentment towards Lu Namju. Li Qianfei saw his mother's teary eyes and felt very distressed. Dad, did you secretly bully Mom when I wasn't here? She complained in a coquettish tone, which had always been Li Qianfei's best style. Even if he knew that she was lying, he couldn't bear to scold her. Lu Namju looked indifferent. Your mother knows what she has done. In the past few days, as long as he went out, he would be looked at with sympathy. Everyone knew that he had been cuckolded by Ren Xiaotang. They comforted him on the surface, but who knew how many people secretly laughed at him for not being able to control his own wife. Especially when such a thing happened less than a year after they got married. Many people even laughed at him for being blind. Lu Namju's pride as a man had been shattered time and time again. Under these circumstances, it would be strange if he could forgive Chang Kain so easily, Unfortunately, Chang Kain had been acting as if she had been wronged and hurt by his heartlessness. She was no longer as gentle and considerate as before. Compared to his infatuated ex-wife, Lu Namji's dissatisfaction with Chang Kain began to take root in his heart. Although Manqin's actions were vicious, it was because she loved him too much that she did it. Of these two, one felt that she had been wronged and was unwilling to accept it, while the other felt that the other party did not love her that much and had a grudge against her. As a result, this couple, who used to show off their love for each other in the past few days, showed a state of indifference. Li Qianfei gritted his teeth. Dad gave 10% of the shares to Li Xiao. Can't Mom be angry? Previously, when she heard from her mother that her father was going to give her and her brother 5% of the shares each, she was very happy. She felt that they were indeed her father's most beloved children. However, when she heard the news as soon as she returned to China, her face was directly slapped swollen. Until now, she still thought that her parents were angry because of the property. From the corner of her eyes, she caught a glimpse of Li Xiao with a faint smile on her face. She almost tightened her grip on her chopsticks. Li Xiao succeeded in sowing discord between her parents. She must be very proud right now, right? If it weren't for the fact that she wanted to maintain her image in front of her father, Li Qianfei would have already exploded. Chang Kain did not want her precious daughter to anger Lu Namju because of her. She hurriedly said, "I'm fine. I was just thinking about the script and was too immersed in it. I couldn't get out of it, that's all. It has nothing to do with your father." She found an excuse for herself to step down. Her seemingly reasonable words once again stabbed Lu Namju's heart. Chang Kain's new movie just happened to be playing a loving couple with Ren Xiaotang. She said that she couldn't get out of the movie. Didn't that mean that she was still immersed in the movie and was deeply in love with Ren Xiaotang? Therefore, his face darkened, and his body emitted a cold aura. Anyone could see that he was in a very bad mood. Li Qianfei was even angrier when she saw Su Qingsung's compromising look. Dad really changed. She didn't know what Li Xiao did. In just a short period of time, her father, who used to love her and her children, changed. No, if this went on, what if her father lost his mind and left all his property to Li Xiao? She and her brother had been wronged for so many years. Would they still have to rely on Li Xiao in the future? Li Qianfei suddenly had an idea. She could remind her grandmother. Her grandmother loved her and her brother the most. If she knew about this, she would definitely make trouble with her father. Would her father still have the face to be angry with her mother? Moreover, having a common enemy to deal with could also improve the relationship between her grandmother and her mother, so that her mother would not be troubled by the relationship between her mother and her daughter-in-law. The relationship between her grandmother and her mother was very good in the past. Her grandmother was also very protective of them. Li Qianfei couldn't help but miss the past. At that time, although her mother and them couldn't get a status, they were always protected by her father and grandmother. They never suffered. After coming up with this idea, her eyes revealed a faint smile. She couldn't help but glance at Li Xiao proudly. She would let her be arrogant for a few more days. Li Xiao was taking a walk in the garden. She was in a good mood at night. She ate too much, causing her stomach to feel uncomfortable, so she simply took a walk. Li Clan's garden used to be planted with roses. Roses were also Su Manqin's favorite flowers. After the hostess changed, the garden changed to lilies that Chang Kain liked. Although Li Xiao hated Chang Kain, she wouldn't vent her anger on innocent flowers. She slowly appreciated the beauty of these flowers. The night added a mysterious color to the lilies, and the lingering fragrance made people feel slightly tipsy. "Sister." Li Qianfei's clear voice sounded behind her. Li Xiao turned around and saw that her sister was wearing a rather elegant beige dress. The way she looked at her with curved eyes gave her a sense of innocence. Li Xiao said, "Are you also taking a walk?" She was just going to deal with whatever came her way. Li Qianfei walked to her left. Her doubtful voice was full of innocence. "Hey, sister, aren't you wearing the necklace I gave you?" Li Xiao said, "It's too heavy. My neck feels uncomfortable." Li Qianfei, this reason directly blocked all of her words. She looked around at the blooming lilies and reached out to pick one of them. Her eyes were full of nostalgia. This flower reminds me of when I was young. Li Xiao looked at her quietly, with a look that said, I'm watching your performance. Li Qianfei said, 10 years ago, I saw lilies that were even prettier than this. It's just that the environment back then wasn't very good. At that time, I was kidnapped with a little brother. I saw the mountain of lilies in the valley. Li Xiao listened to Li Qianfei's story. According to her, after she and the little brother were kidnapped, she escaped with the help of the little brother's wit. However, they were chased by soldiers. In order to help the little brother, she cut off her long hair and put on the little brother's clothes to lead the soldiers away. The little brother also gave her a necklace, which was the one she gave Li Xiao. Li Xiao asked, since this necklace is so important to you, why do you have to give it to me? Li Qianfei said sincerely, because sister is also very important to me. So I want to give my beloved item to you. I hope that we can be good sisters for the rest of our lives. Li Xiao said, oh, thank you. She should be thanking her for giving her 2 billion yuan for free. Li Qianfei frowned slightly. She was a little dissatisfied with her indifferent attitude, but she couldn't show it. She lowered her eyes and clenched her fists slightly. She had already said what she needed to say. Now it was up to her sister to decide what to do. She watched as Li Xiao strolled back to her room and let out a long sigh. She took out her phone and started to look for her grandmother's number. Grandma, it's me. Chu Lian hung up the phone. She was so angry that her body kept shaking. If Phil hadn't called her, she wouldn't have known that her son had given 10% of the shares to Li Xiao behind her back. That was 10%. Not just a few tens of thousands. How dare he, as a girl, Li Xiao would get married sooner or later. This meant that the shares of the Li clan would fall into the hands of outsiders. Moreover, Li Xiao had been led astray by her mother, Su Manqin. She had been arrogant since she was young and had never been close to her grandmother. What was Nanju thinking? Why didn't Chan Kain stop him? He was so useless. No, she couldn't accept this. Chu Lian couldn't sit still anymore. She decided to return to S City and stop praying to Buddha. During the new year this year, she dreamed that the ghost who had died prematurely had said that there were some problems with the feng shui of the Li clan. She needed to pray to Buddha sincerely to improve the feng shui. At that time, she was in the middle of arguing with her daughter-in-law, so she returned to her hometown and prayed at the ancestral hall every day. Of course, it was also because her relationship with her son had worsened because of Chan Kain. She also needed to take a step back and improve her relationship with her son. But now, she couldn't stay here calmly anymore. If she stayed any longer, who knew if Nanju would give away more of the Li clan's assets? These were all for her golden grandson. She immediately asked someone to pack her luggage and book her the earliest flight for tomorrow. Her nanny, Mrs. Yang, who usually served her, held a thick envelope and said to her, Madam, this is a letter for you. Chu Lian frowned. Who would still send letters these days? She took the envelope. There wasn't even a stamp on it. There were only 3 printed words on it, Chu Lian. Chu Lian tore open the envelope. When she saw the photo on the top, she took a deep breath, blacked out, and fainted. Li Qianfei was humming a happy tune with a smile on her face. Lu Namju, who was originally in a bad mood, also smiled when she saw her daughter like this. Phil, do you miss Grandma so much? He received a call from his mother saying that she was coming back today, so he got off work early from the company. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty for his mother, who had been praying to Buddha in their hometown for half a year. Chan Kain said gently, I made a few dishes that Mom likes to eat, but I haven't made them for a long time. I'm afraid that Mom won't be used to them. Lu Namja looked at her gentle appearance and her heart softened. Mom has always liked your cooking. She won't have any objections. For a moment, the tense atmosphere between the couple became harmonious. Li Qianfei, who was humming a tune, looked at Li Xiao, who was playing with her phone in boredom. The smile on her face deepened. Sister, you haven't seen Grandma for a long time, right? Li Xiao nodded and looked up at her with a big smile. Grandma is too lonely in her hometown. I think it's better for her to move back here. Aunt can be filial to Grandma. Chan Kain's gentle smile froze when she heard this. Her mother-in-law was not an easy person to serve. If she lived under the same roof as her, she was afraid that she would be tortured to death in the future. Lu Namju's heart moved. He thought that Li Xiao's idea was not bad. Jiayin, after filming this movie, you should rest at home and accompany mom. As long as she didn't film, Jiayin wouldn't be in contact with Ren Xiaotang often. Li Qianfei was very dissatisfied. What was wrong with dad? Why was he so stubborn? Mom only had one hobby, but he didn't want to support her. What was the difference between him and those straight men? However, she was most angry with Li Xiao. She dared to drive a wedge between them in front of her. Dad, mom only has one hobby. Why do you have to deprive her of it? If she retires, her tens of millions of fans will cry to death. Lu Namju's face darkened. He was about to reprimand her, but he was interrupted by Li Qianfei's surprised voice. Ah. Grandma is back. A luxury car drove into the courtyard. A few minutes later, Chu Lian's figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Li Qianfei looked at her grandmother's angry face. She was looking forward to the next conflict. Grandma was an elder. If she scolded Li Xiao could only listen obediently. She watched as grandma walked over angrily. She didn't even greet her father. A crisp slap sounded. Judging from the sound, it was a real slap. Half of Chan Kaiyin's face was red and swollen. Li Qianfei was stunned. Her eyes were wide open. She couldn't believe it. Shouldn't she have slapped Li Xiao? Why did she slap her mother? Didn't grandma come back to settle accounts with Li Xiao? Everyone was stunned by the old madam's slap. Chan Kaiyin used to be tortured when she was dating Lu Namju, but after they got married, she was treated like a princess. Her cheeks burned with pain, and her tears flowed out reflexively. Chu Lian was even angrier when she saw how wrong she was after slapping her. Was she trying to tell everyone that she was being bullied? She was the one who had done something so embarrassing. Thus, she, who was originally going to stop after one slap, decided to use both hands to vent the anger in her heart. Slap, 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 Li Xiao felt so refreshed when she heard the sound. She could not help thinking, slap her a few more times. Li Qianfei reacted and screamed. She rushed up and pulled Chan Kaiyin behind her. Grandma, what are you doing? Why did you hit my mother? She hit her so hard that both sides of her mother's face were swollen. Chu Lian staggered because of the sudden movement. She was wearing high heels, so she lost her balance and fell to the ground. The old madam gasped. Her ankle hurt so much that she broke out in a cold sweat. She sprained her ankle because of the fall. Lu Namju hurried forward to help his mother up. Li Xiao did not fall behind. She helped the other side and said to Li Qianfei disapprovingly, Qianfei, how could you push grandma? What if something happened to grandma? Hurry up and apologize to grandma. Li Qianfei was so angry that her eyes turned red when she saw the person she hated the most standing on the moral high ground and criticizing her. Usually, she would apologize immediately, but after hearing Li Xiao's words, she was rebellious. She straightened her neck and said, I didn't do it on purpose. It was grandma who hit mom for no reason. What did mom do wrong? She is so filial to grandma, but grandma bullied her when she came back. Moreover, she had slapped her mother in front of everyone without showing any mercy at all. Even if grandma did something wrong, she is our elder. You have to understand. Li Xiao said in a reasonable manner, as if Li Qianfei was being unreasonable. Li Qianfei was so angry that she almost broke her silver teeth from clenching them. Chu Lian was so angry that her chest heaved up and down when she saw her unconvinced look. Sure enough, no matter how much she doted on this girl, she was still on her mother's side when something happened. She pulled out a stack of photos from her bag and threw them at Li Qianfei. She said angrily, I bullied your mother? Why don't you see what disgusting things she did? She is the daughter-in-law of the family, but she's with another man. Immoral and fickle. I was wondering why she insisted on continuing to be an actress when our Li family is not short of money. It turns out that it is convenient for her to seduce men. She cheated on my son, didn't she? No matter how bad Su Manqin is, he knows how to respect himself. He wouldn't do such a despicable thing. A series of insults came out of Chu Lian's mouth. Obviously, she had been holding these insults in her heart for a long time. Those insults drilled into Chan Kaiyin's ears and turned into knives that cut into her heart. Her face lost all color and she felt her limbs turn cold. She wished she could dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. No, it's not like that. Mom, listen to me. Her voice was so weak that it sounded like she was going to faint at any moment. Chu Lian sneered, how do you want to explain it? Did Ren Xiaotang force you? Then go and sue him. If you dare to sue him, I'll believe you. The two people quarreling, one was his wife and the other was his mother. Moreover, his mother had taught Jiayin a lesson for him. Although he felt sorry for Jiayin being beaten, he couldn't stand on her side at this time. It would only poke his mother's heart and add fuel to the fire. Chan Kaiying couldn't say a word. Her body trembled slightly. If it was any other time, her little face would be pale and her eyes would be filled with tears. Naturally, she would be pitiful. However, her cheeks were red and swollen now. If she acted like this, it would hurt her eyes. Lu Namju unconsciously looked away. Mom, you just got off the plane. You should go in and rest. Although Chu Lian was very angry, she still gave her son some face and stopped scolding. Let the doctor take a look at me first. I sprained my ankle. Li Xiao frowned and looked worried. I hope it's not a big problem. Grandma, you can't take it. Chu Lian glanced at Li Qianfei, who was holding the photos in a daze, and couldn't help but curse under her breath, ungrateful wretch. In the past, she often found fault with Xiao Xiao because of Qianfei. In the end, Qianfei was still on her mother's side. On the contrary, Xiao Xiao knew how to feel sorry for her. Li Qianfei didn't care about her grandmother's opinion of her. She looked at the photos, and her face was as pale as snow. At this moment, she finally guessed why the atmosphere between her parents was so strange after she came back. So that's why. She was no stranger to Uncle Ren. Before she returned to China and met her father, Uncle Ren often took care of him. It could be said that Uncle Ren's existence satisfied her desire for a father's love. She also knew that Uncle Ren had always liked her mother, and even until now, he hadn't married because of her mother. However, she didn't think that this was a big deal. Her mother was so good, so what if she had an admirer? All these years, Uncle Ren had been trying hard to control his feelings and treat her like his own daughter. She couldn't bear to see Uncle Ren being slandered. Before her father and mother got married, they didn't lack people by their side. They even gave birth to Li Xiao with Su Manqin. In comparison, her mother didn't do anything to let her father down. She only hugged her once. Her father was too petty. It was just that her mother and Uncle Ren were too careless. They were actually caught on camera, and it was so clear that they couldn't find an excuse even if they wanted to defend themselves. Grandma couldn't accept it because of the old-fashioned views of the previous generation. Mom, she wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Chan Kaiying couldn't help but lower her head in front of her daughter. Phil, there's really nothing between me and your Uncle Ren. Li Qianfei quickly said, I know. If you really wanted to be with Uncle Ren, how could Dad have the chance to be with you? Chan Kaiying was most afraid that her daughter would despise her because of this. Hearing these caring words, her eyes turned red. But they don't believe us. Li Qianfei said, that's because they're perverts. You and Uncle Ren are open and honest. They're the ones who think the wrong way. You've always been like this. Mom, you're not wrong. They're too petty. She was so busy comforting herself that she didn't notice Lu Namju, who was not far away and had returned. Lu Namju listened to his daughter, who was usually well-behaved and considerate, trying to comfort Jiayin. His expression was obscure. Were they perverts? The two of them were open and honest. He felt that this was ridiculous, but he couldn't laugh. It turned out that for Jiayin and Ren Xiaotang, this kind of interaction was normal, so his daughter, who loved her dearly, didn't take it seriously. She even thought that it was normal. Usually, when he picked a ceremonial dance with someone else because of work, Jiayin would be jealous and make trouble with him. If it was her, she would naturally interact intimately with her admirer. He originally thought that as long as Jiayin apologized to him and promised to keep a distance from Ren Xiaotang, he would forgive her and not care about her past unintentional actions. But now, he looked at the mother and daughter one last time and turned back to the living room without hesitation. In the living room, the family doctor was examining Chu Lian's foot. Just in case, you'd better get an X-ray. It might be fractured. Chu Lian's face darkened. She was not young anymore. If it was really fractured, she didn't know how much rest she would have to take. Thinking of this, she became even angrier at Li Qianfei. Li Namju said, "I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup." Chu Lian turned her head and didn't see Qian Kaiying and Li Qianfei. Her tone became even worse. "I'm injured like this, but the mother and daughter didn't do anything?" Li Xiao said, "Feifei is probably comforting Auntie. After all, Auntie's heart has been greatly hurt." Chu Lian heard this and became angry again. "I also fractured my foot. It turns out that my fracture is a small matter. Her being in a bad mood is a big matter. If she didn't do such a shameless thing, would I have scolded her?" She still felt wronged. What did she feel wronged about? Didn't our family treat her well enough? Our Li clan doesn't lack money. We don't need our mistress to be an actress in public. She insisted, and I didn't stop her. In the end, she did such a shameful thing, and I scolded her. Is it my fault? Li Xiao instigated a little and didn't say anything. It wasn't good to be too obvious. She saw that this grandmother's impression of the mother and daughter had become very bad. She had achieved her goal. The nanny found a wheelchair and let Chu Lian sit in it. Li Namju drove her to the hospital. Li Xiao was too lazy to take care of this old woman who valued boys over girls. She said a few words of concern and went back to her room to rest. When Chu Lian came back in the evening, she quarreled with Li Qianfei and Qian Kaiying again. No, to be precise, Chu Lian unilaterally insulted Li Qianfei and Qian Kaiying. Chu Lian's foot was diagnosed with a comminuted fracture. It had been put in a thick cast and would take a long time to recover. Li Qianfei saw this and couldn't help but feel guilty. He allowed Chu Lian to insult him. As for Li Namju, he used the excuse that the company was busy recently and didn't come back. He was sandwiched between his mother, wife, and daughter, which made him very anxious. Li Xiao was so happy to see them fighting each other that she didn't want to go back to her villa. She wanted to stay for a few more days to watch the show. Of course, she said that she was worried about her grandmother, so she wanted to stay and take care of her. Anyway, there was no shortage of nannies and nurses at home. It wasn't her turn to take care of her grandmother. At most, she would say a few good words. Perhaps because she was hurt by Li Qianfei, Li Xiao became a filial granddaughter in comparison. Chu Lian's attitude towards Li Xiao improved a lot. She didn't care that Li Namju gave Li Xiao 10% of his shares. After she learned from Li Namju that Su Manqin was burned to death, she felt that Li Xiao had no one to rely on. If she wanted to gain a foothold in the Li clan, she could only rely on them. In addition, she had the intention to support Li Xiao as a warning to Qian Kaiying and her daughter. Therefore, her attitude towards Li Xiao changed 180 degrees. In the short term, she naturally wouldn't quarrel with Li Xiao because of the shares. Anyway, Li Xiao was still young. Even if they were to get married, it would be a few years later. There was no hurry. Li Qianfei saw that her granddaughter's relationship was getting better and better. She was so angry that her teeth itched. She originally called her grandmother back to teach Li Xiao a lesson. Who knew that she would lift a stone and make her and her mother's situation worse? If this went on, her father and grandmother would stand on Li Xiao's side. Would there be a place for them in this family? While she was anxious, her brother from the same mother, Li Qianxing, returned to China. Li Qianxing came back for his mother. Although he was abroad, he had his own channels to obtain information. From the information he received, his mother, Qian Kaiying, was having a hard time recently. Because of those photos, her reputation suddenly worsened. Even though he took action and deleted many posts and accounts, the rumors became more and more intense as the parties involved did not provide any decent evidence to clarify the matter. Qian Kaiying also lost several endorsement deals for luxury brands because of this. Not only that, someone took a picture of her mother being slapped by her grandmother and uploaded it to the internet. In a short period of time, news of Qian Kaiying and Li Namju's impending divorce spread like wildfire. Looking at his mother's red and swollen face in the photo, Li Qianxing couldn't sit still. In this world, the person he wanted to protect the most was his mother. Therefore, he didn't care about his graduation thesis and directly booked a flight back to China. With him around, he wouldn't give anyone the chance to hurt his mother. Li Qianfei, who went to pick him up at the airport, saw her brother and walked up to him with tears falling down her cheeks. "Brother," Li Qianxing said firmly, "don't worry, I'm here." Li Qianfei seemed to have found a pillar of support and complained, "You don't know how sad Mom and I have been recently. Grandma has been finding fault with us and scolding us all day." Mom's face was also swollen from being slapped by Grandma, and she didn't dare to go out for several days. "Everyone outside is laughing at us, saying that the three of us will be kicked out of the house by Dad and Grandma sooner or later. Dad has changed too. He's not the father who loves us like before. He actually dotes on Li Xiao more. He even gave Li Xiao a lot of things. Li Xiao said that she wanted to buy a car, so he bought her the model that I liked before." Li Qianfei felt more and more wronged as she spoke, and her voice choked. She subconsciously didn't mention that she had accidentally pushed her grandmother and fractured her leg. After all, she didn't do it on purpose. It was just a moment of desperation. If her grandmother hadn't learned to wear high heels at such an old age, she wouldn't have fallen. Li Qianxing's eyes darkened. "Don't worry. I'm here. No one can hurt you." Li Qianfei nodded vigorously and smiled through his tears. His smile was full of trust. "I believe you." After an hour's drive, the siblings arrived at the Li clan's mansion. Li Qianxing got out of the car and walked straight into the house. His luggage was naturally brought in. Before he reached the front of the hall, he heard laughter coming from inside. "Really? That person is really stupid to believe it so easily." "That's right. I can only say that the boundless universe is full of wonders." Just by listening to the sounds, one could imagine the joyous scene inside. Li Qianxing's eyes darkened and he quickened his pace. In the living room, his grandmother sat on the sofa with a smile on her face. She looked at Li Xiao lovingly. This scene was undoubtedly very eye-catching in his eyes. "Little brother, you're back." Li Xiao turned his head and said with a smile. She had to admit that Li Qianxing looked very similar to Lu Namju. He was a vivid image of a young Lu Namju. However, Li Qianxing's temperament was more sinister. The way he looked at people was as if he was looking at an object. There was no warmth in his eyes. Chu Lian turned around in surprise. "Chiho is finally back. Grandma hasn't seen you in a long time." Even if Chu Lian's attitude towards Li Xiao changed in the past 2 days, in her heart, 10 Li Xiaos couldn't compare to Li Qianxing, who could carry on the family line. Her hatred towards Chan Kaiying was mostly directed at Li Qianfei. She couldn't bear to blame her grandson. In her heart, her grandson didn't know what Chan Kaiying did. If he knew, he would definitely feel ashamed to have such a mother. It could only be said that Chu Lian was too optimistic. Her love for her grandson was destined to be met with a merciless blow. As soon as Li Qianxing opened his mouth, Chu Lian felt pain in her heart. "Grandma, what did Mom do? Why do you have to bully her like this?" His tone of questioning made Chu Lian so angry that she fell backwards. If this wasn't her beloved grandson, she would have already scolded him. She said with a stiff face, "Your mom and Ren Xiaotang have an unclear relationship. She still refuses to retire and stay at home to take care of her husband and children. What's wrong with me saying a few words to her? The Li clan didn't lack her salary." Li Qianxing said, "Those were just people who wanted to frame her. My mom is innocent." His voice turned cold. "I won't let go of anyone who hurt my mom. If he found out who framed her, he would definitely let that person experience what it meant to be worse than death." Li Qianxing returned to China this time partly to investigate this matter. The mastermind was too careful and didn't leave any traces on the internet, so he didn't know where to start. Chu Lian pointed at him with a trembling hand and said in disbelief, "So you don't plan to let me go either?" Li Qianxing didn't say anything. It was obvious that he acquiesced. To him, his grandmother's status was far inferior to his mother's. Chu Lian was very distressed. "You're really your mom's good son." Chan Kaiying was really scheming. Her son and daughter were on her side. Li Qianxing glanced at Li Xiao and said in a voice as cold as ice in December, "If you continue to sow discord between mom and grandma, don't blame me for not being polite to you." Li Xiao almost laughed out loud. She narrowed her eyes. "Oh, how did I sow discord? I didn't plan to stay at home, but I was worried about my grandma because of her fracture, so I stayed at home to talk to her. You need evidence to say that I sowed discord. If you don't have evidence, then you're framing me. Chu Lian said, Xiao has been good these days. She didn't say anything bad about your mom. Chiho said it as if she couldn't tell right from wrong. Li Zhao's eyes fell on Li Qianfei. Chiho suddenly said that I sowed discord and have ulterior motives. Is someone fanning the flames in his ears? I can't think of anyone else except you. You keep saying that you want us to be good sisters, but behind my back, you slandered me in front of your brother. You're really my good sister. Chu Lian said angrily, I was wondering why Chiho was treating me like this when he just came back. So it was you who did it. Not only did you cause my fracture, but you also want to sow discord between us. What are you thinking? She was more willing to believe that her grandson was bewitched by someone else and had a problem with her. Li Xiao pretended to comfort her. Grandma, don't be angry. Your health is important. I believe Chiho will understand your pain sooner or later. Seeing that Chu Lian was hurt by her precious grandson, Li Xiao was in a good mood. She deserved it. Chu Lian saw Li Qianqing's silent expression and her heart sank. She was afraid that her grandson was really going to sow discord with her. She took a deep breath and tried to soften her tone. She is your mother. For your sake, I can forgive her this time. But you should also remember to tell your mother to remember her identity and keep a distance from other men. What he did was also a disgrace to you. Li Xiao felt that she now had the demeanor of a vicious female supporting character who sowed discord in novels. She pretended to be reasonable and said, All right, Grandma, Qianqing just came back. He doesn't know anything. He should be very tired now. You should let him rest first. Chu Lian also didn't want to completely fall out with her grandson. After Li Xiao gave her a way out, she nodded and didn't say anything. Li Qianqing looked at Li Xiao with a murderous look. Li Xiao didn't care. If Li Qianqing dared to make a move on her, she would dare to throw 100 fireballs at him. Li Qianfei saw that her brother didn't get the upper hand in this confrontation. Although she was unwilling, she still pulled her brother back to the room first. The brother and sister could have a good discussion about this matter. They couldn't let Li Xiao continue to be so arrogant. Otherwise, there would be no place for them in this family. Chu Lian watched the brother and sister go upstairs. She felt suffocated in her chest. In the past, she would be in a good mood when she saw her precious grandson. Now that her grandson finally came back, she was full of anger. Li Xiao said, Grandma, let's go for a walk in the garden. Chu Lian nodded indifferently. Li Xiao helped her into the wheelchair and pushed her to the garden. Looking at the lilies in the garden, Chu Lian couldn't help but think of Chan Kain. Her mood became worse. Compared with lilies, she preferred magnificent peonies. However, this garden was planted with lilies that Chan Kain liked. There was not a single peony. She was an elder, but she was always controlled by Chan Kain, her daughter-in-law. She had a faint regret in her heart. When Su Manqin was her daughter-in-law, although she was arrogant, she still respected her mother-in-law. She originally thought that Chan Kain had no foundation. If she wanted to gain a foothold in the family, she had to flatter her mother-in-law. Who knew that after she succeeded in becoming Mrs. Li, she turned hostile. Moreover, her son loved her. When she quarreled with Chan Kain, most of the time, he was on her side. Even this time, when Chan Kain made her son wear a green hat, her son didn't teach her a lesson. She shouldn't have let her in so easily at that time. Chu Lian was so regretful that her intestines were about to be tied up. Li Zhao's sigh softly fell into her ears. Alas, I originally wanted to get along with my brother. Now it seems that with Auntie and Phil, he will always be hostile to me. This was undoubtedly what Chu Lian was worried about. Her face was very ugly when she was exposed. Could it be that she had to suffer grievances to please Chan Kain and her daughter? She couldn't bear this grievance. Li Xiao said, Dad has too few sons. If he had more sons, I wouldn't have to worry. Dad only has one son, so I can only endure it. Grandma, you are an elder. No matter how much they go, they won't dare to not respect you. Chu Lian's face changed again and again. Yes, it would be good if Chan Kain had more sons. No, no, as long as it was Xianxia, it would definitely be on her side. Unless it was not her, her eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, her son was only in his 40s. Many people in their 50s or 60s could have children. It didn't make sense that her son couldn't. It would be better to let another woman have a child. With his identity as an illegitimate son, he would definitely be filial to her, his grandmother, to gain a foothold. She unconsciously glanced at Li Xiao. Was this girl's words intentional or unintentional? No, Xiao wasn't that smart. It should be unintentional. Thinking that she would have several grandchildren in the future, Chu Lian's originally stern face eased. Even if Nanju didn't want to have a child with another woman, she had other ways. Li Xiao, who was admiring the flowers excitedly, hid her achievements and fame. The weather was getting cold. Let the Li clan be more chaotic. Didn't Li Qianfei and the others think that illegitimate children were innocent? Then she would give them more illegitimate children. She hoped that they could get along with each other harmoniously. On the other side, Li Qianxia had already turned on his computer. The light from the screen shone on his expressionless handsome face, revealing a cold intent. At this time, he was in his field of expertise, investigating the matter of his mother and Uncle Ren being defamed. He even hacked into the government's system and prepared to pull out some information. He was very familiar with these things. After all, it wasn't the first time he had done this without anyone noticing. In the field of the internet, he was fully deserving of the title of king. Li Qianfei sat next to him and quietly watched him work. Finally, she seemed to have thought of something and said, "Brother, don't forget to investigate Li Xiao too. See if there's anything you can use against her." During this period of time, she had suffered a lot because of Li Xiao. She had long wanted to get back at her. Li Qianxia nodded slightly. For him, investigating Li Xiao was much easier than investigating his mother. Half an hour later, he frowned. "I found an encrypted file on her computer." Li Qianfei was in high spirits. "Really? Let's see what it is." Unlocking the password was a piece of cake for Li Qianxia. After a while, the siblings stared at the file in a daze. She's cold and indifferent. She's the apple of the eye of an elite family in China. He's domineering and cold. He's the head of a top elite family. When the cold and indifferent Li Qianxia meets the domineering Li Qianxia, what kind of notes will they write? Li Qianfei was confused. What's this? At this time, the door was opened with a bang. The sound was so loud that Li Qianfei jumped in fright. She turned around angrily. Who is it? However, she saw 3 strangers barging in. One of them took out an ID and said with a serious expression, "Li Qianxia, right? I'm sorry, but please come with us." When Li Qianfei saw the police ID, her voice became louder. "Why did you arrest my brother?" The leader said in a deep voice, "He violated the country's regulations and hacked into the country's computer information system." He frowned and looked at Li Qianxia, who only had time to forcibly shut down the computer. "Take him away." Li Qianfei's mind was in a mess. She subconsciously wanted to rush over and stop them, but when she saw the handcuffs, she seemed to remember something. She couldn't help but shiver, and her body kept retreating. Her panicked and absent-minded expression was as if she had fallen into the deepest nightmare. Until Li Qianxia, who was being taken away, said to her, "Call Dad. Don't let Mom know." Li Qianxia didn't inform his mother because he wanted to surprise her when he came home. Now, he could hide it so that his mother wouldn't be frightened. As for informing Li Namju, of course, it was to let his father get him out quickly. Although Li Qianxia had some connections, those were organizations that couldn't be spread out in the open. Out of trust in his father, he felt that he would be back in a few days, so his expression was very calm. When Li Qianfei heard that, she came back to her senses and bit her lower lip. She immediately took out her phone and began to make a call. Her hand holding the phone couldn't stop trembling. When Li Qianxia was taken away, it naturally alarmed Li Xiao and Chu Lian in the garden. Auntie Li, who was in charge of cooking, was anxious. "Madam, you have to save the young master quickly. He was taken away." Auntie Li was originally just an ordinary nanny. Because she was Chan Kain's former neighbor, she was hired by the Li clan. She only needed to cook 3 meals a day to easily earn a high salary. It could be said that Auntie Li's position was the same as Chan Kain's. She was naturally afraid that something would happen to Li Qianxing. When she mentioned the identity of the people who took him away, Chu Lian's face changed greatly. What did Chi Hoshek do? Invading the national computer system? Chu Lian repeated these words and sucked in a breath of cold air. This crime sounded very serious. Although she already had the idea of letting her son have a few more grandchildren, so far, the Li family only had one grandson, Xianxia. The other golden grandchildren had not been seen yet. Of course, she could not let anything happen to this only child. She immediately called her son and asked him to save Chiho. Li Xiao didn't say anything. She could more or less guess what had happened. Could this matter be related to the Chang dynasty? If the Chang dynasty was really in cahoots with the higher-ups, then Li Qianxing would be on the radar of the government. It would be fine if Li Qianxing behaved himself, but if he did something wrong, it would be normal for him to be taken away. Li Qianxing deserved it. He couldn't keep his cool and was caught red-handed. After the call, Chu Lian was not in the mood to stroll around the garden. She asked Li Xiao to push her wheelchair back to the living room. When Li Xiao returned to the living room, she saw Li Qianfei sitting on the sofa with a dazed look on his face. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Li Namju finally returned. He looked tired. It was obvious that he had been running around for his son for a long time. "Dad, how's brother?" Li Qianfei asked anxiously. Li Namju's face darkened. "I asked a few friends. Chiho Kaishek made a big mistake this time." Although he tried to restrain himself, he couldn't help but reveal some anger in his voice. He hacked into the national network. What is he trying to do? Li Qianfei unconsciously shrank his neck. He didn't dare to tell the truth. She also regretted it. She shouldn't have encouraged her brother to investigate her mother's matter. In the end, she got her brother into trouble. Chu Lian kept looking at Li Qianfei. He didn't miss her guilty expression. He raised his voice. "Qianfei, tell me, do you know something?" With her shout, everyone's gaze fell on Li Qianfei. Li Qianfei shook his head desperately. "I don't know. I really don't know." But her drifting gaze betrayed her. Chu Lian gritted his teeth. "You won't say it? If you don't say it, get out of the house. At this time, you still won't say it. Do you want your brother to die?" Li Qianfei's face turned pale. She sobbed and said, "Brother said he wants to investigate the matter of my mother being framed." Li Namju understood everything with a simple sentence. His eyes darkened. Several accounts were deleted on Weibo before. It was also his doing, right? His son was smart and daring. He was proud of him. He had always been proud of him. But he didn't expect his son to be so daring and cause such trouble. And his original intention was only to help Jiayin get back at her? If he used this method in a business war, Li Namju would praise him for his ability. Why did he do it for such a small matter? This kind of matter could be solved with a little money. He also saw the answer from his daughter's expression. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. His hands trembled. Chu Lian almost fainted. Just because of this? Your mother is really a jinx. Not only did she ruin her own reputation, but she also dragged Chiho down with her. She can't bear to see our family living well? Chu Lian now regretted letting this jinx into the family. Li Qianfei sobbed. "No, Mom doesn't know. Brother did it behind her back." Chu Lian was so angry that he slapped her. "Are you dead? Don't you know how to stop your brother? Are you the one who instigated your brother? Chiho has always been very steady. How could he do such a reckless thing? You and your mother are indeed biological mother and daughter." At this moment, she forgot the benefits that Li Qianfei's good luck had brought her. She was filled with righteous indignation. Chu Lian's face was gloomy. "Where's your mother?" "Chiho has been arrested." "How can she still be in the mood to film? She hasn't come back yet? Is filming that important? Is it more important than her own son?" Li Qianfei wiped her tears. "Brother didn't let me tell Mom. He said he didn't want Mom to be worried." Li Xiao added slowly. "Auntie is so tenacious and brave. How can she be so easily defeated? Grandma is old. She's the one who can't be frightened. Chu Lian's face changed when he heard this. Chiho only had his mother in his heart. There was no place for her, his grandmother. If she relied on this grandson, she didn't know how much she would be bullied. At this moment, her originally vague thoughts became firm. Li Qianfei wasn't in the mood to bicker with Li Xiao. She was also very clear in her heart that her brother was her and her mother's biggest backer. She said to Lu Namju, "Dad, I'll go beg Godfather and the others." Li Qianfei had two godfathers who were both powerful and influential. They loved her dearly. If she went to beg them, there would be no problem. She just didn't think about it because this matter had come too suddenly. When she thought of this, she felt a little more confident. Lu Namju nodded. "We'll have to work hard during this time." Even if he was disappointed in his son, he had to think of a way to get him out. Li Qianfei's tone was firm, as if she was trying to convince herself. "There won't be a problem. I've been lucky since I was young. I can turn misfortunes into blessings. I'll definitely be able to protect my brother." Li Xiao tapped her forehead, then gently slid her finger over her eyes and opened her heavenly eye. She was tired from opening her heavenly eye all day, so she usually only opened it when she needed it. Just a moment ago, she had felt a strange wave of energy. She looked at Li Qianfei's luck and found that after Li Qianfei said that sentence, her luck actually increased. The extra strand was obtained from Chu Lian. At the same time, she also sensed that something was trying to steal her power, trying to pull her away. Want to steal her luck? No way, she silently chanted the Yunxiao Guan's Heart Sutra, and the pulling force disappeared. At the same time, Li Qianfei groaned and leaned against the sofa. Her face was as white as paper, and she looked uncomfortable. Although the Heart Sutra didn't have any killing power, it could reflect evil forces. Her expression was a little blank, as if she didn't understand the reason for her discomfort. Li Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Li Qianfei only relied on instinct to steal other people's luck, and she didn't have a clear understanding of it? After being counterattacked by her just now, Li Qianfei's luck was a little unstable. Like clouds, it floated around Li Qianfei and slowly drilled into Li Qianfei's body. No one except Li Xiao could see this scene. If she was given time, this unstable luck would be absorbed by Li Qianfei again. She was like a black hole, naturally absorbing the luck around her and taking it for herself. Li Xiao's heart skipped a beat. The luck floating around Li Qianfei flew in front of her and was about to drill into her palm. Li Xiao didn't plan to absorb this luck. She wouldn't take things that didn't belong to her. If she wanted to increase her luck, she just needed to do more good deeds, and there would naturally be a reward. Things that belonged to others had to be returned sooner or later. This luck added up was equivalent to 10% of Li Qianfei's original luck. Usually, Li Xiao couldn't take the initiative to destroy her luck. After all, she wasn't good at this. However, Li Qianfei courted disaster and tried to steal from her. As a result, he was counterattacked and caused his own luck to become unstable. Although Li Qianfei felt a little uncomfortable, she thought it was just because she was too tired. Although it was already very late, she still called her two godfathers. One of them also lived in S City, and it only took 2 hours to drive from the Li clan. The other one was having a meeting abroad, and it was too far away. After hanging up the phone, she smiled. "Uncle Gu said I can go now." The Uncle Gu she mentioned was the first godfather she knew. His family was prominent and had helped her and her mother solve many problems. Lu Namju said, "I'll go with you." After all, it was already late. It would probably be midnight by the time they reached the Gu family. No matter how close they were to the Gu family, Li Qianfei was still a girl, and it was still very dangerous. Li Qianfei nodded and went with Lu Namju. Li Xiao returned to her room and scattered the luck that she had just gathered. After the luck was scattered, it was divided into strands. Obviously, it was the luck of different people. After losing Li Qianfei's black hole gravity, the luck returned to its original owner. Gu family. "Godfather, please save my brother." Li Qianfei's eyes were hazy with tears as soon as she saw him. The man sitting in front of her was called Gu Qian. He was about 50 years old and had a slightly protruding belly. He smoked a cigarette, sighed, and said, "Fei Fei, After I heard the news, I was also very anxious and asked someone to help me find out. But your brother's matter is really difficult. It's not easy for me to intervene. Li Qianfei bit her lower lip. In 2 months, it would be her and her brother's coming-of-age ceremony. If her brother still couldn't come out by then, who knew what the outside world would say about them? Gu Qian paused and said, but if I can help our Gu family win a foreign railway project, our Gu family's position will be stabilized. Then, it won't be so difficult to help. Li Qianfei was not a fool. How could she not understand the meaning of these words? Uncle Gu wanted to take advantage of her good luck. She was a little angry. Uncle Gu usually doted on her and said that she was more considerate than his own daughter, but now he was profiting from a burning house. But for her brother, she could only do this. She could only comfort herself. Uncle Gu was also her backer. If the Gu family was good, it meant that she was also good. She nodded and said, then I wish you all the best, godfather. Then, she reached out and held Gu Qian's hand. In the past, as long as she did this, others would be able to take some of her luck. Gu Qian was delighted. Actually, the Gu family already had a 70% chance of winning that project, but they wanted to have a 100% success rate. That was why they wanted to find Li Qianfei to strengthen it. Now it was stable. What Li Qianfei did not know was that her luck was not stable to begin with. She needed to absorb more luck from the outside world to make up for the loss. With this contact, Gu Qian's luck was directly sucked over. After Li Qianfei released her hand, Gu Qian trembled unconsciously and sweat appeared on his forehead. The Li clan obviously wouldn't put all their eggs in the same basket. They were still looking for ways to help. Even if they couldn't rescue Li Qianxing, they still needed to know his current situation. However, the more they asked, the worse Lan Namzhi's mood became. According to what he knew, Chiho Kyo had done more than just help Chan Kain fight online. He was also involved in the collapse of Lan Mei's cosmetics company. Lan Mei provided a lot of tax revenue and jobs for the Hua nation. In the end, the company's secrets were exposed, and the formula they relied on to survive was spread everywhere. It collapsed just like that. At that time, many people investigated this matter, but they didn't find anything. It became a so-called unsolved case. Everyone followed the clues and thought that it was done by foreign hackers. It turned out that it was his son who did it to avenge Chan Kain. Even if Li Qianxing was his son, Lan Namzhi couldn't help but be frightened by his ruthlessness at this moment. Lan Mei's CEO only dissed Jiayin and didn't want her to be the spokesperson, and Chiho Kyo closed the company. If one day he and Jiayin had a conflict, would Chiho Kyo treat him so ruthlessly? He would. He smiled bitterly. He had never been so sure of this matter. From the beginning, Chiho Kyo was very hostile to him. He thought that he had let down Jiayin. In his heart, Jiayin was everything, followed by Chiho Fei. He did such a thing, and didn't even tell him a word. He kept him in the dark. He was already exhausted because of his son's matter. When he thought of this, he felt even more tired. This was because he had been leaving early and returning late. He often worked night and day. Chan Kain also had some opinions. She even vaguely suspected that he had done something wrong to her. Because when he came back, he always reeked of alcohol. Lan Namzhi thought it was ridiculous. He was socializing with others, inquiring about Chiho's situation, and when he needed help, he had to give the other party face and drink a few cups. However, Qian Fei insisted on hiding this from Jiayin, saying that he didn't want her to worry. Faced with both internal and external troubles, he became even more mentally exhausted and became thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Chu Lian was recuperating from his fracture, so he did not have to go out to socialize. However, as she watched her son's condition deteriorate, her dissatisfaction with Chan Kain grew. She was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. With such a mentality, she felt that she couldn't just sit and wait for death. She had to make a move. The Chu Lian had been the old madam of the Li clan for many years. Although she had lost a lot of people in the fight with Chan Kain and her daughter-in-law, she still had enough people. She quickly sent people to look for young and beautiful girls who were good at bearing children. She knew her own son well. She knew that her son liked Zhang Jiayin, a girl who looked weak but always showed a strong side to her. Therefore, she asked for this type of girls. However, just in case, she also chose other types of beautiful girls. Anyway, the more the better. After throwing out a lot of money, there were a few girls who were willing. After all, although Li Namju was over 40 years old, he took good care of himself. Not only was he handsome, but he also had a charm like wine compared to young men. His high net worth added a layer of radiance to him. Even though he was already married, there were still countless people who wanted to be his mistress. After the Chu Lian spread the news, naturally, many people wanted to recommend themselves. Everyone wanted to be the next Chang Kain, the next Madame Li. In the eyes of those young girls who wanted to rely on their beauty to reap without sowing, Chang Kain wasn't better looking than them. Moreover, they were younger and more coquettish. Since Chang Kain could do it, why couldn't they? Even if they couldn't become Madame Li, as long as they could give birth to a child, sooner or later they could get a share of the pie. Soon, the Chu Lian chose a girl from these people. Everything was ready. Only the east wind was missing. Of course, the Chu Lian's tricks couldn't escape Li Zhao's eyes. She only had Zhang Yan as an informant, but she was still lacking. Therefore, she quickly found a few lonely ghosts to help. She burned offerings for them so that they wouldn't die because they hadn't eaten for a long time. With their help, the shortage of manpower was slightly alleviated. Whether it was the Chu Lian, Li Namju, or Chang Kain, there were ghosts helping to keep an eye on them. Li Qianfei couldn't help. After all, Li Qianfei's physique naturally restrained ghosts. If they stayed by her side for a long time, it was easy for their souls to become unstable. Li Xiao also admired the Chu Lian. She was so efficient. Although she had sowed discord before, she originally thought that she would have to do more. She didn't expect her to act so quickly. It was obvious that the Chu Lian couldn't tolerate Chang Kain anymore. In order to avoid this fire from burning her, she didn't continue to live in the Li clan. Instead, she returned to the villa. When this matter was exposed, it would have nothing to do with her. The other members of the Li clan had their own things to do, so they weren't in the mood to persuade her to stay. Especially Li Qianfei, who couldn't wait for her to leave so that she wouldn't stay and cause trouble. Li Xiao had just arrived at the villa. When she saw a pile of takeout garbage, the veins on her forehead throbbed. It seemed that this sparrow spirit had been living a very leisurely life during this period of time. She even ordered takeout for herself. She remembered that before she left, she was worried that she would starve to death, so she bought a bunch of easily stored fruits and stuffed them in the big refrigerator. The cabinet was also full of all kinds of biscuits and snacks. Look at those takeout packages. Hot pot, grilled fish, steak, roasted pigeon, wait, they were both birds. Didn't she have any psychological trauma from eating roasted pigeon? Li Xiao really admired her. In the villa, the sparrow spirit was wearing the super mini earphones that Li Xiao had custom made for her. While listening to music, she jumped around on the keyboard and typed happily. She didn't notice that Li Xiao had returned and was standing not far away, giving her a death stare. Very good, it was time to make a test sparrow. With cumin and pepper, the children next door were about to cry. Li Xiao silently walked in front of the oblivious sparrow spirit. To her surprise, the sparrow spirit wasn't writing, but chatting. Little bird flying, brother cat, you were so cool today. It's a pity that I'm not good at gaming and can only drag you guys down. Huang Jinmiao, it's a piece of cake. I'll teach you a few tricks next time. You can practice more when you go back. Little bird flying. Woo woo, you're so nice. This is the first time I've met someone like you who doesn't mind my poor gaming skills. Why are you so nice to me, Huang Jinmiao? Because your name sounds delicious. This sentence was quickly deleted in the chat history. Huang Jinmiao, because your name is very cute. I like it a lot. Li Zhao's mouth twitched as she watched from the side. Her sparrow spirit was awesome. Not only did she know how to write novels and order takeout, but she also learned how to play games. She was even the one who dragged others down. At this moment, she heard the doorbell ring. Although the sparrow spirit was wearing headphones, she also heard it. She took off her headphones and looked up to see Li Zhao's calm face. She was so shocked that she almost rolled off the keyboard. Xiao, you're back. Li Xiao glanced at her warningly and ran to the peephole to take a look. A delivery man put the takeout on the delivery cabinet and rode away. This area was basically a villa area, and there was a distance between each villa, so the delivery man wasn't worried that the takeout would be taken away. Li Xiao snorted and went outside to bring the takeout in. She saw the note on the delivery order, just put the takeout on the delivery cabinet after ringing the doorbell. I'll go out and get it myself. This sparrow spirit was quite careful. The sparrow spirit flew around her attentively. Xiao Xiao, I'll get it. Li Xiao's voice was calm. You even know how to order takeout. The sparrow spirit whispered, I'm tired of eating fruits. Xiao Xiao, you've been away for a long time. Li Xiao was speechless. As a sparrow, wasn't it normal for it to eat fruits? She thought of the chat she just saw and said in a strange tone, You're not dating someone online, are you? Looking at the tone of the chat, it was so annoying. The sparrow spirit said, I'm looking for material. I'm going to let the female lead in the novel meet the second male lead through the game. Li Xiao wiped her sweat. You're not lying to him, right? If you lie to him, you'll be struck by lightning. These days, online dating was risky. Who knew that the person on the other side of the computer was a sparrow? If the other party really knew, he would probably doubt his life. The sparrow spirit shook her head. I told him that I won't show up online. It seemed that the sparrow spirit had learned a lot during this period. She even knew how to show up online. After the sparrow spirit told her how much she missed her, she happily ate her takeout. She ordered fried vegetables and roast duck for takeout today. Seeing her eating happily, she thought for a while and called the Chang dynasty. She also wanted to know a little about Li Qianxing's situation and see if he would be released so that she could prepare for the next step. So far, Xianxia was the only one who had the opportunity to know the news. Now that the Li clan was very busy, no one would keep an eye on her. Coincidentally, the Chang dynasty was free and directly invited Li Xiao over for afternoon tea. Today, the Chang dynasty was wearing a suit and looked extraordinary. From the smile on her face, it could be seen that she was in a good mood. The Chang dynasty said to her, Thank you for reminding me. Otherwise, if your brother really found me, I would be in trouble. She didn't expect that Li Qianxing was even more exaggerated than Li Xiao. After learning about what he had done in the past, she couldn't help but be afraid. Fortunately, she informed the higher-ups in time and avoided a big loss. Li Qianxing was too unscrupulous and didn't put the country's laws in his eyes. Li Xiao went straight to the point and asked, Will he be released? The Chang dynasty said, originally, people had different opinions about this matter. After all, his level is too high. Li Xiao understood immediately. Some people probably wanted him to abandon the dark side and work for the country, so that his talent wouldn't be wasted. If Li Qianxing really did that, Li Xiao wouldn't pursue him. If he really did that, his every move would be watched, and he couldn't use his skills to hurt people. The Chang dynasty seemed to think of something and laughed directly. Unfortunately, he wasted some people's good intentions and insisted on walking to a dead end. Li Xiao asked curiously, what did he do? The Chang dynasty said, I don't know what method he used, but he actually contacted his subordinates and tried to break the security system and escape from prison. Li Xiao was speechless. She could only say that if someone wanted to die, no one could stop them. She guessed that Li Qianxing was going to escape from prison and leave the country with his mother and sister. But he underestimated the ability of the country too much. This time, Li Qianxing really couldn't get out. Lu Namju and the others were probably going to be in vain. Li Xiao lit a candle for them out of courtesy. Li Xiao was holding an umbrella to block the drizzle. She stood at the top of the mountain and looked at the mountain opposite her. That mountain was the tomb of her maternal family, the Su family. It was called White Buddha Mountain. Last year, the Su family was suppressed by the Li clan and went bankrupt. Her grandfather also died because of his illness. Today was the anniversary of his death. His tomb was buried in the tomb of White Buddha Mountain. Although Su Manqin wanted to personally come and pay respects to her father, she was already a dead person. If someone saw her, it would easily bring disaster to Li Xiao. So she asked Li Xiao to come and pay her respects. Li Xiao sighed softly. This tomb was a very typical feng shui layout, returning dragon to care for ancestors. The special part of this feng shui layout was that the dragon sand of the mountain was in front of the main mountain. The acupuncture point was not on the main mountain, but at the end of the dragon's sand. It was like turning back the head. For returning dragon to care for ancestors, not only was the mountain important, but the surrounding water was also important. The descendants of such a feng shui tomb would be rich and rich. It was said that the Su family had spent a lot of effort to find such a place. Unfortunately, this feng shui layout was destroyed. Originally, this acupuncture point was supposed to control the water level in the opposite direction. However, someone had tampered with it. The water level was shifted, causing the acupoint to surge. This also caused the originally auspicious acupuncture point to become extremely ominous. This was also the reason why the Su family fell so quickly. The sparrow spirit stood on Li Zhao's shoulder. During this period of eating and sleeping, it had become rounder than before. Normally, it was even more lazy to fly. Xiao, the one who destroyed the Su family's feng shui, was the backup boy of Chan Kain, Xinlunian. He is a very powerful metaphysical master. Li Xiao grunted. Her tone was calm. Between him and me, who is more powerful? The sparrow spirit said flatteringly, it has to be you, Xiao. He definitely can't last one round in your hands. He can't take a hit from you. After being reminded by the sparrow spirit, Li Xiao remembered that she still didn't have a handmade tool. She missed the fire stick that she used to use in the past. Whoever used it would know how good it was, she frowned. It's not that easy to change the direction of the water flow. If she wasn't careful, it might backfire. Moreover, most feng shui masters would not do such a heinous thing. According to Sparrow Spirit's notes, Xinlunian met Chan Kain 12 years ago. At that time, he was defeated in a battle of magical powers. Half of his face was cursed and festered. Chan Kain picked it up and took good care of it. Chan Kain, who had saved him when he was as low as dust, entered his heart like the sun. From then on, Xinlunian fell deeply in love with the kind-hearted Chan Kain. In order to protect her, he did not hesitate to sacrifice his own cultivation. However, Chan Kain still couldn't let go of the father of his 2 children. In the end, he chose Lanamju. Xinlunian was hurt by love, so he left quietly and disappeared without a trace. His luck was good, and he ran away quite fast. Otherwise, with Li Zhao's character, she would have killed this so-called master of metaphysics who ruined the feng shui and ruined people's families after crossing over to prevent him from tarnishing the reputation of the Xin sect. Sparrow Spirit tried hard to recall. After all, the original novel had more than 1 million words. It was impossible for it to remember all the plot and details. It recalled for a long time and said, it seems that he used a bead to change the water flow. As for the bead, it couldn't remember. It was just a little sparrow. How could it remember so much? Li Xiao came down from the mountain and came to the river. The water level of the river was not shallow. It was so deep that she couldn't see the bottom. It was difficult for her to find a bead. Because the feng shui in this area had changed, it became an ominous cave. The water was also affected. It was such a big river, but she couldn't feel the existence of many living things. She opened her third eye again to see if she could find the approximate range of the bead by observing the feng shui. Xiao. Someone is coming. He's coming from the water. Sparrow Spirit whispered excitedly. Li Xiao looked up and saw a man in a green robe walking over the calm water. The man's face was hazy, as if it was covered by fog. It was hard to see his face clearly. He was tall and slender, and he walked on the water as if it were flat ground. His posture was relaxed. But it could be seen from this that he was extraordinary. Which normal person could walk on the water as if it were land? At this moment, a carp jumped out of the water. The carp seemed to be holding something in its mouth. The man caught the carp and took the thing in its mouth. He let go, and the carp returned to the water. It swam around the man a few times, and then left. Li Xiao blinked, and the man on the water disappeared from her sight. It was as if he had never appeared, and everything was just her illusion. At the same time, the rain stopped. The river that was like stagnant water seemed to be injected with vitality, and it was full of vitality again. The water flow that was rushing toward the cave also changed direction quietly. Li Xiao said, "Let's go. We'll pay our respects to grandfather, and then go back." She guessed from the changes in the atmosphere that the man had just taken away the bead that Sparrow Spirit said could change the water flow and feng shui. She had come here for 2 reasons. One was to help the Su family fix the broken feng shui, and the other was to burn incense for her grandfather. Since someone had done it for her, she saved a lot of effort. Even Li Xiao couldn't help but be a little curious about the identity of the person just now. But since the person had left, she let it go. She lit incense for her grandfather, burned paper money, and set up a formation around the tomb to prevent anyone from coming to destroy it. After doing all this, she left. Lunamjia looked at the girl on the bed with red and swollen eyes. He felt a headache coming on. He was set up last night, drugged, and entangled with several women. When he regained some consciousness, he struggled to leave but fell down halfway. When he woke up, it was the girl in the white dress who took care of him. But when he smelled the faint fragrance on her body, the drug in his body took effect again, making him make the mistake. The girl wiped her tears and pulled the quilt to cover the marks on her body. "You can go. It's my bad luck. I was too greedy. After I recognized your identity, I wanted to help take care of you. Can you give me a little more tip? This is a punishment for my greed." Lunamjia looked at her stubborn and sad expression. He was in a trance, as if he had met the young Jiayin again. Their expressions were so similar. His heart softened. "What do you need compensation for? How much money do you need?" The girl showed a humiliated expression. "I don't want this kind of money. It's an insult to my character." Li Nanju, who usually spoke harshly to other women, felt a faint pity in his heart when he heard this. His voice couldn't help but become gentle. "Sorry, I take back what I said just now. I didn't mean to disrespect you." The girl said, "I know who you are. You have a wife and a child. I won't use this to threaten you and destroy your family's relationship." Lunamju was silent. He didn't know what he could do to make up for the harm he had done to this girl. He hated the person who had schemed against him and put him in such an embarrassing situation. He thought for a moment and took out his business card. "Keep this business card. If you need any help, just call me." As long as the request wasn't excessive, he would find a way to do it. "Consider it compensation." The girl lowered her head. After a while, she took the business card. Lunamju breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up the messy clothes next to him, put them on, and hurriedly left the room. Before he left, he glanced at the table. There was a hotel waiter's nameplate on the table. On it was written, Lin Jiaoxi. He couldn't help but remember this name. After he left the room, he hesitated for a moment and went to the front desk to inquire about Lin Jiaoxi. The front desk clerk seemed to think that he was trying to pursue Lin Jiaoxi. He waved his hand and said, "Jiaoxi is just a temporary worker during the summer vacation. She came here to earn money for her college tuition. If you want to pursue her, you should give up. She's focused on her studies. She won't agree." Lunamju felt more and more guilty when he heard this. Lin Jiaoxi was stronger and more independent than he had imagined, and he had ruined her life. With such feelings, he walked home. But when he recalled the depressing atmosphere at home, he couldn't help but stop. Because he had been leaving early and returning late these days, Jiayin had a lot of opinions and often quarreled with him. The warm atmosphere of the family had changed. After running around for a while, Li Qianfei still hadn't received any news from Li Qianxing. This made her very anxious. When she heard that her godfather, Gu Qianxing, had returned to the country, she hurried to his house. Li Qianfei didn't know if her godfather, Uncle Tang, had heard some bad news and blacklisted her number, which made Li Qianfei furious. But the Tang family was not inferior to the Li clan. Li Xiao didn't dare to lose her temper and add another enemy to her. She could only swallow her anger. But when she arrived at the Gu family's big house, she was stopped by the guard. The guard, Uncle Zhang, who was usually kind to her, said with a fake smile, "Miss Li, Mr. Gu isn't home. You should go back." In the past, Uncle Zhang would smile like the Maitreya Buddha whenever he saw her. He would call her Miss Qianfei instead of the cold Miss Li. This 180-degree change in attitude made Li Qianfei panic. "I know that Godfather is back. Let me in to see him. Godfather knows that I'm here." There's no way he won't see me. The guard's attitude remained the same. It was obvious that he wouldn't let her in. Li Qianfei gritted her teeth and threw caution to the wind. If you don't let me in to see Godfather, I'm going to shout. The guard didn't expect that a rich young lady like her would act like a shrew. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he contacted his boss through the walkie-talkie. Li Qianfei entered the house as she wished. She also wanted to know why her godfather's attitude changed so quickly. He was fine before he went abroad. At that time, she even gave him her good luck. When she saw Gu Qian in a wheelchair, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Gu Qian's pants were empty. When the wind blew, his pants swayed. Godfather broke his leg, Li Qianfei asked worriedly. Godfather, what happened? Gu Qian raised his head and looked at her with hatred in his eyes. You have the nerve to ask? Isn't this all thanks to you? That deep-rooted hatred made Li Qianfei take a step back. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything. Li Qianfei felt very wronged. She could understand that her godfather was in a bad mood because of the accident, but she couldn't accept this injustice. All these years, her godfather had helped her a lot and solved many problems for her, but she also repaid him with her good luck. The Gu family's business was so smooth because of her. Otherwise, the Gu family wouldn't have reached this point. They complemented each other. She didn't owe them anything. Gu Qian's voice was cold, and his eyes were like the tongue of a poisonous snake. Because of you, our Gu family is very unlucky. I got into a car accident and had to be amputated. The company also had problems, and many of the orders that were in the bag were blown. His car accident happened on the way to the airport. When he woke up, he was already in the hospital and had to face the reality that he had been amputated. At that time, he didn't think of Li Qianfei and thought that it was just an accident. Until he found out about the various disasters that had befallen the Gu family in the past few days. First of all, the foreign high-speed rail order that they valued very much unexpectedly fell to their competitors. Second, several companies that the Gu family bought had problems, and the stock prices had plummeted. His younger brother found out that there was a problem with the company's accounts. A large amount of money was missing, and the finance manager was long gone, causing the company's capital chain to break. This series of accidents had overwhelmed the Gu family and greatly damaged their vitality. Until his father found an expert to take a look, and the expert pointed out that the problem was with him. His luck had decreased a lot, and thus, the Gu family was implicated. All these years, Gu Qian had expanded the Gu family's business by a lot with Li Qianfei's good luck. This also caused a lot of the Gu family's luck to be on him. Therefore, when he had problems, the Gu family's backlash came so quickly and aggressively. Before he went to the airport, the only person he had interacted with other than the driver was Li Qianfei. In addition, Li Qianfei could also affect luck. There was no other person besides her. Since she could bring good luck to people, she could also bring bad luck to people. Thinking back, those who offended Li Qianfei in the past would have bad luck. Thinking of this, the hatred in Gu Qian's heart grew stronger. You jinx. If he could, he would tear Li Qianfei into pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. However, his rationality suppressed his urge to seek revenge. He knew very well that because of the Li Qianqing incident, the Li clan had entered the sights of the higher-ups. If something happened to Li Qianfei on his side, he would be in trouble too. Jinx, Li Qianfei was in a trance after hearing those words. She had been spoken to in such a disgusted tone before. How long ago was that? It was so long ago that she almost forgot about it. Right now, her luck was bursting. Wherever she went, many people wanted to share her good fortune and gave her the title of Koi. No. She was not a jinx. She shook her head and said in a sharp voice, no, it has nothing to do with me. It's clearly your family's problem. That's right, their family was unlucky. Even she couldn't save them. Perhaps it was because their family had accidentally offended someone they couldn't afford to offend. As she thought of this, the luck in her body began to loosen. Like a magnet, it greedily absorbed Gu Qian's luck. She bit her lower lip. Under Gu Qian's hateful gaze, she couldn't stay here any longer. She hurriedly left the Gu family. She knew very well that her relationship with the Gu family was about to be severed. Li Qianfei hesitated for a moment and called Uncle Ren to ask about the Gu family. As for her younger brother, she didn't mention it to Uncle Ren. If Uncle Ren knew about it, it meant that her mother knew about it too. Moreover, her father had a conflict with her mother because of Uncle Ren. It was better not to involve Uncle Ren during this period of time. After learning about what had happened to the Gu family, Li Qianfei also understood why Gu Qian had behaved that way. If things went wrong, it was still a problem whether the Gu family could survive this ordeal. Thinking of this, she heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at her godfather's attitude, she knew that he was blaming her for this. He held a grudge and would definitely take revenge when he had the chance. In the past, she had been protected by her godfather. She was very satisfied with her godfather's behavior. But now that their positions had changed, she had become the target of revenge. She couldn't help but tremble with fear. Now, the Gu family couldn't even take care of themselves. They wouldn't have the chance to find fault with her. Li Qianfei, who was originally sad because of this relationship, quickly sorted out her mood. After running around for a day, she was a little tired and prepared to go home to rest. Halfway through the car, an idea appeared in her mind. She said, "Let's go to the villa where my sister lives. I haven't seen her for a few days. I miss her a little." The car quickly turned around and headed towards Li Zhao's residence. Li Xiao was a little surprised to see Li Qianfei. She said lightly, "Why are you here?" Li Qianfei forced a smile and said, "I'm just here to see my sister." Li Xiao was wearing a peach red dress today. This color made it easy to look tacky. For example, Li Qianfei never wore this color. But on Li Xiao, her facial features were bright and beautiful. She was more beautiful than the roses in the garden. She was still in high spirits and looked very good, just like the first time they met. Li Qianfei had been running around for a day and hadn't touched up the makeup on her face. In addition, her appearance could only be considered delicate. Even if she didn't look in the mirror at this time, she could guess that she must have been trashed. The resentment in her heart grew crazily like weeds. It shouldn't be like this. They shouldn't be like this. She should be the dazzling pearl, and Li Xiao should be the mud under her feet. Without waiting for Li Xiao to say anything, she walked into the house and held Li Xiao's hand. Li Xiao frowned and was about to pull her hand away, but Li Qianfei continued to hold it stubbornly. Her voice was choked with sobs. "Sister, I've been really sad recently. Everyone else is looking down on us and unwilling to help our family. They've forgotten the help I gave them before and avoid me like a snake or scorpion. Are people nowadays so realistic?" Li Xiao complained in her heart, "That's because Li Qianfei and them are like birds of a feather flocked together." She was a person with that kind of personality, and the people she was friends with were also like that. Li Qianfei complained miserably about the cold faces she had encountered during this time, but another thought was rolling in her heart. If she could only bring bad luck to people recently, then she would spread all the bad luck to Li Xiao. It would be best if she was so unlucky that she choked on her water. At this moment, Li Xiao keenly noticed that familiar power had returned. The corner of her mouth twitched. Li Qianfei didn't give up? She actually wanted to steal her luck. She lowered her head and silently chanted the Heart Sutra. Li Qianfei, who was holding Li Zhao's hand, suddenly felt many needles piercing her head. She let out a muffled groan in pain, then her vision went black and she directly fell down. Li Xiao looked at the unconscious woman on the ground, squatted down, and opened her heavenly eye to observe Li Qianfei's qi. Good Lord, compared to last time, Li Qianfei was even more miserable this time. 50% of her luck directly scattered, and Li Xiao collected it. If the luck of an ordinary person was only the size of a fist, then Li Qianfei's luck was equivalent to the size of a basketball. It was rare for her to have such an opportunity when she was unconscious, so she began to study it. Li Hao found something strange. The luck at the back of Li Qianfei's head was the most concentrated, faintly revealing an ominous black. She pondered for a moment, then chanted an incantation to let her soul leave her body. Li Zhao's soul passed through Li Qianfei's head, and took out the thing at the back of her head. It was an emerald green scale with a little bit of black. Dragon scale? Li Xiao immediately recognized it. Judging from the scale, it was Qing Long's scale. Qing Long was originally an auspicious beast. Its scale could bring good luck to people, And this scale was refined with an unknown evil method to be able to absorb other people's luck. She just held it in her hand, and she felt that her luck was about to be absorbed. Li Xiao returned to her body, found a crystal box, and put the scale in it. The crystal could isolate its energy. She decided to find a stick and inlay the scale on it. In the future, when she fought with others, she would reduce their luck with a strike of the stick. It was wonderful. As for Li Qianfei, after losing this thing, she would not be able to steal other people's luck in the future. Although her luck had decreased a lot, it was still more than an ordinary person's, but it was very unstable. If she did good things and stabilized it, it would be fine. If she did bad things again, her luck would only decrease. After putting away the scale, she woke Li Qianfei up. Li Qianfei slowly opened her eyes, and her expression was a bit blank. "What happened to me?" Li Xiao said, "You just fainted. Did you not eat lunch?" Li Qianfei looked at the time on her phone. Only 10 minutes had passed. Li Xiao should not be able to do anything to her in these 10 minutes, right? However, she really had not eaten since the morning. She was busy before and did not notice, but now she felt hungry. Her stomach also growled. Li Qianfei blushed. Because she lost face in front of Li Xiao again, she was a bit unhappy. Thinking of what happened before she fainted, she glanced at Li Xiao. She only hoped that Li Xiao would become more and more unlucky as she wished. After passing the bad luck to her, Li Qianfei did not stay for long and quickly left. After she left, Li Xiao immediately called Yuan. She wanted Yuan to find someone to be an intermediary and sell 10% of her shares to Ren Xiaotang. Although the Li clan's shares were very valuable now, that was because Li Qianfei's luck was very strong before, and it blessed the Li clan. Now Li Qianfei could not steal luck. With her personality, it was impossible for her to do good things in the future. As long as she did bad things, her luck would only decrease. At that time, the Li clan would suffer a backlash. Instead of keeping the shares in her hands, which would be worthless in the future, it was better to quickly sell them now. It just so happened that she disliked Ren Xiaotang the most now. She would just sell them to him. Otherwise, it would be a scam no matter who she sold them to. She thought that Ren Xiaotang would be very willing to take over. Li Xiao couldn't help but want to give herself a thumbs up. She was really smart. "How's mom now?" Li Xiao sat in the private room, made herself a cup of fruit tea, and asked Yuan, who was sitting opposite her. In order not to leave any traces, she usually didn't even mention Su Manqin over the phone. After all, Li Qianqing wasn't the only hacker in the world, and it wouldn't be good if she was monitored and left behind some evidence. This was the only time she could ask about Su Manqin's situation. She had already given a card to Yuan and asked her to give it to Su Manqin. The current Li Xiao didn't lack money at all. Yuan's neat short hair had grown a little longer during this time, and she looked more feminine. She didn't seem to have any intention of cutting it short, and casually used a simple clip to hold up her bangs. Needless to say, after tidying up, she really lost some of her usual coldness. A faint smile appeared on her face. "Your mom has been recovering well recently. The talismans you sent were really useful. They stopped her from having nightmares at night and made her sleep very well. Su Manqin had just been brought back by them, and she often had nightmares when she fell asleep." After Li Xiao found out about this, she sent some calming talismans to her. She nodded. "If there's anything else you need me to do, you must tell me." Yuan couldn't help but feel that she was really a lot more sensible. She remembered the business they were going to talk about this time, and her handsome eyebrows furrowed. "Why are you selling your shares? And you're selling them to Ren Xiaotang? Isn't this letting him off easy?" Although she didn't like Li Qianfei very much, she had to admit that he seemed to be protected by the heavens. His luck was frighteningly good. Even she followed Li Qianfei to buy shares of several companies and made a lot of money. Li Xiao said faintly, "Because the company's shares will probably fall soon." Yuan lowered her voice. "Did you receive some news?" Li Xiao couldn't say that Li Qianfei's koi status was no longer. She thought about it, and directly used Li Qianqing as an excuse. Because Li Qianqing was arrested. It seemed like he would be locked up for a few years. You'd better sell the stocks you bought with her. Although everyone in the Li clan believed that Li Qianqing would be rescued sooner or later, Li Xiao definitely believed the words of that big shot from the Qing dynasty more. Li Qianqing would definitely not be able to come out. At least, he would not be able to see him for the next few years. She briefly told Yuan what Li Qianqing had done. Yuan stared blankly for a moment before revealing a pleased expression. The heavens have eyes. They've finally received their retribution. Speaking of Li Qianqing's identity as a hacker, Yuan immediately linked it to the previous incident. He gritted his teeth and said, "Previously, the contracts I negotiated with several celebrities were inexplicably exposed. It should be his doing. There was also your grandfather's company. At that time, some confidential documents were also widely spread. The starting bid was spread like wildfire an hour before the bidding started. Even though the Su family wasn't as powerful as before, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The reason why they fell so quickly was because of the combined pressure of the Li clan, the Ren clan, and several other wealthy families. The other reason was because of this. Li Xiao felt that Li Qianqing should be locked up for a few more years. This kind of method of stealing business secrets was too despicable. The country should properly educate him." After Li Xiao said this, Yuan easily accepted Li Xiao's reason and prepared to help sell the shares. Of course, she wouldn't do this kind of thing herself. When the time came, she would find someone who knew Ren Xiaotang and whisper something in his ear. Li Xiao chatted with her for a while. Yuan mentioned the queen of the entertainment industry, Zhang Hanbai. "Oh right, Hanbai wanted me to thank you. She said that thanks to your reminder, she didn't lose too much." Previously, when Li Xiao bought Zhang Hanbai's villa, she reminded her that there was something wrong with her secretly married husband, Su Renda. Zhang Hanbai was careful. She pretended to be a failure in the investment and didn't help the man pay off the sky-high liquidated damages. After she acted a few times, Su Renda really thought that she was going to go bankrupt. He quickly divorced her and got together with a beautiful female fan of his. Because Zhang Hanbai's assets were notarized before they got married, she didn't lose too much. Therefore, Zhang Hanbai was very grateful to Li Xiao. She would like to thank you in person, but she's been busy patrolling the country for concerts recently. Yuan handed her a few concert tickets. Li Xiao looked at them. They were all VIP seats in the front row. Yes, if she had time, she would go and listen to it. She took a look. The concert was at the end of September, a month later. By then, she would have started school. Before Li Xiao was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something and reminded Yuan, "Your company's feng shui." "No, it's also considered my company. It's best to find someone to take a look. There's a problem with the feng shui. The original trend of accumulating wealth has been ruined." If it was in the past, Yuan would definitely think that Li Xiao had learned a little and considered herself an expert. She wouldn't take it to heart. But after Zhang Hanbai's experience, she couldn't help but pay more attention to it. Her heart skipped a beat. Speaking of which, Huawu Entertainment Company did have some problems in the past 2 years. Her expression became serious. "I understand. When it came to feng shui, it was better to believe in it than not." Moreover, as a senior member of the company, she knew very well that 10 years ago, the company's boss had indeed hired an expert to set up a feng shui array. Yuan's actions were quite fast. Or rather, she had always spared no effort when it came to tricking Ren Xiaotang and his gang. Li Zhao's 10% shares were about to be sold at a price of 12 billion yuan, 20% higher than the market price. Of course, not all of this money came from Ren Xiaotang himself. Most of it came from the sale of the family's assets. Otherwise, Ren Xiaotang wouldn't have been able to raise money so quickly by himself. Previously, he had to prepare 1 billion yuan for several days. Everyone knew about Li Qianfei's reputation. Who knew how many people wanted to buy the Li clan's shares so that they could benefit from it? But those who had the shares held them tightly in their hands. Why would they sell them? But this money wasn't all paid in cash. Most of it was replaced by a high-end residential building of similar value. The residential building could be rented there. Plus, it was in the same location, so it was easy to sell. Therefore, Li Xiao agreed to the deal. After all, it wasn't a loss. Since they were going to sign the contract, she had to show up. When Ren Xiaotang saw her, his eyes widened slightly. "It really is you." He also wanted to say that 10% of the shares wasn't a small amount. Among the Li clan's major shareholders, there weren't more than 4 people who could take out so many shares at once. Other than the prodigal Li Xiao, no one else would sell such valuable shares. While he was happy, he couldn't help but despise Li Xiao. He felt that she was indeed a good-for-nothing beauty. Lu Namju was even more blind. He actually gave her so many shares, yet he was stingy with such a good kid like Qian Fei. Li Xiao smiled indifferently. Seeing that it was me, you don't want to make the deal? Ren Xiaotang said, aren't you afraid that your dad will be angry if you sell the shares? Although he hated Li Xiao, it didn't stop him from making this deal. With these shares, he could also become one of the Li clan's major shareholders. He could protect Jiayin and her mother. Even if Lu Namju had a change of heart in the future, he wouldn't have to worry. If the head of the Ren clan knew that his beloved grandson encouraged him to buy the shares not to make money, but to protect another woman, he would probably vomit 3 liters of blood. Li Xiao had already looked at the contract before and had a professional lawyer check it. There weren't any loopholes. Under the circumstances where both of them were interested, the deal was quickly established. After getting rid of the hot potato in her hands, Li Xiao felt a lot more relaxed. Even if the Li clan went bankrupt in the future, she wouldn't lose anything. Ren Xiaotang didn't want to deal with her at all. After signing the contract, he lifted his feet and left. It was as if she was a dirty thing, and he didn't want to look at her anymore. Li Xiao didn't care. She was already used to Ren Xiaotang's attitude. Besides, looking at Ren Xiaotang's face, she knew that he was going to make a fortune in the near future. Was it because he bought the shares? She couldn't help but guess. Anyway, seeing that Ren Xiaotang was going to be unlucky, she was happy. The film that Ren Xiaotang and Chan Kaiying were shooting had entered the most critical period. It would be finished in a few days. The whole crew was also working hard to finish shooting as soon as possible. Even Ren Xiaotang specially asked for leave from the director today so that he could go out to sign the contract. Although Ren Xiaotang lost his mind when he encountered Chan Kaiying, he still lived up to his title as the movie king in the professional field. He immersed himself in the role very quickly, which reduced the director's dissatisfaction. On September 3rd, the crew officially finished shooting. Ren Xiaotang was very reluctant. After shooting this film, he wouldn't be able to enjoy the precious time with Jiayin openly. And with Lu Namju's character, he was afraid that he would stop Jiayin and not let Jiayin cooperate with him. Thinking of this, he was disgusted with Lu Namju. Was Lu Namju still a man? On the one hand, he refused to cherish Jiayin and let Chu Lian and Li Xiao bully Jiayin. On the other hand, he was jealous of the relationship between him and Jiayin. Looking at Jiayin's haggard face during this time, he was very distressed and wanted to take Jiayin away at all costs. But he couldn't, because Jiayin didn't want to. She was such a stubborn person. Once she set her mind on Lu Namju, she wouldn't change her mind so easily. Chan Kaiying had changed out of her costume and was wearing a light-colored gauze dress that perfectly outlined her exquisite figure. She stood in front of the window with a glass of sake in her hand. She was cold and lonely, which was incompatible with the lively celebratory atmosphere around her. He couldn't help but walk towards her, and he had the urge to soothe the sadness between her eyebrows. When the other people in the crew saw this scene, no one stopped him. Although these two had a bad reputation now, they couldn't afford to offend them. But he couldn't help but despise them. At this point, they still didn't avoid arousing suspicion. The green hat on President Li's head was so bright that it was blinding. Chan Kaiying was immersed in her own feelings of self-pity and self-pity. During this time, she felt that she was neglected by everyone. When she returned home, it was cold and empty in the cold and empty house. Only her mother-in-law bullied her from time to time, so she didn't like to go home now. During this period of time when she lived with the crew, Nanju didn't even have the slightest movement. Not to mention coming to pick her up, she didn't even say a word of comfort. Did Nanju have a change of heart? When she thought of this, her heart ached even more. Jiayin. A gentle voice sounded in her ear, with the most affectionate care. Chan Kaiying came back to her senses and looked into Ren Xiaotang's eyes. She lowered her head. Yutong. Ren Xiaotang saw the sadness on her face that she couldn't hide in time and just wanted to make her happy again. Jiayin, I have good news for you. Ren. Xiaotang was ready to tell Jian that he bought the shares to reassure her. Without these shares, Li Xiao wouldn't have the right to speak in the company in the future. Qian Kaiying looked at him with a pair of eyes that were unknowingly filled with anticipation. Ren Xiaotang was about to speak when he saw Qian Kaiying's assistant, Xiao Gao, rushing over with an anxious look on her face. Xiao Gao didn't notice the atmosphere between the two of them, or rather, she wasn't in the mood to care about it. Sister Jian, it's not good. The company's shares have fallen. Ren Xiaotang's body stiffened. For a moment, he wondered if he was hallucinating. In the past, there was a popular joke in the industry. I heard that the Li clan stock has fallen. Wake up, stop dreaming. It's time to move bricks. Although it was just a joke, it was widely circulated. It also represented everyone's confidence in the Li clan. Many people even silently criticized the Li clan for kicking out Su Manqin so quickly because they wanted to keep Li Qianfei, the humanoid koi, for their own use. After Li Qianfei officially became the second daughter of the Li clan stock rose by a lot. This was also the reason why Qian Kaiying and Li Namji's wedding received so many blessings. Compared to the declining Su family, of course, Li Qianfei, who brought benefits to everyone and let everyone eat meat and drink soup together, was more important. No one would have thought that this koi legend would be destroyed one day. The Li clan stock actually fell. Ren Xiaotang felt as if his soul had left his body. He was in a daze, and all the sounds of the outside world were far away from him. Impossible. Qian Kaiying's sharp voice pulled Ren Xiaotang back to reality. The Qian Kaiying in front of him had always been a gentle and strong woman. Even if she was bullied, she was very tolerant. Qian Kaiying didn't realize that she had lost her composure. Her lips trembled. What did you say? Xiao Gao was so anxious that she was about to cry. The Li clan paid her salary. If Sister Jian was unlucky, it would be difficult for her to find a job with more money and less work. It's true. Every share fell by 0.7. The market price of the Li clan stock was 5.82 yuan. It fell by 0.7 overnight. It was simply unbearable for many shareholders. This also meant that the shares that the Ren clan spent 12 billion to buy had shrunk by more than 1 billion in just one day. Qian Kaiying looked flustered. How did it fall? How could it be? With Qianfei around, how could it fall? She had 3% of the shares, which was a betrothal gift from Li Namju when they got married. At that time, it was even jokingly referred to as a sky-high betrothal gift by marketing accounts, which made many people envious and jealous. Xiao Gao said with a sad face, Chiho Kaishek is in trouble. It was also Xiao Gao's lack of experience. When she had just graduated, she had been the assistant of a minor celebrity. At that time, she had made a mistake at work and had been scolded by the minor celebrity. She had even been slapped several times. At that time, Qian Kaiying saw it and said a few words to that little celebrity. When he found out that she was fired because of this, he asked her to come over and be his assistant. When she became Qian Kaiying's assistant, it was when Qian Kaiying was at the peak of his career. Most of the things were handled by his agent, Sister Zhang. Xiao Gao only did some daily chores. Wherever she went, people would smile at her for the sake of Qian Kaiying. This also led to her lack of experience. If she directly said this in front of others, it would be a joke. Even if a big celebrity had a lot of troubles behind his back, he would still have to show his glorious side in front of others. Otherwise, a group of people would want to hit him when he was down and step on him. However, at this time, Ren Xiaotang and Qian Kaiying were immersed in their own emotions and did not think about this at all. The other crew members who were originally celebrating had already noticed what was happening in this corner. After all, any interaction between Qian Kaiying and Ren Xiaotang would affect people's hearts. As soon as they paid attention, they heard such a big gossip. Oh my god! Li clan stock price fell. Qian Kaiying's son also had an accident. Even the director stopped drinking and pricked up his ears to listen carefully. Occasionally, he would exchange glances with his assistant. This was really too exciting. Qian Kaiying asked subconsciously, what happened to Chiho? Isn't he preparing for his graduation thesis abroad? Some time ago, she called Chiho but couldn't get through. Qianfei told her that Chiho was in seclusion to write his thesis and did not contact the outside world for the time being. Chan Kain believed it and was proud to have such a hardworking son. Chiho was completely different from other rich kids who spent money to enter universities. He was not only smart but also self-disciplined. Xiaogao's voice was choked with sobs. The internet said that he was arrested and there were photos. After the news broke out, Li Clan's stock price began to fall. Lu Namju only had one son, Li Qianxing. Everyone knew that Li Qianxing was the future helmsman of Li Clan. Now that something had happened to him, those related to Li Clan's interests were naturally anxious. Chan Kain didn't even have the strength to connect to her phone. She glanced at the news on her phone. The headline on the marketing account was as exaggerated as ever. Li Qianxing was arrested? His former patriotism as a top student destroyed? Although the photo below was a bit blurry, Chan Kain recognized that it was indeed her son. In the photo, he was handcuffed and forced into a car. Chan Kain's mind was in a mess. She could only repeat, how could this be? Did they arrest the wrong person? Ren Xiaotong's psychological endurance was better than Chan Kain's. He was about to comfort Chan Kain when his assistant came over with a bitter face. Brother Tang, did you not turn on your phone? Ren Xiaotong's phone ran out of battery and he forgot to charge it. He got a power bank and turned it on. There were dozens of missed calls from his grandfather. The Ren family had just bought 10% of the shares. Now that such a big thing had happened, Mr. Ren naturally couldn't sit still. More than 1 billion yuan was lost in just one night. Even Mr. Ren, who had been through a lot, couldn't bear it. Ren Xiaotang didn't forget to comfort Chan Kain. Jiayin, don't worry. I'll definitely help you. I'll definitely save Chiho. Chan Kain looked up at him with tears in her eyes and nodded. I believe in you. These simple words filled Ren Xiaotang with strength. He decided to go home and discuss this matter with his grandfather. He wanted to find a way to save Chiho. Although he didn't like Chiho's face, he was willing to help him as long as he was Jiayin's son. Chan Kain didn't know what kind of mood she was in when she returned home. She wanted to cry. Her son was in trouble, but she couldn't do anything. When she cried, she didn't cry loudly. Instead, she cried quietly. She came back from the set and hadn't removed her makeup yet. She looked very beautiful when she cried quietly. Before she looked up, she heard footsteps and fell into an embrace that smelled of rotten eggs. The warmth of the embrace was very familiar. It made her feel at ease. Chan Kain's sadness was instantly reduced by half. Wait, rotten eggs, she looked up and saw Lu Namju holding her in his arms. He still looked very handsome, but the smell of rotten eggs on him made her want to push him away and pinch her nose. Lu Namju didn't realize this. On his way back today, he was thrown rotten eggs by angry shareholders. Although he changed his clothes, the smell still lingered on his body. When he came back, he saw Chan Kain crying pitifully. It seemed that she already knew what happened on the internet. Lu Namju also knew that he couldn't hide his son's disappearance for too long. He originally thought that he could save Chiho during this time, but the reality was always crueler than he imagined. Although he had more money than he could spend in his lifetime, he still couldn't do anything about this. What made him even more uneasy was that the photo was released. Did it mean that Chiho would be locked up forever? At this moment, he and Chan Kain were in the same situation. He forgot the previous conflict and went forward to hug her. Chan Kain looked at him with red eyes. When did this happen? Lu Namju said, it's been a while. Chan Kain suddenly understood. You've been going out early and coming back late recently. Was it because of Chiho? Lu Namju nodded heavily. Then why didn't you tell me? Why did you let me misunderstand you? Chan Kain regretted it when she thought that Nanju had another woman. How could she not trust him? Nanju loved her so much. He even gave up the perfect Sumanchin for her. She should have more confidence in herself. Lu Namju said, I didn't want you to worry. At this moment, Chan Kain felt the long-lost sweetness. Because of Li Qianxing, the couple who had been quarreling for a long time returned to the days when they were in love. Chan Kain had finished filming her scenes. She stayed at home and washed her hands for Lu Namju to make soup. She couldn't help Nanju too much. The only thing she could do was be the woman behind his back and support him. If it was under normal circumstances, the Chu Lian would definitely punish Chan Kaiying when she saw that Chan Kaiying had won her son's heart back. But she wasn't in the mood now. Because the Li clan couldn't clarify the matter of Li Xianxia, the Li clan stocks kept falling and their assets kept shrinking. All of this was money. Every second she breathed, she would lose a lot of money. It wasn't that the Li clan didn't want to clarify, but they were afraid of being slapped in the face and making things worse. If they just said that Chiho Kaishek was fine abroad and wasn't caught, it would be bad if the higher-ups sent a police report. So they could only keep silent and let the stocks fall. The company's shareholders were about to explode with calls. There were even people who found their phone numbers and directly called them to insult them. The Chu Lian had lived like a princess for so long. She had never been wronged like this. She used to love Li Xianxia as much as she hated him now. It was all his fault. Why did he break the law? Now, the Li clan was going to be destroyed because of him. No, she couldn't go on like this. The Chu Lian also read the comments on the internet. She felt that it was enough to let everyone know that the Li clan would have another son even if they lost Li Xianxia. Coincidentally, a woman who had slept with Lin Namju that day called her and said that she was pregnant. The Chu Lian seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw and immediately posted on Weibo. It didn't matter if the baby wasn't a boy. If she continued to be pregnant, she would have a grandson one day. Now, she had to solve the Li clan's predicament first. I'll repost and draw 318,888 red packets to celebrate the birth of a new grandson. She also knew the trend and used red packets to publicize the news, so that the Li clan stocks would continue to fall. As soon as she posted on Weibo, Lin Namju's illegitimate child trended at an astonishing speed. The entire internet was boiling. A simple search of the trending topic revealed that the netizens were gloating over her misfortune. Even though Zhang Jiayin had quite a number of fans, the scandal with Ren Jiatong had taken a toll on her. She had lost quite a number of fans as well. Hence, she couldn't control the comments anymore. The remaining fans could only remain silent, lying flat on the ground and waiting to be mocked. Not to mention, Chan Kaiying's son, Li Xianxia, had caused this incident. Although there was no conclusive evidence, the Li clan hadn't clarified the matter, so everyone assumed that it was true. As for why no one thought that Chan Kaiying was pregnant, it was because Chan Kaiying's studio didn't make any official announcement and even closed the comments. Obviously, the child wasn't Chan Kaiying's. Under this trending topic, it was full of one-sided ridicule. Didn't they say that the two of them were in true love? What happened to the marriage with his ex-wife for business? How did an illegitimate child appear? This is the true love of the rich. Chan Kaiying deserves to be screwed over. She's hanging a spare tire outside, and her man cheated on her. We're in the same boat. Li clan, give me back my hard-earned money. I've already lost 200,000 yuan this week. I'm already on the rooftop. Those in front, move aside and line up. 200,000 yuan is nothing. It's not even a fraction of my losses. It was impossible for Chan Kaiying to not know about such a big incident. When she found out about it, she was in the kitchen making soup. She was preparing to make Lin Namju's favorite black-bone chicken soup. The first person to tell her was her good friend. You're still in the mood to make soup? What soup are you making? Your man has been seduced by someone else. Soon, there will be an illegitimate child coming to divide your money. You have to think of a solution quickly. When Zhang Jiayin found out about this, he was on the verge of breaking down. She didn't think that it was fake. The person who posted this on Weibo was her mother-in-law. She wouldn't tell such a blatant lie. Lin Namju had an affair? And a child? Then what was she? How could he let her down? In such a mood, Chan Kaiying couldn't listen to Lin Namju's explanation. It was all excuses. It was rare for her to be tough. She packed up a few things and left the house. She didn't know what she would do if she continued to stay. Li Qianfei was just as devastated as Zhang Jiayin. Compared to her mother who was heartbroken, what was she going to do with her brother now that there was a new illegitimate child? Was her brother going to be abandoned? Even if his father didn't like the child, with his personality, he would definitely give him a portion of his assets. Lu Li's and her brother Lenon Li's share. And her to Li Li's shares. 10% was 10% shares, that was tens, and her brother's shares. Lu grandma's included Smother's grandma's shares were at least 15%. In the past, this portion could be said to be Li Qianxing's, but now it wasn't necessarily so. Li Qianfei immediately sent someone to investigate the so-called illegitimate child. The Chu Lian wasn't strict in their work. Li Qianfei bribed one of the people who was in charge of this matter. She knew the ins and outs of the matter. Li Qianfei was so angry that she almost fainted. Her grandmother actually drugged her father and made him have sex with several women. Now, one of them was really pregnant. Because Lin Zhaoxi wasn't arranged by the Chu Lian, her existence wasn't discovered. Li Qianfei calculated the time. Even if she was pregnant, it would only be about a month. The child wasn't stable yet. Any accident could make the so-called illegitimate child disappear from the world. At this time, she regretted asking her grandmother to come back. In the end, she added such a big trouble to herself. 10 Li Zhao's couldn't be compared to one illegitimate child. If that child was really a boy, her brother would have no chance. But if she did it herself and left behind evidence, her grandmother's anger would definitely be vented on her. Even her father would be disappointed in her. Li Xiao. Oh right. There was still Li Xiao. Li Qianfei's eyes lit up. She could tell Li Xiao about this matter. At that time, when Li Xiao knew about her and her brother's existence, she was so angry that she came to find trouble. She even mocked her, an illegitimate daughter, and said that she shouldn't daydream about becoming a phoenix. If Li Xiao really did something to that pregnant woman, she would have to bear the anger of her grandmother and father. She would have no place at home. She never thought that Li Xiao's annoying character was so cute. She couldn't wait to see her. Thinking like this, she completely didn't realize that Li Xiao, who already got her property, had no conflict of interest with the other illegitimate children. Okay, then it's a deal. Li Xiao hung up Yuan's call. On the one hand, Yuan called her to gloat about the Li clan's misfortune. On the other hand, she praised Li Xiao for being smart and selling the shares in time. On the other hand, she asked Li Xiao if she had time to go over to the company's feng shui and see what the specific problem was. Li Xiao agreed. Yuan still worked at Huawu Entertainment Company and had shares in the company. She also hoped that Chinese dance would be better. She didn't delay and arranged the meeting for tomorrow. After all, she would start school in 3 days and become a university student. Li Xiao looked at the class group. Some of her classmates had already gone to the school as volunteers to welcome the new students. She didn't know if they all knew Li Xiao's character, but no one looked for her. Li Xiao was also happy and relaxed. What gave her a headache was the problem of second-year classes. She studied art. If it was the original Li Xiao, it would be fine. But she only knew how to draw talismans. Forget it, she would go and listen to a few classes. If it really didn't work out, she would apply for a temporary suspension. Sparrow Spirit was still writing at a rapid speed. Her movements were so fast that after images appeared. This fellow had been playing games for the whole day and hadn't updated a single word. Now she was in a life and death situation. Li Xiao listened to her tapping on the keyboard. It was really a bit noisy. You should go back to your room and use the computer in the room to write, she said to Sparrow Spirit. Sparrow Spirit nodded and turned to Li Xiao. Xiao, I'm about to enter V. Wait for me to become a guru. She was full of confidence in herself. Li Xiao didn't expose her. In fact, Sparrow Spirit's writing was quite good. It had a place to vent its energy, so it wouldn't be too bored. It would chat with her all day and read her stories about running with a ball. She really couldn't stand this fellow's chatterbox. Being a chatterbox sounded like a cute attribute in the 2D world, but in reality, it was extremely annoying. Li Xiao hadn't stewed it yet. It was already considered true love. Sparrow Spirit flew halfway and said, by the way, Xiao, starting tomorrow, I'm going to learn how to transform. Li Xiao was puzzled. Why are you suddenly interested? She had taught this sparrow how to transform. After all, it was rare for it to have spiritual intelligence. If it could transform, there would be one more person to help clean the house. Unfortunately, this sparrow refused. It said that learning how to transform was a waste of its time reading novels. Now, it had changed its mind. Sparrow Spirit said, I'm going to transform and then participate in the online meetup. Li Xiao almost spat out saliva. You're a Sparrow Spirit, and you're going to learn from others? Sparrow Spirit's tone was full of excitement. The people in our guild said that this kind of offline event will produce a lot of melodramatic and interesting 819 every year. I want to see the first-hand material. Very good, this reason was very Sparrow. Li Xiao was also very impressed. She said, I'll make a copy of the transformation technique for you later. Although she had taught it before, this Sparrow Spirit, who only had eyes for novels, definitely didn't remember. After the sparrow returned to its room with a satisfied expression, the living room suddenly quieted down. Li Xiao lay on the sofa and browsed through Weibo. Those comments greatly entertained her. She really didn't expect that her grandmother would do such a thing and directly expose the existence of the illegitimate child. One had to know that the child's gender was still unknown. The Li clan was probably going to be in a mess now. Of course, she was very happy to hear about this kind of thing. Chaos, it would be better if it was more chaotic. Unfortunately, Li Zhao's quiet time alone couldn't last for too long. At 8:40 in the evening, Li Qianfei came. Li Qianfei looked haggard and her face was thinner. She was originally quite thin, but now that she was thin, she looked a bit mean. However, this was also because the appearance was born from the heart. Recently, so many things had happened in the Li clan. Even if Li Qianfei wanted to be a naive and romantic little princess like before, it was impossible. Li Xiao muttered, could it be that Li Qianfei wanted to ask her for the necklace back? That was impossible. She had already given the necklace to the Chang dynasty to auction, and the auction was going to start at the end of the month. She wouldn't give it back even if she was beaten to death. Li Qianfei raised her head and called out aggrievedly, sister. To a certain extent, Li Xiao actually admired her shamelessness. The two sisters had clearly quarreled several times, but every time this person met, she would be able to act as if nothing had happened. Li Xiao, who was disgusted, decided to return the disgust. She also put on an affectionate smile. Sister, it's your 18th birthday next month, right? Your coming-of-age ceremony must be very grand. Li Qianfei was petrified on the spot. When you hit someone, don't hit them in the face. With the Li clan in such a precarious situation, whether or not she could hold a birthday party was still a problem. She knew in her heart that if the Li clan didn't regroup as soon as possible, most of the invited VIPs would probably not come. Those people were so realistic. Li Xiao said, when the time comes, I'll give you a cake that I made myself. It's the thought that counts. There was no way she would spend money on Li Qianfei. The only reason she would give her a cake was because of the necklace she gave her. Li Qianfei only felt that Li Zhao's words were like knives that stabbed her heart full of holes. She didn't want to hear Li Xiao continue to provoke her, so she directly threw out the topic. Sister, did you see the news online? We're going to have a younger brother next year. Li Xiao said, maybe we'll have both a younger brother and a younger sister. It's also good to have a pair of twins. Li Qianfei, there was no way to talk about this. But if we have a new younger brother and sister, Dad will definitely be distracted by them. After all, they're still young. Li Qianfei's expression was gloomy. And if Dad does this, how can he face our family? Li Xiao understood her intentions. She wanted to encourage her to stand up for them, right? Children are innocent. How can we have a problem with them just because of the adults' mistakes? No matter what, they're still our younger brothers and sisters. We should welcome our new family with enthusiasm. I've always wanted a younger brother who is close to me. I really hope that Dad can give me a few more younger brothers. Li Xiao was deeply moved by her own noble character. Li Qianfei's expression froze. Why did these words sound so familiar? Li Xiao gave her the final blow. You've had an illegitimate daughter before, so you must understand their situation better. You'll fulfill your responsibility as an older sister and care for them, right? Sigh, I've always regretted that I didn't make it up to you in the past and let you suffer so much because of the illegitimate daughter's name. So I've decided to make it up to my younger brothers and sisters in the future and not let them repeat your mistakes. I've already wronged one younger sister, I can't let another one down. Her voice was loud and clear, and at this moment, her body seemed to emit a holy light. Li Qianfei just wanted to vomit blood. If you feel guilty towards me, then make it up to me. Why should I make it up to the illegitimate child who hasn't been born yet? Li Xiao acted like a good sister. When the children are born, you will be considered an older sister. You have to take good care of your younger siblings. Do you think we should buy them gifts? Li Qianfei couldn't hold it in anymore. Her expression was very ugly. Buy them gifts? Don't even think about it. It was just that she was usually the most unwilling to lose to Li Xiao. She liked to show her lively and generous side to set off this older sister's arrogance and despotism. Of course, she couldn't say anything more when Li Xiao showed her generous attitude of welcoming her younger siblings. She almost suffered internal injuries from holding it in. Her face turned red and she didn't say a word. Li Xiao continued to sigh. Auntie is so kind. She will definitely treat these children as her own. Fortunately, Dad married Auntie. He doesn't have to worry about anyone taking care of his children. Li Qianfei really couldn't listen anymore. She defended herself. It's not the same. Those women are here for Dad's money. Li Xiao said, you haven't seen them. How do you know they are here for the money? Maybe it's true love. Dad is handsome and charming. Isn't it normal to be loved? The smile on her face completely disappeared. She looked coldly at Li Qianfei. Is it only true love for your mother to be a mistress? Others are just here for the money? Aren't you and your mother too much of a double standard? Li Qianfei's face was completely pale. Under Li Xiao's imposing manner, she couldn't help but take a step back. Since Auntie simply loves Dad, she is willing to have no money. If she is willing to sign a contract to say that she gives up all of the Li clan's assets, then I will believe that she is truly in love. Otherwise, what is the difference between her and Dad's other women? Don't say any more. My mother is different from them. Li Qianfei already regretted coming. She was simply asking for humiliation this time. Her face was torn off and stepped on by Li Xiao. Li Xiao smiled, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Yes, your mother is different. She is more capable. She can become a mistress. She had already helped get the original owner's share. She really didn't care about the rest of the Li clan. It didn't matter even if she had to shed all pretense of cordiality. Chan Kain and her mother couldn't even protect themselves now. Those harsh words made Li Qianfei's mouth. Her eyes were about to pop out. In the next second, screams rang out. Li. With a crack. Li Qianfei's hand was broken. She screamed. She looked at Li Xiao with a bit of fear in her eyes. Li Xiao's mouth hooked up into a harmless smile. Sorry, I accidentally used too much strength. I'll help you reconnect it. Don't worry, I'm very skilled. I won't make you disabled. Then she reconnected Li Qianfei's hand. Her movements were very practiced. Li Qianfei screamed again. When Li Xiao released her hand, she knelt on the ground. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Although her hand had recovered, she also suffered a lot. She was in so much pain that her body was trembling. Li Xiao said indifferently, if you dare to come again next time, I won't be so kind as to help you reconnect your bones like I did today. Li Qianfei couldn't wait to tear that annoying mouth of hers apart. However, after the lesson she had just learned, she didn't dare to do so. In addition, she didn't want the driver to hear her conversation with Li Xiao. When she came over, she sent the driver far away. Now, there wasn't even anyone to help her. She could only stand up with a face full of grief and indignation. She took one last look at Li Xiao and turned to leave. She would remember the humiliation Li Xiao brought to her today. One day, she would return it 100-fold. As long as she and Quan Ilsen were reunited, she would definitely make Li Xiao suffer a fate worse than death. She could only comfort herself by constantly imagining Li Xiao's miserable future. Li Xiao watched her back disappear from her sight. She turned around and returned to the villa. When she looked up, she saw the sparrow spirit in front of the windowsill on the second floor. It was looking down. Its wings were holding a pen. It was obvious that it had just gathered materials on the spot. Seeing that it had been discovered, the sparrow spirit shrank back with a whoosh. Li Xiao, one day, she would definitely stew it. She took out her phone and called Li Namju. Dad, Xiao just came to find me. She's very uneasy right now. She's worried that you won't dote on her as much after she has a new brother or sister. When you're free, take care of her more. Don't let her hold a grudge because of this. We're all siblings. I also hope that everyone can get along well with each other. Don't be like other families, fighting with each other. That would be boring. My relationship with her isn't very good. She might not necessarily listen to what I say. She might even think that I'm harming her. Sigh, I hope that our family can get through this. Li Xiao hung up the phone. Wasn't it just eye poison? Who didn't know how to do that? Li Qianfei couldn't instigate her to do it. It was likely that she would have to do it herself. As long as Li Namju paid attention to her, he would definitely notice her little actions. Otherwise, he would always think that his little daughter was innocent, lively, cute, and kind. Moreover, if Li Qianfei really did something bad, her already unstable luck would definitely decrease. When that time came, she would have to suffer the backlash herself. She returned to the villa, took out a cinnabar pen, and began to draw a childbearing talisman. The childbearing talisman had always been the easiest to sell. She had practiced drawing it several times, so she could draw it in one go. She drew 10 talismans in one go. Then, she asked Zhang Yan to send them out. She secretly put them under Li Namju's pillow and in his suit pocket. This talisman wouldn't give Li Namju the ability to hit the target in one shot, but it could change the situation and increase the probability of success. As his daughter, this was the best she could do for him. She was truly a great philanthropist who did good deeds without leaving her name behind. Every day, Li Xiao would be moved by her spirit of repaying evil with good. Li Xiao silently picked up a cup of fruit tea. On the other hand, after Li Namju received a call from Li Xiao, he rubbed his temples with a headache. Although the child came at an inopportune time, to some extent, it had alleviated the Li clan's predicament. Li Namju didn't have a good impression of the child's birth mother. He had been drugged at the time, so he couldn't remember who the mother was. However, he still wanted the child. At worst, he could send the child's birth mother away with money. But as for Jiayin, when he thought of Jiayin, who had been avoiding him all this time, Li Namju felt that he didn't know where to start. He pondered for a moment and said to his assistant, "Continue with Phil's coming-of-age ceremony." Due to Chihuahua's accident, he had originally planned to cancel Phil's coming-of-age ceremony. But now, in order to win back his wife, he decided to continue with the ceremony. However, the number of guests would probably be reduced. Phil should be able to understand. As for Li Xiao's reminder, he also took it to heart. He also ordered the other 2 assistants to keep an eye on Phil. As a result, he didn't have enough people on hand. He could only recall the people who were watching his mother, the Chu Lian. Li Namju thought to himself, mother is doing all this for her grandson. Now that another woman is pregnant, she should stop. Little did he know that only one of the women the Chu Lian had arranged for that day was successfully pregnant. Moreover, he didn't know whether the woman was a man or a woman. She had been sharpening her knife for a long time to prepare a few more. Li Namju's actions had benefited her. Li Xiao stood in front of the Huawu Entertainment Company building. Yuan looked at her with a guilty expression. Xiao, I'll treat you to a meal later. This time, she didn't mention anything about the feng shui. Li Xiao withdrew her gaze from the middle-aged Taoist priest not far away. He was wearing a simple Taoist robe. He had a square face and a solemn expression. It was obvious that someone else in the company had found him. Compared to the middle-aged Taoist priest, Li Xiao, who was wearing a blue dress, looked like a little girl who had come to watch the fun. Especially since she often went in and out of the company, everyone could recognize her. In a sense, the people in the company had watched her grow up. How could they believe that she had this ability? A woman with long hair said to the middle-aged Taoist priest, can you tell us what's wrong with our building? She didn't even look in Li Zhao's direction. Aiwen whispered to her, I don't know where Zhao Ling heard about this, but she found a Taoist priest to come over. She said that the Taoist priest's mana was profound, and that he could solve this problem. Li Xiao understood. This was a challenge to Yuan. If it was any other time, Yuan would be able to handle it. However, this involved Li Xiao. Although he had seen Li Xiao's miraculous abilities, Li Xiao was too young and hadn't learned these things for long. He would definitely lose to that person. When that happened, he would lose face. Therefore, she simply pretended that she had only invited Li Xiao over to play. Fortunately, she didn't say that she had invited Li Xiao to look at the feng shui. This prevented Zhao Ling from mocking her. There were many agents in a big Chinese dance company. Yuan was the agent with the most connections and had the most famous stars under her. Zhao Ling had always been unconvinced by her and wanted to be promoted. Therefore, when he found out about this, he hurriedly invited someone over. If he could solve this problem, she would become a hero and would have more authority. Therefore, she couldn't help but be proactive. The vice president of Chinese dance, Li Zong, walked out of the building. When he saw Lai Shuho, he smiled kindly. Xiao Xiao is here too. After nodding to Yuan, he asked the Taoist priest, Sun Daochang, how's the situation? Sun Daochang shook his head and sighed deeply. The situation is not good. The company's wealth is constantly dissipating. Hearing this, Li Zong couldn't help but frown. As a businessman, what they hoped for the most was a source of wealth. He pretended to pinch his fingers and pointed to the pool on the east side of the building. The problem is with this pool. This pool is not running water, but stagnant water. It will ruin your fortune. Li Zhao's mouth twitched. Fine, this guy was a swindler. In fact, the circular pool on the east side of the building was set up very well. It was obvious that someone had specially hired someone to look at it. The pool was neither deep nor shallow. The bottom was slightly raised and the water was clear. It was obviously a very good feng shui array. Yuan said, but the water in this pool is changed every afternoon. This should be considered running water, right? The Taoist priest pretended not to hear. Anyway, let's try to drain the pool first. Zhao Ling immediately ordered, turn on the switch of the pool and drain all the water. Who made this pool in the first place? Yuan watched from the side. She didn't know much about this and had no right to speak. When the water in the pool was drained, Li Xiao felt a strong murderous aura, as if some kind of shackle had been broken. It rushed out with bared fangs and brandished claws. Her expression changed. A gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, scraping her skin painfully. Li Zhao's face darkened. She had spent an hour styling her hair before she went out today. It was messed up by the wind. Her head could be broken, but her hairstyle couldn't be messed up. She took a step forward and a wind talisman flew out. The wind surrounded the murderous aura. Without the support of the murderous aura, the gust of wind instantly slowed down. Li Xiao looked expressionlessly at the stunned middle-aged Taoist priest. She lightly opened her red lips and said, "Idiot." When Li Xiao was in a bad mood, she was easily sharp-tongued. But even though you're an idiot, you still have your merits. Thanks to you, I've now found the problem. If it were any other time, Zhao Ling would have already reprimanded her, but when Li Zhao's aura was at its peak, she forcefully swallowed back all her protests. After all, she also had eyes. She saw with her own eyes that after Li Xiao threw out the talisman, the inexplicable gale stopped. Just now, when Li Xiao called Sun Daochang an idiot, it was as if she was also scolding her, which made her expression turn ugly. Li Zong said very gracefully, I didn't expect Xiao Xiao to have such ability. Sun Daochang came back to his senses and walked towards Li Xiao. Yuan stood in front of Li Xiao with a vigilant expression, muttering in her heart, this Sun Daochang won't fly into a rage out of humiliation and come looking for trouble, right? Sun Daochang stopped 2 meters away from Li Xiao, and then knelt down with a plop. Master, please accept me as your disciple. He knelt down without hesitation, and his words were loud and clear. Li Xiao, who was originally holding the fireball talisman, said, Huh? This guy didn't follow the rules. In front of a girl who was so much younger than him, he really knelt down and asked to be her disciple? Where was his moral integrity? Sun Daochang wiped his face. When I saw your move just now, I knew that you were a real master. I've been looking for many years to learn Taoism, but I couldn't get it. I kept meeting swindlers. The first time, I was swindled by a guy from Xianxia. He cheated me of my 5 years' worth of work, but he only taught me a few tricks. The second time, my friend told me that there was a master in our city who was very awesome, and asked us to go and be his disciple. But it turned out to be AF** King Marketing Organization. I racked my brains to think of a good way to escape. I tried my best to eat 5 bowls of rice every meal. In the end, they couldn't take it anymore and threw me out. The third time, a person took away all my money and taught me a chant. After I learned it, I farted all day for the next few days. It was obviously a prank. The fourth time, as he spoke, grief welled up from within him, and his tears were about to fall. Sun Rui felt that he was suffering. His sincerity towards Taoism could be seen by the heavens, but he was unlucky and always met with swindlers. As for Zhao Ling, his face sank as he listened. Could it be that the so-called master she had painstakingly found was just a liar? The most shameful thing was that this swindler still wanted to worship Li Xiao as his master. This scene was like a slap to her face, causing it to swell. She was also a sensitive person and felt that Yuan must be laughing at her in her heart. Li Xiao ignored him and said to Yuan, "Put more water into the pool. This pool can suppress the evil spirit." Before Yuan could speak, Li Zong had already given the order. When the pool was refilled, everyone suddenly felt that the originally oppressive atmosphere had relaxed. Everyone exchanged glances. Obviously, everyone felt the same way. Li Zong asked, "Xiao Xiao, what exactly went wrong?" Li Xiao asked him, "Who owns the 2 buildings next door?" Li Zong frowned. "This building was built 3 years ago. But in the past 3 years, no business has entered the building, and the door of the building has been closed. I haven't seen anyone move in." His expression became serious. "Is there a problem with these 2 buildings?" Li Xiao said, "If I'm not wrong, there should be sewage pools in these 2 buildings, which directly destroyed the original feng shui of your building. Not only did you lose money, but you could also be easily prosecuted. If it weren't for the pool in the east helping you absorb part of the evil spirit, the consequences would be unimaginable." The pool in the east was originally intended to increase their fortune, but due to a strange combination of circumstances, it actually helped Huawu Entertainment Company. Li Zong's face darkened. The company's development had not been smooth since 3 years ago. Not only did they make less money, but they also had to fight with several celebrities in court. Although most of the cases were won, these things were still annoying enough. But now they were telling him that these were all maliciously plotting against their company. Li Zong frowned and said, "Even if we find the other party, they will definitely want our company to go bankrupt. They won't cooperate. They couldn't do anything about the other party legally. After all, the land was theirs, and the other party built a house on it. They were free to do whatever they wanted. In order to plot against their company, the other party directly bought the 2 surrounding pieces of land, which was considered a big deal." Li Xiao smiled gently. "Don't worry about them. Just give them a taste of their own medicine." She pondered for a moment. "Prepare 2 bagua mirrors to reflect the evil spirit." Bagua mirrors were commonly used in feng shui, and they were easy to buy. Li Zong immediately asked someone to buy some from the antique street. He wanted to buy more so that he could choose the best ones. Li Xiao smiled. "After the feng shui is done, we'll see which company has a lot of problems in the next few days. It's most likely related to them." Li Zong originally wanted to find out who was behind the 2 buildings, but when he heard this, he smiled slightly. "Then I'll wait and see. This time I really have to thank Xiao Xiao." He said cheerfully, "Yuan, you're really too much. Xiao Xiao has such ability, and you still hid it from us. If I knew that we had such a master by our side, I wouldn't have to work so hard to find people in the future." Yuan said calmly, "Xiao Xiao is too young. I was afraid that you wouldn't trust her." Li Zong said, "I'll give you a big red packet later." Li Xiao thought for a moment. "Just cancel my contract." She remembered that she still had a contract with her. She had almost forgotten about it. This was a small matter. Li Zong nodded and agreed. At that time, Li Xiao and Yuan signed a very loose contract, and the penalty for breaking the contract wasn't much. Li Xiao used the contract to offset this time's help. In a sense, she was doing the Huawu company a favor. Li Xiao asked him, "Who set up the pool?" "Their skills are extraordinary. Once an expert made a move, it was obvious whether they were skilled or not. If it weren't for the excellent array, based on the evil spirit of the two buildings next to it, the Chinese dance company might have gone bankrupt by now. Li Zong said, "It's a master that the chairman went to invite. He looks very young." He was a little embarrassed when he said this. When Sun Daochang said that there was a problem with the pool, he blamed that master in his heart, but it turned out that he was the real benefactor. While they were talking and laughing, Zhao Ling had already found an excuse to leave. Obviously, he didn't have the face to stay. However, Sun Daochang continued to kneel with great perseverance. Li Xiao chatted for a while, then her gaze fell on him. "How many times have you cheated?" Seeing that she was willing to talk to him, Sun Daochang cheered up. "Actually, it's the first time." As if he wanted to defend himself, he said, "It's not really a cheat. I'm just following the manual." He took out a manual. Li Xiao took the manual and flipped through it. Some of the methods of observing qi in the manual were real, but they were very crude and were only at the beginner level. If it was more complicated, there was nothing to be done. Sun Daochang only knew a little, but he thought he was an expert. Sun Daochang said, "My name is Sun Rui. I really want to learn Taoist techniques." Li Xiao looked at his face. Although he was a little clever, he wasn't an evil person. The other party had been cheated so many times, but he still persevered. He really had perseverance. "You're too old. You can only learn for a few years." Sun Daochang said, "I'm only 30 years old. I can still learn for another 70 years. This person was very confident that he could live to be 100 years old. Li Xiao was silent. She turned her head away. 30 years old? With his appearance, people would believe that he was 50 years old, she pondered for a moment. "Get up first. I'll observe for a while." Hearing this, Sun Daochang stood up with a happy face. "My name is Sun Rui. Master, if you have any orders, just tell me. I'll help you even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire." Li Xiao nodded. This person really knew how to climb up a pole. She walked around the Chinese dance building and finally chose two best positions to hang the bagua mirror. After waiting for about an hour, the assistant finally brought back the bagua mirror. This time, they went out and bought at least 10 bagua mirrors. Li Xiao chose the two most suitable ones and instructed the staff to hang the bagua mirror. After hanging it, she stuck a talisman on the back of the bagua mirror. Sun Daochang asked, "What is this talisman?" Li Xiao said, "It's a 1,000-pound talisman. It can hold the bagua mirror in place so that it won't be affected by the evil spirit and move." She had just drawn this talisman. The staff tried to move the bagua mirror and then exclaimed in surprise, "It really can't be moved." It was as if the bagua mirror had become a big mountain. Even if there was a storm, it couldn't be shaken at all. Even Li Zong, with his childlike innocence, wanted to give it a try. Li Xiao looked at the others who were eager to give it a try. Her forehead was full of black lines. "That's enough. This isn't a toy." Xiao Lu's trick undoubtedly made the people present more and more convinced. After the two bagua mirrors were hung, one of them put his hand on his chest. "I feel that my chest isn't stuffy anymore. The effect is really fast." Li Xiao felt that this was definitely his own psychological effect. After solving the feng shui problem of Chinese dance, she conveniently terminated her contract. Anyway, she didn't plan to continue in the entertainment industry. Filming was too hard, and she couldn't make much money. Looking at the properties under her name, she had no motivation to work hard. Li Zong personally invited her and Yuan to dinner. He also asked Li Xiao for her personal phone number. It was always a good thing to have one more network, so Li Xiao gave it to him. As for Sun Rui, she gave him a book of the most basic Taoist knowledge and told him to memorize it within this month. She also gave him the address of her home so that when he could recite it backwards, he could come and find her for the next test. Sun Rui left happily with the small notebook in his hand. Li Xiao went back to the villa to rest after dinner. Her leisure time was almost over. In a few days, she had to go back to school to register. The morning before the registration, Li Xiao lay on the sofa and browsed through Weibo. Today, Lu Namji's illegitimate child was no longer at the top of the search list. The number 1 search list was replaced by Su Renda's relationship. Su Renda? This name was familiar. She thought for a moment and remembered that this person had a secret marriage with Zhang Hanbai. He even wanted to trick Zhang Hanbai into helping him pay the exorbitant penalty. Right, which company did he sign with? Li Xiao clicked on the search list and almost laughed out loud. Su Renda's company was actually the Jiannan entertainment company that his father, Lunam Ju, had opened for Chang Kain. For an idol like Su Renda, a relationship could easily cause a large number of fans to leave. If Jiannan signed him, it would be a loss. Li Xiao had always looked down on this kind of person who lived off women and had a foot in many boats. Seeing the large number of fans on his Weibo declaring that he was no longer a fan, he gloated. However, Su Renda's #1 search list only lasted for half a day before dropping to #2 in the afternoon. The new #1 search list was Director Yang's Unspoken Rule. It was about an international director who had unspoken rules with many female stars. Li Xiao looked at Director Yang's resume and found that he had co-produced a film with Chang Kain. It was that film that had promoted Chang Kain to the position of Best Actress. Her heart skipped a beat and she clicked on it. As expected, Director Yang was also under the Jiannan Entertainment Company. In just one day, 2 shocking scandals had been exposed. Jiannan Entertainment Company suddenly became the center of attention and was condemned by the public. Li Zhao's expression was strange. Wait, isn't the speed of this scandal too fast? Why does it feel like there's a backlash? Could it be that Jiannan was the one who cheated Huawu Company? Is this considered a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple? It's possible. After all, Chang Kain knew such a master of metaphysics. The Jiannan Entertainment Company's official account had already turned off the commenting function. The netizens couldn't find a place to vent their anger, so they went to Su Renda and Chang Kain's Weibo. Chang Kain was the most affected area. She was the lady boss of Jiannan, and this entertainment company was set up by Lunam Ju for her sake. At that time, when it was established, many female celebrities were so excited that their eyes turned red. In the past, Lunam was at the peak of its power. With the support of Kui Li Qianfei, everyone in the industry was eager to have a good relationship with them. Naturally, everyone was chasing after them. In addition, with Li Qianxing as a mother control device, Chang Kain was almost unbearable on the internet. Now that the Li clan was in a terrible state, Kui seemed to have lost its effectiveness. The kind-hearted netizens just watched from the sidelines, while the unkind-hearted netizens stepped forward to step on them. Thus, the comments on Chang Kain's Weibo could not be controlled. They were all ridiculing them. Mistress, hooking up with female fans, sleeping with female celebrities. This company is awesome. What happened to being a clean stream in the industry? Sure enough, the world is as black as the crows. I remember that Director Yang has a good relationship with Chang Kain. He even wants his daughter to acknowledge Chang Kain as her godmother. Does Chang Kain know that he's doing these things? In the future, fans should stop boasting that their goddess is as kind as a lotus. A really kind person wouldn't sit by and watch their female celebrities be slept with. She's the lady boss. Don't tell me that she's also in the dark. There's more than one victim. Birds of a feather flock together. Trash Lunam, give me back my hard-earned money. After all, she's the lady boss of Lunam. Even if others want to sleep with her, they won't dare to touch her. Of course, she can turn a blind eye to it. Trash Chang Kain, quit the entertainment industry. The comments were interspersed with angry shouts from Leti shareholders. There was a reason why Chang Kain had become a target. When she returned 2 years ago, she would often talk about her debut on the show. When she talked about her grievances, she couldn't help but cry. At that time, because of Chang Kain's refreshing temperament, there was no lack of people who tried to take advantage of her. However, because she was unwilling to use this method to exchange for a role, she was shelved for a year. Her fans also chased after her in all sorts of ways. She emerged from the mud untainted, and was the clear stream among the clear streams. In the end, this person who had once claimed to be the victim was actually good friends with the perpetrator, and such a scandal had even happened in his company. Those fans who had once deeply believed in her and fought for her felt like their faces had been slapped swollen. As for the onlookers, they were simply disgusted by this kind of double-standard behavior. They scolded her enthusiastically, and all kinds of insults were constantly refreshing people's eyes. The trending topic Chan Kain quits the entertainment industry was also trending. Zhang Jiayin wasn't isolated from the rest of the world, so of course, he could see everything clearly. When she saw those insulting comments, the grievances in her heart were about to flow into a river. Su Renda's private relationship with female fans was a matter of mutual consent. How could she interfere? As for the incident with director Yang, although she had heard some rumors, she thought that it was the female celebrities who took the initiative to climb into his bed in order to get a role. If those victims had asked her for help, she would definitely have stopped them. However, no one had told her. Perhaps they were also willing, and it was only because the conditions were not agreed upon that they exposed themselves. Why was everyone blaming her? Her phone had been ringing non-stop for the past 2 days. Many of the endorsement companies that had signed contracts with her were almost green with regret. Now that Chan Kain's reputation had hit rock bottom, the products that she endorsed were being boycotted by many. There were also relevant regulations in the contract. If a celebrity damaged the brand's image because of their own scandals, they would have to compensate. Many companies said that they wanted to terminate the contract and asked Chan Kain to compensate them for their losses. Her assistant, Xiao Gao, was so busy that she was about to go bald. Her eyes were red as she asked Chan Kain, "Jiayin, what should we do? What should we do?" She also wanted to ask what should we do. Chan Kain also wanted to cry. At this moment, she suddenly thought of Xing Lunian, who had not appeared for a long time. If he was still around, he would definitely help her solve these problems. He would not be like Nanju, who could not do anything and even brought her a lot of harm. Although Xing Lunian had never said anything sweet to her, he had always been very reliable. He had silently protected her by her side and expressed his love for her through his actions. As soon as this thought appeared in her mind, Chan Kain could not help but shake her head. How could she think of relying on another man? She was already a married woman. Although she restrained herself from thinking about it, she could not help but resent Nanju in her heart. She was scolded like this on the internet, but Nanju did not do anything. Today, he did not even call her. He was so cold and heartless that it made her feel scared. He was really tired of her. Nanju, who was silently resented by Chan Kain, was looking at his daughter, Li Qianfei, who was crying in front of him with a sullen face. Now, he did not have the energy to care about what happened on the internet. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have thought that the kindest daughter in his heart would do such a vicious thing. Among the women arranged by his mother, a woman named Su Qin was successfully pregnant and was settled in a residential area. Li Qianfei did not know where she heard the news and bribed some hooligans to scare her and take photos of her. Su Qin was only a month pregnant, and the fetus was not stable. After the scare, she had a miscarriage. Although Nanju did not have a good impression of that woman, he was very much looking forward to this child. After hearing the news, he could not believe it and was also a bit disappointed. That was Phil's brother and sister. How could she do it? At this time, he could not help but think of his eldest daughter, Li Xiao. Even if Li Xiao did not like Qian Fei and Chiang Kai-shek, she would at most give them the cold shoulder. She had never harmed their lives. At that time, he thought that Xiao was not tolerant and sensible enough. Now that she was in trouble, he finally saw her true character. Xiao had obviously guessed Fei Fei's character, so she specifically reminded him. It was his fault for trusting his daughter's character too much. Dad, it really wasn't me. I was framed. Li Qianfei's voice was hoarse from crying. A phoenix in distress was worse than a chicken. During this period of time, she wanted to call someone to help her, but she found that she had not been blacklisted. Li Qianfei felt wronged. She could only bribe people herself. She originally thought that she was very careful and that no one would watch her. That was why she acted so recklessly. She did not expect that her father would find out. In the past, Nanju would definitely feel sorry for her and promise her many things when he saw her cry like this. Now, he felt tired when he saw her tears again. He suddenly remembered something. Xiao had never cried in front of him. Even when he divorced Su Manqin, she only raised her head with a proud and stubborn face. Recalling this scene, his mood suddenly became complicated. Was it because she felt that he would not stand up for her even if she cried? He took out his phone and called his daughter. Li Xiao had long guessed that Li Qianfei would cause trouble, but she did not expect her to do it so quickly. She immediately made a move on a pregnant woman, and she really succeeded. She shook her head. Li Namju was really not good. She had already warned him, but he was still successfully plotted against. It was simply detrimental to his identity as a domineering CEO. However, when she received a call from her cheapskate father, she happily went over to watch the show. It would be a waste if she did not watch the show, especially when it was about her enemy. Li Namju gave her the address of an ordinary neighborhood where the woman seemed to live. When Li Xiao went over, she saw Li Qianfei crying until her eyes were swollen like rabbits, and there was a palm print on her face. It was obvious that Li Namju, who usually doted on her, was really angry this time. When Li Qianfei saw Li Xiao, she reflexively lowered her head. After knowing about Li Xiao's existence, she compared herself to Li Xiao in everything, and vowed to trample her under her feet. Now that her embarrassed appearance was seen by her, the degree of humiliation doubled. Li Xiao sighed and said faintly, "Qianfei, why do you have to do this?" Li Qianfei sobbed and said, "Dad, I'm sorry. I just saw that you have been caring about that woman recently. I'm afraid that you won't love me anymore after you have a new child. I didn't have a father to love me since I was a child, and I can't bear to lose a father's love again. That's why I was obsessed for a moment. I'm sorry." Her move really had some effect. Li Namju's angry face eased a little. Although he was disappointed in Qianfei, she was still his daughter who he loved for many years. Li Qianfei's words also poked at his weak spot. He was indeed absent from her childhood. He said in a low voice, "I can forgive you this time, but I hope that there won't be a next time." Li Qianfei saw that his attitude had softened, and she didn't dare to say anything else. She shook her head and said, "There won't be a next time. I definitely won't do it again." Li Xiao smiled and said, "Dad, actually, I have a good idea. It will definitely make my sister turn over a new leaf. She won't dare to have such thoughts." Li Namju looked up at her and asked, "What's the idea?" After this incident, Li Qianfei's pure and kind was finally discounted in his heart. Li Xiao said seriously, "In the future, Dad, if one of your children has a miscarriage, the shares given to her will be reduced by 1%. She definitely won't dare to do it." Li Qianfei's body was petrified. If it weren't for the wrong place, she really wanted to scratch Li Xiao's face. She was too much. She couldn't bear to see her good. "Okay." Li Namju was silent. After a while, he said slowly, "Okay." He looked at Li Qianfei and said, "I originally wanted to give you 5% of the shares for your birthday, but now I can only give you 4%. Although the Li clan shares had been falling off a cliff these days, even 1% was worth 700 million yuan. Li Qianfei's face was ashen. Li Namju thought about how his mother would make a fuss if she knew that Su Qin had a miscarriage, and his mood became even worse. He didn't continue to stay here. Instead, he prepared to go to the hospital to see Su Qin and use some money to shut Su Qin's mouth. Li Xiao smiled widely and said, "Dad, although you lost a child, there's no need to worry. I can see that you have a lot of children. You will have many more." Li Namju's footsteps paused for a moment before he walked away. There was no one else in the room, so Li Qianfei stopped pretending. She looked up and said, "Are you satisfied to see me like this?" Li Xiao nodded. She was quite satisfied. What made her even more satisfied was that Li Qianfei's luck had been greatly reduced because of the human lives that he had taken, and now it was starting to backfire. On the way here, she saw that the shares of several companies that Li Qianfei had bought had started to fall. Li Qianfei stood up and straightened his back. He was as proud as a peacock and said, "Even if I only have 4% of the shares left, with my investment foresight, my net worth is still higher than yours." Li Xiao looked at her with pity and kindly reminded her, "Your news is outdated. You should pay attention to the latest stock market. You used to say that I was a prodigal, but no matter how much I squander, I can't compare to you burning 1 billion yuan a day." Before she came, she did some calculations. Li Qianfei had lost almost 300 million yuan on those shares. With 700 million yuan, it would be 1 billion yuan. When others did bad things, there might not be retribution. But when it came to Li Qianfei, it was karma, and it came quickly. It would have been better if Li Xiao didn't mention it, but Li Qianfei's heart ached. Even if she wasn't short of money now, 1 billion was not a small number she could ignore. She couldn't care less about bickering with Li Xiao. She lowered her head and began to look at the stocks she bought. In the past, Li Qianfei bought stocks as she pleased. For a European queen like her, whatever she bought would go up. There were even many companies that took the initiative to send her stocks. At that time, she was in the limelight and was surrounded by stars. Although so many things had happened at home recently, Li Qianfei always had a kind of confidence. Her extraordinary luck was her biggest golden finger. As long as this golden finger was still there, all the difficulties were temporary. When she walked out, she would be like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. But the foundation of all this was built on her good luck. What if one day, she lost this luck that she didn't know where it came from? Li Qianfei thought of this possibility and her whole body turned cold. Illegitimate child, Li Qianxing, these were not within her scope of thinking. She opened the software with trembling hands and looked at it. The shocking green color almost made her heart jump out of her throat and her face turned pale. Impossible, the stocks she bought couldn't have all fallen. How could she be so unlucky? Suddenly, her eyes lit up. No, she still had a few stocks that were red, which meant that they were rising, but when her gaze fell on the names of those stocks, her gaze froze. Those red stocks happened to be international stocks. The color of international stocks was the opposite of that of China. Red meant that they were falling. They were all falling. Li Qianfei's phone fell to the ground. Her eyes were unfocused and her mouth was bitter. Had her luck finally abandoned her? Then what capital did she have? Although the weather was still hot, she felt an unprecedented chill. It was so cold that her teeth couldn't help but chatter. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly stood up and rushed out of the room, not even closing the door. She jogged to a sports lottery shop nearby and bought a stack of scratcher tickets. She used her key to scratch them one by one. 10 minutes later, she started bawling. None, not even a single one. Not even the smallest 5 yuan. In the past, Li Qianfei could easily win the first prize. She had never felt so deeply that for some reason, the goddess of luck who had always been looking after her had finally left her. She was no longer the koi fish that people spoke of. No, he definitely couldn't let them know about this. No matter what method she used, she had to get her good luck back. Suddenly, her phone rang. Li Qianfei looked down at the screen. The caller ID showed that it was the boss of Yuanling Trading Company. She picked up the phone and heard the CEO's rough voice. Miss Li, can I ask you to quickly sell our company's shares? I'm begging you. If it continues to fall, our company will go bankrupt. Li Qianfei clenched his fists and bit his lower lip until it bled. His eyes were red with hatred. These despicable people were adding insult to injury. They were the ones who begged her to buy the shares. Now that they felt that she was unlucky, they wanted to kick her away. I'm willing to buy back all the shares in your hands at double the price. No, triple the price is fine too. How much is it? Name a price. This evasive attitude brought great humiliation to Li Qianfei. I'm really begging you. My daughter is still young. If I go bankrupt and jump off a building, what will happen to her? The CEO on the other side of the phone began to cry and talk about the difficulties of his company. Li Qianfei couldn't listen anymore and threw the phone away. These people. She would remember them, when her good luck came back, even if they knelt in front of her and begged her, she would never buy her company's shares again. Under the light, her chin was tightly clenched. Her usual innocent expression was no longer there and was replaced with a cold expression. Li Qianfei used to be too high profile when she bought some shares in the past. After receiving money from other companies, she would advertise on Weibo and attract a group of people who praised her as the reincarnation of a koi fish to invest with her. She didn't need a water army to post anything on Weibo. She could easily post more than 1 million shares on Weibo. They were all freeloaders. Li Qianfei also used to enjoy the feeling of being praised by others. She would always feel smug when she saw those flattering words. In particular, some people would deliberately step on Li Xiao to elevate her, in order to please her and let her reply to the comments to gain some good luck. At that time, Li Qianfei certainly wouldn't use her main account to like the comments. However, she would open a secondary account and click on all the words that belittled Li Xiao. However, that was then and this is now. Her situation had been reversed. Now, the shares she bought were falling. Many of the shareholders who invested with her were about to go to the rooftop. They did not reflect on themselves for following the trend. Instead, they shifted their anger to Li Qianfei. The obscenities below were simply unbearable to look at. There were even threats to hunt her down. She was frightened and quickly closed the page. What koi fish? She's simply a jinx. She's losing everything she bought. I saved up for 10 years. I've lost everything. Li Qianfei, pay me back my hard-earned money. Li Qianfei, you'd better be careful. You'll be dead when I find your address. Li Qianfei is a jinx. That day, Li Qianfei was condemned by thousands of people and fell into the biggest nightmare of her life. She didn't even dare to return to the villa for fear that her grandmother would use her as a punching bag. She just hid in a house under her name and then stared at the ceiling. She couldn't sleep all night. In contrast to Li Qianfei, Li Xiao slept very well. Especially after hearing the female ghost Zhang Yan's report, she laughed out loud. Last night, after the Chu Lian found out that the woman he arranged, Su Qin, had a miscarriage, he was so angry that he almost had a stroke. He said on the spot that he wanted to expel Li Qianfei from the family and ask Li Namju and Chan Kaiying to divorce. Li Xiao could more or less guess the Chu Lian's thoughts. Li Qianfei was now out of luck. In the eyes of the Chu Lian, he had lost his greatest value. In addition, during this period of time, she caused all kinds of trouble, which the Chu Lian couldn't tolerate. Li Qianxing had no hope of being released at the moment. Even if he was released, as a legal person, could he still inherit Li Namju? Abandoning Chan Kaiying and the others was the Chu Lian's choice. She had always been like this, prioritizing benefits. One must know that Li Namju wasn't the only one in Li Namju. Li Namju had also defeated his cousin to successfully inherit the company. Li Zhao's uncle also had several sons. It was just that their brilliance was overshadowed by Li Qianxing. Now that Li Namju was in chaos, it wasn't just because the stock price had fallen. It was also because this family took the opportunity to fan the flames. Li Namju had true feelings for Chan Kaiying and the others. In order to protect them, he made a big decision. That was to make a deal with the Chu Lian. As long as the Chu Lian gave up on this idea, he was willing to fulfill his mother's wish and have children with another woman. Therefore, he repeated his previous experience last night, but this time, he didn't need to drug him. Li Xiao was completely convinced by his logic. How could this be possible? No, she felt that Li Namju also wanted to have a new son. Otherwise, he could have sent that troublesome grandmother of his back to her hometown. Anyway, it wasn't like he hadn't done such a thing in the past. She was silent for a while, then asked Zhang Yan, did they really have sex? Zhang Yan nodded solemnly. It was a pity that she had to eavesdrop for the entire night. After a while, Li Xiao exclaimed, that's not right. Technology is so advanced now. You don't have to have sex to have children, right? Let's have a test tube baby. Sparrow Spirit, who had been listening to the gossip with great interest, was also at a loss. Yes, you can do that. Li Xiao made the final decision. So it's because he's not smart enough. After listening to Zhang Yan's report, she reported to school with satisfaction. Li Xiao had already prepared the things she needed to prepare a day in advance. She just had to bring a bag over. Sparrow Spirit asked her, Xiao, are you going to live in the university dormitory? Remember to tell me your dormitory story when the time comes. Li Xiao ruthlessly broke her fantasy. I'm not going to live there. I have a house near the university. With the original owner's personality, how could she let herself live with other students in the dormitory? She had to live outside. Li Xiao had a lot of secrets, so living in the dormitory wasn't suitable for her. The reason why she didn't immediately apply for a leave of absence was because she wanted to experience the so-called university life for a few days. Li Xiao grew up in the mountains. Her master taught her how to read and write, so she had never gone to school before. Even she couldn't help but feel a sense of novelty. She glanced at Sparrow Spirit. When I'm not at home, take care of the house. Sparrow Spirit nodded several times. Li Xiao told her to practice hard and try to learn the shapeshifting technique within a month. Then she took a luxury car to school. Although she hadn't gotten her driver's license yet, Li Namju had already helped her buy 2 limited edition cars. However, it wasn't Li Xiao who drove, but the Li clan's chauffeur. There was a bit of distance between the villa and the university, so it took 2 hours to drive. Li Xiao didn't leave home late. After finishing the registration procedures, it was already time for lunch. At this time, the freshmen were still undergoing military training. Lu Hao suddenly remembered that Chang Dynasty had said that her daughter, Jiang Tian, was in the same school as her. She was going to be a junior this year and was studying management. Chang Dynasty had also given her Jiang Tiantian's phone number. Li Xiao thought for a moment and called. The other side quickly picked up. "It's me, Li Xiao." "Yes, I'm Tian." Jiang Tiantian's voice was a bit cold, which didn't match her sweet name. She only introduced herself with this one sentence and didn't say anything else. Lu Hao was curious. If she didn't say anything, would the other side also not say anything? Therefore, she also became silent. 5 minutes later. The silence between the two spread, but Jiang Tian never hung up the phone. Li Xiao held back her laughter and said, "Where are you now?" "I'll go find you." "How about we have lunch together?" "Okay." Jiang Tian was still concise and comprehensive. After she reported her location, she hung up the phone. Li Xiao walked to the place Jiang Tian said. Namkong University, where she studied, was quite large. It took her about 10 minutes to reach the teaching building Jiang Tian said. She walked up to the second floor and slowly made her way to Lecture Hall 207. When she opened the door, the classroom was packed with people. The students were crowding around a very handsome man. His facial features were more prominent than the average Chinese. The outline of his side profile was perfect. Li Xiao recognized that this was Quan Ilson. Li Qianfei's Mr. Right. Why is he here? Her heart couldn't help but thump. According to the Sparrow Spirit, both she and Jiang Tian were madly in love with the male lead in the sequel. In terms of looks, Quan Ilson lived up to his role as the male lead. Among these ordinary teenagers, his presence was like a crane in a flock of chickens. His face was not bad, but it was a pity that his brain was not working. In Li Zhao's eyes, someone who could fall in love with Li Qianfei and talk about a love story of more than 1,000,000 words with her was most likely an idiot. Birds of a feather flocked together. Therefore, she avoided this so-called noble young master like the plague. The only one she was worried about was Jiang Tian. She had always worked well with the big boss of the Chang dynasty. She did not want to see her only daughter fall in love with Quan Ilson and become the cannon fodder for the love between Quan Ilson and Li Qianfei. She turned her head and began to look for Jiang Tian. She had met Jiang Tian once before. In addition, Jiang Tiantian's temperament and appearance were top-notch. Therefore, Li Xiao quickly found Jiang Tian sitting in the corner of the classroom. Jiang Tian wore a white shirt and black pants. The neat black and white outfit, coupled with her cold attitude and short hair, made her look particularly cool. She sat in her seat and stared unblinkingly at the center of the crowd. Kwani Senator Li Zhao's heart could not help but thump. Did Jiang Tian fall in love with Quan Ilson at first sight? She walked in front of Jiang Tian and gently knocked on the table to remind her. Jiang Tian looked away from Quan Ilson and said, "Li Xiao." After greeting her, she stared intently at Quan Ilson, as if she could see flowers on his face. Li Xiao said jokingly, "Although he looks good, he can't be that addictive, right?" Jiang Tian suddenly said something shocking. "Do you think he's wearing a wig?" Li Xiao could not help but be stunned by these nonsensical words. "What wig?" Jiang Tiantian's eyes dimmed. "You're not wearing a wig? I thought he was Mediterranean." Li Xiao could not figure out what this girl was thinking. Why would she think that Quan Ilson was a Mediterranean man? Who misled her? Jiang Tian said, "Let's go for lunch." Although Li Xiao wasn't familiar with this girl, she could tell that she was trying to change the topic. However, she also felt relieved. It turned out that Jiang Tian had been looking at Quan Ilson for a long time, not because he liked him. However, it was good for Jiang Tian to misunderstand. No matter how good Quan Ilson was, once he wore a Mediterranean hairstyle, the picture would be too beautiful. Pfft. Li Xiao imagined it and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jiang Tian looked at her with some confusion. Li Xiao shook her head. Let's go and eat. The two of them did not look at Quan Ilson, who was speaking calmly and causing waves of exclamations in the crowd, and walked towards the door. Quan Ilson happened to look up and take in the two figures. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the side profile of the girl on the left gave him a sense of familiarity. It overlapped with the girl in his memory. He grasped that sense of familiarity and asked the person beside him, "Who are those two?" Li Xiao was the eldest daughter of the Li clan. Coupled with her beautiful appearance, she was already a celebrity on campus. Even the students in the management department had heard of this junior sister's name. The one on the left is Li Xiao, a second-year student in the art department. The one on the right is Jiang Tian from our class. I didn't expect them to know each other. Li Xiao, Quan Ilson's heart skipped a beat. He vaguely recalled that 10 years ago, the lovely girl who gave him a bright smile. My surname is Li, Li as in Dawn. As for my name, let's keep it a little mysterious. Quan Ilson murmured in a low voice, Li Xiao, could it be her? The pure, brave, and kind girl who had saved his life. With this matter in his heart, Quan Ilson was not in the mood to be perfunctory with the other students. He quickly left. When his aura was at its peak, even the girls who tried to seduce him did not dare to approach him. They could only sigh at his back. This Quan Ilson has such an aura at such a young age. He is so charming. Quan Ilson naturally could not live in the school dormitory. He also bought a house outside. He was a person who did not like to be disturbed, so he directly bought the entire building. He looked at the information he had searched in front of the computer. The Li clan had 2 daughters. The eldest daughter was Li Xiao, who was in her 3rd year of university. The second daughter was Li Qianfei, who was in her 1st year of university. Li Qianfei was a pure and beautiful girl. However, she inherited her mother's genes. She was not as eye-catching as Li Xiao. When the two photos were placed together, people's eyes were always unconsciously attracted to Li Xiao. Comparing the two, Quan Ilson naturally believed that the person was Li Xiao. Especially when he continued to investigate, he was even more convinced. It was not surprising that Quan Ilson had this feeling. Li Xiao and Li Qianfei had the same father. The two of them had similar features, especially when they were young. It was easy to see the blood relationship between the two. However, as they grew older, their facial features became more distinct. One looked more like Su Manqin, while the other looked more like Chan Kain. It just so happened that this period of time was also Li Qianfei's most unlucky days. Her reputation plummeted. When people searched for her name online, they were all scolding her, especially those who followed the trend and invested with her. In the end, they lost all their money. Jinx, goddess of misfortune, god of plague, all kinds of unpleasant words were thrown at her. These people had completely forgotten that they used to praise Li Qianfei as a koi fish. Quan Ilson looked and could not help but shake his head. All the stocks that Li Qianfei bought had fallen. She was simply the reincarnation of the god of plague. His savior was the goddess of luck. How could it be Li Qianfei? Although he also saw some news articles saying that Li Qianfei was lucky in the past, he did not believe it. He only thought that it was a method that she used to raise her value. As an illegitimate daughter, if she wanted to surpass the legitimate daughter in front of her, she naturally had to use some methods. The more he investigated, the more distressed he felt for Li Xiao's situation. As a child who was not loved by her parents, she had suffered a lot at home. Li Xiao's arrogant and despotic reputation was everywhere outside. The girl in his memory was lively and cheerful, but also kind and brave. She was definitely not the kind of person who would cause trouble for no reason. Thinking of this, Quan Ilson's impression of Li Qianfei became even worse. He only felt that she was a scheming woman. She was as disgusting as the other women around him in the past. His thin lips curled up. Li Xiao? I wonder if she still remembers me. He summoned his subordinates and passed down his orders. Li Xiao, whom he was thinking about, was having lunch with Jiang Tian at a restaurant near the school. After eating dinner, Li Xiao was enjoying dessert and chatting with Jiang Tian. why did Quan Ilson come to our school? Although Jiang Tian was not good at chatting, he still answered her questions. He came as an exchange student and will stay at the school for a year. Li Xiao felt that this person was actually using the name of an exchange student to find his true love. Although she knew that the person he was looking for was Li Qianfei, with her and Li Qianfei's personalities, it was good enough that they did not cause trouble. How could she be so kind as to tell Quan Ilson about this? Jiang Tian said. Mom said that he wants to find his fiancée. Li Xiao nodded. I hope he won't disturb my life. Even if Quan Ilson fell in love with Li Qianfei and wanted to deal with her, she was not afraid. Now, she was not without any foundation. She had money and a house, and she had more or less accumulated some connections. She asked Jiang Tian, I have a few tickets for Zhang Hanbai's concert. Do you want to go together? The concert was at the end of next week. Jiang Tian was stunned. Li Xiao thought that she was not willing, but after a few seconds, she heard her say, okay. Li Xiao smiled. Actually, Jiang Tian was not difficult to get along with. After lunch, Li Xiao went back to class to get some textbooks for this semester. She was going to put them in her 3-bedroom house outside the school. She was very satisfied with the big house. It was big enough for her to live alone. There were 2 rooms and a studio. But before she reached the door, she smelled the strong fragrance of flowers. Li Xiao saw the pots of lilies at the door and felt her stomach hurt. Which idiot sent these? Didn't they know that she did not like lilies? Originally, Li Xiao didn't have any bad feelings towards Lily. However, she couldn't resist Zhang Jiayin and Li Qianfei's love for her. Hence, whenever she saw Lily, she felt as if she was looking at the mother and daughter pair. Her stomach started to hurt. She could not get rid of all the lilies in the Li clan's house, but this was her territory. What the eye did not see, the heart did not grieve over. Li Xiao called the property management and asked them to take the flowers away. She walked into the house and put the books on the bookshelf. Although the lilies had been moved away, the fragrance of the flowers still lingered. Li Xiao had finished her report today, and classes would be in 2 days. After she put the things away, she called the driver and asked him to drive downstairs. She went directly to her big villa. When Sparrow Spirit saw her, she was quite surprised. Xiao is back so soon. She thought that Xiao would wait until next weekend. Li Xiao said lightly, it's still more comfortable to stay here. Sparrow Spirit began to boast about her achievements. Xiao, let me tell you. After I joined V, someone tipped me 1,000 yuan every day and praised me for writing well. In the past, they tipped her 100 yuan, but after she joined V, it became 1,000 yuan. She was also a sparrow that could support herself. She was so proud that her tail was about to curl up. Li Xiao was shocked. Who is it? Who has such bad taste? Was Sparrow Spirit's writing that good? She wanted to reject it when she saw the script. Tipping her 1,000 yuan every day, the other party was rich. Her expression was subtle. Let me take a look too. Since she had nothing to do, she started to read it. Although the setting of the Sparrow Spirit novel was quite shocking, it was both shocking and exhilarating. It gave people the urge to chase after it. However, the setting of the characters was too familiar, especially the supporting characters who opposed the main character. The characters were like Linamju and Chan Kain. When Li Xiao saw the 100,000 words, a new supporting male character appeared. The new supporting male character was blind in the early stages and loved a black lotus who kept framing the female lead. The new supporting male character was a foreign duke. Before he went abroad, he was one of the aristocratic families in China. His family had mines, and he even gave the black lotus a bracelet that was passed down from his ancestors as a token of love. The more Li Xiao looked at this character, the more familiar it was. This character is based on Quan Ilson, right? Sparrow Spirit said, yes. I want to draw from life. I've tortured him well and avenged you. Li Xiao continued reading. When she saw the new supporting male character stand up for the Black Lotus, he was implicated and dropped his wig in public, revealing his Mediterranean hairstyle. She immediately choked. This was the revenge method Sparrow Spirit was talking about? Writing Quan Ilson as a Mediterranean hairstyle. Wait, she suddenly remembered Jiang Tiantian's unusual reaction during the day, and her expression became strange. Jiang Tiantian couldn't have also read Sparrow Spirit's novel, right? She imagined the cool Jiang Tiantian holding her phone and reading a novel written by Sparrow Demon with relish. That sense of dissonance was going to break through the heavens. But thinking about it carefully, it was indeed very possible. If she hadn't read Sparrow Demon's novel, why would she subconsciously think that Quan Ilson was a Mediterranean man? Moreover, after Sparrow Demon started writing this novel, a loyal fan had been tipping her every day. Previously, it was 100 yuan, but now, it was 1,000 yuan every day. Other than people who owned a mine, no one could do such a thing. It just so happened that Jiang Tiantian didn't lack money. With her status, even if she didn't inherit her family's company in the future, she could live a luxurious life just by relying on the dividends from the shares. Li Zhao's mood was very strange, but she also felt that it was inexplicably funny. I didn't expect you to be this Jiang Tiantian. Sparrow Demon was still desperately trying to get work for her. I think my artistic embellishment of Quan Ilson is simply amazing. I also admire my flash of inspiration and a stroke of genius. She didn't expect Sparrow Demon to make Jiang Tiantian no longer have a crush on Quan Ilson. Li Xiao stroked its head and encouraged it. Not bad, continue to work hard. Strive to sell the film rights one day. Sparrow Demon nodded vigorously. Okay. Then, with high morale, she ran off to play games. Li Xiao? Forget it, she couldn't count on this sparrow. She returned to her room and began to draw talismans. Quan Ilson's arrival more or less gave her a sense of urgency. She needed more things to defend herself. Male protagonists of this type of novel didn't have any awareness of the law. For the female protagonist, they would commit murder and arson. She would never place her hopes on other people's conscience. Li Xiao drew more than 100 talismans in one breath. Defensive, offensive, and all kinds of other types were available. After she finished drawing, she felt that the spiritual power in her body had been exhausted. She adjusted her breath and meditated. After an hour, she recovered half of her spiritual power. However, she had basically used up all the materials in her hands and needed to replenish them. Li Xiao herself also wanted to obtain a better magic tool, but she also needed a suitable staff as a weapon. However, she really didn't know where in S City these things were sold. She suddenly thought of the Taoist priest, Sun Rui, who was under observation. With his passion for this industry, he should know a lot of information, right? Li Xiao immediately called him and asked him to come over. Sun Rui saw that he was about to be put to good use and quickly said, I know. There was a ghost market that opened at midnight and closed at midnight. It said that there are ghosts who mix in the crowd and trade with people, but I think that's just a lie. His tone was rather disapproving. He had been there at least a dozen times, but he had never really seen a ghost. Li Xiao pondered for a moment. Did that mean it would only open at 11 p.m. and close at 5 am? She didn't have any classes tomorrow, so she decided to go over tonight. She was not short of money now. Sun Rui said, however, there are some stall owners who prefer to barter. Li Xiao nodded. She had a lot of talismans on her, so she could take a few to exchange for them. After a little hesitation, she also brought a part of her luck with her. Since not everyone would use this method, she also brought a card with her. The one thing she didn't lack now was money. When it was almost 10 o'clock, she called for a car to come over. After all, she was going to that place. Li Xiao naturally wouldn't let the driver who usually drove her know about this. That driver was paid by Lu Namju, so he would definitely report to Lu Namju. The ghost market's location was relatively desolate, and there were often some supernatural events. The driver hesitated and said that he wanted to pay more. Li Xiao very generously said, I'll give you 5 times. The driver didn't say anything and directly drove off without any complaints. In the ghost market, it was at least 300. 3 times that would be 1,500. This order, it's done. On the side, Sun Rui couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Although he knew that his master was very rich when he saw that big villa, he was still overwhelmed by the rich aura. So rich, after all, some people were masters at a young age, and their families were rich. At 11:15, Li Xiao arrived at the entrance of the ghost market. She transferred the money to the driver, who immediately stepped on the accelerator and flew away. Obviously, he didn't dare to stay in this place for a moment longer. Li Xiao raised her head and glanced at the ghost market. The ghost market's entrance was tightly closed, and a very old sign was hanging crookedly on the door. Her gaze focused. The sign was emitting a very strong energy. It wasn't something that was commonly seen. Originally, she was worried that this was a market to cheat laymen. After seeing this, she was more or less certain. She pushed open the door and stepped inside. As soon as she entered, the originally open door creaked and closed again. Although the ghost market's entrance wasn't big, only 2 meters wide, it suddenly opened up a person's field of vision after entering. A cauldron of voices, the lively scene was in sharp contrast to the quiet outside. Many people were even wearing masks, shuttling back and forth between the stalls. Li Xiao watched with interest. In this ghost market, there weren't only people, there were also a lot of ghosts. She didn't know what method these ghosts used to temporarily possess a physical body, but the energy on their bodies still revealed their identity. Moreover, according to her perception, at least 1/3 of these people were ghosts. She shot a glance at Sun Rui beside her. This silly boy, he said that he had been here many times and had never seen a ghost. He just didn't know that he was here. Inside, these ghosts seemed to abide by some kind of rule. When Li Xiao saw that they had chosen something, they would obediently use their own things to exchange for it. She didn't know who the person behind the ghost market was, to be able to suppress these ghosts. Ghosts were the same as people. There were good ghosts and evil ghosts. Not every ghost was willing to be well-behaved. Li Xiao arrived in front of the 5th stall from the left. The stall owner's face was smeared with a layer of white powder, making his appearance indistinct. He was wearing a set of black clothes, but the exposed parts of his body were red. A word unconsciously emerged in her mind: red zombie. Red zombies were zombies that had achieved enlightenment. They were very fierce, and ordinary sky thunder had no effect on them. However, this little zombie brother was stammering as he bargained with someone. No, you must have 3 wisps of evil energy. The fierce-looking customer in front of the stall said, "Your wood seems to be of ordinary quality. 1 wisp of evil energy is enough." The quality of this stall's wooden board was very good. Li Xiao's eyes lit up. This wooden board was black to the point of purple, and had a strong energy. If she bought it, she could make it into a stick, and then inlay the scale she got from Li Qianfei. It would be a lot more convenient when she fights. TSK, 3 wisps of evil energy to buy this wooden board, too cheap. That customer also wanted to buy it with a wisp of evil energy. He was simply cheating people. No, he was cheating zombies. Li Xiao had only been in this world for 2 months. She didn't have time to collect evil energy. However, she had luck on her. At that time, the luck she got from Li Qianfei belonged to Li Qianfei's godfather, Gu Qian, and grandmother, Chu Lian. She didn't return the luck to them. She only returned it to the other victims, so she still had a few wisps in her hands. Luck was, of course, much rarer than evil energy. How could ordinary people get this thing? Li Xiao squatted down and said lightly, "A wisp of luck to buy your wooden board." The red zombie raised its head and gave her a stiff smile. "Okay." The fierce-looking customer next to her asked her, "Do you still have luck on you? How about I buy it with you? How much do you want?" Li Xiao said lightly, "I don't lack money." She took out a wisp of luck and gave it to the red zombie. Then, she carried the wooden board. Sun Rui said, "Master, let me do it. I'll help you carry it." Sun Rui looked very mature. He looked like he was in his 50s. However, he called a young and beautiful girl his master. It was inevitable that the people around them would look at them a few more times. Li Xiao said, "You won't be able to carry it." Sun Rui didn't think so. "It's just a wooden board. How heavy can it be?" As a disciple who hadn't formally become a disciple, of course, he had to perform well to gain the master's attention. As he spoke, he was about to take the wooden board. However, as soon as his hand touched the wooden board, he felt a cold energy enter his body from where he touched it. His whole body froze as if he had turned into a stone and couldn't move at all. Li Xiao patted his back. A wisp of spiritual energy entered his body and wandered around his limbs. It drove away the yin energy in his body and made him return to normal. He looked at this seemingly ordinary wooden board with lingering fear and didn't dare to touch it again. Li Xiao said, "This thing has too much yin energy. It's better for ordinary people not to touch it." She turned to ask the red zombie, "Where did you get this wooden board?" The red zombie smiled. "It's where I sleep. I took it apart and sold it." Li Xiao, "Oh, it turned out to be an authentic coffin board." Li Xiao thought for a moment and asked him, "Do you have a better wooden board?" The red zombie hesitated for a moment and said, "Yes." Li Xiao offered a price, 2 wisps of luck. The red zombie said, I'll bring it tomorrow." Sun Rui asked him curiously, "You have so many at home?" The red zombie smiled and sounded a little embarrassed, "It's where my father sleeps. I went back and took it apart." He scratched his face, revealing the red skin under the white powder. Li Xiao was speechless. This is really a bear zombie. He even cheated his own father. It could only be said that cheats didn't discriminate between races. After she made an appointment with the red zombie, she continued to walk forward. Although she had already bought what she wanted to buy the most, it was rare for her to come here. Of course, the more she bought, the better. Moreover, it was her first time coming to this place, so she couldn't help but be a little curious. There were indeed many things in this place, but unfortunately, Li Xiao wasn't interested in most of them. Suddenly, Sun Rui raised his voice and pointed to the front, his face full of anger. "Master! It's him. That person cheated me of my money, gave me a fake cultivation method, and made me fart for a week." He had worn out iron shoes looking for him in vain, but he didn't expect to meet him in this place. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Sun Rui immediately ran over. His hard-earned money. Li Xiao followed his line of sight and saw 2 men not far away. One of them was dressed in a green robe and looked as handsome as a landscape painting. His temperament was languid, and there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The other man's facial features were strong, and he had the air of a tough and handsome man. When he spoke to the green-robed man, his head was slightly lowered and his attitude was respectful. Although she couldn't sense their specific aura, their strength shouldn't be weak. These 2 people, according to convention, shouldn't cheat Sun Rui. Although she hadn't recognized Sun Rui as her disciple, she considered him half a disciple in her heart. She couldn't let him suffer. Li Xiao took out a talisman. The talisman flew directly to Sun Rui's back and stuck to his body as a layer of insurance. Song Hai yawns and hangs his eyes down. His long eyelashes give his expression a natural sense of innocence as he listens to Lu Haixing's report. "That's pretty much it. We still haven't found his whereabouts yet. He's hidden very well, but the backlash should be enough for him to endure. Do as you see fit. Just destroy those beads, they're just some fakes." When mentioning the beads, his eyes slightly narrow, a sharp light flitting through them. Soon after, he has a lazy appearance, as if he can fall asleep at any time as long as he's given a bed. Just then, Lu Haixing hears a loud roar, "You swindler, give me back my hard-earned money." Lu Haixing's ears perk up. It shouldn't be about him, right? He's always been fair and impartial when doing business. However, this ghost city is a jumble of dragons and snakes, so it's normal for swindlers to appear. Just as he's about to see which blind person is swindling in this place, he turns his head and sees a human aggressively rushing towards him. He raises his eyebrows. It must be him, an old da who carelessly blocked the other person's path. As a polite and good demon of the new generation, Lu Haixing faintly smiles and steps to the left, allowing this middle-aged human to seek justice for him. This human looks a bit familiar? He's probably someone who frequently comes to the ghost city. The next second, he sees this human standing directly in front of him, glaring at him. His eyes are bulging out of anger, and his hands are clenched into fists, as if he's going to punch him at any time. Lu Haixing widens his eyes. "Are you mistaken?" Then he hears a clear voice. You're the one who swindled my disciple? Come, let's have a good discussion." He turns his head and sees a woman with a gorgeous appearance, carrying a wooden board that exudes dancing energy. As a human, she's actually able to directly reach out and touch this wooden board, completely unafraid of the yin energy entering her body, Lu Haixing can't help but be distracted. Sun Rui is very angry. He clenches his fists, pondering where should he hit? Should I hit his eyes or his nose? When he realized that this swindler still dared to be distracted, he became even angrier. Don't tell me you've forgotten about me. Sun Rui said angrily, the cultivation method you sold me was fake. You even made me fart for a week. This roar soared into the sky. The surrounding customers and shop owners couldn't help but cast their gazes over. They wanted to see which idiot had been deceived like this. Li Xiao, who was originally standing next to him, couldn't help but take a few steps to the side, pretending not to know him. Why don't we just not take him in? He's too stupid. Now, everyone in the ghost city knows that he has been deceived. Lu Haixing came back to his senses. After being reminded, he remembered. It's you. All these years, he had only sold the cultivation method once, so he quickly recalled it. At that time, he had just arrived in the human world. He wanted to do business, but had no money on hand. It just so happened that he met a human who was very enthusiastic about learning magic. Lu Haixing simply sold him a cultivation method. That cultivation method was the most basic, but if he learned it well, he could summon a few minutes of drizzle. He had only sold it that one time, and after that, he didn't sell it again. His tone is certain, I didn't deceive you. My cultivation method is correct. You must have practiced it incorrectly. Sun Rui is even more furious. This person sold him a fake, and still dares to push the blame onto him? He rolls up his sleeves and is about to say something, when he suddenly hears a soft cough. He immediately calms down. The one coughing is Li Xiao. Li Xiao is his master. He has to give her face, and he also believes that this master won't let him suffer a loss. Although he still glares at that big swindler, he doesn't make a move. Li Xiao has pretty much heard the cause and effect, and she more or less has a conclusion in her heart. Her cold gaze falls on Lu Haixing, and her tone is calm. You're not human, right? The question comes out of her mouth, and it becomes a statement. If it were someone else who hears you're not human, they would definitely think that she is scolding them, and the more temperamental ones would start a fight at any moment. But Lu Haixing isn't human. As a demon, when he hears this, he immediately feels guilty. He can't help but look at his boss, Songhai, who is watching the show from the side. Under his gaze, Songhai yawns. Lu Haixing. Sometimes, I really want to change my boss. Seeing his reaction, Li Xiao knows that her guess is right. She smiles. Let's talk somewhere else? Songhai looks up. Let's go. Li Xiao follows them to a room. All the decorations in the room look simple and exquisite, and any one of them can be used as a magic weapon. It's much better than what she saw at other stalls. Especially that stool, the quality is not worse than the coffin lid he bought from Hongjiang. Li Xiao's eyes can't help but light up. She puts the coffin lid to the side, sits down, and asks, are these tables and chairs for sale? Songhai is stunned. Not for sale. Li Xiao feels a little regretful. But when it comes to buying and selling things, it's all about mutual consent. She won't force others to sell to her. After Li Xiao sits down, a teapot floats down from the cedar shelf next to her and gently lands on the table. A stream of water appears out of thin air and falls into the Yixing clay teapot accurately, as if an invisible person is brewing tea for everyone. Sun Rui is dumbfounded. His mouth is so wide open that an egg can be stuffed in. Obviously, he finally understands what Li Xiao said just now. So this swindler really isn't human. Li Xiao takes a sip of the tea fragrance. She doesn't know much about tea. No matter how good the tea leaves are, she can't taste it. Her true love has always been fruit tea. She turns to Sun Rui and says, he should be a Yao, so the cultivation method he's selling to you is also a Yao cultivation method. What surprises her is that these two people don't have Yao aura. She doesn't know what method they use to conceal it. She pauses and continues, if humans want to cultivate Yao cultivation methods, they have to make some changes in some details. After all, they are two different creatures, so their cultivation methods must be different. There are many demons in remote Cloud Mountain, and Li Xiao has seen many of them. She isn't the kind of person who fights whenever she sees a Yao. At most, she only kills those human-eating Yao. Because she has interacted with those demons many times, she is very clear about these things. So that's how it is. Sun Rue and Lu Haixing say in unison. The two of them turn their heads at the same time and look at each other. Sun Rue's mouth twitches. You don't know either? After Li Zhao's explanation, the anger in his heart dissipates. After all, she didn't sell him a fake one. Lu Haixing says innocently, it's also my first time selling to a human. I thought everyone's cultivation method is the same. Sun Rue. So I can only admit that I'm unlucky. Li Zhao's tone is calm. Although you didn't do it on purpose, your unintentional actions almost harmed my disciple. Lu Haixing apologizes obediently. It's my fault. Li Xiao isn't the kind of person who won't let go. Since you want to apologize, you should at least show some sincerity. Her gaze falls on the teacup. Actually, the quality of this teacup is pretty good. It can be used as a magic tool. Damn it, in this room, any random item is a good thing. So envious. It's a pity that she's so poor that she only has money and nothing else. After entering the room, Song Hai, who has been silent the whole time, opens his mouth. He's also my subordinate. As compensation, the things you're going to buy next, Li Xiao can't help but perk up her ears. Wow, is this the rhythm of wanting to buy something for her? I can help you bargain. Li Xiao. Bargain, the corner of her mouth twitches. This is really a different way of making up for it. Very good, I'll remember him. However, the other party has a house in this ghost city, so he should be a local snake. He should know which stall has more good things. Today, she's going to buy enough. She stands up and says, then let's go. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the deep and quiet night, Quan Elson sits in front of the computer, looking through some information about Li Xiao that he asked his subordinates to investigate today. He also knows that Li Xiao has lost the lilies that he sent her. Obviously, she didn't buy them. At first, he was a little angry, but after he figured out the reason, he instead felt a faint sense of pity. Lilies are Li Zhao's stepmother and stepsister's favorite flowers. The flowers that Li Zhao's biological mother planted before were even uprooted and replaced with lilies in the house. It's no wonder that she hates lilies. The flowers are innocent. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the mother and daughter. He shouldn't have sent flowers without investigating the truth. This is stabbing a knife into her heart. Quan Elson silently continues to hold a grudge against the mother and daughter pair, Chan Kain. But what he doesn't understand is why Li Xiao still hasn't worn the necklace that he gave her. He also spread the news that he's looking for her. Didn't she hear about it? After a while, a confident smile appears on his face. He understands. It must be that his angel cherishes the memories between them too much. That's why she's always hidden the necklace, unwilling to become a topic of conversation for others. His angel is so proud. She definitely doesn't want to use the necklace in exchange for a favor from the Quan family. She just doesn't know that what he's really looking for is not the necklace, but her. His gaze softens. It's as if he can see through the air and see the young girl in high spirits. He recalls the time when they met again and again. Those memories are shining brightly in his memory. They are treasures that he cherishes. His expression is rarely gentle. At this time, his assistant comes over with a list in his hand. He respectfully says, "Boss, this is the list of Fidey's auction. It was just sent over. Fate auctioneers will send a copy of the list to rich people like them every season before the auction. After all, these rich people are their potential customers. There are many good things on the list that can be collected. Sometimes, the Quan family will also participate in the auction." Quan Elson casually flips through the list. But when he turns to one of the pages, his gaze froze. In the photo, the phoenix that is about to spread its wings and soar is so eye-catching. With just a glance, he recognized it. This is his necklace. The necklace that he gave to her personally. How did it appear in this auction list? Quan Elson stared at the page, his gaze burning a hole in the paper. He knew that Fidey's auction house wouldn't ruin their reputation. If they hadn't confirmed that it was authentic, they wouldn't have put it up for auction. Naturally, he couldn't let this necklace fall into someone else's hands. His handsome face was cold as he ordered, "Book me the fastest flight. I want to buy this necklace personally." His mind was filled with all kinds of thoughts. Why did Li Xiao sell this necklace? Was she forced to do it? Or did someone steal her necklace? Was it Li Qianfei? For a moment, all kinds of conspiracy theories appeared in his mind. The more he thought about it, the colder his body became. He decided to look for Li Xiao after school started and ask her this question personally. If she wasn't happy in that home, then he would definitely protect her and make her smile brightly in his memory again. Li Qianfei, who Quan Ilsen was silently holding a grudge against, couldn't help but sneeze. Li Qianfei also came back from university today. She applied for the best university in S City, Azure University. It was ranked 6th in the country, even better than Li Xiao's alma mater. Unlike Li Xiao, who got into the university with a building donated by her family, Li Qianfei relied on her own abilities to get into the university. After the college entrance examination admission notice came out, the netizens praised her for being both talented and beautiful. She was worlds apart from Li Xiao, that idiot. Beauty. Azure University was near Namkang University, where Li Xiao studied. This was also the reason why she applied for this university. As long as she was close to Li Xiao would never be able to get rid of her radiance. It was supposed to be like this. Why did everything change? Li Qianfei showed a pained expression. In the past, she loved to go to school and enjoy the envious gazes of everyone. But now, she was like a drowning dog. Wherever she went, people would shout at her. She couldn't stand the looks of disdain, and she didn't want to stand under the hot sun and participate in the freshmen's military training activities. Therefore, before she entered the university, she spent money to find a doctor and got a medical certificate to avoid the first-year military training. The sun had been so hot recently. What if she got tanned? She had to appear in front of Quan Ilsen in her most perfect state. Thinking of Quan Ilsen, the painful expression on Li Qianfei's face faded away and was replaced by a sweet smile. Just as she had hoped, he had come to Hua Nation. She had also heard that he had deliberately released the news that he was looking for her. He even became an exchange student at Namkang University. Everything was going according to her expectations. If it was Li Xiao who had the necklace, knew the story, and met Quan Ilsen with her own eyes, she would definitely pretend to be Quan Ilsen's savior. Even if she could pretend for a while, she couldn't pretend for a lifetime. On the day she was exposed, Li Xiao would be angered by Quan Ilsen. She would end up in a miserable state, just like her in the dream. The dream appeared in front of her eyes. The smile on Li Qianfei's face disappeared, and a trace of fear flashed through her eyes. When she was 7 years old, she had a dream. In the dream, she knew that Li Xiao had saved Quan Ilsen when she was young. She stole her necklace, ran to Quan Ilsen, and told him that she was the little girl who had saved him. At first, she succeeded in making Quan Ilsen believe her. But good things didn't last long. Quan Ilsen soon found out the truth and recognized Li Xiao. In the dream, her reputation was ruined. Quan Ilsen took revenge on her ruthlessly. She couldn't even find the lowest job. In the end, she chose to become a rich man's mistress. In the end, in order to avoid being caught in the act, she hid outside the window and fell to her death. The dream was so vivid that it left a deep impression on her. When she was 8 years old, she met Quan Ilsen before Li Xiao did. She was kidnapped with him, and finally became his savior. All of these experiences made her believe in the dream without a doubt. She felt that it was a precognitive dream. And she had successfully rewritten her own destiny. She even had the luck that she had always dreamed of. When she first saw Quan Ilsen, she fell in love with him. She didn't hate Quan Ilsen. She only hated Li Xiao. If it wasn't for her, Quan Ilsen wouldn't have been so cruel to her in the dream. He had clearly been gentle and considerate to her. At least now, the person who had saved Quan Ilsen was her, not Li Xiao. As long as Li Xiao dared to pretend to be her, then Li Xiao would definitely experience the pain she had experienced in the dream. In her heart, Li Xiao definitely wouldn't be able to refuse this temptation. Who would have the heart to refuse Quan Ilsen? Once she became Madame Quan, all those who had slandered her and hurt her would once again crawl at her feet. Thinking about how she would soon meet Quan Ilsen, her white cheeks turned pink. When Li Xiao returned home from the ghost city, it was already 6 o'clock in the morning. Tonight, she had purchased a lot of things, making her exceptionally satisfied. Cold iron soaked in the blood of 1,000-years-old great demon, extremely pure cinnabar, coffin boards, and even a piece of snake skin that could resist a certain amount of magic. As for the other basic materials like yellow paper, she had also replenished a batch. Because most of the vendors were more inclined to barter, Li Xiao couldn't bear to exchange all of her luck, so she used her own talismans to buy them. Fortunately, her talismans were of high quality, so those vendors were willing to do business with her. Tomorrow night, she would have to go back again to buy a higher quality plank from the red zombie. In this way, Li Xiao had squandered almost all of her stock, leaving only a few pieces. This was under the premise that Song Hai helped her bargain. She had to admit that Song Hai looked gentle and harmless on the outside, but his bargaining skills were very good. For example, the cold iron that she liked very much, he helped Li Xiao cut down from 5 strands of virtuous energy to 2 strands. He cut down the vendor until his face was full of tears, and he hated that he couldn't immediately pack up and leave. Because the other party helped her save a lot of money, Li Xiao's impression of him was still quite good. But after a night, she still couldn't see through Song Hai's specific background. However, the other party's breath was clean, so he obviously wasn't that kind of evil demon. She took out the yellow paper and cinnabar, and continued to draw talismans. Because this batch of materials was better, the quality of the talismans was also higher. After finishing, Li Xiao, who was extremely sleepy, went to rest. Before school started, she finally managed to create her own weapon. The coffin of the red zombie's father was directly made into a wooden stick by her, and it was inlaid with dragon scales that could absorb luck. Li Xiao also used the cold iron to cut the snake skin, and wrapped the wooden stick. This thing couldn't be casually touched by people. If an ordinary person touched it and didn't get rid of it in time, they would gradually turn into a corpse, and finally become the lowest level of zombies. Li Xiao wouldn't casually take out this thing. When people were busy, time passed very quickly. Soon, it was the first day of school, and Li Xiao officially experienced the so-called university life. When the original owner was a freshman, she often skipped class and rarely interacted with her classmates, so even if her personality changed a little, no one noticed it. What Li Xiao had thought of beforehand, such as adding insult to injury, did not exist. Her classmates' attitude towards her was very normal and polite. At most, the teacher looked at her a few times during roll call because she didn't skip class for several days. Li Xiao thought about it and understood the reason. Although the Li clan was relatively down and out, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Lu Namju was still a rich person in many people's eyes. Li Xiao's casual bag could be worth more than an ordinary person's annual salary. This was also very good, she could also enjoy a peaceful university life. Since she wasn't familiar with her classmates, Li Xiao usually ate lunch with Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian didn't like to talk, giving people a feeling that he wasn't easy to get along with. But when Li Xiao thought that she was a reader of Sparrow Spirit, she felt that she was full of contrasting cuteness. What surprised her was that Jiang Tian and Quan Ilsen were in the same class, but she hadn't seen him even once in the past few days. In response to her doubts, Jiang Tian explained, "I heard from my mom that he went to the Fides auction." Li Xiao immediately thought of her necklace that was going to be auctioned. Oh, Quan Ilsen wouldn't really be going to auction this necklace, right? Even if the other party came to find her, she wouldn't be afraid. This necklace was originally given to her by Li Qianfei, she was free to do whatever she wanted with it. Facts proved that her guess was right. That night, the Chang dynasty called her and told her about it. Quan Ilsen finally bought the necklace with a high price of 2.8 billion. After deducting the handling fee, Li Xiao received 2.66 billion. Li Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "Donate this money to charity." "Are you sure? This isn't a small amount." Li Xiao said with certainty, "Donate it, I'm not short of money right now." Her daily expenses were covered by Lu Namju, and she hadn't even spent the 1 billion that Ren Xiaotang gave her, let alone those assets. So Li Xiao really wasn't short of money. Of course, she wouldn't squander the money that belonged to the original owner. "Well, I'll just treat it as accumulating merit for myself." Anyway, even if she spent all her money, she could still make money quickly. After making this decision, Li Xiao put this matter to the back of her mind. The necklace was already back in Quan Ilsen's hands. Could he still come to her? Facts proved that one couldn't be too stubborn, otherwise, one would be slapped in the face. When Li Xiao entered the school on Friday morning, she noticed the changes in the school. The entire school was filled with the fragrance of roses, and as far as the eye could see, it was a sea of roses. Corolla, blue enchantress, ocean song, champagne roses, all kinds of delicate roses dazzled her eyes. The original flowers on the school campus had disappeared and were replaced by these expensive-looking roses. Li Xiao slightly frowned. Roses were beautiful, but they were all roses, and she was tired of looking at them. It turned out that although the flowers in the school were not expensive varieties, they were well taken care of. They were colorful and beautiful, and were a pleasing scenery to look at. The surrounding people's discussion drifted into her ears. I heard that these roses were all flown in from abroad last night. That must be a lot of money. Isn't he afraid of going bankrupt? He's a rich man in the world, this little bit of money is nothing. Quan Ilsen must be so rich to chase after a girl with such a big lineup. I wonder which lucky person is going to fly to the branch and become a phoenix. Li Xiao's eyelids jumped. What was Quan Ilsen trying to do? Chase after someone? Did he go to the wrong school? Even if he wanted to chase after someone, he should go to the school next door to chase after Li Qianfei. That was his true love. She lifted her foot to walk towards the school building, but a low voice made her stop. In the morning light, Quan Ilsen slowly walked towards her, holding a necklace in his hand. The necklace shone brightly under the sunlight. Li Xiao silently looked at Quan Ilsen, and in her mind, she couldn't help but think of the novels that the sparrow spirit used to bring back from the bottom of the mountain. According to the content of the novels, some CEOs, in order to take revenge on other women, would deliberately make them fall in love with them, and then heartlessly abandon them. Although when she read the novels, she often complained that this method of revenge was stupid, but she didn't rule out the possibility that some people really thought this method was great. Could it be that Quan Ilsen found out that she was the one who auctioned the necklace? So he wanted to take revenge on her? Other than that, she couldn't think of any other reason why he wanted to chase after her. Of course, she wouldn't fall for this trick. Under the morning light, Li Xiao seemed to be covered with many layers of soft light. Her skin was white and translucent. Her originally aggressive beauty was enhanced by the light and there was a rare gentleness. She stood there quietly, which was more beautiful than the delicate and beautiful roses behind her. Quan Ilsen was tall and straight. His facial features were perfect as if they were God's masterpiece. He held the necklace in his hand and looked at Li Xiao. The combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman was eye-catching, not to mention the identities of these two people. One was famous throughout the country because of her father's love story, and the other was a wealthy CEO. People who passed by could not help but stop in their tracks. They held their breaths and waited for the development of an idol drama. Many students even took out their cameras and were ready to take pictures and upload them online. Li Qianfei was hiding behind a tree. When she saw this scene, she felt bitter and happy at the same time. Sour because this was like an idol drama, but the female lead was not her. Li Xiao enjoyed it for nothing. She was happy because Li Xiao had snatched the identity of her savior, just as she had expected. Otherwise, why would Quan Ilsen pursue her with such fanfare? When Quan Ilsen found out the truth, the more glorious Li Xiao was now, the more miserable her fate would be in the future. She put Li Xiao's face into her dream and imagined her miserable death. The joy of revenge overcame the bitterness in her heart. Under her gaze, Quan Ilsen walked towards Li Xiao step by step in the morning light, as if he was a Prince Charming from a novel. Quan Ilsen stopped in front of Li Xiao and looked at her with burning eyes. He originally thought that he would see a surprised and shy expression on Li Xiao's face. However, when he took a closer look, he only saw coldness and vigilance. Quan Ilsen was puzzled, but he still maintained the calm aura of a domineering CEO. This necklace is for you. Only you deserve to be its owner. His words were like a declaration, and the people around him couldn't help but fall silent. There were already students who were typing non-stop, and all kinds of new posts on the campus forum appeared at the speed of one every few seconds. Shocking. Quan Ilsen confesses to Li Xiao in public, rational discussion, The possibility of Li Xiao becoming the next Madame Quan beautiful love, I'm envious. What does Quan Ilson like about this idiotic beauty, Li Xiao? Just because she's beautiful? Li Xiao was completely unaware of the surging storm on the campus BBS. After hearing Quan Ilson's words, she had a feeling that this was indeed the case. Her guess was right. Quan Ilson definitely wanted to take revenge on her by playing with her feelings. She asked, "Are you saying that your mother doesn't deserve to be called its master?" This was definitely a suicidal question. If Quan Ilson dared to say that she didn't deserve it, his mother would look at him with tears in her eyes when he got home. In his mind, the beautiful scene of Li Xiao accepting the necklace with a touched face was directly shattered into pieces. When he just said those words, he was cool and arrogant, but now he was in a bit of a dilemma. If he said that she didn't deserve it, he would be letting down his own mother. Quan Ilson and his mother had a very good relationship. If he said that she deserved it, he would be slapping himself in the face again. Awkward, he was extremely awkward at this time. Li Xiao smiled and said, "I have always admired Auntie for being willing to go to every dangerous place in the world to spread her ideas and help those in need. She is the most suitable person to wear this necklace." Before Quan Ilson became a definite threat to her, Li Xiao didn't need to offend him. She just said a few good words to give him a way out, simple. She could even coax Chu Lian and Linam Ju, not to mention Quan Ilson. Quan Ilson's originally stiff expression eased, and his voice was low, "You are right." Although Li Xiao didn't accept the necklace, it proved that she was different from other girls. She didn't chase after the Quan family's power and wealth. Even at this time, she could still think of his mother. She was really a filial and kind girl. Li Xiao looked at Quan Ilson's eyes more and more gentle, and she couldn't help but feel scared. Was this person a masochist? Why did he look happier after being rejected? She thought for a moment, and said without hesitation, "Even if you give this necklace to me, I will sell it. After all, this necklace is quite valuable." Quan Ilson's breathing couldn't help but become disordered, and he looked deeply at Li Xiao. Li Xiao felt that she had made it quite clear, so she didn't look at him again. She went to the school building and prepared for class. It was all Quan Ilson's fault. She originally wanted to enjoy her school life, but now it was all ruined. Before class, even some of her classmates who weren't familiar with her couldn't help but sit next to her and ask about her and Quan Ilson. "You really rejected Quan Ilson just like that? Did you know each other before?" Li Xiao directly denied it 3 times. "I don't know him. I have never loved him. It's impossible." Her classmates were quite good. After hearing this first-hand gossip, they didn't continue to pester her. However, Li Xiao felt that with Quan Ilson's personality, he wouldn't give up so easily. Therefore, after class in the morning, she decided to skip class for a while. Skipping class was her normal self. She called Jiang Tian and told her that she wouldn't be having lunch with her at noon and that she was going to go home. Just as she walked to the school gate, she saw Li Qianfei walking towards her. Her eyes were red, and she looked like she was being bullied. Li Xiao didn't know what she was going to do, so she pretended not to see. Li Qianfei bit her lower lip, and her face was full of grief and indignation. "Wait." Li Xiao narrowed her eyes. "What do you want to do now?" Li Qianfei said, "Do you think you can pretend to be me for a while, but you can pretend to be me forever? Quan Ilson will find out the truth sooner or later. I am the one who really saved him." Li Xiao looked at her with contempt. "Pretend to be you? What do you have that's worth pretending to be? In terms of face, I'm prettier than you. In terms of money, I have more than you. In terms of luck, I should be better than those who buy stocks and lose them. Do I need to pretend to be someone who isn't like me?" These words were like knives, stabbing Li Qianfei's heart. Her blood surged. She had said all these things to Li Xiao so that Li Xiao would be worried and afraid in the future, afraid that she would be exposed at any time. In the end, she was the one who was being bullied. Why was Li Xiao still so confident after pretending to be her? Wasn't she worried at all? In the dream, she was terrified and uneasy all day. Instead, she made more mistakes. In the end, Quan Ilson found out the truth. She snorted coldly. "No matter how nice your words sound, you can't hide the fact that you stole my identity. Quan Ilson is not a fool. He will find out one day." At this point, her tone became more confident. As if she had won a battle, she raised her head and left with her head held high. Li Xiao's mouth twitched. Did Li Qianfei think that she went to pretend to be her savior? She tried to recall if she had done anything that could be misunderstood from the beginning to the end. Nothing. Other than auctioning off the necklace, she didn't do anything else. She even donated the money she earned from the auction. On the other hand, Li Qianfei had done a lot of things. She was the one who took the initiative to give her the necklace. She was also the one who insisted on telling her how to save Quan Ilsen. Li Xiao wasn't a fool. She connected all these suspicious points and quickly realized Li Qianfei's intentions. She did so much just because she wanted her to pretend to be her. This person must be crazy. Was she so immersed in the female lead script that she couldn't extricate herself? When she went back, she would find the recording and the surveillance footage. When the time came, she would send a copy to Li Qianfei and Quan Ilsen. No need to thank her. Please call her Red Scarf. Li Xiao didn't expect that Li Qianfei, who had lost her golden finger to absorb her popularity, didn't take the opportunity to keep a low profile. Instead, she wanted to stir up trouble. Then don't blame her for stirring up more trouble. In order to pursue and protect Li Xiao, Quan Ilsen placed people around Li Xiao. He soon found out that Li Xiao had left the school. He even found out that she had met Li Qianfei. Li Qianfei was really like a ghost that wouldn't go away. He frowned and felt a little unhappy. Boss, our foundation received an anonymous donation of up to 2.66 billion yuan. Quan Ilsen's father had set up a foundation in his wife's name. The money raised was used to help people in need all over the world. Although many rich people would donate money because of the Quan family, it was rare to see a donation of more than 2 billion yuan. 2.66 billion yuan, after deducting the handling fee, the amount of money from the auction was exactly this amount. Could it be Li Xiao who donated the money? He couldn't help but guess. He stood up and walked downstairs. He wanted to ask Li Xiao personally about this matter. However, as soon as he walked out of the building, a figure ran towards him. She had a slender figure and was about to collide with him. Quan Ilsen had seen a lot of people throwing themselves into his arms. His body tilted to the side. The woman who was rushing towards him didn't have time to stop and fell to the ground. It hurts, Li Qianfei said sincerely. She didn't expect Quan Ilsen to dodge so quickly. She hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. She raised her head. Her eyes were misty because of the pain. Her face was pure and soft under the setting sun. After Quan Ilsen saw her face, he took a step back and looked at her as if she was dirty. His disgusted eyes and evasive actions pierced Li Qianfei's heart deeply. Originally, she just wanted to give Quan Ilsen an unforgettable reunion. She didn't intend to let him know the truth immediately. The deeper she went, the angrier she would be when she found out the truth. However, when she saw the disgusted words and actions that were exactly the same as in her dream, all her patience was broken. She didn't want to endure any more. She wanted to tell Quan Ilsen the truth now. She had tears in her eyes, but she still smiled at him. Do you still remember when we were young? I finally see you again. Quan Ilsen's body froze. He reflexively said, impossible, my angel is the goddess of luck. How could it be you, this jinx? Although he didn't finish his sentence, his expression of rejection and his disgusted eyes said everything. Li Qianfei's heart was broken. Li Qianfei originally thought that it would be easy for them to acknowledge each other. As long as she mentioned some details, Quan Ilsen would believe her. Who would have thought that Quan Ilsen would have such a reaction? He actually despised her. Despised her for being a jinx? Li Qianfei's tears really fell this time. Did Li Xiao say something to you? She sobbed softly on the ground. I know that because of my identity, my sister has always disliked me. Even if she said something bad about me, I can understand her. Quan Ilsen said without hesitation, she has never mentioned you in front of me. In fact, the two of them had not even spoken more than 10 sentences. Li Qianfei stopped sobbing. Although Quan Ilsen's reaction was different from what she had imagined, it did not stop her from rehearsing according to her script. At that time, we were in danger. I changed into your clothes and cut my hair short. Before we parted, I told you, don't be afraid. I'm the goddess of luck. Nothing will happen to me. You also promised me that you would come back for me. Kuan Yisan was no longer as calm and steady as before. His handsome face revealed pain that was visible to the naked eye. Was the angel in his memory really Li Xiao? Was it this scheming woman? At that time, I even bit you. I bit your arm. Li Qianfei's tone was ethereal. Although it was very dangerous at that time, I wasn't afraid because I believed that you would come back. Kuan Ilsen's expression was ferocious. Stop talking. Why did she have to shatter his beautiful gem-like memories? Li Qianfei looked up and saw his twisted facial features. She could not help but shudder. No matter how beautiful his face was, it could not withstand such a ferocious expression. However, this also showed that Kuan Ilsen was extremely angry now. She continued to add fuel to the fire. That necklace was clearly given to me by you, but my sister stole it. Whatever she wants, I can give it to her. Only this necklace can't. It represents my most precious memory. When she said this, she showed a sad and stubborn expression. I also don't want to see her pretend to be me and deceive you. As she spoke, she realized that Kuan Ilsen did not respond. When she looked up, she met his eyes that were suppressing some emotions. Unexpectedly, Kuan Ilsen calmed down at this time. You said that the necklace was stolen by Li Xiao? Li Qianfei hesitated for a moment and said, I don't know if she stole it or not. However, I had been keeping it well, but one day, it disappeared. Until I saw the necklace on her. It's also possible that I misunderstood her. In fact, someone else gave it to her. Although she was defending Li Xiao, she was implying that Li Xiao had stolen the necklace. Unfortunately, what she didn't expect was that Kuan Yisan hated her so much that he would unconsciously magnify her words and actions to pick on her. In Kuan Ilsen's eyes, Li Qianfei's actions were hypocritical. Her words were obviously the opposite of reality. In her words, Li Xiao had become the person who stole the necklace with ulterior motives and pretended to be her. However, he knew very well that Li Xiao had not hinted at anything from the beginning to the end. She had even rejected his pursuit. If she really wanted to steal the necklace, why would she auction it off and use the money from the auction for charity? He looked deeply at Li Qianfei, then turned around and went back to the building without hesitation. Now, he needed to figure out the whole thing and find the truth. Li Qianfei looked at his back in shock. So, did Kuan Ilsen believe her words? Did he still want to take revenge on Li Xiao? His reaction was different from what she had imagined. She sat for a while, then shivered in the night wind. She stood up and wiped her tears. She took out her phone and dialed her father's number. She sobbed, Dad, I'm so sad. At this time, Kuan Ilsen was drinking to drown his sorrows. He had always had good self-control and never drank excessively. However, he had suffered a huge blow today, which made him want to use alcohol to numb his weakness. How could the scheming Li Qianfei and the brave and kind Angel be the same person? In the past, he had imagined his life after reuniting with Angel countless times. However, once he thought of Li Qianfei, his stomach began to churn. It was so disgusting that he wanted to vomit. Boss, what should we do with the flowers? His assistant asked. As soon as he mentioned it, Kuan Yisan suddenly remembered this matter. Previously, he wanted to confess to Li Xiao. After talking to the school, he dug out the original flowers on campus and replaced them with roses that he had carefully selected. Now, his love was dead. Kuan Ilsen said angrily, burn them all. Okay. The assistant quickly left. After an unknown amount of time, Kuan Ilsen faintly smelled the faint fragrance of flowers. He couldn't tell what kind it was, but it seemed to be a mixture of several flowers that made him sleepy. Sleepiness came over him. Kuan Ilsen nodded and directly hit the table, unconscious. Li Xiao put the previous surveillance and recording in a folder and copied it onto a disk. Just in case, she had saved it on several disks. Even if one was destroyed, there would be many more. Sparrow Spirit chattered beside her, Xiao Xiao, I'll go to the concert with you the day after tomorrow, okay? I've never heard of it before. You can fly in by yourself, but you'd better be careful. Don't get hit. Sparrow Spirit said proudly, I won't. I'm so smart. Li Xiao chuckled. She didn't forget that when Sparrow Spirit first came to this world, she was even trapped at home by the female celebrity, Lin Xianxia. Speaking of Lin Xianxia, she disappeared from the entertainment industry in just 2 months. Thinking about it, it was normal. Which director wouldn't be afraid of her supernatural means? Who would have the guts to ask her to act in a movie? She answered a phone call. After the call ended, the smile on her face faded a little. Stay at home and write your novel. If you don't finish 6,000 words today, don't even think about playing games for the next week. Sparrow Spirit let out a cry and asked her, Xiao, it's so late. Where are you going? Li Xiao picked up 2 USB drives. The corners of her mouth curled up, but the smile did not reach her eyes. Going home to kill small monsters. She felt that Li Qianfei was really like a small monster in a game. After killing it once, it would continue to respawn. It seemed that she had to give him a hard time. The call just now was from Lin Namju. His tone was stiff, and there was no trace of the gentleness from before. Li Xiao guessed that it had something to do with Quan Ilsen. Anyway, she had evidence in hand. No matter how Li Qianfei tried to smear her name, it would be useless. When Li Xiao arrived at the Li clan's mansion, it was already 11 o'clock at night. The living room was brightly lit and everyone was present. Other than Li Qianxing, everyone else was sitting upright and still. Even Zhang Jiayin was home, which was a rare occasion. Li Xiao raised her eyebrows. Was there going to be a trial? Her cheap grandmother, Chu Lian, was the first to speak. Xiao, how could you sell the 10% shares? How could you face our family? When she found out about this matter, Chu Lian would have already run to Li Xiao to settle accounts if her fracture had not healed. Li Qianfei was gloating on the side. Some time ago, her grandmother deliberately doted on Li Xiao all day long to anger her and her mother. Now she could see clearly that Li Xiao was an ungrateful wretch. Lin Namju also looked at her with disapproval. Li Xiao did not show any fear on her face. She smiled. Fortunately, I sold it in time. Otherwise, we would have lost billions this month. Chu Lian's expression stiffened. Lin Namju's falling stock price had always been her sore point. She glared at Chan Kain fiercely. What a good son she had raised. Regarding this matter, Li Xiao had already thought of an explanation long ago. I did it for the sake of our family's peace. Ever since people outside knew that I had so many shares, many people wanted to see me compete with Chiho and Qianfei. I did not intend to compete with them for the company, so I simply sold the shares. This way, I could cut off their thoughts and save our family from quarreling over this. Anyway, this lousy company would go bankrupt sooner or later with Li Qianfei dragging it down. Li Xiao was quick-witted, so of course, she would not tie herself to this doomed ship. However, she definitely could not say this out loud. That's why I sold the shares to Uncle Ren. With Uncle Ren's relationship with our family, he will definitely not go against our family. It's better for the shares to be in his hands than in someone else's. Auntie can also rest assured. Chan Kain really did not know that the shares were in Ren Xiaotong's hands. When she heard this, she could not help but feel happy. Although there was still no news from Chiho, she believed that her son would come out sooner or later. Originally, she was worried that Li Xiao would compete with Chiho, who had a tainted reputation for fame and fortune. Now, she could rest assured. When Lin Namju heard Ren Xiaotong's name, he subconsciously looked at Chan Kain. He did not miss the flash of joy on her face. His expression became complicated in an instant. Even Li Xiao could clearly see the ambiguous relationship between Jiayin and Ren Xiaotang. Li Xiao's faint smiling eyes seemed to be mocking him, which made his face burn. Jiayin's behavior buried a thorn in his heart. It turned out that Jiayin also cared about the inheritance rights and shares of the company. She was not as aloof as she usually appeared to be. Chu Lian frowned. Instead of selling it to him, you might as well sell it to me. Li Xiao said faintly, I'm afraid that if I sell it to Grandma, the shares will become filial to Grandma. Chu Lian choked on her words. Other things are fine. But that share belongs to my mother. When she mentioned Su Manqin, Lin Namju suddenly felt a little guilty and took the initiative to interrupt the topic. If it's Yutong, he probably won't go against us. Li Xiao only felt that it was funny. Her cheap father thought too highly of Ren Xiaotang. To be precise, the shares were bought by the Ren family. The ownership was not in Ren Xiaotong's hands. Moreover, the Ren family had lost so much just after the purchase. Ren Xiaotong's right to speak in the Ren family would be greatly reduced because of this matter. In the future, he might not be able to be Chan Kaiyin's backing. Lu Namju glanced at Li Qianfei and said, "Xiao Xiao, did you take Phil's necklace?" Chan Kaiying sighed and said, "If it was another necklace, it would be fine. But that necklace is really important to Phil." Li Qianfei said, "I can give you anything you want. Please give that necklace back to me." Li Xiao shook her head. Why would some people not shed tears until they saw the coffin? Sometimes, Li Xiao couldn't figure out Li Qianfei's brain circuit. She had obviously suffered a lot in her hands, but she seemed to have no memory and kept falling into her hands. She guessed that Chan Kaiying must not have told Li Qianfei that she had been tricked by Li Xiao several times with a recording pen. Otherwise, Li Qianfei wouldn't be so stupid. Thinking of this, she silently turned on the recording function of her phone. It didn't matter if the trick was old, as long as it was useful. She looked indifferent. "In my memory, why were you the one who gave the necklace to me?" Chan Kaiying saw Li Xiao's expression and suddenly felt a familiar uneasiness. Li Qianfei raised her chin. "Dad and Mom know how much I treasure that necklace. How could I give it away casually? And that necklace is expensive not because of its value, but because of the memories it represents." Chu Lian said, "Xiao Xiao, you'd better give it back to Phil quickly. I can buy you as many necklaces as you want. You don't lack these things. Why do you have to snatch Feifei's?" Chu Lian still didn't like Li Qianfei, his granddaughter. However, Li Qianfei had told her that she was the savior of the Quan family's heir, Quan Ayelson, when he was young. Quan Ayelson then gave her the necklace. In addition, she had heard rumors that the owner of the necklace would become the next mistress of the Quan family. If Phil could marry into the Quan family because of this, it would be a great thing for the unstable Li clan. It was precisely because she considered this point that she abandoned her previous enmity and helped Fei Er. Another reason was that Li Xiao had sold her shares without saying a word, which made her very angry. She needed to do something to make Li Xiao recognize her identity. Li Xiao didn't say anything and directly took out the recording pen. Chan Kaiying's heart almost jumped out of her throat when she saw this familiar prop. It's happening again, it was the same move again. Wasn't Li Xiao tired of using this method every time? If Li Xiao knew what Chan Kaiying was thinking, she would definitely complain. She's not tired of it, as long as it's useful. The next second, Li Qianfei's voice came out of the recording pen. It sounded so sincere. "That's why I wanted to give this necklace to Big Sister as a token of my appreciation. Sister, don't be so courteous with me. Big Sister, are you unwilling to accept it because you are unwilling to forgive us?" As soon as the voice was heard, Li Qianfei was petrified. His mouth was wide open. How could this be? How could Li Xiao do this? She actually recorded this conversation. Lu Namju could not suppress the shock on his face as he stared at his daughter. Phil called him that night, crying that his most precious necklace had been taken away by Xiao Xiao. He cried so pitifully over the phone that Lu Namju couldn't bear it. That was why he called Xiao Xiao back. In the end, after listening to the conversation, it was obvious that Phil had taken the initiative to give it to Xiao Xiao, but Xiao Xiao had repeatedly rejected his kindness and reluctantly accepted the necklace. His most beloved youngest daughter, was there any truth in her mouth? Did she treat him, her father, as a fool from beginning to end? No, it's not like that. Li Qianfei instinctively defended himself. "I gave Big Sister another necklace, not that one." Li Xiao took out the USB flash drive and said calmly, "You probably don't know this, but I installed surveillance cameras in my villa for security purposes. I've already pulled up the surveillance footage from the day you came to look for me. It's in this USB flash drive. Do you want me to play it for everyone to see?" She was still smiling. "The quality of the surveillance cameras installed in my villa is quite good. The image quality is very clear. I didn't waste the high price I paid." After Li Xiao used the surveillance cameras, Li Qianfei lost the strength to struggle. Her face was ashen as if she could not stand properly. She staggered back a few steps and used the wall to support her body so that it would not slide down. She knew that she had lost. She had lost completely. She was wrong to have neglected the surveillance cameras. Phil, apologize to your sister. Lunamja's eyes were spitting fire. This anger was partly because he had been fooled, and partly because he recognized his youngest daughter's face. Last time, when Phil caused Su Qin to have a miscarriage, he could still say that she had been possessed. However, this time, she had deliberately framed Xiao. He could no longer continue to deceive himself. Was this her true face? Li Xiao laughed. You don't have to apologize. She sighed softly. Every time you bully me, you apologize lightly and continue to bully me. I've had enough of this kind of life. I can keep these videos and recordings. I only have one request. In the future, Qian Fei, don't call me sister again. This word only makes me feel disgusted when it comes out of your mouth. You and your mother don't have to pretend to care about me all day long. Every time you put on an act, I'll spread these surveillance videos on the internet. She took out her phone and sent the recorded content to Sparrow Spirit, asking her to keep it safe. She waved her phone. Just in case, I've also recorded the conversation just now. Whether it was Chan Kain or Li Qianfei, it was as if their throats were strangled. They opened their mouths in vain, unable to say a word. Compared to this, Li Qianfei thought of a possibility. Her whole body turned cold and her voice was hoarse. Did you also send this to Kwanilson? At the thought that this could very well become a reality, her fear turned into stormy waves, slapping her wave after wave. She cried out, Sister, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Li Xiao's face turned cold. If you call me sister again, I'll post it on Weibo. Li Qianfei was really scared this time. When she thought of what Kwanilson might do after finding out that he had been deceived by her, she was so scared that she couldn't breathe. Li Xiao would definitely send Kwanilson a copy. Chu Lian couldn't help but say, Xiao, after all, we're family. There's no need to be so ruthless. Although he was angry that he had been deceived by Phil, if this matter was really spread by Xiao, wouldn't the Li clan lose face? He was afraid that everyone would laugh at his son. Chu Lian was the most prideful. Of course, he couldn't tolerate this kind of thing. Li Xiao glanced at her. Then I won't be a member of the Li clan. You can go as a family. She smiled gently. What's so good about being a member of the Li clan? If you're bullied, you have to be forgiven. Otherwise, you'll be seen as narrow-minded, intolerant, and unkind. Thank you for reminding me. I'll change my name to Su Xiao tomorrow. Su Xiao. This name sounds good. Anyway, she had already taken what she deserved. It didn't matter if they broke off their relationship. In the future, there would be fewer flies and mosquitoes buzzing around her ears. Perfect. Chu Lian clutched his chest and gasped for breath. She didn't expect Li Xiao to not give her any face. She said angrily, I'll cancel your card tomorrow. Li Xiao smiled. It's okay. I have several houses under my name. At worst, I'll just be a landlady. Little girl, this wasn't the situation when she first transmigrated. At that time, she still had to pretend to be obedient. Now that she had money, why should she feel wronged? Chu Lian realized that Li Xiao's wings had hardened. She couldn't control this granddaughter anymore. It was all his son's fault. Why did he divide the property so quickly? This was great. Li Xiao had nothing to fear. Li Xiao yawned. It's late. I'm going back to rest. I won't disturb your family. Her tone was polite, but it also clearly drew a line between her and Lu Namju. Lu Namju said, It's late. I'll send you back. Li Xiao said politely, No need. You should rest early. Lu Namju's attitude was firm this time. I'll send you back. He paused and glanced at Li Qianfei, who was still crying. Don't worry. No one will force you to forgive her. It's only right that you don't forgive her. Li Qianfei suddenly looked up at her father, who usually doted on her the most. Her face was full of disbelief. Lu Namju said, Phil, you really did something wrong this time. You have to learn your lesson. He didn't want to give Li Qianfei the shares that he originally wanted to give to her. He realized that if he didn't do something, he would really lose his daughter, Li Xiao. Li Xiao said casually, Whatever. Then she directly left the Li clan's house without looking at them again. Lu Namju followed. In the end, Li Xiao and Lu Namju both sat in the back seat. The chauffeur drove. Li Xiao looked out the window and didn't say anything. Lu Namju looked at her face and wanted to say something. Li Xiao pretended not to see. She didn't have anything to say to Lu Namju. Along the way, there was a barrier of silence between the two. When the car arrived at the villa, Li Xiao opened the door and prepared to get out. "Xiao Xiao, are you disappointed in me?" Lu Namju suddenly spoke. Maybe it was because too many things had happened in the past 2 months. He used to be tough, but now he showed a rare weakness. When Li Xiao heard Lu Namju's words, she only felt that it was funny. If it was the original owner, she would probably be disappointed, but she didn't feel anything. It was just that she still had to put on a show. She lowered her eyelids and looked indifferent. There wasn't any resentment. "There's no such thing, Dad." It was clearly the answer he wanted to hear, but for some reason, it made Lu Namju feel even more uneasy. He would rather see Li Xiao, who used to be angry because of his favoritism and yell at him. That's right. It wasn't until now that he realized how biased he had been and how unfair he had been to this child. He had clearly looked forward to her birth and held her in the palm of his hand. "I'm already used to it." This simple sentence made Lu Namju's breath catch. His heart felt like it was being squeezed by a pair of invisible hands, making it hard for him to breathe. He thought of Li Xiao. She was so skilled at using the recording function. Even in her own territory, she didn't forget to turn on the surveillance at any time. How many times had she suffered in this area to be so skilled? Li Xiao stared at him. "I deliberately sold those shares to Rin Xiaotang. Because I knew that if one day I had a conflict with Li Qianqing, you would definitely stand on their side. So before I was abandoned by you, I abandoned you. I won't fight with you. But I'm still very happy that you're willing to give me those shares. Whether it's because of guilt or other reasons, perhaps I have a place in your heart. But tonight's events have made me see things clearly. In your heart, they are still more important. As long as Li Qianfei cries and complains, you will indiscriminately push all the blame onto me, just like in the past. But I don't have anything to be sad about. It's all within my expectations." After saying this, she walked back to the villa. When she reached the second floor, she realized that Lu Namju hadn't left yet. He was still in the car, as if he had turned into a statue. The sparrow spirit flew to her shoulder and said in a tone full of admiration, "Xiao Xiao, you're so amazing. I think Lu Namju is about to cry after hearing what you said. His expression is so painful and torturous." Li Xiao accepted her praise without hesitation. "I also think that I'm amazing. If Chan Kaiying can be the best actress, with my talent, there's no reason why I can't be. It's just that I'm so rich and beautiful. If I really enter the entertainment industry, others won't be able to. That's why I'm so kind as to quit the industry." The sparrow spirit was speechless. Xiao Xiao's skin was really thick. "No, those lines you said just now, did you borrow them from my novel?" No wonder some of them sounded familiar. Li Xiao grabbed it. "Who asked you to talk so much? You eat my food and live in my house. What's wrong with borrowing a few lines from you?" In the end, Li Xiao didn't change her name to Su Xiao. After all, she was also called Li Xiao before she transmigrated. She had heard this name for more than 10 years and was already used to it. Why did she have to cause trouble for herself for those irrelevant people? Well, wait until they go bankrupt. Li Xiao could spend money to change their names. She thought this and habitually scrolled through Weibo. It had been a few days, but Chan Kaiying, get out of the entertainment industry, was still trending. One of the reasons was that Chan Kaiying didn't respond to the major scandals that broke out in Jinan's company. On the other hand, it was also because her opponents were adding insult to injury. Especially now that Li Qianqing wasn't around. When he tried to escape from prison, he implicated several of his hacker subordinates and they cried with him. At this time, no one would help Chan Kaiying clean up the public opinion on the internet. This also caused all kinds of negative news about Chan Kaiying to spread, some true and some false. Li Xiao saw a lot of excitement. There were already a few victims of Director Yang who were ready to sue him. As for the popular celebrity Su Renda who was dating female fans, he had lost several endorsements during this period of time. His originally guaranteed role was also gone. His Weibo account also closed the comments. Li Xiao went to his Weibo to take a look and clicked her tongue. Compared to the last time she saw, he had lost at least a few million followers. After scrolling through Weibo for the whole night, she went to rest. On the weekend, Jiang Tian drove over to find her. The two of them agreed to go to the Queen of Pop, Zhang Hanbai's concert together. Li Xiao had already booked a hotel nearby. After the concert, she wasn't in a hurry to go home. After all, it would take a while for the surrounding traffic to clear up. The concert started at 7:30 and they entered an hour early. Li Xiao got the tickets and was in the front row. It was an excellent seat. Before leaving, she had already ordered a flower basket and had someone send it over. After entering the venue, she and Jiang Tian looked for their seats. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Jiang Tiantian's tense face. He looked like he was ready for battle. Li Xiao couldn't help but laugh and ask her, "Haven't you been to a concert before?" In fact, it was her first time coming to a concert, but Li Xiao had a kind of aura that nothing was false. No matter what she did, she could always give people the illusion that she was actually very good at it. Jiang Tian said, "Yes, it's my first time here with a friend." She paused for a moment and asked, "We should be friends." Li Xiao heard a hint of caution in his plain words. She smiled. Of course. The two of them followed the road signs and found their seats. Suddenly, Li Xiao caught a glimpse of a familiar figure from the corner of her eyes. 5 meters to the right, there was a man who was walking rather stiffly. He was wearing a hoodie and long, coffee-colored pants. As he walked, his hat fell off, revealing a red neck. He hurriedly put his hat back on. Because of this small mistake, he was nervous and walked unsteadily. The short man next to him patted him on the shoulder. Li Xiao noticed that there was no shadow of the man on the ground. It was obvious that he wasn't human. The corner of her mouth twitched. She said to Jiang Tian, "Find a seat first. I saw an acquaintance. I'm going to say hello." Jiang Tian wasn't the kind of person who was full of curiosity. Hearing this, he took his ticket and walked to her seat. He didn't ask who it was. Li Xiao quickened her pace and walked to the side of the red zombie. "You came to the concert too." The red zombie turned his head. When he saw Lai Shuho, his eyes widened. He recognized her. Li Xiao was beautiful and unforgettable. Not to mention, she had bought 2 planks from his house. She was a big customer. The red zombie said, "Zhang Hanbai's singing is really good." He sounded a little excited. Li Xiao couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that he was a fanboy zombie. Zombies these days were too trendy. The young man next to the red zombie shrunk his neck and didn't dare to make a sound. Li Xiao said, "When you come to the human world, you have to abide by the rules of the human world." The red zombie nodded obediently. "I know." He didn't forget to pull his little friend, indicating that he should also nod. Li Xiao just mentioned it. Although the red zombie's cultivation wasn't shallow, he didn't have blood energy. It was obvious that he didn't usually drink blood to cultivate. She was just reminding him. She couldn't deprive him of his freedom to chase after stars. She thought about it and said, "If you have good things at home, you can continue to sell them to me. I'll help you get Zhang Hanbai's autograph." The red zombie's eyes lit up like small light bulbs. He lowered his voice. "Well, my grandfather had a funeral crutch. It hurts when he hits people." Li Xiao, very good. She liked children like him who cheated their elders, she smiled. "After the concert, you can leave later. I'll give you the autograph first." The red zombie walked with his hands and feet, but this time, he was happy. Li Xiao returned to her seat and waited for the concert to begin. During the process, she occasionally browsed Weibo and chatted with Jiang Tian from time to time. When Zhang Hanbai appeared, she turned her phone to silent. Zhang Hanbai was able to be popular for so many years because of this heavenly voice. Her voice was ethereal, and when she sang, it touched people's hearts. Even if Li Xiao hadn't heard her songs before, she listened with relish. Her fans were even crazier, singing and dancing along. The whole scene was very lively. The concert was originally supposed to last for 2 hours, but Zhang Hanbai couldn't refuse the fans' enthusiasm and extended it for another hour. After the concert ended, the fans dispersed one after another. Zhang Hanbai's assistant came over to invite Li Xiao backstage. Li Xiao and Jiang Tian went together. Backstage, Zhang Hanbai had already changed out of her stage outfit and was removing the exaggerated makeup on her face. Not far away, there were rows of flower baskets, showing her good popularity in the industry. Li Xiao saw that one of the flower baskets was sent by her. Zhang Hanbai smiled at Li Xiao. I should have treated you to a meal long ago to thank you properly. Unfortunately, I was busy with the concert during this period. Not only was she busy with the concert, but she was also busy with the divorce with Su Renda. She couldn't find the time at all. If she hadn't listened to Li Xiao's advice and made preparations to collect a lot of evidence beforehand, how could things have gone so smoothly? Su Renda wouldn't have signed the divorce agreement so easily because she had a lot of information that could be used against him. As for Su Renda's scandal, it really wasn't her doing. After the divorce, he was too arrogant and went in and out with his female fans, which was why the paparazzi caught him red-handed. Thinking of this, Zhang Hanbai was even more grateful to Li Xiao. However, because there were many people present, she couldn't say too much for fear that it would spread out. She didn't know if Li Xiao was willing to let outsiders know about her extraordinary abilities. When my concert is over, I'll treat you to a meal, she said seriously. Okay. Li Xiao smiled. I have friends who are your fans. Why don't you give me a few autographs first? She didn't feel that Zhang Hanbai owed her a favor. After all, when she sold the villa to her, she sold it at a cheap price. This was just a small matter. Zhang Hanbai nodded, picked up the albums on the table, and signed her name. She signed a total of 10 albums and then gave them to Li Xiao. Jiang Tian also received a copy. The Chang dynasty protected their daughter very well. Few people knew that Jiang Tian was their daughter. Zhang Hanbai naturally didn't know. However, because she was Li Xiao, she was also very kind to Jiang Tian, a girl she didn't know. Looking at her EQ, Li Xiao knew why she could be popular in the music industry for so many years. It was not only because of her ability, but also because of her personality. A singer like flowing water, Zhang Hanbai made of iron. This evaluation was the highest praise for her. She saw that Zhang Hanbai looked tired, so she didn't want to disturb her. After chatting for a while, she prepared to go back. When she passed by 2 rows of flower baskets, her footsteps suddenly stopped and landed on one of the flower baskets. That flower basket was filled with blooming tulips. In the middle was a box with a chocolate shaped like a tulip. The flower basket was signed with Su Renda's name. Not many people knew about Su Renda and Zhang Hanbai's secret marriage. He generously sent the flower baskets for the concert. Of course, the staff and assistant wouldn't directly throw the flower baskets away. Even if Su Renda's reputation wasn't good now, who knew if he could stand up again in the future? It was better to avoid offending people. In this regard, Zhang Hanbai's assistant and her personality still had something in common. There was no problem with the flowers. Li Xiao even knew that Zhang Hanbai liked tulips very much. The problem was the chocolate. It looked delicate and small, but it emitted a faintly discernible stench. Obviously, only Li Xiao could smell the stench. Otherwise, everyone would have noticed it long ago. It was a bit like corpse oil. Li Xiao picked up the chocolate and turned to Zhang Hanbai and said, I've been listening to the concert all night. I'm hungry. Can you give me this chocolate? Her tone was light and no one could tell that something was wrong. When Zhang Hanbai saw the chocolate, her eyes went into a trance. She and Su Renda also had a time when they were affectionate. In the past, Zhang Hanbai often restrained her desire for good food in order to lose weight. Because she exercised a lot when she practiced dancing, there were several times when she fainted due to low blood sugar. Especially every concert, it was a great consumption of her physical strength. Su Renda personally made chocolate and let her carry it with her. When she felt uncomfortable, she would eat a piece. At every concert, he would send a flower basket with a piece of chocolate in the shape of a tulip. But when she thought of Su Renda's scheming and betrayal, the nostalgia in her eyes turned into deep disgust. No matter how hungry Li Xiao was, she wouldn't casually eat a piece of chocolate that had passed through who knows how many people. There was something wrong with this chocolate. Zhang Hanbai was quick-witted and quickly guessed this point. Her eyes fell on the chocolate and said nonchalantly, "Okay." She stood up, "I'll give you a ride." She walked to Li Xiao's side and didn't let her assistant follow. When she reached the door, she whispered to Li Xiao, "Is there a problem with the chocolate?" Li Xiao tilted her head and said in a calm tone that made people's hair stand on end, "There's the smell of corpse oil." Zhang Hanbai felt a chill run down her spine and said through gritted teeth, "Su Renda." Because she was busy with the concert, she didn't have time to deal with him. He actually had the face to make a move on her, although she didn't know what it was. When she heard about corpse oil, she knew it wasn't something good. She said gratefully, "Thank you so much." If Li Xiao wasn't here, when she saw the chocolate, she didn't know if she would be obsessed with the memories and taste it. At this time, she was very glad that she invited Li Xiao. "What does the chocolate mixed with corpse oil look like?" Even Jiang Tian, who was usually taciturn, couldn't help but ask. This was a world she didn't understand. Li Xiao said, "There's not only corpse oil inside, but also goo worms. You'll know when you open it." Jiang Tiantian's eyes lit up slightly, and she pursed her lips tightly. Okay. Li Xiao had made an appointment with Hong Jiang and his friends to meet at the South Gate after the concert. She and Jiang Tian went to the South Gate. Because it took some time to go backstage, most of the fans had already left by this time. The zombie and the ghost waited there quietly. The passers-by didn't find any clues about them. They just thought they were ordinary star-chasing teenagers, which also proved that they didn't cause any trouble. Hong Jiang saw Li Xiao and showed a stiff smile. He wanted to call her, but found that he didn't know her name. "My name is Li Xiao," Li Xiao said. Hong Jiang said, Wang Jun." He pointed to his friend. "He's Lin Bei." Li Xiao remembered their names and gave them 2 signed albums each. Hong Jiang jumped up excitedly. It was obvious that he really liked Zhang Hanbai. Li Xiao thought of Zhang Hanbai's troublesome ex-husband and said to Lin Bei, "Su Renda, have you heard of this name?" Lin Bei said angrily, "I know. That pretty boy who's always riding on Hanbai's popularity." Li Xiao said, "He's been in a scandal recently and seems to be planning to plot against your idol. You can find out what he's going to do and tell me when the time comes." When Lin Bei heard that the pretty boy wanted to hit on his idol, he was so angry that his face turned red and his hands clenched into fists. He seemed to think of something and asked in a low voice, "Then can I scare him when the time comes?" "Just to scare him, I won't suck his yang energy." "Bah, I don't care about his yang energy. It'll definitely stink." Li Xiao coughed. "Don't go too far. Don't kill him." Lin Bei understood instantly. As long as no one dies. He was already sharpening his knife and preparing to come up with a frightening plan. Li Xiao told him the address of her villa and asked him to let her know if he found anything. She suddenly thought of something. "How did you manage to look like a human?" Lin Bei took out a talisman. Just buy this talisman. 1 ticket was too expensive. It can last for an entire day." Li Xiao had never seen the pattern of the talisman before. It was very complicated and made people feel dizzy just by looking at it. This thing was really useful. Li Xiao rubbed her eyes and forcibly memorized the pattern. Her natural talent in the Tao of talismans was extremely good, and she was able to attain a photographic memory of various talisman markings. Drawing talismans was something as simple as eating and drinking to her. If it wasn't for the spirit energy in her body being limited, it wouldn't be a problem for her to draw talismans until the end of time. However, due to the complexity of these runes, Li Xiao only managed to memorize them after several tries. She returned the talisman to Lin Bei and left with Jiang Tian. She and Jiang Tian rented a hotel nearby. Jiang Tian went to her room first and asked, "Those 2 aren't humans, right?" Li Xiao nodded and took out the chocolate. The outermost box of the chocolate was itself a small enchantment. When she opened the box, the enchantment also broke. She opened the box, and at the same time the enchantment broke, a black fog rushed out with a strong stench and was about to drift out of the window. Li Xiao's hand was quick, and she grabbed it. A baby vaguely appeared above the black fog, staring at her with a cold expression that sent chills down her spine. Li Xiao snorted softly, and the baby disappeared like a popped bubble. Although Jiang Tian had heard of voodoo and bewitching spells before, most of them were hearsay. Now that she had encountered them for the first time, even though she had always been calm and collected outside, she couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Li Xiao's eyes darkened, and the black fog turned into a small worm in her hand. This is also a kind of love curse. It's just that this goo is fed with corpse oil, so it has a foul stench. Because it's fed with corpse oil, the effect is even stronger. Moreover, Zhang Hanbai's blood should have been added to it, so this goo would subconsciously look for Zhang Hanbai after leaving the chocolate. If Zhang Hanbai was really poisoned by this thing, she was afraid that she would be controlled by Su Renda in the future. It seemed that Su Renda regretted divorcing Zhang Hanbai, so he even used this method. Moreover, feeding it with corpse oil was too insidious. The corpse oil should have been provided by the little ghost she saw just now. Although Li Xiao didn't explain it very clearly, it was enough to make Jiang Tiantian's hair stand on end, and goosebumps appeared on her arms. Li Xiao squeezed her hand, and the worm immediately shattered. She could be considered to have helped Zhang Hanbai solve a problem. Su Renda was the one who had planted the goo. Now that she had destroyed the worm, he should also be affected. She said to Jiang Tian, "Okay, you can go back to your room to rest." Jiang Tian didn't move. She cleared her throat. "I'll accompany you." Li Xiao was silent. After a while, she laughed. "So you're afraid of ghosts?" Jiang Tiantian's face was tense, and she didn't say anything. Li Xiao comforted her. "Think about Lin Bei and the others. They're ghosts too, so they're no different from humans." Jiang Tian immediately stopped worrying. If all ghosts were like those two idols who chased after idols, then there was nothing to be afraid of. Li Xiao took out a talisman. "You can wear this on your body." Jiang Tian took the talisman and felt a warmth emerge. She held the talisman tightly and whispered, "Thank you." Su Renda sat at the head of the bed, waiting nervously. Daddy! Daddy! Play with me." The 3-year-old child with a dark face grinned and wanted to pull his hand. Su Renda subconsciously dodged, fear flashing in his eyes. He immediately said as if nothing had happened, "Okay, baby, go play with your mommy, okay?" The child pouted. "No, mommy has been playing with worms." He looked like he was about to cry. "Mommy even fed me to the worms. It hurts." Su Renda's eyes darkened. He regretted provoking Ji Qianni 5 years ago. At that time, Ji Qianni was his loyal fan. She always looked at him with sparkling eyes, as if he was her whole world. At that time, he and Zhang Hanbai had just been married for a year. They were just newlyweds, but Zhang Hanbai was a famous diva. She was so dazzling that he couldn't put on the airs of a husband in front of her. So when he met the gentle and sweet Ji Qianni, it was like dry wood meeting fire. After a few times, Ji Qianni became pregnant. Su Renda definitely wouldn't keep the child. Otherwise, the child would become his weakness sooner or later. He still needed Zhang Hanbai's help in his career. He took a sum of money and asked Ji Qianni to have an abortion. Who knew that Ji Qianni would secretly give birth to the child, but the child died not long after. After receiving this news, Su Renda heaved a sigh of relief. But he didn't expect Ji Qianni to refine the child's corpse and keep it by her side. Because of this little brat, he couldn't get rid of the mother and son. If he didn't do as they wished, there would be problems in his career. Ji Qianni also couldn't accept his marriage with Zhang Hanbai more and more. In the end, Su Renda could only promise her that he would break off his marriage with Zhang Hanbai sooner or later. But before that, he had to make use of Zhang Hanbai to help him pay the sky-high penalty for breaking the contract. At that time, Chan Kaiying told him that as long as he came to Jianan Company, many resources would be given to him. Compared to this, Su Renda hoped to use Chan Kaiying to get rid of Ji Qianni. He knew that Chan Kaiying was backed by a master of metaphysics. The Su family's rapid downfall was the work of that master. But he didn't expect Zhang Hanbai to find out about his relationship with Ji Qianni, and even the fact that they used to have a child together. She held the evidence in her hands. Su Renda could only swallow his anger and pay the penalty himself. He lost all his assets and had to divorce Zhang Hanbai. After the divorce, he was unlucky and was photographed with Xianxia. He lost a lot of hardcore fans and many resources. He had to hold his nose and pay the penalty. At this time, he missed the time with Xianxia. At that time, he didn't have to worry about these things. But if he remarried Xianxia, he didn't know how crazy Xianxia would be. Thinking of this, he could only give up, no matter how many schemes he had in mind. In the end, they discussed and decided to use the goo cultivated by Xianxia to deal with Xianxia. The goo was fed with the child's corpse oil. If they succeeded, Xianxia wouldn't be able to get rid of their control and be loyal to him. He could also use Xianxia's connections to regain a foothold in the entertainment industry. In order to keep Xianxia, he promised to register his marriage with her after everything was done. "Dad, hurry up, let's play together. I'm so bored." Thinking of this, he suppressed the fear in his heart and forced a smile to the child. "What do you want to play?" The child smiled and said, "Let's play the game of finding my eyeballs." "Dad, come and find my eyeballs. If you find them, I'll let you play with my eyeballs. If you can't find them, I'll play with Dad's eyeballs." His innocent smile was laced with cruelty. Hearing this, Xianxia couldn't help but tremble. In the past, the child would at most play hide-and-seek games like throwing handkerchiefs. But in the past few months, the way he played became more and more strange and bloody. His hand moved instinctively. On his right thumb, a fingernail was missing. It was forcefully peeled off when he played with the child the day before yesterday. If he couldn't find his eyeballs, would he have to gouge his eyes out this time? Xianxia forced a smile. "Dad doesn't know how to play this. How about you ask Mom to play with you?" At this time, the child suddenly held his head and screamed. The sharp voice pierced his ears, as if many needles had been shot into his head. It was so painful that Xianxia also held his head. "It hurts. It hurts. My eye is gone." Devil boy's screams were mixed with sobs. The next second, he threw himself at Xianxia. Xianxia felt pain in his left eye and screamed. His left eye was gouged out. Blood flowed out of his eye socket. The next day, Xiao returned to her villa and browsed through the entertainment news. She saw the headline of the day, "Xianxia's eyes injured?" Suspected to have been injured by sharp objects when he fell during dancing practice. She was slightly startled, and her expression became strange. She only asked the male ghost, Lin Bei, to scare Xianxia. She didn't ask him to make such a big fuss. The other party had actually made such a big fuss. According to the press release, Xianxia was likely to lose his sight. This situation was a little serious. Lin Bei came over at night. When he heard what she said, he kept complaining. "It wasn't me. I didn't even have time to scare him. It was the little ghost in his house who did it." Lin Bei patted his chest, his face full of lingering fear. "That little ghost is too fierce. It's so scary. I don't even dare to get too close to him in case he bites me." Xiao couldn't help but be speechless for a moment. "You're a ghost yourself. Why are you afraid of him?" Lin Bei was stunned for a moment, then came to a realization. "Right, I'm a ghost too. Why should I be afraid of him? Is he going to kill me again? He had already died once." Xiao felt that it was no wonder this ghost had a good relationship with Red Zombie. They were both idiots. This was probably what they meant by birds of a feather flocking together. Lin Bei obediently told her what he had found out. That little ghost is the child of Xianxia and his girlfriend. His girlfriend is quite cruel. She fed her child's body to the bugs. If Xiao didn't know about this, it would have been fine. But now that she knew, she couldn't ignore it. No matter what, she had to solve this hidden danger. Otherwise, who knew what Xianxia's girlfriend would do with those bugs? As for Xianxia's current fate, it was his own fault. He couldn't blame anyone else. If he hadn't had an affair and provoked that woman, he wouldn't have gotten into this mess today. Lin Bei also gave Xianxia's residence to Xiao. He lived in a small villa in the suburbs in a remote area. Xiao asked the sparrow spirit, "Do you eat bugs?" The sparrow spirit shook its head. "No. I don't eat those dirty things." Feeding it corpse oil didn't sound good. It only wanted to eat yogurt, potato chips, and fried chicken. Li Xiao was just asking. There was no time like the present. He was prepared to get rid of them today. She was too kind. She sighed with emotion. Just in case, she brought her staff with her. When she put on the invisibility talisman and entered Su Renda's villa, there was no one in the villa except for the little ghost. It seemed that Su Renda's girlfriend, Xianxia, had gone to the hospital to take care of her boyfriend. The villa was so big that it didn't even have any security measures. It was probably because they were full of confidence in their little brat. Although only the little ghost was there, Li Xiao didn't want to take off the invisibility talisman. It would be bad if there were surveillance cameras installed in the villa. She had used this method to trick Chan Kai many times. Of course, she would not fall into the same trap. The little brat was holding an eyeball, throwing it out and picking it up again. He was having a lot of fun. If one ignored that eyeball, he would be just like an ordinary child. Li Xiao looked at the faint red light on his body. She knew that Xianxia had used this child to do evil things. She had already killed someone. A body-securing talisman flew over and stuck on the little ghost's back. The little ghost's body froze. He widened his eyes. However, no matter how he looked, he couldn't find Li Xiao, who was invisible. Li Xiao followed the stench and came to the basement. When she pushed open the door to the basement, the strong stench almost made her break her disguise. She pinched her nose and walked in. She saw a desk and several jars in the basement. Talismans flew out of her pocket and landed on the jars one by one. In the next second, the jars burst into flames. The goo worms inside were burned into nothingness in the fire. Some of the goo worms tried to turn into black fog and escape. However, they were struck by lightning before they could run a meter. Li Xiao expressionlessly threw out talismans as if they were free. If they really escaped, where would she put her face? These goo worms were originally fed on the little ghost's corpse. They were connected to his life. With the goo worms destroyed, the little ghost naturally didn't feel good. His mournful voice floated down from upstairs, mixed with pleas for mercy. After dealing with all the goo worms in the basement, Li Xiao picked up a book on the table and showed a disgusted expression. This book was made of human skin. When she held it in her hand, she could feel the resentment that filled the sky. On the bottom right corner of the cover, 3 words were written in blood: Xianxia. Zhong, this surname made her startled. She thought of Xianxia. Was it just a coincidence that they had the same surname? Or was it a relative of Xianxia? She flipped it open and saw that it was filled with unorthodox sorcery, including common sorcery such as black magic and being poisoned by witches. Xianxia should have used this book to teach herself those harmful sorcery. When she flipped to the last page, she saw a note. The note said that he had already tried all the spells in this book and improved them to make them more powerful. He hoped that a fated person would be able to carry them forward. The signature was Xianxia. Li Xiao unconsciously tightened her grip on the little book. Sure enough, it was related to Xianxia, she spat out. Xianxia really wasn't a good person. He probably deliberately threw this thing out to harm people. Li Xiao's face was cold. She tore off the last few pages with Xianxia's handwriting and burned them to ashes. She also found the little ghost's corpse. The corpse was preserved with a kind of wax so that the corpse wouldn't rot. Looking carefully, she found that parts of the child's body were missing. His eyeballs, hands, and feet had all been cut off. Xianxia was really too ruthless. She could even do this to her own flesh and blood. Perhaps in her heart, love was the most important thing. Thinking of this, the little ghost was quite pitiful. He was trapped in this place and used by his own parents. No one taught him the so-called good and evil. He could only instinctively learn from the adults. Unfortunately, the people he learned from were such a pair of inhumane parents. Thus, he became the so-called evil ghost. After dealing with the things in the basement, she returned to the surface. The little ghost child couldn't leave because of the charm. His soul was now a lot dimmer, as if it would disperse at any time. His eyes were wide open, and his expression was innocent and blank. Li Xiao chanted the spell to send the little ghost to reincarnate. As for the sins that the little ghost committed, of course, his parents would bear them. After the little ghost disappeared, Li Xiao pondered for a moment and directly called the police. She pinched her voice and said into the phone, "Hello, Is this the police? I want to report a case. I found the body of a child in a villa. The address is. After reporting the case, Li Xiao calmly left. As for how Ji Qianni and Su Renda would face the police's interrogation, that was their business. As a good citizen of the new era, she just acted bravely for a just cause and called the police. At the same time, Ji Qianni, who was waiting for Su Renda in the corridor, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart. Blood rushed up from her throat, but she forced herself to swallow it. She opened her eyes wide. What happened? She felt her magical power was quickly draining away, and her hands and feet lost their strength. Ah! Ghost! The person sitting next to her suddenly screamed, stood up, and moved away from Ji Qianni. Ji Qianni looked up blankly. She turned her head and saw her current appearance on the glass not far away. Her hair was white, and her face was full of wrinkles. Was this just her? How did she become so old? She wanted to say something, but she found her voice was hoarse. Help, help. As if in this short period of time, her vitality was ruthlessly sucked away, and she turned into a piece of withered wood. Quan family. The doctor looked at the unconscious Quan Ilsen on the bed and shook his head. After examination, there is no problem with Mr. Quan's body. Quan Ilsen's special assistant, Xianxia, frowned. But boss has been unconscious for 2 days. At first, Xianxia thought his boss was drunk, and waited for him to wake up for a whole day. He hurriedly called for a doctor, but even the most skilled doctor could not find the cause. In this generation of the Quan family, Quan Ilsen was the only one. His existence was very important, and there was no room for mistakes. The doctor hesitated for a moment, and looked at Quan Ilsen, who was still frowning even when he was unconscious. Maybe he fell into a nightmare. Xiangyao's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that he had followed the boss and met some Taoist masters. He hurriedly sent people to invite the local Taoist masters and monks. These days, Taoist masters and monks also needed to eat. Under the generous reward, several of them really came. But even if they used all kinds of methods, they still couldn't wake Quan Ilsen up. They couldn't learn enough and could only leave in shame. Time passed by slowly. The longer Quan Ilsen was unconscious, the more anxious the people around him became. Suddenly, one of the assistants thought of something. Before he fell unconscious, the last stranger he saw was Li Qianfei. Could it be related to her? Zhang Yao had been helping Quan Ilsen investigate the sisters Li Xiao and Li Qianfei. He was no stranger to Li Qianfei. Li Qianfei used to be a lucky carp that everyone wanted to take advantage of. But now, she had become a jinx that everyone avoided. That's right. Maybe Li Qianfei was the one who offended the boss. Otherwise, the boss would not have fallen unconscious after seeing her. Zhang Yao made up his mind and directly asked people to invite Li Qianfei over. At the same time, he also asked some of the big shots in S-City for help to see if they knew any experts. When Li Qianfei was first brought over, she was very scared. She thought that Quan Ilsen knew the truth and wanted to settle the score with her. When she found out that Quan Ilsen was unconscious, she knew that her chance had come. As long as she saved Quan Ilsen again, even if she did something wrong before, she could write it off. If she could do something in the process. She had enough of these days of worry and fear. She raised her head and said to Quan Ilsen's assistant, Zhang Yao, I don't know why he fell unconscious, but I know that there is someone who can save him. She lowered her eyelashes. He is my uncle Xianxia. He has disappeared for a long time. As long as we can find him, with his ability, there will be no problem. The last time I contacted Uncle Zhang was half a year ago. At that time, he said that he was going to Yunmiao Mountain to cultivate. You can go there and look for him. Li Qianfei had tried to contact Uncle Zhang this month, but he did not answer her calls. She did not know what happened to him. So Xianxia is in Yunmiao Mountain? Thank you for telling me about this. A familiar voice entered her ears. Li Qianfei raised her head and saw Li Xiao walking over in disbelief. Beside her was Ruanwei's CEO, Chang Dynasty. She turned pale. Why are you here? Chang Dynasty said calmly, Master Li is the person I invited to save Mr. Quan. As the CEO of Runway, Chang Dynasty was also one of the people Quan Ilsen's subordinates asked for help. Although she did not have much of a relationship with the Quan family, she was willing to lend a helping hand. Therefore, she told Li Xiao about this to see if she was willing to help. The reason why Li Xiao agreed was also out of curiosity. She also wanted to know why Quan Ilsen suddenly fainted. What happened to the male lead? After hearing that Li Qianfei had sold out Xinglunian's whereabouts, she felt that this trip was worth it. She originally wanted to find time to go to Yunyuan Mountain, and now she could also find Xinglunian. It was killing two birds with one stone. Li Qianfei had also met Chang Dynasty at the banquet. This person was now ranked higher than her father, Lu Namju, on the list of wealthiest people in China. In the past, Li Qianfei was known as the lucky carp and was very popular among the upper class. However, even when she was at her peak, Chang Dynasty's attitude towards her was indifferent. She even felt that he did not like her. However, this rich woman in China now respectfully called Li Xiao master. How could Li Qianfei not be jealous of this huge difference? She forced a smile. Why haven't I heard of? She wanted to say sister out of reflex, but she remembered Li Xiao's previous threat and changed her words. Li Xiao knows about metaphysics? She felt that she knew more than Li Xiao. In any case, Uncle Xing had taught her some knowledge. Li Xiao glanced at her coldly. We don't have a good relationship. Of course you don't know. She did not hold back at all to show the discord between them. Li Qianfei's face burned. She even felt that everyone was laughing at her. I think it's better to ask Uncle Xing to come over. Li Xiao is still too young. Li Qianfei was still hoping that Uncle Xing would help her after saving Quan Ilsen. Naturally, she did not want Li Xiao to interfere. If she really succeeded, wouldn't Li Xiao become Quan Ilsen's savior? No, Quan Ilsen already had feelings for Li Xiao. With this relationship, she had no chance. Therefore, she purposely pointed out Li Xiao's age. To make sure that Quan Ilsen's family would not trust her. Originally, she did not care about saving Quan Ilsen's help. But with Li Qianfei's intervention, she was about to save him. Her lips curled into a cold smirk. When will you be able to find your great-uncle? 3 days? A month? Quan Ilsen may not be able to wait. Do you want Quan Ilsen to miss the best time to save him because of your selfishness? When she said this, Quan Ilsen's subordinates looked at Li Qianfei with disapproval. They did not know when the master that Li Qianfei praised would arrive. At this time, they were more inclined to let Li Xiao try. Besides, although Li Xiao was young, Zhang Yao and the others were not fools. They did not think that the Chang dynasty would bring a person who was not capable. Li Xiao continued, besides, your Uncle Xing is good at harming people. He is not good at saving people. If you ask him to destroy the Quan family's feng shui, he must be an outstanding person. But if you ask him to save people, can he do it? When she said this, Zhang Yao and the others' expressions changed. They looked at Li Qianfei with suspicion and fear. Li Qianfei's face turned red. Nonsense. Uncle Xing is a good person. He is not like what you said. Why are you slandering him? Li Zhao's face turned cold. You know very well who destroyed the feng shui of the Su family and Huawu Company's building. Do you dare to swear on your life that Uncle Xing has nothing to do with it? Li Qianfei did not dare. Although she did not know the details, she had heard that Uncle Xing had destroyed the Su family's feng shui. At the time, Su Manqin had tried to drive her and her mother out of China. When she saw the Su family's misfortune, she felt proud and was very grateful to Uncle Xing for protecting them. As for the Huawu Company, she was not sure. But seeing how confident Li Xiao was, she was not sure. Under everyone's disdainful gaze, she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. She thought angrily, let Li Xiao try. She is bragging now, but it will be funny if she makes a fool of herself. Li Xiao glanced at her. But if you can call your Uncle Xing over, I will thank you. She smiled coldly. I can settle the score with him for what he did to the Su family. Although she had rearranged the Su family's feng shui, she could not resurrect the deceased. She had to take revenge. Li Qianfei did not believe Li Zhao's words. She had never shown any talent in this area before. She probably only had a few years of experience. If she wanted to win against Uncle Xing, she would be dreaming. However, she had suffered a few losses at Li Zhao's hands, so she had learned her lesson. Even if she did not agree, she would not show it. She thought that she had swallowed her anger, but everyone present was shrewd. How could they not see that she was unwilling to accept this? Chang dynasty could not help but shake his head. The second daughter of the Li clan, after losing her good luck, had changed her personality. In the past, people would say that she was naive, cute, and outspoken. It was no wonder that after she lost her power, those who had benefited from her in the past were not willing to help her. It was a failure to live up to this point. At least her mother, Chan Kain, had a few people who spoke up for her. Quan Ilsen's special assistant, Xianxia, cleared his throat. Miss Li, please. Because of Li Zhao's words, Xianxia did not dare to invite Xinglunian. Casually ruining feng shui sounded unorthodox. Li Xiao walked to Quan Ilsen's bed. He frowned as if he had fallen into a nightmare. Li Xiao sniffed and smelled a faintly discernible scent of flowers and plants. She could not identify the specific species. There was the fragrance of flowers and the unique scent of plants, but the scent was very familiar. She had definitely smelled it before, and often at that. Li Xiao asked, "There are no flowers in this room, right?" Xiangyao quickly said, "No, there are not. Not in the past few days." This was strange. Where did the fragrance come from? Li Xiao frowned and thought. She felt that Quan Ilsen's coma was related to the smell she smelled. She turned her head and asked, "Do you guys smell any flowers?" Everyone present shook their heads. There were no flowers in this room, so where did the fragrance come from? Not to mention, in order to keep the air fresh, Zhang Yao often opened the windows to ventilate the room. Li Qianfei cursed in his heart. What flower fragrance? Li Zhao's nose must be broken. Li Zhao's gaze fell on the window. Looking down from above, the roses that Quan Ilsen had ordered people to plant were so eye-catching. They were like colorful gems that adorned Namkang University. However, Li Xiao actually preferred the original flowers and plants. Although they were not expensive species, they looked full of vitality and had a simple vitality. The original, her eyes suddenly lit up. No wonder she felt that the fragrance was familiar. The fragrance on Quan Ilsen's body was the fragrance of flowers and plants that she could often smell at school. She turned her head and asked Zhang Yao, after Quan Ilsen ordered people to replace the roses, what happened to the flowers and plants that were originally planted at school? Where did they go? Zhang Yao's memory was very good. He immediately said, boss was not in a good mood at that time, so he ordered people to burn them. Quan Ilsen could be considered to have bought those flowers and plants from the school. Therefore, whether they were burned or not was up to him. Li Xiao was speechless. She was a little speechless and said, bring me to where they were burned. His coma was related to this. It was possible that some of the flowers had become spirits and taught Quan Ilsen a lesson. When Zhang Yao heard this, of course, he could not stay still. Li Qianfei still wanted to stay and accompany the unconscious Quan Ilsen, but he was forcefully asked to leave by Zhang Yao. He was not at ease with this person, which made Li Qianfei very angry. She silently held a grudge in her heart. If she became Quan Ilsen's wife in the future, she would definitely teach him a lesson. Zhang Yao did not care about her thoughts and hurriedly led Li Xiao over. Those flowers and plants were actually placed in the mountain behind the school. They were placed there messily, and there were water droplets on the branches and leaves. A staff member said, we were originally going to burn them, but it rained as soon as the fire started. We were going to wait for the rain to stop before coming again. However, in the past 2 days, there had been light rain from time to time, causing them to be unable to complete the task until now. When the staff saw Zhang Yao coming over, they could not help but feel a little guilty. They thought that he was here to criticize them. One of them defended himself and said, it's really a little strange. Every time we were about to burn them, it would rain. Li Xiao said faintly, in the past 2 days, the other areas in CDS have been sunny. Only your area has been raining. She paused for a moment and said, fortunately, you did not really have a fever. Otherwise, your boss would not be as simple as being in a coma. She looked at an old woman standing under a tree not far away. The old woman was dressed plainly, and the ground did not reflect her shadow. Her gaze did not move away from the flowers and plants. Looking at her distressed expression, Li Xiao could more or less guess what was going on. She walked in front of her and asked, are you the school's gardener? The old woman retracted her gaze and looked at Li Xiao. She looked a little surprised and asked, "You can see me?" Li Xiao asked, "Were you the one who made Quan Ilson fall into a coma?" The old woman showed an angry expression. "I worked so hard to take care of them for so many years, and he just asked people to pull them out. He even wants to burn them." Li Xiao had to admit that Quan Ilson really brought this disaster upon himself. Perhaps it was because he was used to solving all problems with money, so he did not care too much about what others thought. This old woman took care of the flowers and plants even as a ghost. It was obvious that she was very obsessed. Li Xiao muttered, "If he is willing to hire people to take care of these flowers and plants, can you wake him up?" With Li Xiao's ability, of course, she could threaten the female gardener. However, she did not have to do so. The gardener did not do anything. She just wanted to protect the flowers and plants that she took care of so carefully. Therefore, it was everyone's responsibility to protect flowers and plants. The old woman was silent for a moment and then nodded. She was not an unreasonable person. It was just that she was too angry this time, so she wanted to teach him a lesson. Xianxia and the others looked at Li Xiao talking to the air and felt that this scene was a little scary. However, from Li Xiao's words, they could tell that Quan Ilson fell into a coma because he asked people to burn the flowers. Compared to Quan Ilson's safety, taking care of some flowers and plants was naturally nothing. Xianxia immediately ordered people to plant the flowers and plants in the soil and take good care of them. In order to let Quan Ilson wake up as soon as possible, he called over all the people in the company who could spare time. Everyone worked hard to gather firewood. In about half an hour, the matter was settled. The female ghost kept watching them from the side. She was afraid that they would be too rough and damage the roots of the plants. Li Xiao chatted with her and found out that this female ghost had passed away 5 years ago. Before she died, she was responsible for taking care of the flowers and plants in the school and had worked for more than 10 years. She divorced early and did not have any children. Therefore, she treated these flowers and plants as her own children. Therefore, after she died, she stayed in the school because of this obsession. After the flowers were taken care of, Xianxia finally received news that Quan Ilson had woken up. He could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He quickly thanked Li Xiao, "It's all thanks to Master." After Li Qianfei was chased downstairs by Xianxia, she didn't leave. Instead, she kept pacing back and forth downstairs. She called Uncle Xing again, but hung up angrily after a minute. Uncle Xing still didn't answer her calls. Actually, she hadn't been able to get through to him in the past few months. When her luck was bad, she wanted to ask Uncle Xing to set up a feng shui array to restore her luck. Although she couldn't remember clearly what happened 11 years ago, she vaguely remembered that it was after she met Uncle Xing that her luck suddenly improved. But she couldn't even get through to him, let alone complain. After a long time, she heard the sound of footsteps and looked up. She saw Li Xiao and the others coming back. Quan Ilson's assistant, Xianxia, was much more respectful than an hour ago. Li Xiao really did it. She did it. Li Qianfei was hit so hard that she was muddle-headed. She could not help but feel panic in her heart. Li Xiao already knew what Uncle Xing did to the Su family. Would she take revenge on them? If she were in Li Xiao's shoes, she would definitely think of ways to make them pay. The more Li Qianfei thought about it, the more she broke out in a cold sweat. She didn't even care about Quan Ilson. She just wanted to tell her mother as soon as possible. If her mother called, maybe Uncle Xing would be willing to answer the phone. She didn't believe that Uncle Xing, who had been immersed in metaphysics for many years, would lose to Li Xiao. She looked at Li Xiao deeply and turned to leave. Li Xiao also saw Li Qianfei. She was too lazy to care about what Li Qianfei would think after knowing about her capabilities. She even hoped that Li Qianfei and Chan Kaiying could ask Xing Lunian to come out. It would save her the effort of looking for him. She didn't want to do a good deed without leaving a name, so she followed Xianxia upstairs. She still had something to give Quan Ilson. Quan Ilson had already woken up. He even took advantage of this time to take a shower, change into new clothes, and comb his hair. He appeared in front of them in his best appearance. Li Xiao cursed in her heart, this person is also a person who has a heavy image burden. Quan Ilson had already heard the whole thing from his assistant, so he knew that Li Xiao was the one who woke him up. He said gently, "Thank you for saving me." Li Xiao blinked and didn't claim the credit. Auntie Jiang called me to tell me about this. She paused for a moment and asked Quan Ilsen, what dream did you have when you were unconscious? Quan Ilsen's face didn't look good when he mentioned this. In his dream, he was constantly weeding, planting, and fixing the branches and leaves. Even though it was just a dream, it made him feel very tired. Because of this personal experience, when he woke up and heard the whole story from his assistant, he immediately believed his assistant's words and ordered people to take care of the flowers and plants. He didn't expect that his small actions would lead to such a disaster. Hua Nation was indeed an unfathomable country. Li Xiao saw that his complexion had recovered, so she didn't want to say too much to him. She took out the USB and said, there are some things that I think you need to know the truth about. She really didn't want to fight for the title of being Quan Ilsen's savior. However, she wouldn't let Li Qianfei slander her, so she gave Quan Ilsen a copy to let him know what kind of person Li Qianfei was. After doing this, she turned around to leave. Quan Ilsen held the USB tightly. Wait, what do you want? I can repay you. Li Xiao paused and said, there's no need for that. If you really want to give me a reward, then help me donate my share. Quan Ilsen looked at her leaving figure with a complicated expression. After a while, he ordered, donate 100 million yuan in Li Xiao's name. She was indeed a kind girl. Li Qianfei couldn't be compared to her at all. Li Qianfei also saved his life, so he tried to get close to him. Li Xiao didn't take this to heart and decisively asked him to donate the money. She didn't need his help. Her graceful demeanor was truly admirable. Fortunately, he chose Namkang University when he was choosing an exchange school. In the same university, he still had the chance to interact with Li Xiao. Li Xiao, who hadn't gone far, also heard his order. She couldn't help but stop in her tracks. Her originally calm expression cracked. 100 million yuan? Did this person's family print money? She got 100 million yuan just to wake him up. In the past, Li Xiao often went down the mountain to take on some business. After all, she also needed to eat on the mountain. However, the highest reward was only a few 100,000 yuan. Moreover, this time, she only needed to communicate with the gardener, so it was a piece of cake. She thought that no matter how high the reward was, it would be at most 1 million yuan. However, she didn't expect Quan Ilsen to be so generous. He gave her 100 million yuan in one go. If she had known, she wouldn't have donated it so easily. Li Xiao's eyes dimmed, and the light in her eyes extinguished. She really wanted to go back and get the money back. However, there was no going back on her words. Li Xiao could only endure the heartache and leave. Her footsteps quickened a little. She didn't want to stay in this sad place. She estimated that she had experienced school life for a few days. After a while, she would apply for a leave of absence. After leaving the building, the Chang dynasty sent Li Xiao home first. Li Xiao also started to prepare for her trip to remote Cloud Mountain. In fact, when she first transmigrated, she wanted to go. However, many things happened one after another, so she could only delay it. Now, she finally had time. She did some research. If she wanted to go to remote Cloud Mountain, the fastest way was to take a plane to H City, where remote Cloud Mountain was located. Then, she would take a bus to the foot of the mountain. When she reached the foot of the mountain, she could only walk up the mountain. After planning the route, she quickly booked a plane ticket for herself. The Sparrow Spirit knew that she was going to remote Cloud Mountain and wanted to go with her. Li Xiao narrowed her eyes. By the time you fly there, I'll be done. She pondered for a moment. Or I can get a pet check and send you there. The Sparrow Spirit was unhappy. I'm not a pet. However, it didn't want to fly on its own. In the end, it could only follow Li Xiao's arrangement. On the other hand, Li Qianfei hurriedly told her mother everything she knew about Li Xiao after she got home. Mom, let's hurry up and ask Uncle Xing to come back. Otherwise, what if Li Xiao takes revenge on us? Li Qianfei had never missed Uncle Xing so much. Chang Kaiyin was a little hesitant. But if your father knows about it, he will be unhappy. She had been having a hard time recently. Her reputation had plummeted. After filming, she couldn't even get any scripts. It was as if she had returned to the days when she was abandoned 20 years ago. Although Nanju also helped to buy internet water army, without Chang dynasty, it was impossible to control the comments. When she stayed at home, her mother-in-law mocked and ridiculed her. If it weren't for Nanju's insistence, her mother-in-law would have already asked them to divorce. Therefore, during this period, Chan Kain lived in a house under her name again. She didn't want to go back to the house and be bullied by her mother-in-law. Hearing her mother mention her father, Li Qianfei was even more annoyed. My father has changed. He's no longer the father who loved us dearly. His heart is completely on Li Xiao's side. A few days ago, the matter of her framing Li Xiao was exposed by Li Xiao. Her father didn't want to give her and her brother any shares. The two of them lost 10% of their shares for nothing. Even her pocket money during this period was deducted. Her side was miserable, but Li Xiao's side was thriving. Thinking of this, Li Qianfei's resentment towards Lu Namju was not ordinary. She even secretly thought in her heart, if only my mother hadn't married my father. Whether it was Uncle Ren or Uncle Zeng, they wouldn't treat us like this. They would definitely treat us like the apple of their eye. Chan Kain was a soft-hearted person. Her expression became more and more hesitant. Li Qianfei quickly persuaded her. She gritted her teeth and said, Mom, if we continue to swallow our anger, we'll end up like the Su family. I suspect that Li Xiao is the reason why we've been so unlucky recently. Only Uncle Zeng can save us. She didn't want to end up as miserable as in the dream. God gave her the precognitive dream to remind her not to repeat the same mistakes. Otherwise, what was the point of doing so many things? Chan Kain had enough of her current life. Seeing her daughter's teary eyes, she nodded and agreed. Your Uncle Zeng gave me another phone number. At that time, he said that if she encountered something urgent, she could call him. Chan Kain took out her phone and dialed the number. The next night, she saw Zeng Lunian. Although he was wearing a hat and covering his face, Chan Kain recognized him immediately. No matter what, Zeng Lunian was always dressed in black, which made him look even more cold and solemn. Jian. His deep voice revealed deep affection, which made Chan Kain's nose sour. She guessed that the Lunian must be injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared in front of her for so long. Were they the people who tried to kill him in the past? When she walked forward and saw Zeng Lunian's face under the hat, she couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Zeng Lunian's handsome face was completely ruined. Both sides of his face had festered so much that his original facial features couldn't be seen. It was even more exaggerated than when she first met him. What happened to your face? Chan Kain had the urge to retreat and leave, but she suppressed it. Zeng Lunian's voice was hoarse. I suffered from a backlash when I was cultivating. Are you afraid? Chan Kain pursed her lips. I'm not afraid. No matter what you become, I believe that you won't hurt me. Zeng Lunian couldn't help but reveal a faint smile when he heard this. Jian was such a person. He was also the only Pure Land that he was willing to protect. When he was still a handsome man, his smile made people's hearts race. However, when this smile appeared on a person whose face was severely festered, even Chan Kain couldn't help but lower her head. In order to divert her attention, she hurriedly talked about Li Xiao. Phil said that Li Xiao vowed to deal with you. I'm a little worried. Before Zeng Lunian came over, he went to see Li Qianfei. The scales that he had placed on Phil's body were gone. Not only that, but Phil's luck had also decreased a lot. This was part of the reason why he had suffered such a severe backlash. Although Phil said that Li Xiao was behind this, Zeng Lunian had seen Li Xiao before. She didn't have the ability to do this. Even if it was her, it must have been because someone helped her. Previously, he had helped Jiang deal with the Su family and left some traces. Now that several groups of people were looking for him, he couldn't appear too openly. Moreover, if Li Xiao died in S City, it would be easy to implicate Jiang. Jiang was his only weakness. He didn't want her to be hurt or slandered in the slightest. He smiled and said to Chan Kain, when the time comes, tell Li Xiao that I'm at Yunmiao Mountain. Chan Kain said anxiously, what if she really finds someone to deal with you? Zeng Lunian comforted her. It's okay. That's my territory. Since you're in my territory, I'll naturally make the decisions. There was a faint confidence in his tone, which miraculously soothed Chan Kain's uneasiness. The Lun Yan is at Misty Cloud Mountain. Chang Kain sat in front of Li Xiao and spoke in a gentle voice. I know that you want to take revenge for the Su family. However, things are more complicated than you think. At that time, the Su family hired people to deal with the Lun Yan. The Lun Yan was only trying to protect himself. I really don't want the two of you to fight to the death. Can't you two reconcile? Li Xiao was somewhat impatient as she listened to Chang Kain speak. She sneered, what right do you have to say this? The Xinglunian attacked the Su family because of you. Of course, Li Namju also tacitly allowed this to happen. The Li clan was able to grow stronger because they swallowed a portion of the Su family's assets after it went bankrupt. Therefore, no matter how much fatherly love Li Namju showed her, Li Xiao still couldn't be moved. Although Chang Kain seemed to be worried about her, Li Xiao didn't need to use her knees to think to know that she wanted him to die at the hands of the Xinglunian. That way, she would have one less enemy. This was clearly a trap for her. However, neither Chang Kain nor the Xinglunian knew that Misty Cloud Mountain was her headquarters. She had to consider other places, but Misty Cloud Mountain, the Xinglunian took the initiative to go there. He was simply asking for humiliation. However, she could roughly guess the reason why the Xinglunian chose to go there. The spiritual energy in Misty Cloud Mountain was indeed more abundant than in other places. Therefore, there were more animals that had become spirits. Not to mention, there was a Yin cave in Misty Cloud Mountain. There was a crack in that place that led to the underworld. Therefore, there was an endless stream of Yin energy that seeped out. Li Xiao also spent a lot of effort to seal that crack in her previous life. Recalling this, she couldn't help but laugh. She clearly hadn't reached remote Cloud Mountain yet, but she had already subconsciously substituted the mountain in her memory. Chang Kain looked at the faint smile on Li Xiao's face. For some reason, he suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Strange. She should have believed in the abilities of the Lun Yan. Li Xiao had never dealt with Xinglunian before. This was the first time, and she believed that it would also be the last time. Because she wanted to bring the Sparrow Spirit over, she even caught the Sparrow Spirit to get an animal quarantine certificate. The Sparrow Spirit felt extremely wronged. It did not want the injection at all. However, it also wanted to return to Misty Cloud Mountain to take a look and see if it was any different from what it remembered, so it could only endure it. Therefore, it was vaccinated with tears in its eyes. Even the veterinarian could not help but be amazed by its human-like expression. He took a few pictures of it and made it into an emoji pack. Not to mention, it was a little cute. Li Xiao also silently kept it. Although he was confident in his own strength, Li Xiao was still fully prepared. All kinds of talismans had already been drawn. All that was left was a few magic tools. Li Xiao had never refined magic tools before. Although she had read a lot of books, in the end, they were all armchair strategists. However, she believed that a person full of talent like her would definitely have no problems. Yes, she remembered that in a book she had read, there was a record of the materials needed to make a defensive robe. Therefore, she went to the ghost city again. While she was at it, she asked the little zombie about its grandfather's walking stick. The red zombie said, "My grandfather refused to sell it. He said that there was no shortage of luck right now. Unless there was Xianxia, he wouldn't sell it." The red zombie felt a little wronged. When I first mentioned it to my grandfather, I was beaten by him. My skin turned red from the beating. Look. Li Xiao discovered that this little zombie would easily stutter in front of unfamiliar people. However, in front of familiar people, this problem would be cured without any medicine. She lowered her head and looked at his hand. She said coldly, "Your hand was originally red. No matter how many times you beat it, it wouldn't be obvious." The little red zombie just wanted to burst into tears. Although he couldn't buy it, at least he had an idea. This zombie who always cheated his elders could be considered to have worked hard. Li Xiao didn't blame him. Instead, she went to the ghost city to purchase other materials, to see if she could refine a magic tool. When she was buying, she ran into Song Hai. When Song Hai saw her, he slightly frowned. "You've seen Xing Lixing." His tone was certain. When Li Xiao heard Xing Lixing's name from his mouth, she was somewhat surprised. "You have a grudge against him?" Song Hai faintly said, "He once stole our treasure." You have his scent on you. It seemed that no matter what time it was, Xianxia always had a sleepy appearance. His appearance was handsome, but it wasn't the kind of beauty that was aggressive. On the contrary, there was a kind of harmless and lovable feeling. It made people want to touch his hair, especially when there was a strand of hair that wasn't very well behaved. It was sticking up. If it was someone she was familiar with, Li Xiao would have directly touched him. Unfortunately, the two of them weren't familiar with each other, so she could only endure. She muttered to herself for a moment, and then mentioned that she had obtained a Xinglunian book from Xianxia. I've already burned that book. Some of the methods recorded in it were too vicious. I don't think it should be allowed to circulate outside. Like Xianxia, who was originally an ordinary person, after learning the methods in it, she gradually embarked on a path of no return. Li Xiao also had the other ghosts check on Xianxia's situation. After knowing that she had aged into an old woman overnight because of the backlash, she was relieved that she could no longer do evil. Xianxia didn't care. If you have any clues about him, you can tell me. As a reward, Li Xiao finished his sentence, help me bargain? Can't you change the reward? Xianxia stared at her. After a while, he said, or I can help you refine a magic tool. In this regard, I know a little bit. Only a little bit. Li Xiao thought about it, and decided to go back and try refining first. Li Xiao stared blankly at the waste in front of her, feeling that her heart was bleeding. Failed. She had failed once again. She had already wasted 3 sets of materials. The sparrow spirit, who was usually the noisiest, was now as quiet as a chicken. It didn't dare to chatter, for fear that it would bump into Li Xiao's muzzle and be thrown into the pot. Li Xiao also didn't expect that refining a magic tool would be so difficult. It was clearly written in the book that it was very simple. She originally wanted to refine the snake skin she bought into a defensive magic robe, but she failed again and again. The problem was that she didn't know where she had failed. She had clearly followed every step written in the book. This wasn't scientific. No, if she failed again, all of her materials would be used up. Li Xiao thought of Xianxia, and decided to use the last set of materials to ask him to help her refine. If she was alone, she was afraid that she would still fail. If she gave it to Xianxia, at least there would be some hope. When she brought the materials to Xianxia agreed very easily. Take it as a reward for the clues you provided before. Li Xiao thought for a moment, and then remembered that he was referring to the clues she gave him about Xinglixing. This demon was unexpectedly righteous. In order to reassure the other party, Li Xiao promised, although you only know a little, I won't blame you if you fail. She was still reasonable. At worst, she would feel heartache for her materials. Okay. Xianxia's expression was calm, and he carried the materials Li Xiao brought into the room to refine. In less than 10 minutes, he came out, holding a magic robe that was as smooth as water. It was invulnerable to swords, spears, water, and fire. Li Xiao. He succeeded just like that, and the effect of the refining was much better than she had imagined. It was completely natural, and there was no trace of it being refined at all. Are you really only know a little? If he only knew a little, how could others do it? Xianxia's subordinate, Lu Haixing, said, Boss is only average at refining, but the most important thing in refining is luck. He's lucky. That's why he always succeeds on his first try. Take a spear hit. None of the Europeans were innocent. Li Xiao resisted the urge to beat the European up. After all, she might need his help in the future. Her weapon was originally to crudely cut the coffin board into a stick, and then inlay the scales inside. It could be used, but it was still too crude. When she could provide more clues, she could ask Xianxia to refine for her. She couldn't help but ask him, is your real body a koi? It should be a real koi, different from Li Qianfei's fake koi that absorbed other people's luck. Ah. Xianxia only made an ah sound. Li Xiao tacitly agreed that he was. It was her first time seeing a real koi in her life. No, she had to rub off on his luck. She took a step forward and held Song Ming's hand. She looked at him sincerely and said, Thank you so much. Xianxia's hand was a little cold, like the best white jade. When the weather was hot, it was really comfortable to touch. But because this action was a little sexual, Li Xiao quickly let go of his hand after rubbing off on his luck. Songhai was suddenly attacked. He was stunned for a moment, and his ears turned red. Li Xiao stuffed a few talismans into his hands. "This is a thank you gift." Then she happily took the Dharma robe and left. With this Dharma robe, she was more confident about going to remote Cloud Mountain. When she was almost done packing and ready to leave, the female ghost, Zhang Yan, reported something to her. "Lin Jiaoxi is pregnant. She's been pregnant for more than a month now." Li Xiao thought for a moment and remembered this girl's identity. Wasn't she the girl that Li Nanju had met in the hotel 2 months ago? She was the part-time student. She didn't expect this girl to be so lucky and hit the nail on the head. Is she planning to keep the child? She just started university, right? Zhang Yan nodded. She even went to the hospital for a checkup. It looks like she's going to stay. Li Zhao's lips curled up. This was another Chan Kain. When a normal girl encountered this kind of situation, why would she keep the child? She would either have an abortion or take birth control pills immediately. It really depended on the face. When the one-night stand was with someone rich and famous like Li Namju, they were willing. Li Qianfei even rented a house for her to take care of the baby. When Li Xiao heard this, she almost spat out saliva. Wait, what does this have to do with Li Qianfei? Do they know each other? She hadn't paid attention to Lin Jiaoxi for a while. Did she miss so much? They're from the same school. They have a good relationship. Zhang Yan also felt that this was very strange. It's probably because after school started, the people in the school distanced themselves from Li Qianfei. Only Lin Jiaoxi was willing to ignore other people's opinions and be friends with her. So she's quite loyal to Lin Jiaoxi. Li Xiao nodded. She felt that Li Qianfei definitely didn't know that Lin Jiaoxi's child was her future brother or sister. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so kind to help Lin Jiaoxi. This was interesting. She sighed with emotion. Seeing that Qianfei is becoming more and more like an older sister, I'm really happy for her. She didn't know if Li Qianfei would invite Lin Jiaoxi to her coming-of-age banquet. She probably would. After all, the two of them were now good friends. Li Xiao, who originally didn't want to go, immediately changed her mind. Yes, she had to go to remote Cloud Mountain early to deal with Xinglunian so that she wouldn't miss such a good show. Jiaoxi, you don't look good. Do you want me to hire someone to take care of you? It was the weekend, and no one asked her out, so Li Qianfei decided to visit her friend, Lin Jiaoxi. Although she and Lin Jiaoxi were not in the same class, they hit it off right away. When she first entered the school, her reputation was at its worst. Her classmates believed the online comments about her being a jinx, so they distanced themselves from her and isolated her. This made Li Qianfei very angry, but there was nothing she could do. Under these circumstances, she got to know Lin Jiaoxi. If it was in the past, Lin Jiaoxi, who came from a poor family, would definitely not be qualified to be her friend. But after those bad friends distanced themselves from her, her existence undoubtedly became precious. Li Qianfei accepted this kindness and often hung out with Lin Jiaoxi. She didn't want others to feel that she was isolated and didn't even have a friend. Moreover, Lin Jiaoxi's personality was a bit like her mother's, gentle and strong. Even Li Qianfei would unconsciously speak more gently in front of her. After knowing that Lin Jiaoxi was pregnant, she thought of her mother. Her mother was also pregnant at around this age. She was alone abroad and gave birth to her and her brother. Under this kind of empathy, Li Qianfei was especially loyal and considerate to Lin Jiaoxi. She was worried that Lin Jiaoxi's pregnancy would be discovered by her roommates, so she rented a house near the school for her and even lent her money so that she could take care of her body. After all, Lin Jiaoxi came from a poor family. She was an orphan and lived under the roof of her uncle and aunt's house. Even her university tuition was earned by her own work. Even if Li Qianfei's pocket money was deducted, it was a small matter for her to take out 10,000 yuan to help Lin Jiaoxi every month. 10,000 yuan was not even enough to buy her a dress. No need, Qianfei. Don't waste that money. You've already helped me a lot. Lin Jiaoxi looked at her gratefully. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. Being able to meet you is the luckiest thing in my life. If you hadn't been helping me, I might not have been able to keep my child. She sighed. You're such a nice person, but those people on the internet keep slandering you. It's too much. Li Qianfei enjoyed it very much. It was as comfortable as drinking iced drinks during the hottest days of summer. He even felt a little lightheaded. In fact, you can go to the child's father. The child's father also has the responsibility to take care of you. Li Qianfei felt injustice for her. Lin Jiaoxi shook his head. He already has a wife and children. I don't want to disturb his family. We were just an accident. This familiar story made Li Qianfei feel even more immersed. She felt as if she was looking at her mother from 18 years ago. At that time, her mother was probably as helpless and pitiful as Lin Jiaoxi. She could only struggle alone in a foreign country. She couldn't help but blurt out, even if he has a wife and children, he has already made you pregnant. He has to take responsibility. Tell me, who is he? I'll help you seek justice. At this moment, instead of saying that she was helping Lin Jiaoxi, it was more like she was fulfilling her own wish. Lin Jiaoxi shook his head desperately. His expression was gloomy. It's really not necessary. I don't want to get involved in his family. I chose to keep this child because I hope that there will be a family member who is related to me by blood in this world. Li Qianfei looked at her with a touched expression. Her mother must have wanted to keep the two of them back then for the same reason. Li Xiao even mocked her mother for doing it for money. She didn't understand love at all, just like Su Manqin. Because she found a strong resonance with Lin Jiaoxi, Li Qianfei came here more often. The relationship between the two girls was getting better and better. Li Qianfei even invited Lin Jiaoxi to her 18th birthday party. Although she was not as favored as before, she still had her mother. Her family would still arrange a birthday party for her. Lin Jiaoxi's eyes flickered. Okay. Li Xiao arrived at the foot of Yunmiao Mountain in the afternoon of October 3rd. When she saw the familiar scenery, she couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. The driver who drove her here spoke Mandarin with a local accent. It sounded very bad, but there was a different kind of simple enthusiasm. When you want to go back, you can call me. I'll take you to the city. He even gave his phone number to Li Xiao. Li Xiao thought that it would be difficult to pick up customers here, so she paid the driver 2,000 yuan to send her here. The driver was naturally happy to take her business and didn't mind that this place was remote. Li Xiao wrote down the number, nodded, and asked the driver to leave first. In the car, she also asked the driver if he knew about the Yunxiaoguan on Yunmiao Mountain. According to the driver, Yunxiaoguan was a thing of 10 years ago. Since the owner passed away, there was no one in the Taoist temple and it gradually became dilapidated. There were other temples and Taoist temples in each city. Over time, people gradually forgot that there was such an old Taoist temple. She had to admit that after knowing about this, Li Xiao felt very complicated. In this world's Yunxiaoguan, there was no such thing as her successor. According to the normal speed of climbing, it would take more than an hour to reach the Taoist temple at the top of the mountain. Moreover, there were stairs everywhere, so climbing up was very difficult. However, Li Xiao knew that there were other shortcuts up the mountain. She grew up on this mountain and was familiar with every part of this mountain as if it were her own body. If she took the stairs, there was a chance that the Xinglunian would set up traps nearby. According to her guess, the last place the Xinglunian stayed was that Yin cave. She walked along the southern path, passed through the thorns, and arrived at a forest of locust trees. Many people didn't like locust trees because they felt that this kind of tree could easily attract ghosts. The locust tree in the middle was more than 500 years old. It was tall and straight, and its tallest branches and leaves reached into the clouds. This was also the tallest tree on Yunmiao Mountain. Li Xiao walked under the locust tree and squinted her eyes to look for that circle. Ah, found it! She scratched a circle of white stripes on the branches. The locust tree shook, and its branches and leaves trembled non-stop. That place was originally the most sensitive place for this old demon. Li Xiao took out a bottle of wine from her bag. It was Jian Nanchun that she had spent a lot of money to buy. It was also the locust tree spirit's favorite wine. That's right, this locust tree spirit usually liked to drink old wine, and Jian Nanchun was his favorite. If you don't say anything, I'm going to pour this wine away. This is 30-year-old Jian Nanchun. Li Xiao opened the bottle, and the rich aroma of the wine spread out, causing the drunkard to become restless. The sparrow spirit breathed in the wine and almost got himself drunk. don't pour it away. The locust tree spirit finally couldn't hold back and opened his mouth. A somewhat depressed old face appeared on the tree trunk. Girl, how did you know that I like to drink this? He looked at the Jian Nanchun and almost drooled. Because in a certain world, she had known them for more than 10 years. When she was young, the locust tree spirit would make his branches into a swing. That was her favorite toy when she was young. After Li Xiao transmigrated, she didn't come to Yunmiao Mountain because she knew that no matter when she came, they would be there. The spirits of Yunmiao Mountain were the laziest. They didn't even like to go down the mountain. They were like paintings on the wall. Time seemed to have stopped for them. Li Xiao said, "We met in a dream. In the dream, not only did I know you, but I also knew Grandpa by Hu, Red Fox." She listed out the names of the spirits on the mountain. The sparrow spirit didn't want to be outdone. "And me. I know you too." The locust tree spirit heard the names of all the spirits in the mountain and couldn't help but be surprised. Many of the spirits mentioned by this girl didn't even come out once a year. Other than the elders, no one knew so much about them. Climbing the mountain is too tiring. I want the snake spirit Alu to carry me up the mountain. Alu was a huge python spirit. She liked to dress up beautifully. This time, Li Xiao had brought a lot of cosmetics over, all for her. I also want to find the bat spirit. His ears can hear very far. Everything that happens on the mountain can't be hidden from him. Li Xiao prepared blueberries as a gift for the bat spirit. That was also the bat spirit's favorite food. She opened the suitcase. It was full of things that these spirits liked. The ghostwood tree spirit began to believe her words a little. As a spirit that had lived for hundreds of years, he had heard a lot of strange stories, such as the dream of the Nank and the 3,000 worlds. Perhaps this girl really knew them in their dreams. Otherwise, how could she even know the things that they liked? She was practically delivering them to their hearts. When he saw her, he also felt a sense of familiarity. The locust tree spirit couldn't help but ask, "What if we don't agree?" The next second, he saw the girl in front of him, who was more beautiful than the Chinese roses on the mountain, smile brightly. "It's okay if you don't agree. I know where each of you hides your treasures. At most, I'll just rob you. If you rob me, I'll beat you up. It'll be fine as long as you're convinced." She had made friends with them in the same way back then. The locust tree spirit. The Xinglunian sat in the cave, greedily absorbing the yin qi leaking out of the crack. After a while, he opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. The backlash from before was quite serious. Even though he had been recuperating for a long time, his injuries were still not completely healed. Qianfei was still too useless. He had placed the scale on her, but it had been taken away. Instead, it had caused him to suffer the backlash. The reason why he hadn't used it himself was because directly absorbing someone else's luck would easily cause negative karma, which would be detrimental to his future cultivation. Normally, he would only steal a portion of Qianfei's luck to cultivate himself. Fortunately, he had done so. Otherwise, he would have suffered more than just this injury. Although the Xinglunian loved Chan Kain, this love was limited to Chan Kain herself. He wouldn't extend his love to her and Lenamji's son and daughter. Thus, he never regretted scheming against Qianfei. At most, he was annoyed that he hadn't done it more secretly. When he thought of the impending arrival of Li Xiao, his furrowed brows relaxed slightly. He had already ordered the ghosts he had raised to stand guard on both sides of the path. As long as Li Xiao came to the mountain, his every move would be seen by the ghosts. He had also set up many formations at the entrance of the cave. As long as Li Xiao stepped in, he would be like a bug in a spider's web, unable to struggle free. The fresh blood of a cultivator should be able to widen this crack. This way, he would be able to cultivate better and slaughter those who were chasing after him. He had stayed in remote Cloud Mountain for almost a year, so he knew it very well. There was only one entrance to the Yin cave. No matter what, Li Xiao would have to pass through the area where he had set up the formations. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In the next second, he heard the rumbling of thunder. How could there be thunder in this weather? Was his luck that bad? Was it because of the backlash from his luck? He raised his head in shock. In the next second, the thunder directly struck the Yin cave. The Xinglunian hurriedly dodged the sudden lightning. He could no longer maintain his calm posture. The ground under his feet also shook. The soil above his head began to crack, and many rocks fell down. He managed to dodge the lightning with great difficulty, but he couldn't dodge the rocks. A fist-sized wound appeared on his forehead, and blood flowed out. He hurriedly wiped away the blood flowing down, but his ears were still buzzing and he saw stars. With a bang, a large hole appeared on top of his head, and a figure jumped down. Xinglunian, eat my staff. This lipstick color is so beautiful. I like it. The girl in green held the lipstick with color number 416 and smiled brightly. She looked innocent and romantic. Li Xiao said, I have several colors here. I'll give them all to you later. The girl in front of him was charming and looked like an ordinary young girl. In the original world, Li Xiao was very familiar with her. She was the python spirit with the highest cultivation in the mountain, Little Green. Little Green liked the cosmetics in the human world very much, but she was afraid of the humans at the foot of the mountain. According to her, humans were very scary and liked to catch her kind to eat. The monks and Taoists at the foot of the mountain were also very cruel and often wanted to catch monsters like her. Therefore, although she could transform, she had never left the mountain. Li Xiao used to buy her some cosmetics when he went down the mountain to earn some extra money. Okay, I'll take you to the Yin cave now. Little Green took the lipstick happily and transformed into her original form. Her original form was a 20-meter-long python. Li Xiao sat on her and watched her nimbly get into the grass. She even kindly flattened the grass so that Li Xiao would not be cut by it. Li Xiao had just met the bat spirit and got a lot of information from it. The Xinglunian came to the mountain a year ago and had more than 10 ghosts in his hands. Under the protection of these ghosts, he had been staying in the Yin cave to heal himself. The monsters on the cloud mist also stayed in their own territories, living in harmony with him. Perhaps the Xinglunian still did not know that there were so many monsters on the mountain. Of course, the bat spirit was the most dissatisfied with him occupying the Yin cave. The Yin cave was the bat spirit's territory. He liked to lie there and absorb the Yin chi to practice. However, he did not know whether the Xinglunian had a backer or not. He did not know whether the Xinglunian would come to teach him a lesson after driving him away. Therefore, the bat spirit could only give up the cave and did not even dare to let the Xinglunian know of his existence for fear that his monster essence would be dug out. He knew very well that many monks and Taoists liked to dig out the monster essence to practice. Because of this, when Li Xiao took out the sweet and sour blueberries, the bat spirit immediately told Li Xiao everything he knew. Fortunately, Li Xiao was careful and did not go up the mountain. Otherwise, the Xinglunian would have known of her arrival. Now that Little Green was with her, going up the mountain was easy. Little Green moved as fast as lightning and arrived at the back of the Yin cave in less than a quarter of an hour. She was obviously a little afraid of Xinglunian. After sending Li Xiao here, she waved her hand and quickly slipped away. She did not dare to watch the fight between humans. It would not be good if she was involved. Li Xiao knew from the bat spirit that the Xinglunian had set up a formation at the entrance of the Yin cave. Naturally, she would not be stupid enough to take the initiative. As for how to get in, she already had an idea. She just had to blow up the cave. If the Xinglunian was unfortunately buried alive, it would save her a lot of effort. Talismans flew out and stuck on the cave. One note after another, all of them were Li Xiao's money. However, if she could get rid of the Xinglunian once and for all, it would be worth it. This was not only for revenge for the Su family, but also to prevent him from harming other people. With the Xinglunian's unscrupulous nature, if he continued to live, who knew how many people would suffer? After pasting a total of 20 thunder talismans, the clear sky rumbled with the sound of lightning. A huge bolt of lightning fell on the cave, striking it squarely. It was the thunder talismans that Li Xiao summoned. These talismans were drawn by Li Xiao using the best materials. The talismans were naturally extraordinary and powerful. The thunder talismans were the nemesis of Yin Qi. After sensing the Yin Qi in the cave, they exploded even more fiercely. The earth in the cave was continuously struck by the heavenly lightning and cracks appeared. After a while, it finally couldn't bear the weight and directly split open. None of the starved ghosts raised by the Xinglunian survived the lightning. When the thunder talismans finished, a large hole had been opened in the Yin cave. Therefore, the path was created by people. Li Xiao picked up her stick and directly jumped into the cave. Xinglunian, eat my stick. Li Xiao directly used the famous words of her idol, Sun Wukong. The Xinglunian had been hit in the head by a rock and was already dizzy due to the loss of blood. This time, he could not dodge in time and was directly hit in the head by the stick. He sat on the ground with a dazed expression. He raised his head and angrily saw Li Xiao holding a wooden stick and looking down at him. Her disdainful eyes seemed to despise him. The Xinglunian hated her so much that his eyes were about to turn red. Li Xiao. After seeing Li Xiao appear, how could he not understand that the thunder talismans just now were the work of Li Xiao, this little girl that he had never seen before? Li Xiao came too suddenly and his starved ghosts did not even have time to warn him. One of them was fully prepared and the other was unprepared. The Xinglunian was immediately at a disadvantage. He did not even have time to grab his magic tool. He subconsciously rushed to the front right, wanting to grab his magic tool. It was a small black banner that he named the 10,000 Demon Banner. From the name he gave it, it could be seen that he was very ambitious. In the future, he even wanted to gather all the demons. However, he could only use this to summon a few evil ghosts at the moment. The most powerful one was only at the level of a ghost general. Unfortunately, he had just been hit by Li Xiao's stick. When he was hit, a part of his luck was directly absorbed. This caused him to be immediately unlucky for a period of time. As he rushed over, with a tearing sound, his pants were torn, revealing his legs. If he was not wearing underwear, this scene would be very painful to the eyes. The Xinglunian was also a person who cared about his face. His first reaction was to take off his jacket to cover it. However, this delay allowed Li Xiao to throw the thunder talisman over. A bolt of lightning struck the 10,000 demon banner, causing it to burn on the spot. Upon seeing this, the Xinglunian's expression became distorted. He had refined the 10,000 demon banner for a long time. It was the most powerful magic tool he had. He did not care about his image now. He wanted to summon the starved ghosts outside to help. However, after summoning for a long time, not a single starved ghost appeared. The corner of Li Xiao's mouth curled up. Stop shouting. I already sent those ghosts to reincarnate. Otherwise, why would she summon so many bolts of lightning? Talismans flew out from her arms and surrounded the Xinglunian, trapping him within. Li Xiao snapped her fingers. One of the talismans turned into a fireball and burned. Another talisman summoned heavenly lightning and struck it down. The Xinglunian dodged the fireball to the left and the lightning to the right. He staggered and was in an extremely sorry state. Because he was currently in a period of bad luck, a rock fell directly, causing his foot to bleed profusely. Half of his body had just been struck by lightning, and the injury on his body worsened. When the pain reached a certain level, he could no longer feel anything. The Xinglunian was currently in such a state of mind. He never thought that he would almost be defeated by a little girl that he did not like at all. He only felt sullen. He did not even have time to use the techniques that he was good at. He had to leave this place first. As long as he could successfully escape, as long as he was prepared, there was still hope. However, under the circumstances of the 10,000 demon banner being destroyed, he would have to pay a certain price to summon the ghost general. However, the Xinglunian did not care about that at this moment. He was about to pay the price of his lifespan and start chanting. A fireball covered his face and smashed towards him, directly interrupting his summoning. The Xinglunian wanted to curse Li Xiao 100 times in his heart. Where did Li Xiao get so many talismans? A normal person could only draw 1 or 2 talismans a day. However, she seemed to have an endless supply of talismans. After throwing away a stack, she still had another stack. If Li Xiao knew what he was thinking, she would definitely think otherwise. She could draw 100 talismans a day. After resting, she would be a good man again. Because of the pain, his consciousness was even a little fuzzy. There was only one thought left in his mind: I have to escape. He turned around and was about to run towards the door. However, he forgot that he had already set up a formation at the door in order to deal with her. When he stepped into the formation, he felt the magic power in his body being sucked away in an instant. He directly knelt on the ground, powerless to struggle. He widened his eyes. I can't accept this. Why do we have to hide and be hunted down? You don't understand at all. He showed a pained expression, as if he wanted to talk about his tragic experience, or perhaps he wanted to leave behind his last words. Li Xiao released her fingers, and 10 heavenly thunder talismans flew over and floated above the Xinglunian. In the next second, bolts of lightning pierced through the clear sky and struck the Xinglunian accurately and ruthlessly. At first, his body was still twitching, but later, he directly fell to the ground and died with his eyes wide open. All his ambitions, all his unspoken resentment, all vanished into thin air. A person died like smoke. To be safe, Li Xiao did not immediately approach him. Instead, she summoned a few more bolts of lightning and continued to strike. When a normal person died, at least their soul would be left behind. However, the Xinglunian was different. He used energy to cultivate, so his soul was directly destroyed by the lightning. The formation under his body was inextricably linked to him. Once he died, the formation would also be destroyed. As Li Xiao approached, she saw Little Green poking her head out from not far away. The sparrow spirit was standing on top of her head. Little Green had a good temper and was willing to let the sparrow spirit do whatever she wanted. Xiao, you're so fast, the sparrow spirit said. She knew that Xiao would not have any problems. Little Green slowly walked over and looked at the Xinglunian who was about to be struck by lightning. She asked curiously, I saw that he seemed to have something to say before he died. She had originally left, but for some reason, she was still a little worried about Li Xiao, so she hurried back. She thought that if Li Xiao lost, she would see if she could snatch her soul. She also did not know why she had a natural good impression of this girl whom she had just met today. Li Xiao's mouth curved into a sarcastic smile. His last words? They're just his so-called difficulties. For example, the reason why he became bad was because he was forced to. It was the society that was wrong, not him. He killed people and set fires for a reason. He had the most tragic life in the world. Li Xiao had long been tired of this saying. She repeated it over and over again. Her voice turned cold. Even if he had difficulties, what does it have to do with me? The lives he took were not fake. She was not interested in knowing the story behind a villain who had harmed many innocent people. If she pitied the Xinglunian, who would pity the people who had died in his hands? Wasn't the Su family miserable? Therefore, when she could deal with him, of course, she had to deal with him neatly and cleanly. Therefore, she did not even give him a chance to leave his last words. Xinglunian, he did not deserve it. Li Xiao went forward and searched the Xinglunian's body. Of course, the lightning and fireballs didn't survive, and most of the items were burned to ashes. However, there were still many things left in the cave. Just as she was about to turn around, she heard the sparrow spirit and Little Green exclaim in unison. Xiao, why are there scales on his body? Li Xiao heard this and immediately looked over. She saw that scales had appeared on part of the Xinglunian's arm. The scales reflected a somewhat dazzling light under the sun. Not only that, but there was also a pair of horns on his head. Little Green exclaimed in surprise. She quickly recognized it based on her race's advantage. These look a bit like the scales of a flood dragon. Li Xiao had heard that demons would reveal their true forms after death. However, the Xinglunian still had the appearance of a human. At most, there were more scales on his arms and a pair of horns on his head. She pondered for a moment and said, it seems that his ancestors should have some flood dragon blood, but it should be very faint. Otherwise, the Xinglunian would have used the flood dragon's unique talent to compete with her when they were fighting. She took out her phone and took a few photos of the corpse. Little Green looked at the scales with sparkling eyes. These scales look better than mine. They're shiny. She had always liked shiny things. Moreover, this was a flood dragon. She didn't know how many years it would take for her to cultivate into a flood dragon. Li Xiao waved her hand. Since you like it, then peel it off and take it away. Although it was said that the dead should be respected, she really couldn't bring herself to respect a person like the Xinglunian. As a demon, Little Green wouldn't be restrained by human customs. She squatted down and carefully peeled off the scales, preparing to make a beautiful scale makeup for herself. Li Xiao went into the cave to search for the things left behind by the Xinglunian. The 10,000 demon banner had already been destroyed by the heavenly lightning and burned to ashes. There was no way it could be used. Even if it could be used, Li Xiao would not use it. Apart from the 10,000 demon banner, the Xinglunian had a few other magical artifacts, all of which were more sinister. The palm-sized mystifying mirror could confuse a person's mind when used. The stronger one's willpower, the shorter the time they would be confused. There were also poisonous needles that could harm souls, scarecrows that could cast curses on people. Actually, Xinglunian had quite a lot of things on him. After all, he had collected quite a few good things over the years. However, Li Xiao was smart enough to beat him up with a stick as soon as he appeared. As a result, he was so unlucky that he didn't even have time to use his trump card and died in an aggrieved manner. She also found 2 pitch-black beads in a box. Many twisted and painful figures could be vaguely seen in the bead. It was a ghost trapped inside after being killed by the Xinglunian. Li Xiao directly released them. As soon as these ghosts were released, they rushed towards the Xinglunian's corpse as if they had gone crazy, biting and tearing at it with deep hatred. She didn't look at the bloody scene and continued to look for things. These victims indeed had the right to take revenge on the Xinglunian. Compared to the so-called magical artifacts, she was more interested in the books left behind by the Xinglunian. It's in that rat hole. His tree is hidden in that rat hole. A little girl who looked to be about 6 years old timidly said to Li Xiao. She was also one of the people trapped in the bead. Compared to the other ghosts who were driven by hatred to take revenge, she looked calmer. No, rather than calmer, it was better to say that she was ignorant. She was too young when she died, so young that she didn't understand the meaning of death. Li Xiao subconsciously wanted to touch her head, but when she realized that her hand would go through the little girl's body, she retracted her hand. Sparrow, take out the things in the hole. She ordered the sparrow spirit. The sparrow spirit went into the hole and came out a few minutes later with a few books in its mouth. After it put down the books, it couldn't help but spit and complain, "It smells like blood." The first book had the words Dragon Transformation written on the cover. From the handwriting, it seemed to belong to Xinglixing. Li Xiao raised her eyebrows and opened the book. The first half of the book was about how a flood dragon cultivated to become a dragon. The second half of the book was about how to stimulate the demonic energy in the body. To stimulate the demonic energy, one needed to gather fear, resentment, and other strong emotions. Together with killing intent, one needed to cultivate for 81 days to stimulate the demonic energy in such an extreme environment. Li Xiao's face became gloomy. She roughly understood why the Xinglunian killed so many people. It was to collect these things. In his eyes, other than Qian Kain, the lives of the other people were probably just a number. The second book was about the cultivation method of some curse techniques. As soon as she opened it, the stench of blood rushed towards her. Li Xiao skimmed through it and was disgusted by the curse techniques written on it. She immediately burned the book. If this book was spread out, it would only harm more people. The third book was the diary of the Xinglunian. The diary started from when the Xinglunian was 20 years old. Li Xiao actually didn't understand the mentality of the person who wrote the diary. Was it to make it easier for him to recall his feelings at that time? According to the diary, after the death of his grandfather, the Xinglunian studied the Taoist techniques passed down by his family alone. In order to do better experiments, he used the vampires he subdued to lure the villagers up the mountain. Because his actions were too unscrupulous, he was discovered by some Taoist priests and was hunted down. When he was seriously injured, he met Qian Kain and was saved by Qian Kain. Here, the diary described his love for Qian Kain in great detail. Qian Kain's daughter, Li Qianfei, was not very lucky. She was often involved in messy matters. She would either fall into a pit while walking or meet with robbers. Because of this, Qian Kain was implicated. The Xinglunian decided to use the scales passed down by his family. According to the ancient book, he created a treasure that could steal fate. He placed the scales on Li Qianfei's body and made her the so-called koi fish. She was always able to turn misfortunes into blessings. On the other hand, he indirectly used the fate stolen from Li Qianfei to cultivate. His cultivation progressed 1,000 times in a day. Because Zhang Jiayin and Li Qianxing spent most of their time with Li Qianfei, they were more or less influenced by her and gained some benefits. Qian Kaiyin was often bullied abroad because of her weak appearance and her Chinese nationality. All the people who bullied her were secretly taken care of by the Xinglunian. When he was abroad, he accidentally found fake dragon balls and auctioned them off. He was prepared to follow the traces of these fake dragon balls to find the real dragon clan. After returning to China with Qian Kaiyin, he used his own abilities to help Qian Kaiyin clear the obstacles ahead. He ruined the feng shui of the Su family's haunted house, broke the feng shui array of the Chinese dance building, and even lured Qian Kaiyin's opponents to believe in the little demon. In the process, he accidentally learned that his ancestors had the bloodline of a dragon. In order to stimulate the bloodline, he followed the techniques passed down by his family and gathered strong fear and resentment. He massacred the village where he lived when he was young and created the illusion that it was a demon. He then hid in the misty cloud mountain to cultivate. According to his original plan, he would be able to stimulate the demon power in his body within this year. However, he did not expect that Li Qianfei's fate technique would be broken. He also suffered a certain amount of backlash and was injured. After Li Xiao finished flipping through the diary, her eyebrows furrowed tightly. She just let the Xinglunian die too easily. Just based on the diary's records, there were at least a few hundred people who died in his hands. She kept the diary as the relevant evidence. She destroyed the other things. When she finished dealing with these, the Xinglunian's corpse had already been ruined by the ghosts. Li Xiao sighed softly and recited the sutra to send the ghosts to reincarnate. As for the 2 pearls, she kept them and prepared to give them to Qian Kaiyin and her daughter as a gift. The resentment remaining in the pearls was enough to give them nightmares. Little Green was surprised and said, "You're reciting Yin Xiaoguan's sutra. Are you Yin Xiaoguan's disciple outside?" The demons on Yunmiao Mountain had a good relationship with every monastery head of Yin Xiaoguan. In the past, they even went to listen to them recite the sutra. There were more demons on Yunmiao Mountain than other places. Part of the reason was that there was an abundance of spiritual energy here, and the other part was because of the monastery head's indulgence. Li Xiao said, "I'm Yin Xiaoguan's 16th generation disciple." In fact, she was also the monastery head. After all, she was the only disciple in the 16th generation. Little Green showed a happy expression. "No wonder I felt so close to you when I saw you. So it was because of this." After finding a reason to believe Li Xiao, Little Green was very happy. Her attitude towards Li Xiao became even more intimate. Li Xiao, who was originally in a bad mood, could not help but show a faint smile. "Take me to the monastery." She needed to pay her respects to the ancestors. Although she could climb the mountain by herself, she had a mount. Why would she have to walk by herself? Little Green was very good-tempered. She turned into a giant python again. Li Xiao sat on it and enjoyed the scenery around. The Yin cave was not far from Yin Xiaoguan. They arrived soon. Although there were no pilgrims coming to Yin Xiaoguan, the Taoist temple was unexpectedly clean and tidy. Li Xiao thought for a while and guessed the reason. It should be that the demons in the mountain often came to help clean the temple because of their friendship with neighbors for many years. She walked in with ease, lit a few incense sticks, and paid her respects to the ancestors one by one. As the head of Yin Xiaoguan, she naturally knew where the sutra books were. She quickly found it and put it away. Before going back to the original world, she would find a suitable successor for Yin Xiaoguan in this world. Little Green saw this and was even more convinced that she was Yin Xiaoguan's disciple. Well, maybe Li Xiao didn't come back all these years for some reason. But she must have heard about their existence from the previous head of the temple. Li Xiao got Yin Xiaoguan's cultivation method and Taoist magic arts, but she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she strolled around the Taoist temple leisurely. The familiar surroundings gave her the illusion that she had never traveled to this world. It was as if she was still in the original world. It was strange. There were many differences between this world and her original world, but there were also similarities. For example, Yunxiao Mountain and Yin Xiaoguan. And her old familiar demons. Li Xiao was surprised and at a loss at the same time. The sparrow spirit suddenly let out a cry, her tone revealing a hint of panic. Li Xiao looked over. "What's the matter? Don't you have enough manuscripts?" She knew that in order to accompany her this time, the Sparrow Demon specially worked all night to write manuscripts and put them in the manuscript box. It was an author who was determined not to stop updating. The Sparrow Demon shook its head. I just thought of something very important. It nodded vigorously to show the seriousness of the matter. Xiao, you killed Xinglunian. What if Chan Kain and Li Qianfei report you for murder? If you get caught, will you go to jail? Will we have to wander the world after this? The Sparrow Demon's voice sounded like it was about to cry when it thought of that scene. It hadn't lived a good life with Li Xiao for long. Would it have to live a miserable life as a fugitive? Li Xiao, the Sparrow Demon learned the common sense of the world quite quickly. The more the Sparrow Spirit thought about it, the sadder it felt. It couldn't help but cry. Tears rolled down its cheeks as it felt wronged. Little Green was stunned and stuttered, "It's okay, I can use the invisibility spell to hide you. We can eat the wild fruits on the mountain. We won't starve to death." Remote Cloud Mountain was so big that it could easily feed one person. If Li Xiao wanted to eat meat, she could also catch rabbits on the mountain. But if that's the case, I won't be able to eat roast pigeon, dry pot chicken, filet mignon, malatang. The Sparrow Spirit reported the names of all the dishes that it liked to eat. As it reported, it was so hungry that its saliva was about to drip down. Little Green couldn't help but swallow. It had never eaten any of the dishes, but they all sounded delicious. Li Xiao rubbed her temples. She was speechless because of the two of them. She pursed her lips and knocked the Sparrow Spirit on the head. What are you thinking? I've thought about this for a long time. Do you think I looked for Songhai just to ask him to help me make the Taoist robe? She had also asked him about this. If it were other wanted criminals, Li Xiao couldn't kill them even if she caught them. She would have to hand them over. However, for people like the Xinglunian who knew magic, the country had a different policy. The country even issued a wanted list for him to the Buddhist and Taoist sections. It was fine even if he was killed in a fight, and there would be a reward. After all, he was a threat to the ordinary people. It was because of this that she came to Remote Cloud Mountain openly to deal with the Xinglunian. Otherwise, she would have acted secretly and created an alibi for herself. She casually explained and said, besides, the Xinglunian has the blood of a demon, so he can't be considered a human. Human rights don't exist. Don't tell me that the Flood Dragon clan will come after me because of him? She nodded and was immediately convinced by her own reasoning. It was still a problem whether or not there were still any flood dragons. Besides, the Xinglunian couldn't even activate his demon power when he was alive, so they wouldn't care about him. When the Sparrow Spirit heard that it didn't have to follow Li Xiao, it smiled through its tears. Will there be a reward? Li Xiao nodded. 50,000. Although she didn't lack 50,000 yuan, it was still meat. She smiled and said, even if there wasn't such a thing, Chan Kain, I don't think he would think of it. But Li Qianfei. Compared to Chan Kain, Li Qianfei was more unscrupulous. After Li Xiao explained to them, he called the local Taoist temple. The local Taoist temple belonged to Mount Longhu. The Xinglunian was quite famous in the Xian sect. He kept a low profile when he first came back to China. Later on, he attacked others for Chan Kain, which led to him being chased by the Xian sect again. After Chan Kain's wedding, he left not only because he was hurt in love, but also because he wanted to avoid being chased. He wanted to cultivate well and fight back. If Li Xiao hadn't transmigrated, he might have succeeded. In the past, several Taoist sect members had died at the hands of the Xinglunian. But the Xinglunian died at the hands of a young and beautiful girl, which made people raise their eyebrows. The person who came was the head of the sect, Chen He, who was around 50 years old. Li Xiao had dealt with this Taoist sect in her previous life, but the head of the sect wasn't Chen He. This was the difference between two worlds. She silently remembered it. Li Xiao said directly, I'm Yin Xiaoguan's 16th generation disciple. Anyway, the previous head of the sect had passed away, so it was Li Xiao's business. She knew Yin Xiaoguan very well. The Taoist techniques and mental cultivation methods used were all from this sect. She could recognize them at a glance and would never be exposed. Chen He suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Although Yin Xiaoguan kept a low profile, his strength was still recognized by the Taoist sect. Li Xiao mentioned what Xinglunian had done in the past few years, and also sent the diary as evidence. He flipped through it. The more he read, the angrier his face became. He was a person who hated evil. After knowing all this, he couldn't wait to kill this evil demon with his own hands. Li Xiao had to stay in remote Cloud Mountain for 2 more days because she still had to communicate with the government and understand the situation. The government had set up a special department to deal with such matters. She was happy to stay in this place that she was very familiar with and missed. Her cooperative attitude had undoubtedly improved everyone's impression of her. After the procedures were taken care of on the surface, Li Xiao asked the minister, "I acted bravely for a just cause. Can you give me a silk banner?" The minister was immediately amused. She was still a young girl. It was normal for her to like to show off. It wasn't difficult to make a silk banner, so he quickly gave the order. Through this matter, Li Xiao had officially entered their sights. If they encountered something that they couldn't solve, they might have to ask Li Xiao for help. Therefore, the minister was happy to have a good relationship with them. Although Li Xiao was young, she had established her prestige by killing Xinglunian on her own. No one could look down on her. They could only sigh. Talent was the most unreasonable thing in the world. Therefore, before Li Xiao left, she successfully received a silk banner that said "acted bravely for a just cause." The 4 words were written very accurately and conspicuously. She was very satisfied and put away the silk banner. She had a lot of talismans left on her, so she simply gave some to them as a return of politeness and to express her intention to befriend them. She also asked Little Green to help take care of Yunxiao Guan when he was free. Then, she went down the mountain with the sparrow spirit. She also promised Little Green that she would bring gifts back to visit them when she was free. She spent quite some time on this trip. By the time the plane landed in S City, it was already October 14th. "Mom, what's wrong?" Li Qianfei came over to visit her mother today. She was in a good mood these days. Li Xiao hadn't returned since she left more than a week ago. She was afraid that something bad had happened to her. After being away for so long, she must have been killed by Uncle Zeng. When Li Xiao wasn't around in the future, no one would cause trouble for her. She was in a very good mood. However, when she came over to her mother's place, she saw her mother sitting in front of the window in a daze. She suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, "Mom, if Li Xiao isn't around, the businesses under her name should be handed over to Dad again, right?" She knew that Li Xiao not only owned a shopping mall, but also an entire building in a high-end residential area. She checked a little and couldn't help but feel jealous. Dad still hadn't given her the shares of the Li clan. Compared to Li Xiao, she instantly became a poor person. Chang Kain opened his mouth and said with a complicated expression, "Li Xiao came back today. An hour ago, she called the driver to pick her up at the airport." Li Qianfei was shocked by this news and her mind went blank. After an unknown amount of time, the consciousness that had escaped to the highest heavens returned. She muttered, "How is that possible? She actually came back safely? What about Uncle Zeng? How could Uncle Zeng lose to Li Xiao?" In Li Qianfei's mind, Xinglunian, who could make the Su family go bankrupt with a smile, was so great and invincible in her mind. Li Xiao, on the other hand, was a beginner in metaphysics for less than 2 years. When she found out that Li Xiao overestimated herself and wanted to challenge Uncle Zeng, she almost laughed her head off. In her heart, she had already sentenced Li Xiao to death. Li Xiao didn't come back for a long time, which made her believe in her own judgment. She was in a very good mood these days and even ordered a few new branded bags for herself. But Li Xiao came back now. While she was at a loss, her body couldn't help but tremble in fear. If even Uncle Zeng couldn't defeat Li Xiao, would Li Xiao turn around and deal with her mother and her? She must hate them to death in her heart. As if she wanted to convince herself, she repeated to herself, "No. Maybe she didn't even go to Yunmiao Mountain. Yes, that must be it." Chang Kain's eyes misted up. "Lun Yan told me before that he would call me after dealing with Li Xiao. After that, I didn't receive any calls from him. I just called him a few times, but no one picked up." Originally, she still had a glimmer of hope, but Li Xiao's return completely shattered her little hope. Xinglunian couldn't ignore her calls. All these years, Xinglunian had taken care of her a lot, and she treated him as her best friend. She could faintly sense that Lun Yan was doing something very dangerous this year. But he always reassured her that nothing would happen. Once he succeeded, he would be able to protect her better. She didn't expect that the day of parting would come so soon. She stood up with a sad expression. Let's go home and see Li Xiao. Whether Xinglunian was alive or dead, there had to be a conclusion. Li Qianfei pursed her lips and held her phone tightly. If Li Xiao really killed Uncle Zheng, then she was equivalent to a murderer, right? Then she could also report her, right? When her brother was reported, she had a vague suspicion that Li Xiao was the one who did it, but she couldn't find any relevant evidence. If only she could send her to prison as well, her crime would definitely be more serious than her brother's. Li Qianfei's face showed a determined expression. She walked to the bathroom and made a call. Li Xiao hadn't returned to the Li clan's house for more than half a month. She felt that the house had changed a lot, and it was less lively. When the Chu Lian saw her, she still looked indifferent. Li Xiao was too lazy to talk to her. When the Chu Lian saw this, she was even angrier. She said sarcastically, I heard that you don't even go to class now. Your father spent so much money to send you to prison for nothing. Lu Namju also thought that Li Xiao was traveling during this period. Perhaps because of guilt, he was more tolerant of Li Xiao now. Xiao, you don't have to rely on this to make a living in the future. If you don't want to go to school, you don't have to. It's good for you to take a break. Li Xiao smiled. I might go through the procedures for my suspension in a while. She had no choice. She also attended a few classes and found that she really didn't have the talent in this area. If she had the time, she might as well study how to go back. Lu Namju asked her where she was going to travel during the National Day holiday. Li Xiao picked and said that she was going to climb the mountain. In the middle of the conversation, Li Qianfei and Chan Kaiying came back. When Chan Kaiying saw Li Xiao, who was in good condition and alive, she felt indescribably complicated. She wanted to ask Li Xiao about the Xinglunian, but it wasn't appropriate to mention it in front of others. If Lu Namju knew about the fight between Li Xiao and the Xinglunian, he would probably be angry because she hid it from him. Li Qianfei was fine. After she called the police, her thoughts were clear and she was in a good mood. When she saw Li Xiao smiling like a flower, she even felt like she was watching a good show. Laugh all you want. She won't be able to laugh later. Ah. I have a present. I have to show you. Lu Hao remembered this and took out her silk banner from her bag. She said lightly, this time, I cooperated with the government to get rid of a local evil. The government specially issued me a warning. She spread out the silk banner. When Li Qianfei saw the words acting bravely for a just cause, her heart couldn't help but thump. She felt like she had been punched in the face. When Chan Kaiying saw the silk banner, her tears fell. Chan Kaiying was certain when she heard Li Xiao's words. Xinglunian was really dead. The man who had always been by her side silently and had never asked for anything in return was dead. She didn't even get to see him for the last time. Li Xiao must have tipped off the government to get rid of him. Did Li Xiao have to get rid of him? Was her next step going to deal with her and Fei Er? She knew that she shouldn't cry at this time to avoid suspicion, but she couldn't help but cry. Li Qianfei was even more flustered. The moment she saw the silk banner, she knew that Li Xiao's actions were already known to the higher-ups. They even allowed her to do so. She, who had reported Li Xiao, had become a clown. More importantly, Uncle Zheng, who had always protected her and her mother, was really dead. She couldn't even ask him to help her get her luck back. What were she and her mother going to do in the future? Her father was biased towards Li Xiao, Uncle Ren's power was not as powerful as before, and Uncle Zheng was dead. Quan Ilsen didn't even want to see her when he found out the truth. Li Qianfei couldn't help but cry. She couldn't tell if the tears were for Uncle Zheng or for herself. Maybe it was both. Li Xiao said teasingly, you and your mother don't need to be moved to tears, right? Lu Namju wasn't a fool. He could tell that Chan Kaiying and Li Qianfei weren't crying tears of joy. They seemed more like they were sad. Could it be that the dead man had something to do with them? Did they know each other? Although he had some doubts, he didn't connect them to Xinglunian. After all, there had been no news of Xinglunian ever since he and Chan Kaiying got married. Chu Lian didn't say anything else because of the silk banner. She even wondered if she should get a photo of Li Xiao and post it on the internet. It would help the company gain some reputation, so that people wouldn't only think of Li Qianxing when Li Ti was mentioned. Now she didn't have any hope that Li Qianxing would be released. She only hoped that those women's stomachs would be strong enough to give birth to other grandchildren. Otherwise, who would the Li clan's business be passed down to? She looked at Zhang Jiayin and her mother who had wiped away their tears. Alright, since everyone is here, let's eat. As for the real reason of Zhang Kaiyin's, she wasn't in the mood to find out. For a moment, everyone abided by the rule of not talking while eating, and ate in silence. Unfortunately, this meal was destined not to be enjoyed peacefully. When Li Xiao finished a bowl of rice, the sound of police sirens came into her ears. It was getting closer and closer. Except for Li Xiao, who still looked indifferent, everyone else's expression changed. After the incident of Li Qianxing being arrested, they were a little scared of this sound. Li Qianfei seemed to think of something, and her face turned pale. Was it because she had just called the police? So the police were coming now. However, Li Xiao killing Uncle Zheng was an order from the top. Even if the police really came, they couldn't do anything to her. But after she called the police, her father's impression of her became worse. She had never hated the efficiency of the government. Li Xiao glanced at Li Qianfei's pale face, snorted, and then poured herself another bowl of rice as if nothing had happened. She was now a picky eater. She couldn't eat lunch on the plane at all. She just stuffed a small bread to deal with it. Now she was really hungry. She was halfway through the second bowl when she heard the doorbell ring. Lu Namju stood up to look at the surveillance camera. When he saw the police outside the door, his face couldn't help but sink, but he could only open the door. After a while, the 3 police officers came in. When Li Qianfei saw them, the spoon directly fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. She didn't care about this unladylike behavior. She waved her hand in a panic and said, "It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding." Until now, she still thought that the police were here because of her report. The 3 police officers didn't look at her. They walked to Zhang Kaiying, right? Please come with us. Li Qianfei screamed and stared at them in disbelief. It has nothing to do with Mom. Why do you want to arrest Mom? Zhang Kaiying looked at them blankly. Me? Why are you looking for me? Could it be related to Jianan Company? The police officer said in a deep voice. It's about the murders committed by Xinglunian over the past few years. You need to make a statement. When she heard the name Xinglunian, Zhang Kaiying had a sudden realization and felt wronged at the same time. She really didn't know what the Lunian had done? The Lunian had never told her these things. How did she get involved? Li Qianfei's eyes were flustered. Even if Uncle Zheng did something wrong, that's Uncle Zheng's business. It has nothing to do with Mom. You've arrested the wrong person. Dad, explain to them quickly. Li Xiao shook her head. She felt that Li Qianfei was too naive. They had already come to arrest Zhang Kaiying. How could she think that she could dispel their thoughts with just a few words? In the end, Li Qianfei could only watch as her mother was taken away. She didn't have the courage to stop them, so she could only sob on the side. Chu Lian felt that her family had lost all face. Even though the police didn't convict Zhang Kaiying was called to make a statement because she was involved with another man. This was simply implying that her son was cuckolded. Lu Namju had been cuckolded twice in a row. Even if he still had feelings for Zhang Kaiying, they were gradually worn away. He asked Li Xiao tiredly, "How much do you know about this?" He paused for a moment before adding, "Will Jiayin be okay?" Li Xiao said faintly, "I only know that after Zhang Kaiying saved Xinglunian, he killed hundreds of people. He also did a lot of outrageous things for Zhang Kaiying. Therefore, the police don't believe that Zhang Kaiying doesn't know anything about this. That's why she was invited to the police station. She was too lazy to maintain a harmonious appearance on the surface. She even called Zhang Kaiying by her full name." Lu Namju's face changed subtly when he heard half of what she said. He knew that Xinglunian had schemed against the Su family and the Chinese dance. However, because his interests were aligned with his, he pretended not to know. He thought that Xinglunian was at most a bad feng shui. He didn't expect that he had killed hundreds of people. Thinking of this, even he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Jiayin and Xinglunian had known each other for more than 10 years. They had a close relationship. Did she really know nothing about what he had done? Chan Kaiyin's gentle and quiet face blurred in an instant. Lu Namju suddenly felt that perhaps he had never really known the person sleeping next to him. Chu Lian couldn't wait for her son to divorce Chan Kaiyin immediately. Chan Kaiyin was even able to get along with such a vicious murderer. It was obvious that she was the same kind of person. Li Qianfei shook her head. Mom doesn't know anything. Uncle Zheng has been hiding this from us. Why didn't you tell us earlier so that we could be prepared? Her tone was full of blame for Li Xiao. What if Mom accidentally said something? Would she be treated as an accomplice? Would she be arrested too? Thinking of this, she panicked and spoke more and more without thinking. You just want to see us get into trouble. You just don't want us to be happy. Did you set Mom up on purpose? With a slap, Li Xiao directly slapped Li Qianfei's face. Li Qianfei was a little stunned. Li Xiao looked at her coldly. After you reported me to the police for murder, how could you have the face to think that I would help you wholeheartedly? I've never seen someone as shameless as you. On the way back, she had already learned that Li Qianfei had tried to report her for murder. Looking at Li Qianfei's righteous face, she felt more and more ridiculous. It seems like you've turned a deaf ear to what I've said to you before. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think that I don't have a temper. She stood up and made a phone call to Sparrow Spirit in front of everyone. Upload all the videos you prepared before to the internet. Let everyone see how Li Qianfei framed me with a necklace. Li Qianfei's eyes widened. No, you can't. She rushed over and wanted to snatch Li Xiao's phone. Suddenly, a talisman floated over and turned into a fireball. It almost burned Li Qianfei's hair. Li Qianfei took a few steps back and screamed. She grabbed the kettle next to her and put out the fire. Li Xiao wanted to teach her a lesson, so she made a small fireball. Chu Lian said angrily, "Don't upload it. Are you trying to ruin the Li clan's reputation and make a joke out of yourself?" She remembered that she had believed Qian Fei and accused Li Xiao of stealing Qian Fei's necklace. If it was exposed, she was afraid that she would be labeled as a muddle-headed person. Her mind was filled with this thought. She didn't even ask Li Xiao about the talisman making a fireball. She just thought that it was some kind of magic trick. Li Xiao sneered. Li Qianqing hasn't come out yet. How good do you think our family's reputation is? At this time, this cheap grandmother still wanted to deceive herself. When Li Qianfei bullied me, you never stopped him. When I fought back, you used the Li clan's name. What, do I deserve to be bullied by you? Lu Namju, who had been silent, asked, Did Qian Fei really report you for murder? Li Xiao's tone was calm. When she found out about Xinglunian's death, she couldn't wait to call the police and send me to prison. I'm already being very polite by only slapping her. Lu Namju took a deep breath, then raised his hand and slapped Li Qianfei. He didn't hold back at all. Half of Li Qianfei's face was swollen. Li Qianfei pursed her lips and tears fell. She didn't dare to provoke her father when he was angry. From a certain point of view, Li Qianfei still knew how to read people's expressions. Li Xiao watched this scene, but her mood didn't change at all. Lu Namju felt guilty, but it was too late. She had watched enough tonight. She was also full. It was time to go back. This wasn't her home. She walked to the door and was about to leave with her suitcase. She seemed to have thought of something. She turned to Li Qianfei and said, I originally thought that if I was in a good mood, I would remind you and your mother about Xinglunian. In the end, I didn't expect the police to come so quickly. It's probably because you called the police. You're really your mother's good daughter. If your mother is really locked up, then it's all thanks to you. When the time comes, you must ask the higher-ups to give you a banner for placing righteousness above family. After provoking Li Qianfei, Li Xiao felt refreshed. She strode out of the Li clan and left the Chu Lian's curses behind her. You're a jinx. Jinx. Are you and your mother here to jinx the Li clan? Li Xiao shook her head. The Chu Lian's attitude changed so quickly. Last year, she was still praising Li Qianfei for her good fortune. Although Li Xiao called Sparrow Spirit at that time, she didn't expect Sparrow Spirit to do anything. Other than writing ancient novels, this fellow only knew how to eat and drink. If she really uploaded it, she might cause trouble for Li Xiao. Of course, she had to leave it to the professionals. She directly sent a copy to Yuan. After Yuan received it, she saw Li Qianfei hypocritically giving a necklace to Li Xiao in the surveillance camera and then making false accusations. She was so angry that the roots of her teeth hurt. Xiao had indeed suffered a lot in a place where she couldn't see. However, this child refused to act pitiful and never told them. After Li Xiao solved the feng shui problem of Huawu Company, the company's development had been much smoother recently. Yuan had successfully signed Zhang Hanbai under her name some time ago. She also had a young actress who had become popular because of her performance in Ancient Dolls. Coupled with her relationship with Li Xiao, she now had more authority in the company. She directly contacted a few marketing accounts she knew and released a draft that night. Turn life into a harem fight? Let's enter the rich. You framed your sister. So you're this kind of coy? With all kinds of eye-catching headlines, coupled with the undeniable video and audio recordings, this matter quickly became a hot topic. After all, Li Qianfei was still popular because of the previous unlucky star incident. Now that there was a new melon, with the help of people with ulterior motives, it naturally succeeded in exploding on the internet. At first, it was the last trending topic, but it quickly climbed up. Li Xiao originally wondered if she should help buy some trending topics, but now that she saw the speed of the trending topic, she didn't need to do anything at all. She called Yuan and found out that many people were helping to buy trending topics to increase the popularity. Li Xiao said, "Who is so kind? Did they have so much money that they didn't know where to spend it?" Li Qianfei wasn't in the entertainment industry, so he wouldn't stand in other people's way, right? Could it be Chan Kain's rival? It's not that they're being kind. It's those who invested with Li Qianfei before. They were cheated by Li Qianfei and now hate her to death. Of course, they won't let go of the opportunity to beat her when she's down. Li Xiao understood. Li Qianfei had to take the blame himself. She suddenly thought of something. After this matter blew up, the others would definitely come to the villa to cause trouble for her. She might as well move to another place for the next few days. Just as she was about to doze off, Jiang Tian called her. Xiao, I bought a few online games. Do you want to come to my house to play? Li Xiao was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Sure. With Jiang Tiantian's status, it was impossible for her not to find someone to play games with her. She said this just to let Li Xiao go to her place to relax. It was just that this girl was not very good at playing straight balls, so she used such a tactful method. Li Xiao packed a few clothes and left. She left the Sparrow Spirit behind. It didn't have a big appetite. The fridge and cabinets in the house were filled with fruits and snacks. She also bought a lot of drinking water. In short, the Sparrow Spirit wouldn't starve to death even if it stayed in the house for a week. She couldn't take the Sparrow Spirit away. A sparrow that could type on the keyboard and write would probably be sent for research. The Sparrow Spirit was bitter, but it could only obediently stay. It was determined to learn the transfiguration technique as soon as possible. Before leaving the house, Li Xiao muttered to herself and took out one of the black beads. She instructed the female ghost, Zhang Yan, send this bead to Chan Kain. Although the ghosts in the bead had been sent to reincarnate by Li Xiao, that strong resentment and unwillingness remained in the bead and turned into obsession. In order to collect extreme emotions, Zhenglunian let the innocent villagers die tragically. Li Xiao held the bead, and a horrible scene unconsciously appeared in front of her eyes. She had a total of 2 beads in her hand. One was given to Chan Kain by Zhang Yan, and the other was kept by her to set up an illusion array. The illusion array was set up in the courtyard. If they wanted to enter the hall from the main gate, they would have to pass through here. Li Zhao's current driver, although he didn't have the key to the living room, he had the key to the main gate. After all, he often had to act as a driver according to Li Zhao's orders. If Lin Namju and the others came over, they would be trapped in the illusion array and could only say that they deserved it. As for the Sparrow Spirit, she always flew, so she didn't have to worry about this. After finishing the preparations, Li Xiao took her luggage and called a taxi to Jiang Tiantian's house. After entering the house, the Chang dynasty wasn't there. Only Jiang Tian was there. She was wearing bunny ears and hooded pajamas at home, which made her look a bit cuter. Jiang Tian didn't seem to expect her to come so quickly. She coughed and said, "My mom bought these clothes." Li Xiao said, "Oh," but didn't expose her. She felt that there was a high probability that this girl chose it herself. She put her luggage in the guest room and rolled up her sleeves. "Come on." Time passed very quickly when playing games. In the blink of an eye, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Li Xiao was a bit unsatisfied and wanted to continue playing. However, Jiang Tian said, "Give me a few minutes. I'll look at some documents." Then, she picked up her phone with a serious expression and looked at it attentively. Lu Hao thought of something. Wait, wasn't this the time when the Sparrow Spirit would update? She would usually update a chapter at 10 o'clock in the morning and another at 10 o'clock at night. Jiang Tian was a reader of the Sparrow Spirit. Jiang Tian, who was nestled on the sofa, looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He looked a bit silly and cute. Li Xiao was very curious. She went to the website and bought all of the Sparrow Spirits v literature. She clicked on the latest chapters. The latest chapters talked about the female lead's good friend. She was fancied by a dissolute and overbearing CEO and was imprisoned. With the female lead's help, the good friend successfully escaped from the CEO's control. Then, the first thing she did after escaping was to call the police and sue Overlord for imprisoning her against her will. According to the previous development, many people thought that the female lead would be a couple with the dissolute Overlord. However, in the blink of an eye, Overlord was sued. The comments below were also a mess. Some praised the author for not taking the normal path and said that she was awesome. There were also some who were so angry that they gave negative marks. Li Xiao happened to see the Sparrow Spirit's loyal nouveau riche fan and gave her 1,000 yuan reward. She thought for a moment and also gave the Sparrow Spirit 1,000 yuan reward as a reward. Not bad, she liked this plot. After reading the novel and playing games, it was already late at night in the blink of an eye. Li Qianfei framed Li Xiao also climbed from the initial tale to the first page of the hot search. The evidence she gave was too solid. Even Li Qianfei's remaining fans couldn't go against their conscience and speak up for her. In other words, Li Qianfei no longer had any fans. She had long been stripped of her fans and only had the fans she bought. Under the hot search, it was all one-sided condemnation of Li Qianfei. Shameless, really shameless. In the future, if anyone says that Li Qianfei is naive and kind, I'll throw the recording at them. Like mother, like daughter. She's exactly the same as her mother, a white lotus. Chan Kaiyin's methods are good. She made the whole of China think that Li Xiao is an ignorant and incompetent beauty. Poor Li Xiao. How many times has she been wronged in the past? That's why she learned her lesson and used recording to protect herself. With a stepmother comes a stepfather. Of course, she can only protect herself. It seems that the young miss doesn't have it easy either. The Li clan's faces are too ugly. Especially that old woman. She's exactly the same as my grandmother. She has a mean look on her face. This is probably what they call a reflection of the heart. Don't be too Li Qianfei. I won't buy Lutia's products anymore. If I do, I'll just be giving money to buy Lian Hua and her mother. Among them, the comment "Don't be too Li Qianfei" was pushed to the top with more than 10,000 likes. Everyone expressed their desire to boycott Luti. In a short period of time, Li Qianfei became the spokesperson for Bai Lianhua. If it wasn't for the fact that she had turned off the comments section of her Weibo, people would have already started cursing her. Unable to find a place to vent their anger, the netizens looked around and found that Chu Lian's Weibo didn't turn off the comments section. Thus, they swarmed over. During this period of time, the Li clan had managed to stabilize their shares. Now that the shares were in danger of falling, several shareholders almost had a heart attack and held a meeting overnight. These shareholders were also very dissatisfied with Lu Namju. Because of the Li clan's family affairs, these shareholders had suffered heavy losses. Lu Namju's two daughters, one more troublesome than the other. Although Lu Namju held a lot of Lu Ti's shares, Lu Ti wasn't his alone. He couldn't ignore the opinions of others. He could only promise them that this matter would be resolved as soon as possible. Although Li Xiao had asked someone to upload the video in front of them, Li Namju thought that she was just saying it out of anger. He didn't expect her to really upload it. Although he paid the internet water army to suppress this matter as much as possible, the other party didn't lack money. For a while, there was a deadlock. He could only watch as the video remained at the top of the search list. At this time, unless Li Xiao, the victim, came forward and said that it was just a small fight between sisters, the matter would be reduced to a small one. However, when he called Li Xiao, he found that Li Xiao's phone had already been turned off. Li Qianfei was about to collapse when she saw the comments that insulted her online. Especially when she saw that someone had created a super topic for "Don't be too Li Qianfei." The posts were all about the bitter history of being cheated by white lotuses like Li Qianfei. If this matter wasn't resolved, she would be nailed to the pillar of shame for the rest of her life. The most important thing for rich and powerful families was their reputation. This was equivalent to destroying Li Qianfei's hope of marrying into a rich and powerful family. Chu Lian was also very angry. She had always cared about her reputation. Now that she searched for her name on the internet, the words that appeared were all words like mean and old witch. She was so angry that she almost had a heart attack. We have to find Xiao. For example, let her come forward and apologize, and say that she faked the video. Chu Lian's face was full of anger. She, who had just recovered from her fracture a few days ago, aggressively wanted to settle the score with Li Xiao. Li Namju rubbed his temples. His heart was bleeding from the loss of the Li clan's shares. He reminded Chu Lian, Xiao is amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. Chu Lian choked. She's the younger generation, so she has to listen to us. Li Namju said, we'll apologize to Xiao later. She was also wronged. Xiao isn't the kind of person who's unreasonable. Li Qianfei held her breath, but could only nod in grievance. Li Namju personally drove the car, and the three of them went to Li Xiao's villa. However, when they arrived at the door, they pressed the doorbell for a long time, but no one opened the door. Li Namju called the driver and asked him to come over. The driver was paid by Li Namju, and his boss was Li Xiao's biological father. He hesitated for a moment, and then took out the access card for the gate. He was just an employee, and it wasn't good for him to get involved in other people's family matters. When they successfully pushed open the gate and walked into the courtyard, a sudden fog surrounded them. End of chapter 53. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.